The majestic Rodlin Academy rose from the greenery, commanding attention with its blue roofs and golden domes and wide marble steps leading to the main entrance. The prestigious educational institution attracted talented people from all over the world, like a magnet gathering future geniuses and exceptional teachers under its roof. However, among the brilliant minds, there were also dubious individuals whose dark intentions were hidden behind the mask of diligent students, and one of them was named Andreas. A young blond man with combed hair turned to a disheveled guy with green hair, reminding him of something important he seemed to have forgotten in the hustle and bustle. Andreas, looking around, realized that true chaos reigned around him. Traces of blood and lifeless bodies could be seen everywhere, creating a frightening image of secret experiments. The blonde interlocutor, with undisguised surprise, scolded Andreas for forgetting, reminding him of the body he had been working on for a week. His secret society of researchers of forbidden black magic and necromancy was on the verge of exposure because the slightest mistake could lead to inevitable death. Wasting no time, Andreas took out a large bottle of red liquid that was undoubtedly blood and poured its contents purposefully in preparation for the ritual. The blonde, pushing Andreas away, began to create a complex magical pattern resembling a pentagram, in the center of which lay a lifeless body awaiting awakening. The slicked-back blonde, holding a skull in his hands, began casting a spell, enveloping himself and the space around him with blue energy that seemed to pulse in time with his spells. The furry Andreas, fascinated by what was happening, watched the ritual as the same mysterious energy enveloped him, connecting him to the secret action with invisible threads of magic. Suddenly, the corpse lying in the center of the pentagram began to rise, completely saturated with radiant energy, marking the success of his forbidden experiment and opening the door to the world of the dark secrets of necromancy. And then the resurrected corpse let out a heart-rending scream, forcing the blonde to exclaim in his heart about the failure of the experiment, clearly disappointed at another failure in his sinister research. Writing down the results in a notebook, he observed the transformation of the corpse into a skeleton and sent the hairy Andreas away, noting with annoyance that once again he had learned nothing new. During the cleaning, Andreas thought about the dangers of his work, doubting whether the risks they were taking for dubious results were worth it. However, he found solace in the fact that the academy remained the only place where he could study forbidden books on black magic, quenching his thirst for knowledge in the field of the dark arts. Returning to the book-filled office, Andreas apologized for the delay, but the blonde mentor impatiently reprimanded him for his slowness, doubting his student's abilities. Andreas tried to justify his lack of proper training, but the mentor merely observed coldly that the student could not adequately perform even the simplest task. The blonde mage sternly warned that he would not tolerate any more mistakes, his voice sounding like a sentence, leaving no room for objections or excuses. Andreas, sensing the growing tension, assured his mentor that he would make every effort to meet his expectations and would not disappoint him in the future. Rising from his chair, the blonde magician announced Andreas's last chance to go to the Benales National Cemetery and obtain the body needed for the experiments. The mentor reminded Andreas of his patronage, despite the student's orphanhood, and warned of the dire consequences of failure, his words sounding like an ominous prophecy. Dark thoughts filled Andreas's mind. He understood that failure could turn him into another object for his ruthless teacher's terrible experiments. The blonde magician, ending the conversation, once again emphasized the importance of the task and dismissed the student, to which Andreas obediently agreed, hiding his fear and doubts behind outward respect. Leaving the mentor's office, Andreas found himself in the middle of a stream of students, bitterly realizing that he hadn't even been given money for a ticket to perform a dangerous task. His weary gaze wandered down the corridor, betraying the fatigue and anxiety he tried in vain to hide from the prying eyes of the academy students around him. The students passing by the office looked at Andreas with surprise and some contempt, clearly distinguishing him from the other students by his ragged appearance. Irritated by their attention, Andreas pushed his way through the crowd, attacking the curious and trying to get out of that place as quickly as possible, where every look seemed accusatory. Seething internally with rage and confusion, Andreas Cromwell, a third-year magic student known for his mediocrity, couldn't figure out how to get out of the situation. An orphan from a fallen family, Andreas Cromwell was the embodiment of everything the Academy sought to eradicate. A loser who clings to any chance of survival. A typical outcast, ingratiating himself with the strong and offending the weak, Andreas was considered the worst student in the entire academy, his name becoming synonymous with losers. He was the kind of character no one would ever want to play, the embodiment of all the worst qualities imaginable in a world of magic and intrigue. The man's name is Makoto Kaneshiro, and he is within the great world of the Great Sin, which does nothing more than control the fate of the unfortunate mage. A former member of the Special Forces, unable to adapt to civilian life, Makoto found refuge in the virtual world, where he could forget about reality and his problems. A bearded man was sitting in front of the computer, completely immersed in the game, forgetting about time and the real world, until an unexpected call tore him out of the virtual space. The caller seemed to know everything about Makoto and his character's stats, which caused the player to instantly wake up and turn off the TV, returning to reality with an uneasy feeling. The computer monitor suddenly began to blur, the image split in two, distorted and flickering, as if reality and the virtual world were intermingled in a bizarre dance of pixels and hertz. Not having time to realize his transformation into a game character 6 months before the start of the game's main events, the furry one let out a desperate scream that echoed throughout the virtual space. Andreas, a character haunted by death, found himself trapped in time, with all the characters experiencing the same fateful event, as if they were trapped in an infinite loop. The revelation of Karen's true identity invariably led to the death of the main antagonist and Andreas himself, twisting their fates into a tragic knot. Andreas' only chance of salvation was to find a way to avoid meeting Karen before the main plot began, because delay meant inevitable death. The realization that the story's main characters would become relentless hunters on his trail made Andreas feverishly search for a way out of this deadly game. Sitting on a bench, lost in dark thoughts, Andreas pondered his chances of survival, realizing he needed to get stronger before the game's main plot began. The only hope for him were 2 special characteristics revealed in the 13th week of the game, which could radically change his fate and give him a chance for salvation. Having accidentally received the dual-core trait, Andreas rose from the bench, feeling a new power begin to pulse through his veins, opening up unknown possibilities. This unique ability allowed him to master magic and swordsmanship, greatly increasing his chances of survival in the world. The second trait, which had not yet been chosen, had the potential to further enhance his abilities, and Andreas understood the importance of this decision to his destiny. As he pondered his choice, Andreas was inclined to choose the trait that synergized most with necromancy, hoping the combination would give him an advantage. After shouting the command to select a trait, Andreas saw a red menu appear in front of him, containing a huge list of various skills and character traits. The guy began to carefully study the proposed options, realizing that he had a long and careful choice to make, on which his fate in this dangerous world could depend. After examining options such as the Chinese Tao and the Way of Arms, Andreas quickly discarded them, realizing they did not serve his purposes and would not help in the fight against Karen. Deciding to focus on skills he did not yet possess, Andreas hoped to find among them the key to his salvation. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an intriguing ability, evolution, which seemed to harbor enormous potential for development and adaptation. This characteristic was a phenomenon of adaptation of living beings to achieve a more complex form of life, which could be a decisive factor. Not remembering such a feature in the original game, Andreas realized that it could help him surpass his own limits and gain the strength necessary to resist fate. Without further hesitation, the guy chose the evolution skill, feeling that further reflection would only take away precious time, which he already had little of. With the determination of a doomed man, Andreas activated his chosen trait, feeling the new power begin to pulse through his veins, changing his very essence. Suddenly his gaze darted to some distant place, as if piercing the veil of time, and he began to see images of the future that this unusual ability promised him. Images of future trials flashed before his mind, revealing the potential of his chosen trait and its influence on his fate in this cruel world. Visions of evil creatures, dead people, and the undead flashed before him, showing him a dark but possible future in which he could survive. Andreas realized that in this changed world, he had the chance not only to complete the game, but also to rewrite his destiny, avoiding the role of victim in the predetermined scenario. Glue Sheet Dormitory, a free shelter for disadvantaged students, greeted Andreas with dull gray walls, reflecting its own bleak situation. Finding himself in the body of a third-rate villain in the game, Andreas bitterly realized the depth of his weakness, feeling like a pawn in someone else's game. Necromancy remained the only trump card in his hands, so he decided to choose the evolution trait, hoping to develop his only talent to unprecedented levels. Before heading to the cemetery, Andreas decided to take a look at the laboratory, realizing that every minute counts in his desperate fight for survival. The realization of the need to become stronger as quickly as possible pierced his consciousness, for the threat did not come only from the mysterious Karen. Many other characters inhabiting this world posed a mortal danger to him, and Andreas felt like a hunted animal among predators. Upon entering the laboratory, Andreas began to leaf through the books, the contents of which made him shudder, as simply reading this knowledge threatened him with execution. Suddenly his gaze fell on something that could kill him here and now, and Andreas's heart froze in horror at the unknown threat. A red-haired woman sat in a cage in the corner of the room, and Andreas, looking at her, realized she was a vampire, realizing the danger of his situation. The vampires in this game were not afraid of sunlight and possessed powerful magic, which made them one of the most dangerous creatures in the world. Continuing to study the books, Andreas assessed their contents as knowledge capable of defeating mid-game bosses, when suddenly he heard the vampire speak to him. He turned sharply, meeting the gaze of a creature whose strength and danger made his heart beat faster with fear and excitement. Approaching the bars, the vampire with a mischievous smile asked Andreas if he would like to help her escape, her voice sounding both seductive and threatening. The night train sped across the bridge, its wheels echoing in the darkness, carrying Andreas toward the unknown. Sitting in the carriage, Andreas considered the vampire's tempting offer, unsure whether to trust this unexpected gift of fate. The vampire promised to kill Karen in exchange for freedom, and those words rang in Andreas's head like a sweet melody of temptation. She asked mysteriously if this wasn't what the guy wanted, as if she was reading his deepest thoughts and desires. Andreas understood that his behavior had long been different from the original character, and this could be the reason for such an unexpected turn of events. The vampire honestly admitted that there was no guarantee she wouldn't kill him, but immediately swore not to harm him. With a mischievous smile, she assured him of her sincerity, but these words only reinforced Andreas's suspicions. Intrigued, he tried to decide whether he could trust her, weighing the pros and cons of this risky alliance. The professor's betrayal threatened many problems. He decided he needed to learn more about vampires, hoping to find a book that would teach him how to control these dangerous creatures. The train stopped and Andreas stepped onto the platform, struggling to carry a heavy suitcase that seemed to be filled with his fears and doubts. Money would have solved a lot of things, but the guy never gained the strength, he muttered, feeling tired from the physical and emotional stress. Approaching the National Cemetery, Andreas realized that this was where magicians collected corpses for their dark experiments. At the cemetery gates, he introduced himself as Jenny's third grandson, hoping that this lie would pave the way for him to complete the task and, perhaps, change his destiny. The man behind the gate asked if Andreas had brought flowers, to which he confidently replied that he had 13 irises in his hands and was allowed to enter the cemetery without any hindrance. Walking through the cemetery, Andreas realized his memories of the place were hazy and was relieved his lie had worked. He soon noticed a man digging up corpses and complaining of severe back pain, which made Andreas shudder in disgust. The pale, red-haired man, noticing Andreas, said with relief that he had arrived at the right time, although he clearly had not expected his appearance. Pointing to the newly unearthed body, the man briefly said that this was where the knight's corpse lay, clearly wanting to finish this dark business as quickly as possible. Andreas, feeling awkward and anxious, hesitantly thanked the man, trying not to betray his excitement and disgust. Struggling to remove the heavy corpse, Andreas muttered under his breath that it was too heavy, feeling every muscle in his body tense. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he thought he needed to hurry before it got dark, but then one of the graves caught his eye. The guy realized he had seen a name written somewhere on this grave, trying to remember where he could have heard that name. A sudden realization struck him. He realized that this was the tomb of Aura Master Nickel Lifehill, becoming very surprised at his discovery. Andreas recalled that this man had devoted 10 years to studying the way of the sword, and his tomb here seemed a strange mystery. At that moment, his attention was attracted by a second man in gray robes, with a long gray beard, whose appearance added a new mystery to the already mysterious situation. Andreas's lean body, hardened by endless training, is the epitome of strength and endurance, reflecting his relentless pursuit of perfection. Dedicating his life to the art of the sword and mastering the secrets of aura, Andreas achieved incredible levels of skill, becoming a legend among warriors. Despite his incredible strength, the hero still met his end in old age, which became one of the game's most unexpected Easter eggs. Deep within Andreas's soul, curiosity about the true reason for his appearance in this world still lurked, like a riddle waiting to be solved. The secret that Nickel had become a master of unparalleled aura remained hidden from everyone in this world, like a precious stone deep within the earth. The idea of creating a Death Knight from his body seemed tempting to Andreas, promising incredible power and new possibilities. However, even the mighty Karen could not accomplish such a transformation, which only emphasized the complexity and danger of this plan. As Andreas evolves, everything can change, opening a new chapter in its incredible story and pushing the boundaries of what's possible. Therefore, choosing a body with exceptional abilities became a primary task for Andreas, on which his future and strength depended. Addressing the pale red-haired man, Andreas said Sir Paimon's name respectfully, awaiting an answer to his question. Paimon, clearly dissatisfied with Andreas's request, flatly refused, making it clear that his patience was wearing thin. Charon's lack of permission became a major obstacle for Andreas, forcing Paimon to reject his request and explain her situation. Lost in deep thought, Andreas searched for a suitable answer that could change the situation in his favor. The unexpected offer of the ring made Paimon look horrified, his gaze fixed on Andreas, filled with distrust and fear. A treasure bearing the Count's seal, capable of bringing untold riches, was hidden within this ring, opening up new opportunities for Andreas. The ancient ring, the wizard's only treasure, became the key to achieving the desired result, and Andreas readily offered it in exchange. The promise to keep the teacher's secret was Andreas's final argument, convincing his interlocutor to accept the precious gift. Andreas, pleased with the deal, reflected on the value of the deceased family ring, which, despite its history, still had considerable value. Success followed Andreas, and now the Aura Master's body was at his disposal, opening new horizons for experiments. Andreas's vision of the future began to take shape, like a prophecy about to come true. Returning home promised the beginning of intensive training in the art of necromancy, promising Andreas new strength and knowledge. The professor instructed Andreas to clean the experiment room, and he has already started the task. Irritation grew in Andreas's soul, realizing that his cleaning skills were improving faster than his magical abilities. The urge to quickly finish cleaning and start training took hold of Andreas, urging him to perform routine tasks. The traces of blood left after experiments on cadavers disappeared in Andreas's hands, restoring the room's purity. Thinking about the possibility of using the body of a master with current abilities occupied Andreas, who understood that for now his limit was only the creation of a skeleton. A sudden shout full of anger and impatience broke the silence of the laboratory, making Andreas flinch in surprise. Slowly, as if in a trance, the young man turned his head, preparing to meet his gaze with the source of that frightening voice. Surprise flashed across Andreas's face as he asked the prisoner if she had really been awake all this time. The vampire, imprisoned in a cage, remembered her promise to save Andreas's life, begging to be released from captivity. Approaching the vampire's cage, Andreas felt his heart beat faster due to a mixture of fear and curiosity. Andreas's words that he was waiting for her to speak to him sounded mysterious, as if they were part of some secret plan. A smile lit the vampire's exhausted face as she asked hopefully if he had finally decided to take this risky step. Andreas's curiosity about how Karen managed to capture the vampire was reflected in his question, which was full of genuine interest. The mention of the book she had read, which cleared up all her doubts, sounded intriguing, leaving the vampire in ignorance and confusion. The vampire's bewilderment grew with every second of Andreas's silence, his gaze only intensifying his anxiety and impatience. The emaciated figure of the vampire climbing into the cage emphasized his desperate situation and his readiness for decisive action. The vampire's death threat sounded like a last-ditch attempt to influence Andreas's decision, rushing him into making a final choice. Andreas's sudden decision to release the vampire brought an expression of profound shock and disbelief to her face, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Desperation and determination mixed in Andreas's voice as he admitted that he could no longer obey Karen. A mad glint appeared in the vampire's eyes as she demanded the restraints be removed, her voice shaking with impatience. Andreas's words about the need to swear on the family caused a look of deep shock and confusion to appear on the vampire's face. Continuing his thought, the man insisted on his promise not to kill him, his voice sounding firm and confident. The vampire's reaction confirmed the veracity of the information in the book Andreas read, strengthening his confidence. The knowledge of the inviolability of a vampire's oath gave Andreas courage in his risky plan. The girl's unexpected consent shocked the boy, making him momentarily doubt the reality of what was happening. The vampire's solemnly pronounced oath, sealed in Lucifer's name, rang out in the silence of the laboratory. The idea of how easy it would be to score a goal crossed Andreas's mind, causing a mixture of surprise and disbelief. A game window that suddenly appeared informed the guy that a special condition had been met and a specimen capable of evolving had been found. Andreas's confusion did not escape the vampire's watchful eye, who impatiently asked the reason for the delay. Before the guy's eyes appeared the choice of whether to use evolution or not, making his heart beat faster with excitement. The realization of the opportunity to test the skill before using it on Nickel filled Andreas with a mixture of joy and anxiety. The thought that the consequences of his actions would not be his problem crossed Andreas's mind, giving him determination. The girl's desperate scream accusing him of betrayal echoed through the room. The decision to use the evolution ability was made by Andreas, and he activated it. Strange and unknown sensations took over the vampire's body, making her writhe in incomprehensible pain. A heartbreaking scream burst from the girl's chest. Her hands convulsively clutched her head, as if trying to stop the unbearable torment. Horror was reflected on Andreas's face as he watched the vampire's painful transformations, unable to look away. Through the foam that covered his lips, the vampire angrily accused the guy, calling him a freak and demanding an explanation for his action. A new attack of pain made the girl scream, her hands instinctively reaching for her throat, as if trying to get something out of there. Andreas's thoughts were confused, trying to understand what had happened when he saw the vampire's lifeless body lying on the ground. Andreas's desperate plea for the vampire to pull himself together went unanswered, leaving him in the dark about the experiment's success. Having gone down to the subway to experiment, Andreas, inspired by his new knowledge, decided that he could now safely start asking for nickels. Placing Nickel's body in a bloody circle, Andreas spoke the ritual words, feeling the tension build around him. Having begun the process of summoning the skeleton, Andreas felt the air around him filled with mystical energy. Using basic necromancy, the boy concentrated a mysterious blue aura in his hands, preparing for the culmination of the ritual. Maximum concentration took hold of Andreas, every cell in his body tensed in the process of a complex ritual. The sheer amount of mana required to summon even a skeleton forced the guy to use all his magical powers. The corpse's skin began to evaporate before Andreas's eyes, leaving only whitened bones forming a skeleton. The successful activation of Skeleton Summon marked the skill's leveling, filling Andreas with a sense of pride and satisfaction. A satisfied smile lit up the boy's face as he contemplated the result of his work, admiring the creature he had created. Joy filled Andreas, who realized that his creation surpassed the class of a common skeleton, demonstrating enormous success. The state of mastery, symbolizing the pinnacle of mastery, was a clear achievement that made Andreas's heart beat faster. Reflecting on the one trait that could only be achieved through hard work, Andreas marveled at the swordsmanship the skeleton possessed in life. The skeleton's gesture, pointing its finger as if to say something, intrigued Andreas, making him cautious. Curiosity took over the man as he considered the possibility of taking the skeleton under his protection, anticipating new possibilities. The skeleton's slender fingers formed an OK gesture, giving a silent answer to Andreas's unspoken question. Andreas's words about the similarity of thoughts rang out in the silence of the laboratory, cementing the unusual union between the magician and his creation. The skeleton, holding a stick, demonstrated some kind of technique to Andreas, and the young man, watching closely, asked about the correctness of his movements. Andreas's complaint about his body cracking due to intense training expressed his physical stress and fatigue. The guy's gratitude for learning to use his body was accompanied by a comparison between the skeleton and a crazy aura master. Andreas discussed the possibility of understanding aura and switching between it and mana thanks to the special feature of the dual core. Dreams of a magical swordsman's path, gathering mana in the heart and aura in the dantian, filled Andreas with inspiration. The awareness of the complexity of the chosen path did not frighten Andreas, inspired by the example of the great Emperor Edmund. An unexpected bite from the skeleton on the arm made the guy scream in pain and bewilderment, disrupting the progress of the training. Andreas, stunned by the skeleton's action, asked again about the reason for the bite, while gesturing for him to concentrate. The surprise at the strength of the skeleton, apparently composed only of bones, was reflected in Andreas's question. The skeleton's explanation of his past special powers emphasized how easy his current training was for his body. The promise to teach Andreas how to become a man came from the lips of a skeleton immersed in memories of the past. Andreas's loud scream, which echoed throughout the school, expressed his indignation and warned the skeleton of the consequences of further blows. As he sipped tea in his room, Andreas reflected on his missed class on necromancy and nickel liberation, wondering about his growth in the field. Having opened the game menu in front of him, the guy began to carefully study the data that appeared, running his fingers through the air. Andreas was surprised to receive 2 stitches in 5 hours, which turned out to be faster than he expected. The realization that progress had slowed down after reaching the initial phase saddened the guy a little, but it did not diminish his determination. The thought that Karen hadn't called him in a long time crossed Andreas's mind, causing a mixture of relief and caution. One look at the sleeping vampire in the cage, who hadn't changed in appearance, convinced Andreas that she hadn't noticed anything. Reflections on the slowness of the evolutionary process reinforced the subject's confidence in the success of the experiment. A sudden surprise crossed Andreas's face as he exclaimed, realizing something unexpected. The discovery of a skeleton sitting beside him all this time, brandishing a sword, made the man shudder in surprise. Rubbing his eyes, Andreas addressed the skeleton, acknowledging its tirelessness as an undead being, but still expressing his surprise. The boy's loud cry over potions expressed his desire to devote all his free time to training, counting on their help. Complaints about poverty and inaccessibility of potions were accompanied by descriptions of red healing and purple regenerating potions. The idea of making potions yourself to save money was replaced by the realization of the complexity of the process and the lack of knowledge about the proportions of the ingredients. The decision to take some classes to fill in knowledge gaps seemed to Andreas the most reasonable solution to the current situation. Andreas walked into the classroom, holding the door open with his robe and bag slung over his shoulder, drawing everyone's attention. Exclamations from students about the appearance of Green in the classroom and speculation about his intentions to flirt with girls filled the room. Rising, Andreas heard discussions about his fallen family and questions about the reasons for his presence, to which he loudly declared his audience. Andreas's hacked gaze slid across the students' faces, reflecting their inner tension and alienation. Mentally summoning himself to patience and invisibility, the guy once again looked around the class with a watchful eye. Moving slowly through the audience, Andreas made his way to one of the farthest tables, trying to avoid unnecessary attention. Silence fell over the audience as they waited for the third lecture to begin, creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation. Professor Vauban's intermediate herbal medicine lessons felt identical to his in-game experience to Andreas, which left him with mixed feelings. The guy's impatience grew by the minute as he mentally begged the professor to move on to discussing the proportions of the ingredients. The professor's announcement about the transition to a method of creating a potion to strengthen the body sparked a wave of interest and attention in Andreas. The guy was surprised when he realized the discrepancy between the content of the lecture and his gaming experience, especially regarding the potion's main ingredients. Andreas's thoughts on the complexity of the intermediate potion and the large number of side effects were reflected on his face, betraying his deep interest. Raising his hand, Andreas politely asked permission to ask a question, receiving the professor's approval. The guy's question about adding hongpishi extract and moderate root came as a surprise to everyone present. The pink-haired girl showed obvious interest in Andreas's words, looking carefully in his direction. The entire class's attention turned to the boy. Many were perplexed by the need for the ingredients he mentioned. The professor, adjusting his glasses, curiously asked Andreas about the reasons for adding these components. The professor's ironic remark about making soup instead of potion caused laughter in the audience, but it didn't bother Andreas. The idea that the recipe had not yet been discovered in this world crossed the guy's mind, explaining the discrepancy in knowledge. Leaving the lecture, Andreas reflected that his knowledge surpassed the level of instruction, despite his efforts to attend class. The idea of self-study seemed increasingly attractive to Andreas after his disappointment with the lecture. The presence of someone behind him made the guy cautious, feeling more and more interested in himself. Recognizing the pink-haired girl from the lecture in the stalker, Andreas noticed her embarrassed look. In the Earth Academy lab, Andreas studied the test tubes closely, preparing for the next experiment. The attempt to create a potion failed, causing disappointment and annoyance to the boy. Watching the bubbling black smoke, Andreas noted with annoyance yet another failure, without losing, however, his determination to continue. Despite knowing the recipe, Andreas was aware of the need for a reliable method to create the potion and the high cost of materials, which threatened to ruin him. The idea of help crossed the guy's mind, but he immediately rejected it, considering it impossible that anyone would want to help someone like him. An unexpected knock on the door and a curious peek interrupted Andreas's thoughts. A pink-haired girl timidly looked into the room, opening the door a little and meeting the boy's gaze. Entering the room, she announced her guess as to Andreas's whereabouts, causing him great surprise. Nervousness took over the guy when he realized the presence of the game character in reality. Andreas recognized the girl as Lucia Everlast, a talented potion maker and one of the game's main characters. The perplexity about the reasons for his appearance here was mixed with the realization that intimacy between them was impossible. Lucia noticed the smell of smoke, evidence of Andreas's many failed attempts at creating potions. The guy evasively answered the girl's question about his activities, calling it a secret. Internally, Andreas complained about the time lost in classes and the new problem in the person of Lucia. Continuing with his business, the guy ignored the girl's presence, which caused him slight irritation. Lucia's comment about Andreas's rudeness satisfied the boy's hope for a quick exit. The girl's words about her reluctance to take initiative, however, interested Andreas, forcing him to listen. Leaning over the table, Lucia unexpectedly invited Andreas to study together, taking him by surprise with the proposal. The pink-haired girl, bowing gracefully with a mischievous smile, asked Andreas if this idea seemed very intriguing and promising to him. Deep down, Andreas Cromwell understood that refusing such a tempting offer would be extremely unwise and even disastrous for his future plans. The mediocre and long-haired man, after composing himself, decided to clarify the true motives of his interlocutor, trying to unravel her mysterious intentions. Lucia Everlast, raising an eyebrow in surprise, asked if her desire to find a research partner seemed so strange and unusual to her. The pink-haired sorceress, smiling, admitted that the only reward she wishes to receive is sincere gratitude and recognition of her merits. With undisguised enthusiasm, Lucia shared her impatience in anticipation of creating a unique potion, previously unknown in this mysterious world. Andreas, immersed in memories, remembered his unsuccessful attempts to independently prepare this mysterious and complex potion that Lucia was talking about. The real reason for Lucia's excellent potion skills was not her innate talent, but a fatal illness that pushed her onto the path of knowledge. Even the most eminent doctors and experienced pharmacists were powerless against her illness, forcing the girl to immerse herself in the independent study of alchemy and potions. This mysterious disease, seemingly out of nowhere, was a product of the mysterious system that controls this fantasy world. Andreas realized that only those who completed the game to the end could find a cure for this mysterious disease that tormented Lucia. The mediocre magician couldn't help but admit how lucky he was to meet such an intelligent and talented girl, as the last thing he wanted was for his true essence as a black magician to be revealed. Lucia seemed to have caught snippets of conversation during class and, driven by curiosity and interest, decided to immediately meet with Andreas to discuss what she had heard. Lost in thought, Andreas realized that a connection with Lucia could result in the collapse of all his plans, so he decided to reject her proposal, claiming lack of interest. Suddenly, Lucia uttered a mysterious phrase about peony mushrooms, which surprised and intrigued Andreas incredibly, making him cautious and alert. The pink-haired potion maker explained that although Andreas hadn't mentioned this ingredient in class, it definitely needed to be added to the potion to achieve the desired effect. With enthusiasm in her voice, Lucia suggested that adding this ingredient now could be the key to successfully creating the mysterious potion. Andreas, without hiding his irritation, accused the girl of selfish intentions, suggesting that she, being a rich woman, would only use him and abandon him once she achieved her goal. Lucia, without losing her composure, decided to give Andreas time to think, confident that he would soon change his mind and agree to cooperate. Watching Lucia's retreating figure, Andreas mentally protested that his decision would remain unchanged, despite her belief to the contrary. The mediocre magician understood that even without being distracted by extraneous factors, the risks of cooperating with Lucia would still be great and unpredictable. Andreas was confident that he could independently find the necessary proportions for the potion, realizing that the main problem remained only the lack of financial resources. Lost in thought, the guy came to the conclusion that the main task was to find a way to earn the amount needed for the experiments. Andreas Cromwell thought hard, trying to find something that could be used to achieve his goal and replenish his wallet. The mediocre and lame mage continued to train diligently, improving his skills in controlling the skeleton he had previously summoned, hoping to gain some benefit from this skill. Andreas, turning to the summoned skeleton, noted with surprise its ability to sense any distraction and loss of concentration from its master. After exhausting training, the mediocre magician decided to carefully consider his situation, racking his brains over ways to earn some much-needed cash. The only thought that came to Andreas's mind was to beg his sister for financial help, because she had recently written about how much she missed him. The man wondered if old Andreas would actually act in a similar way, using family feelings for selfish ends. Having rejected this idea, Cromwell realized that, however desperate his situation, it was unacceptable to raise money in such a lowly way. Suddenly, someone noticed Andreas as he walked near the academic building, lost in thought. A certain graceful girl with long black hair, noticing him, wondered with surprise if this was really the same Andreas Cromwell. She noticed with disbelief that Andreas was walking with a book in his hands, as if he had decided to radically change and follow the path of correction. However, the girl was certain that even though he had changed externally, his rotten essence remained the same, incapable of true rebirth. At that moment, Andreas suddenly realized that he had forgotten something extremely important that could seriously affect his position. It turns out that this dark-haired girl is none other than Dina Alvin, a brilliant sorceress and another dangerous character in the academy, who could easily take your life. Andreas remembered that they were close as children, and now, if he decides to talk to her, she will probably want to kill him for all the terrible things he has done. Andreas grimly reflected that at least his sudden death at Diana's hands would not raise too many suspicions, given his past mistakes. After weighing all his options, the mediocre magician came to the conclusion that asking his sister for financial help was indeed the best solution in his current situation. Wasting no time, Andreas went to the capital Rodlin, known for its beauty and luxury, hoping to meet his sister. Wandering around the elegant premises, the guy muttered to himself that the right place must be somewhere nearby. Suddenly there was a cry of joy, happy that he had come. Andreas's sister exclaimed that she had sent him many letters, but had not received a single reply. Andreas, turning to his sister, explained his need for part-time work, surprised that Amy, being a lady from a count's family, was doing such a thing. The younger sister, smiling, replied that this was not at all like him, but in any case, Andreas was not to blame for the current situation. The guy sat, hunched over and nervous, drinking something his sister offered and trying to organize his thoughts. Ami, noticing the tense expression on her brother's face, asked if he needed money again, shrewdly guessing the reason for his visit. Handing the envelope to Andreas, the sister explained that she had anticipated a similar situation and had prepared the necessary amount in advance. Ami carefully asked his brother not to waste the money, hoping he would use it wisely. Andreas, sincerely thanking his sister, promised to pay the debt, which incredibly surprised the girl who was not used to such responsibility on her part. Suddenly, Ami asked about Andreas's ring, which left the guy in a state of genuine shock and confusion. Trying to leave, Andreas lied that he took off the ring so as not to lose it, to which his sister asked doubtfully if he really cared so much about the family heirloom. Realizing the impossibility of admitting the truth, the boy only aggravated the suspicions of his alarmed sister, who persistently asked if he had committed something irreparable. Ami, sensing there was something left unsaid, demanded a direct answer from her brother, not allowing him to dodge or let things slide. Andreas, stammering and pausing for long moments, barely uttered words of sincere regret, realizing the pain he had caused his sister. Ami, unable to contain her emotions, abruptly got up from the table and demanded that her brother leave the house immediately, not wanting to see him again. Turning around, she angrily told him not to come back and not even think about returning the money, to which Andreas anxiously tried to stop her. Screaming after his sister left, the guy swore that he would definitely return the ring, desperately trying to make amends. Ami, not wanting to hear her brother's excuses, left the room, leaving Andreas alone with his thoughts about how precious this relic was to his sister. The first time he saw his sister so angry, the guy felt the full weight of her offense, feeling incredibly awful. Andreas firmly decided that he must return the ring as soon as possible, understanding how important it was for restoring relations with his sister. Immersed in philosophical reflection, the guy thought about the meaning of life if he simply existed, without trying to correct his mistakes. Recalling the tragedy of which he was the sole survivor, Andreas realized the value of family ties and the importance of atonement. Having made his final decision, Andreas realized that he had to return the ring at any cost and was ready to accept Lucia's offer, despite all the risks. Lucia's sonorous voice broke the silence of the room, calling Andreas to stand up and stretch, scolding him for a week of inactivity and comparing him to a recluse, adding that only people lead such a lifestyle. Andreas, irritated, noticed that while he was working hard, Lucia herself was also not showing much activity, preferring rest to work. The mediocre magician admitted that devoting all his free time to research and training drains him greatly, depriving him of strength and energy. Andreas's gaze fell on Lucia, who was sleeping carelessly on the sofa, which only increased his irritation and feeling of injustice. Unable to contain himself, the boy asked irritably why it seemed to him that he was the only one who actually worked, to which Lucia replied lazily, attributing it all to her rich imagination. Noting in his mind that the girl was constantly irritating him, Andreas suggested that she occupy herself instead of lying in bed. Unexpectedly, Lucia gave good advice to reduce the amount of grass and add some tree essence, to which Andreas, to his surprise, agreed, recognizing the wisdom of the proposal. Lucia's incredible intuition often became the key to solving difficult problems, leading Andreas to admit that working with her was indeed a good idea. Concentratedly pouring the red liquid into the main vial, the man watched as the surface of the potion began to become covered with small bubbles, heralding the success of the experiment. Carefully picking up the dropper, Andreas collected a small amount of the resulting potion, preparing for the next step in the alchemical process. With the utmost care, he began to pour the contents of the pipette, drop by drop, into another vial, carefully monitoring the reaction and the color change of the liquid. Suddenly, drops of the potion caused a violent reaction. The entire mixture in the vial began to swirl, emitting a mysterious purple smoke. A game window appeared before Andreas's eyes, informing him of the successful production of a potion that strengthened the body, which caused him a wave of joy and inspiration. Hearing Andreas's exclamation, Lucia anxiously asked if she had failed again, preparing to console her upset companion. The boy, without hiding his joy, hurried to please Lucia, informing her of the long-awaited success of their joint effort. Andreas realized with surprise that he had received a new talent, immersed in thoughts about the meaning of this unexpected acquisition. Realizing that it was possible to develop talents if certain conditions were met, opened new perspectives for Andreas, forcing him to think about the potential of his abilities. The guy noticed that the success rate was only 32%, which was even lower than with the evolution of the mysterious vampire he remembered. Amazed by the lack of side effects, Andreas decided it was time to decide on the next steps and the use of the resulting potion. Lucia suggested submitting the application to the potion's evaluation committee, highlighting the possibility of using her creation daily. Andreas, tired, asked Lucia to do it herself, arguing that he had already done all the dirty work. The girl reluctantly agreed, promising to take care of it despite her busy schedule. The guy couldn't resist exclaiming, reminding Lucia that all this time she was lying there and playing without actively participating in the work. Andreas's thoughts returned to the evolving vampire, noting that there were still 14 days left in the process, which added intrigue to his already busy life. The vampire, lying in agony, tried to understand what was happening to her, why her whole body was wasting away in unbearable pain caused by the mysterious process of evolution. A voice coming from the train's loudspeaker asked students to gather in one place upon reaching the midterm exam station for an explanation of the rules. Andreas, lost in thought, assumed that the first part of the exam would not be particularly difficult for Lucia, given her excellent skills. The guy remembered that the final part of the test would take place in a mysterious magic tower, which added excitement and intrigue. Recalling his diligent training, Andreas noticed a significant improvement in his swordsmanship and necromancy skills, which gave him confidence. He identified passing this intermediate exam as his main objective, understanding its importance for continuing education. Andreas's thoughts returned to the vampire whose evolution was about to end, remembering to check on his condition. The guy was thinking about the possibility of finding a suitable excuse to escape and personally verify the results of the mysterious transformation. Nearby, Andreas noticed a conversation between Deanna and a blonde, discussing possible topics for the upcoming midterms. The blonde suggested that the tasks and team composition be formed randomly, noting that if everything went well, the exam could end up being quite simple. Deanna, without losing confidence, said that it doesn't matter to her who is on her team, as she will face any situation. The blonde, lowering her voice to a whisper, began to explain that in fact, not everything is as simple as it may seem at first glance. The blonde, pointing her finger at Andreas, asked Deanna what she would do if she ended up in the same group as him, hinting at possible difficulties. Andreas, with a serious look, without giving any indication of having heard the conversation, carefully put the book away in his briefcase, preparing for his arrival. Deanna, taken aback by the question, hesitated, not knowing what to answer, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. The professor's voice announced his arrival at the Orkland training station a minute later, breaking the tense atmosphere among the students. The teacher ordered all the students to exit the train in preparation for the start of the exam tests. Students dressed in matching tunics began to file off the train, creating a striking image of unity and readiness for challenge. The teacher reminded the midterm exam rules, emphasizing the random distribution of students and the variety of tasks for each class. It was announced that each group would consist of 3 students, 2 from the warrior department, 1 from the magic department, and 1 observer. The students were informed that they had until Monday to complete the work, after which the teacher wished good luck to all participants. As the group announcements began, Andreas felt a growing excitement, realizing the importance of the upcoming test. The guy mentally noted that there were many villains in the academy besides him and Karen, and luckily, 2 of them ended up in his group. Andreas realized with alarm that his team included the player's first enemy, the bodybuilder Khazar Gapri, and the madwoman Vivian, foreshadowing difficult trials. Andreas, depressed by the current situation, reflected somberly on his unenviable luck, which seemed even worse than the character of his in-game character. Suddenly, someone turned to the guy, forcing him to turn around, distracting him from his dark thoughts. In front of him was a blue-haired young man who introduced himself as Christopher, saying that they were in the same group. Christopher, without hiding his hostility, warned Andreas to stay away, despite the fact that he was clearly training hard. The other members of the group tried to greet the blue-haired boy, but he just gave them a look of contempt, without hiding his disgust. One of the group members, observing what was happening, noticed that they didn't seem to be the most sociable people. The green-haired girl, who introduced herself as Vivan, greeted the others, confirming her reputation as crazy. The blue-haired guy, unable to contain himself, began to get indignant, asking who they were to communicate with him. Andreas, upon hearing these arguments, cursed mentally, considering them idiots and wanting to end the useless arguments. Suddenly, the guy realized that these people were far from the only problems in his group, foreseeing even greater difficulties. The team's observer was Ivy Clare, a stout Yankee woman who stood off to the side, casually smoking a cigarette. Andreas realized with horror that they had received perhaps the worst possible composition, which did not bode well. The teacher announced that as soon as all the group members had gathered, they could go and receive the assignment, thus beginning the tests. The teacher admonished the group, encouraging them to try, and Andreas realized with regret how difficult it would be to work with such a group. The train started moving again, and someone in the group suggested starting friendships, trying to calm the tense atmosphere. The Yankee observer introduced herself as Ivy Clare, assigned to the ninth group, her tone not expressing much enthusiasm. Ivy took out the assignment sheet, showing it to the students and encouraging them to read the content carefully. Showing complete indifference, the observer asked if the group had any further questions. Andreas mentally noted that Ivy actually turned out to be much more aggressive than her in-game image, which didn't bode well. The guy remembered that besides the information that she would become the youngest Aura Master, practically nothing was known about her. Andreas considered Ivy's extraordinary abilities, but her personality raised many questions and concerns in him. The observer, smiling, asked if it was true that Andreas was trying to imitate the knights she had heard about. With clear contempt, Ivy asked if a pathetic wizard like him could do push-ups, insinuating his physical weakness. Andreas couldn't help but reply that he didn't want to hear that from someone who had to chew beef jerky to look cool, showing his willingness to fight back. The observer responded sharply, reminding her of the smoking ban, and asked menacingly if Andreas wanted her to chew him, to which the guy mentally prayed for his speedy arrival. Finally, the group reached the castle defense, gradually approaching the imposing structure. A blonde baron named Boleric greeted the newcomers, noting that they had come a long way. The baron, seated at the table opposite the observer, announced his intention to update them, mentioning some stain on his reputation. He began the story of the lord of the village of Trim, his nephew, who was a baronet without a surname, gradually revealing the details of the situation. Having finished his story, the baron noted that this is all the information he has at the moment. Observer Ivy Clare briefly thanked the baron for the information provided, maintaining her usual calm. Suddenly a servant approached the baron, bowed respectfully, and addressed him, calling him his lord. The servant began to say something about the young master, attracting the attention of everyone present. Andreas watched closely what was happening, trying to capture the essence of the conversation between the baron and the servant. The guy's gaze was focused as much as possible on those two, trying not to miss any detail of their interaction. After the butler's words, the baron fell into deep thought, absent-mindedly tugging at his beard. Rising suddenly, the baron excused himself, citing urgent matters, and left the room, wishing everyone good luck in completing the task. The butler, apologizing for his rudeness, said that the young master was not feeling well, explaining the baron's sudden departure. Ivy Clare calmly replied that they had received all the necessary information and would soon leave the castle. Andreas noticed that the butler was staring at him, which caused a vague concern in the boy. Leaving the castle defense, the observer turned to the blue-haired boy, praising him for taking care of the equipment. Ivy noted thoughtfully that the baron was far too calm for a man whose nephew had disappeared, adding that the whole situation was awful. Turning to Andreas, she asked if that was why he insisted on leaving immediately, to which he confirmed that the whole situation seemed extremely suspicious. Andreas noted that the part of the story about the disappearance of the people sent to investigate the case seemed especially strange, suggesting that the entire story might be made up. The guy also pointed out that sending only one group a whole month after the incident seems unusual. However, the strangest thing, according to Andreas, was the butler's behavior. The butler persistently suggested that they spend the night at the castle and leave the next day, which aroused additional suspicion. The group politely declined the offer, citing the urgency of the task and thanking them for their concern. The butler, clearly irritated by the refusal, dryly observed that work apparently came first. Andreas noticed how, after refusing to spend the night, the butler's gaze changed, as if some of his plans had failed. The man noticed clear signs of anxiety in the butler, tremors, rapid breathing, and strange behavior, which only reinforced his suspicions. Andreas summarized his observations, confidently concluding that the castle's inhabitants were clearly hiding something. The group decided to head immediately to the village of Trim, boarding a carriage in preparation for the next investigation. The horses harnessed to the carriage advanced at incredible speed, taking them away from the mysterious castle. Along the way, they discussed finding overnight accommodations upon arrival, but observer Ivy insisted that the investigation should take priority. Ivy suggested starting with the owner's castle, considering it the most logical first step. Suddenly, Andreas felt something wrong, instinctively grabbing the pin on his cloak. The man realized with alarm that his mana suddenly began to tremble, which was an extremely unusual phenomenon. As he approached the village, the mana tremor became stronger and more intense, causing Andreas to wonder what was happening. Suddenly, the entire team was startled by a sudden and frightening sight, causing them to scream in surprise and horror. They shouted to the coachman, demanding that he stop immediately, realizing the growing danger. The blue-haired boy, with undisguised fear on his face, tried to get the coachman's attention, sensing the approach of something terrible. To their horror, they saw that the coachman seemed to have gone mad, foaming at the mouth, and the horses were behaving in an equally wild and uncontrollable manner. The carriage was moving at an abnormal and frightening speed, threatening the lives of all the passengers and leaving them no chance of salvation. The whole group screamed in panic, not understanding what was happening to the coachman and how they could escape this situation. Ivy, realizing the gravity of the situation, decisively broke open the carriage window, trying to find a way out of the death trap. Due to the incredible speed, the carriage began to collapse, threatening the lives of the passengers. The observer realized with horror that the curse had already taken effect, and there was no time to prevent it. She shouted for everyone to brace for the inevitable impact, realizing that the disaster could not be avoided. Ivy warned that they were about to knock on the main gate, preparing the group for the worst. The horses, having lost control, turned, dragging the carriage with them in a terrible rotation. Finally, the carriage, having lost speed, crashed into the gate with a deafening crash, frozen in an unnatural position. The coachman lay unconscious on the ground, the victim of strange circumstances. The villagers crowded around him, moving in a strange, unnatural dance, as if obeying someone's ill will. 3 full moons illuminated this mysterious scene, and all the inhabitants seemed to dance under its sinister influence. The group, amazed by what they saw, cautiously observed what was happening, trying to understand the situation. Getting up after the fall, they looked around carefully, trying to understand the scale of what was happening. Their eyes were drawn to these strangely dancing people, whose movements seemed to cause them pain, but they could not stop. The blue-haired man turned to Andreas, demanding an explanation of what was happening, relying on his knowledge as a witcher. Andreas, deep in thought, suddenly realized the true nature of what was happening, realizing that it wasn't just a tremor of mana. With horror, he realized that such a mana reaction could only mean one thing. Dark magic was involved, which explained the strangeness of what was happening. The villagers, stricken with a strange disease, foamed at the mouth as they continued their tiresome dance, defying all logic and common sense. Suddenly, one of the unfortunates was grabbed and pressed against the cold asphalt, stopping his endless movement in this crazy round dance of curse. Vivian, a green-haired girl, held the captured one tightly, while the rest of the team watched closely. Surprise appeared on Vivian's face as she realized that the strength with which the captive was resisting was clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary child. The dancer's feet, covered in bloody calluses, showed continuous movement, confirming Andreas's hunch about the nature of this terrible curse. The understanding of the connection between their mission and this mysterious curse began to dawn on the team members, opening up new horizons for investigation. Andreas, analyzing the situation, noted that the owner's disappearance a month ago and the survival of the residents indicate someone's secret sponsorship. Christophs, a young man with blue hair, looked at Andreas in surprise, impressed by the depth of his conclusions and insight. The observation center, after assessing the current situation, admitted that the team found itself involved in an extremely confusing and unpredictable case. Deep down, Makoto Kaneshiro, hidden behind the image of Andreas, thought that his character should not have died at this stage of the game. The idea that accepting the butler's offer and remaining in the castle would allow the Baron to hide the evidence crossed the staff members' minds. However, his immediate departure for the village changed the course of events, opening new and unexplored paths for the plot and complicating his mission. Andreas, assessing the scale of the danger, mentally compared the enemy's strength with Karen's level, realizing the gravity of the situation they found themselves in. The ability to cast a spell on such a large scale seemed extremely unusual, causing the team to question the nature of the forces they were about to face. A sudden insight came to Andreas. The idea of his enemy's possible possession of the artifact gave rise to new questions and fears. Noticing the change in Andreas's expression, the rest of the team turned to him with curiosity and concern, trying to understand the reason for his surprise. Andreas, containing his assumptions, suggested that they first inspect the feudal lord's house to gather more information before drawing conclusions. As they approached the house, the team was horrified to discover 3 burning corpses on either side of the fence, which only added to the oppressive atmosphere of what was happening. Wasting no time on ceremony, they decisively broke down the castle doors, preparing for whatever surprises awaited them inside. Upon entering, they found themselves in a dusty room, where it seemed as if time had stopped, preserving traces of the tragic events. Looking around carefully, the team members tried not to miss any details that might shed light on what happened here. The castle hall was a horrific sight. Lifeless bodies lay everywhere, creating the image of a mass tragedy. All the dead had the same facial expression, mouths slightly open, white eyes that resembled signs of anger, which suggested a single source of death. Christoph's, a blue-haired guy, suddenly noticed something that caught his attention and caused him obvious surprise. Expressing his hunch, Christoph's asked the team if the dead men's clothes belonged to Imperial investigators, which could explain their presence here. Andreas, after assessing the condition of the bodies, concluded that considerable time had passed since death, which complicated the investigation. Realizing the scale of the problem, Andreas suggested that they might not be able to solve the problem alone. Outside help was needed. Analyzing what he saw, Andreas was inclined to believe that behind all this was the work of a dark magician with incredible power. He theorized that someone amplified the emotions of the people contained, converting their magical power into a powerful energy source for their dark purposes. Ivy Clare, an observer, reminded the team that dark magician's power comes from light emotions, which confirmed Andreas's theory. It has been suggested that the owner was likely killed for interfering with the attacker's plans, which explained his disappearance. Christoph's noticed the burning bodies at the entrance, suggesting that this might be part of some kind of black magic ritual. Ivy Clare emphasized the importance of capturing the criminals to uncover the whole truth, urging the team to take further action. Deciding to explore the property thoroughly, the team split up and went in search of clues, hoping to find a clue to this dark mystery. Reunited, the team members were disappointed to find nothing significant, not even the owner's body, which only deepened the mystery. Vivian, a green-haired girl, suddenly called Hazar, asking him to come see something outside the castle. What they saw shocked Andreas deeply, making his heart beat faster in surprise and anxiety. A frightening image appeared before his eyes. Countless people were approaching the castle, clearly under the influence of dark magic. Andreas instantly realized that the black magician had acted, and now they would have to face the consequences of his sinister plans. Wide-eyed people approached the castle, and the team, overcome with anxiety, feverishly thought about their future actions. Andreas suggested that they had been sighted, as if someone was waiting for them to appear on the property, which added to the feeling of being trapped. In desperation, the students turned to their supervisor, Ivy Clare, for advice and guidance in this critical situation. Ivy, assessing the danger, ordered the search to cease and retreat, instructing Khazar to find a safe route for the team to evacuate. Khazar immediately began looking for a way to escape, realizing that the lives of all members of the group depended on his actions. Suddenly, during his search, Khazar found something so shocking that it made him freeze in place. To the horror of the staff, a multitude of animated corpses began to enter the building through the windows, turning the castle into a true nightmare. Reaching the second floor, these terrible creatures began to attack Khazar, surrounding him on all sides and blocking his path to retreat. Christophe, without hesitating for a second, rushed to Khazar's aid, realizing that every second could cost his comrade's life. Upon reaching Khazar, Christophe attempted to drag him to safety, while simultaneously creating a barrier between them and the advancing monsters. Christophe, aware of the importance of each member of the team, loudly asked the others to protect his wizard, realizing his fundamental role in their survival. He declared his intention to remain at the forefront, willing to sacrifice himself for the safety of his comrades and the success of the mission. Suddenly, Christopher's pupils constricted and his face contorted in shock as he saw something that completely changed his understanding of what was happening. Just as Christopher was speaking, strange people came too close, and suddenly there was a powerful explosion, the origin of which remained unknown. Christopher was thrown back by the force of the explosion, his body flying limply through the air before crashing to the ground. Andreas, stunned by what was happening, froze in complete shock, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Christopher's face was covered in blood, which caused Andreas even greater horror and concern for his companion's life. The team screamed in panic, trying to help Christopher. Their voices echoed throughout the castle, the blue-haired guy's name, answering. The team heard Ivy's warning about the new wave. Ivy, carrying Andreas, led the retreat, ordering Vivian to jump out the window, realizing that this was the only path to salvation. Strange people, as if possessed, kept advancing, trying to reach the team at any cost. Ivy, with Andreas on her back, jumped out the window with determination, realizing that every second counted. Landing on the ground, Ivy tried to soften the blow for Andreas, risking her own safety. She loudly ordered the others to run as fast as possible, knowing that their lives depended on the speed of their retreat. Having regained his wits, Andreas remembered his recent operation, realizing how inopportune his weakened state had been. Gathering all the remaining aura, Andreas began casting spells, using glide magic to speed the team's retreat. After the landslide, Andreas used an earth shield, creating additional protection for the team against their pursuers. Ivy warned Andreas against reckless use of magic, reminding him of the possibility of tracking the dark mage. Andreas, after assessing the situation, confidently stated that he could accomplish this task right now, despite his condition. He explained that thanks to the good rest, he had accumulated enough mana to easily detect the source of the dark magic. Concentrating, Andreas cast a mana detection spell, hoping to find the black mage's trail. The magical scan covered a wide area, analyzing every echo of magical energy in the area. Suddenly, Andreas felt a surge of adrenaline, discovering the location of the black mage, opening up new opportunities for counterattack. Andreas quickly oriented himself and informed the group that the source of the problem was in the house at 9 o'clock, about 100 meters away, adding that everything was done well. Without wasting a second, the entire group ran in the direction Andreas had indicated, hoping to catch the culprit by surprise. As they ran towards their goal, a strange male figure in the window watched them, clearly worried about their approach. The man with the scary white mask looked unhappy, realizing he had not gone unnoticed. In the tense silence, Ivy Claire decisively broke down the front door, preparing for a confrontation. The observer confidently stated that they seemed to be on the right track and that this was probably where the black magician was hiding. The rest of the group didn't have time to follow Ivy when suddenly a strange pink glow appeared at the door, shocking them. With horror, they realized they had fallen into a cleverly laid trap. Ivy, trying to investigate the strange red glow, admitted with annoyance that they had been cleverly deceived. Suddenly, a zombie appeared behind the observer, heading towards her and leaving the girl in a state of deep shock. The zombie moaned pitifully in unbearable pain, adding to the horror of the situation. Turning around and seeing this impossible sight, Ivy was deeply shocked, unable to believe what she was seeing. Andreas, trying to use his magical power to remove the trap, realized with despair that his abilities were absolutely powerless here. Suddenly, Andreas heard the phrase, "What a pity," which caused him great surprise and made him think. These words echoed in his head, repeating like a mantra, "What a shame, like a moth flying to a flame." Turning around, the guy watched in horror as a strange purple dome began to form over the city. This mysterious dome grew rapidly, completely covering the entire city from above. Andreas froze in complete shock, witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time in his life. The words that there was no need to rush, to bow to the full will of God in Lena's name, reached his ears, making him wonder if it was really that same Lena. The guy was thinking deeply, trying to understand why this name came up now. He remembered the name of the game The Great Sin, where, starting with Lena, 7 mortal players split off from the main body of the Apocalypse Codex. Andreas realized that by collecting them all, he could summon the game's final boss. Realizing the importance of these items to the plot, the guy fell into deep thought, not noticing the zombies approaching him. Fortunately, other members of the group noticed the danger in time and quickly eliminated the zombies that intended to attack the thoughtful Andreas. The guy was thinking how strange it was that in this small village a name associated with Lena appeared, which was not even mentioned in the main plot. Andreas realized that he could not solve this mystery alone and decided that it was necessary to join forces with the rest of the group. A sinister crowd of strange, zombie-like people approached inexorably, their lifeless eyes burning with a mysterious fire and their hands reaching out to the living, thirsting for fresh flesh. Vivian, an emerald-haired girl, rushed towards her former companions as if possessed, brandishing a sharp blade and slicing through the air with frightening precision. Vivian's face was spattered with blood, and madness danced in her eyes as she screamed curses furiously, calling down death on the heads of those around her. Andreas, confused and worried, approached Khazar, his teammate, to find out the reason for Vivian's strange behavior. Khazar, not hiding his surprise at Andreas's sudden appearance, exhaled a sigh of relief, admitting that he had never seen Vivian in such a state before. Andreas, nodding grimly, shared his suspicions regarding the mysterious music library, which he had distrusted from the beginning. Despite his reluctance to leave his companions in trouble, Andreas decided to follow the situation, hoping to unravel the mystery of what was happening and save his friends. Khazar told about the unfortunate situation. The observer was trapped inside the barrier, and now the team found themselves in an extremely difficult situation. Suddenly, Andreas heard Lena's mysterious voice again, repeating words of regret, which made the guy tremble, and disturbing thoughts began to swirl in his head. The mysterious voice continued to broadcast, accusing Andreas of killing defenseless villagers, to which the young man mentally objected, suspecting the machinations of a black magician. Andreas, analyzing the situation, suggested that the sinister mage was likely located near Ivy's Watcher, weaving his dark spell. Khazar, realizing the danger Ivy faced, decisively declared his intention to go after her, instructing Andreas to take care of the rest of the team. Andreas, watching Khazar, mentally noted the obviousness of his intentions, but admitted that this was still better than getting a knife in the back from a traitor. Vivian, overcome with uncontrollable rage, continued her merciless battle against the strange creatures, her blade slicing relentlessly through the air, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Andreas, watching what was happening, reflected darkly on the betrayal of the black magician who had driven Vivian mad, realizing that any mistake could cost him his life. The girl, as if possessed by demons, waved her arms in different directions, her movements chaotic and unpredictable, like a puppet in the hands of a mad puppeteer. Andreas's face contorted in shock as he realized Vivian wouldn't be able to escape the impending danger, his heart stopping in anticipation of the inevitable. However, contrary to all expectations, Vivian displayed incredible dexterity, cutting through the crowd of monsters at lightning speed with a powerful swing of her sword. Andreas froze in utter astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. Vivian not only dodged the attack, but also executed a brilliant counterattack, demonstrating incredible skill. Andreas realized bitterly that the senseless bloodshed was nothing more than a shameful waste of valuable resources, and the thought weighed heavily on his heart. Suddenly, Andreas felt someone watching him, and turning around, he noticed a man in a white mask on the roof, who seemed to have been watching them the whole time. Noticing the mysterious figure, Andreas smiled mentally, thinking that now was the right time for the main boss to appear, as if it were some kind of science fiction novel. The masked man, as if reading Andreas's thoughts, spoke, his voice calm and confident. He noticed the young man's extraordinary composure in such a tense situation. The stranger, in an act of unexpected generosity, offered Andreas the opportunity to undergo some kind of test, extending his hand in recognition of his growing potential and strength. The ground beneath Andreas's feet seemed to tremble as he realized the seriousness of the proposal, his mind feverishly contemplating the possible consequences of this unexpected turn of events. Internally angry, Andreas cursed mentally, realizing that his initial calculations had proved incorrect and the situation had taken a completely unpredictable turn. An unknown force suddenly lifted Andreas off the ground, making him aware of his carelessness and vulnerability in the face of an unknown threat. The young man's face froze in mute astonishment, the words stuck in his throat, unable to express the shock that gripped him at what was happening. Horror gripped Andreas as he realized his skin and body began to dissolve, as if consumed by an invisible flame, disintegrating into tiny particles. Andreas's body, undergoing a strange transformation, began to emit a mysterious purple aura, giving him an almost supernatural appearance. Anxious thoughts swirled through Andreas's head. He desperately tried to understand the nature of the changes happening to him. Looking at his hands, Andreas was surprised to find military gloves on them, and a dark hunch about the curse pierced his mind. Suddenly aware that he was in military uniform, Andreas thought with alarm that all the preceding events could only be a bizarre dream. The young soldier, who turned out to be Andreas, sat hidden behind some objects as a chaos of explosions and debris flew around him. Looking cautiously out of his shelter, Andreas desperately tried to find at least someone in this hell, hoping for salvation or help. Holding his wounded head, from which blood was pouring, Andreas painfully tried to remember where his comrades were and what had happened. Gathering his last strength, the young man decided to leave hiding and go in search of survivors, hoping to find answers to the questions that tormented him. Suddenly, Andreas's gaze fell on something terrifying. His pupils contracted in shock, and his body froze in a trance. Amidst the raging flames, Andreas saw a strange human figure, whose presence seemed to violate all laws of reality and common sense. The stranger, engulfed in flames, screamed desperately at Makoto, begging him to run for his life, his voice filled with horror and worry. At that moment, Makoto realized with horror that the screaming man was probably his comrade Shuhei, who was in mortal danger. Ignoring Shuhei's warning, Makoto, driven by a sense of duty and friendship, rushed to his aid without a thought for his own safety. Upon reaching his friend, Makoto was horrified to discover that Shuhei had no arms and his head was severely damaged. He desperately called out his name, hoping for an answer. Overcome with panic and despair, Makoto screamed, cursing fate and not wanting to believe in his friend's death. His heart was broken with pain and sadness. Suddenly, as Makoto tried to bring Shuhei back to his senses, the surrounding image began to change, and half of his friend's face transformed, taking on the features of some kind of magician. Makoto, still holding his changed body, tried to understand confusedly who was really in front of him, his mind refusing to accept what was happening. The mysterious figure handed the ring to Andreas, solemnly declaring that possession of this artifact would make him the true lord of his family, giving him great responsibility. From now on, Andreas will no longer need to waste time caring for his father, freeing him up for more important matters and responsibilities. The stranger sincerely wished Andreas happiness with his new family, his voice full of hope and affection. Shuhei's vision dissolved completely, leaving Andreas desperately trying to reach the disappearing image, his hand slashing helplessly through the air. The masked man watched enigmatically, his mind frantically trying to make sense of the incredible events unfolding before him. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a massive accumulation of blue necromagic, concentrating in one point in space, emitting an ominous glow. From the mysterious mirror where Andreas was apparently trapped, his hand suddenly erupted, breaking the barrier between the worlds. The mirror began to become covered in cracks under the influence of the colossal pressure of magical energy, threatening to collapse. A powerful explosion shook the space, and Andreas, having overcome all obstacles, broke free, alive and full of determination. The masked man, amazed by what he saw, mentally asked himself how Andreas managed to weaken the curse of sloth, which was considered insurmountable. Andreas stood in tense anticipation, ready for any turn of events, his body radiating determination and strength. The man activated the game window in front of him, declaring his disgust for the curse, calling it nothing more than an illusion that hides human injuries. Andreas continued his speech, claiming that the curse's failure lay in the weak skills of the one who cast it, making the masked man laugh. The stranger drew a black dagger, shrouded in sinister dark energy, his intentions clearly hostile. The masked man wasted no time in trying to attack Andreas with this mystical weapon full of destructive power. Andreas, confident in his abilities, stated that such attacks would not work against him, citing his special training and unique abilities. Ignoring Andreas's words, the masked man ordered him to remain silent and continued his furious attack, aiming to strike the man with his deadly dagger. Andreas avoided all the blows aimed at him with incredible calm. His movements were smooth and precise. The guy moved deftly from one place to another, avoiding the deadly dagger attacks. His reaction and speed seemed almost inhuman. Andreas understood that his own strength might not be enough to win, and mentally prepared himself to resort to the forbidden art of necromancy. Turning around, the guy tried to reassure himself with the idea that everything should go well, despite the risk. He hoped no one would notice the use of the dark magic he had hidden from prying eyes for so long. The masked man jumped from the roof and came face to face with Andreas, who was closely watching his every move. The stranger, amazed at the boy's abilities, demanded an explanation, asking about the nature of his extraordinary strength. Andreas, deciding to reveal his secret, began casting an initial necromancy spell, calling the skeletons from oblivion. The masked man stood frozen in shock, not knowing what to expect from this unexpected turn of events. Of the many corpses around, only 9 succumbed to Andreas's will due to his limited skills in the dark arts. The spell to summon skeletons was successful, and bone warriors lined up behind the man, ready to do his every command. The masked man's thoughts were racing feverishly. He couldn't believe that a real necromancer was standing in front of him, considering it impossible. Andreas, taking advantage of the misunderstanding, confirmed the existence of a meeting of black magicians, mentally noting that he could use this misunderstanding to his advantage. Summoning 7 regular soldiers and 2 skeleton soldiers, the man declared his mission to restore Sloth's page on behalf of a certain council. The masked man, activating dark magic, spoke disdainfully of the summoned skeletons, considering them weak opponents. At Andreas's command, the skeletal warriors rushed to attack the masked man, their skeletal limbs eager to kill the enemy. The stranger, confident of his superiority, mockingly declared that these pathetic skeletons were no match for his power. With a swift movement, the masked man destroyed all the summoned skeletons, demonstrating his incredible strength. Andreas, amazed by what he saw, froze in shock, not expecting such a quick defeat of his warriors, while the enemy launched a counterattack. The guy quickly created an earth shield, trying to protect himself from the incoming blow and buy time for a new strategy. The masked man, holding the sword, aimed again at Andreas, urging him to stop pretending and show his true strength. Andreas, without wasting any time, opened a portal and began summoning his strongest skeleton, Nickel, who was once a master swordsman. The masked man, confident of his superiority, arrogantly declared the insignificance of his opponents before his majestic strength. The stranger, seizing the moment, walked behind Andreas, preparing to deliver the decisive blow and end the battle. Suddenly, Nickel's summoned skeleton materialized out of thin air, instantly launching a counterattack and protecting its owner from imminent danger. The masked man froze in complete shock, unable to believe what he saw, his confidence in his own superiority shaken. Looking at the approaching skeleton, he couldn't believe the reality of what was happening. His mind refused to accept what he saw. The idea that an ordinary skeleton could cut through his spear of darkness seemed incredible and terrifying to him. Grabbing a mysterious cube shrouded in red energy, the masked man prepared for a decisive attack, intending to use all his power. Andreas, shocked by the unexpected turn of events, did not expect the enemy to resort to such extreme measures. The powerful skeleton Nickel continued to furiously attack the masked man, selflessly protecting his master from mortal danger. The cube in the enemy's hands began to stratify into identical layers, the red aura around it becoming brighter and more intense. Andreas realized with horror that in front of him was a page of sloth, and the masked man, surprised by the resistance, admitted that he had been forced to use his precious power. The stranger angrily promised that Andreas would pay with his life for interfering in his plans, his voice trembling with anger and disappointment. The masked man attacked the man with his huge fist, while the faithful Nickel continued fighting alongside Andreas. Despite the danger, Andreas did not give in. His gaze remained full of determination, and his mind feverishly pondered a plan for further action. The guy was confident that he could escape enemy attacks, counting on his agility and quick reaction. Andreas believed in the strength of his skeletal protector, hoping that Nickel would be able to block even the masked man's most powerful attacks. The masked man summoned a large number of ghostly hands that tried to grab Andreas, surrounding him on all sides. With a menacing look, the stranger shouted for the boy to finally die, his voice filled with anger and impatience. Andreas continued to dodge the attacks, but he noticed that they had become much faster, making his task more difficult. The guy realized that the enemy had problems controlling the force, which indicated his incomplete mastery of this power. Andreas decided he needed to penetrate the enemy's dead zone and deliver a decisive blow before he had time to recover his wits. The guy ran to his skeleton Nickel, who was preparing to attack, shouting his name in hopes of support. Suddenly, a huge hand delivered a crushing blow to the skeleton, shattering it completely, and a flash of white light illuminated everything around. The hands, summoned by the masked man, continued to deliver devastating blows, leaving deep marks on the asphalt. Suddenly, the masked man's gaze changed, expressing extreme surprise, as if he had seen something incredible. Under a pile of asphalt debris, he noticed Andreas standing there, impressed by his incredible stamina and endurance. Andreas, having lost his shoulder, turned to his enemy with bitterness, calling him a freak for destroying the newly created skeleton. The masked man froze in surprise and confusion, not expecting such a turn of events and his opponent's resistance. The masked man said with feigned sympathy that Andreas shouldn't worry, although he felt sorry for the guy. Menacingly declaring that he would send Andreas after his skeleton, the enemy activated the mysterious cube's magic again. Attacking with huge ghostly hands, the masked man bid the man farewell with pride, confident in his imminent victory. However, Andreas remained unfazed, his gaze filled with determination, indicating that his plan was about to become reality. Unexpectedly, it was discovered that Nickel's skeleton was not destroyed and managed to pass through the back of the man in the white mask. The enemy's face was distorted with horror as he realized that these were the last moments of his life. The skeleton, in an ultra-fast movement, cut the masked man into 2 equal pieces, ending the battle. Andreas said thoughtfully that all this time he had been wondering who was hiding behind that mysterious mask. Approaching the defeated enemy, the guy began to carefully examine his face, removing the mask from the corpse. To his surprise, Andreas discovered that beneath the mask was none other than the Baron's butler. The guy suggested that the Baron himself was also somehow connected to this conspiracy. Raising his late enemy's hands again, Andreas said thoughtfully that, in any case, this discovery changes a lot. Andreas, holding the Code of the Apocalypse, Chapter 7, in his hands, wondered what he should do with this dangerous artifact. realizing that he could not simply carry it with him. Turning to his faithful skeleton, the guy realized that he had a reliable assistant. He handed the artifact to the skeleton, instructing him to take care of this valuable and dangerous item. The skeleton said he would go through the portal and leave the artifact in the summoning vault until better times, ensuring its safety. Andreas wondered, puzzled, why the barrier had not yet disappeared despite the caster's death. Vivian, a green-haired girl, continued to fight desperately against the monsters, unaware of the changes that had occurred. The man reasoned that while he wasn't particularly concerned about the fate of others, he would have to explain his unique return without revealing the use of dark magic. Carefully touching the barrier with his hand, Andreas noticed that its structure had changed compared to before. Suddenly, something strongly surprised the guy. He could not understand what was happening around him. Suddenly, the barrier began to pull Andreas in with great force, like a living creature. In the blink of an eye, the guy was completely absorbed by the black barrier, disappearing from the visible world. Vivian, once inside the barrier, recoiled in fear, her childlike features distorted with horror. A mysterious red chair appeared in front of her, which she looked at with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Andreas, invisible and transparent, sitting on a red chair, turned to little Vivian, which provoked a cry of fear and bewilderment from the girl. The boy, trying to calm the child, said that it was neither a ghost nor a demon, but this only increased the girl's fear. Unexpectedly to himself, Andreas said that it was a fairy who came to save Vivian, which piqued his interest. Although the girl was still scared, her curiosity got the better of her, and she began to listen carefully to the boy's words. Andreas, embarrassed by his invention, mentally scolded himself, but decided to continue playing the role of the fairy, trying to remain calm. The first thing he saw when he arrived at this place was a scene in which a certain noble lady was brutally beating little Vivian. Thanks to his invisibility, Andreas could easily observe what was happening and gather the necessary information. He discovered that the cruel woman is Count Belkin's second wife, and the scene is family property. The family was famous for their magical abilities, and the lord passionately desired a son to become his heir. However, Vivian's mother's inability to give birth to a boy led to a tragedy that destroyed the family idol. The mother, sitting on the bed, addressed the girl with undisguised anger. Her words were full of bitterness and disappointment. She cruelly asked why Vivian was born, which deeply hurt and surprised the child. Even her own mother turned away from the girl, leaving her without a single protector in this hostile world. Loneliness and abuse condemned Vivian to constant suffering, depriving her of childhood and joy. These sufferings sowed the seeds of madness in the girl's soul, as if shackling her mind with heavy chains of pain and despair. Time flowed inexorably, plunging the unfortunate woman into the abyss of madness, enveloping her mind in a dark veil of despair and loneliness. In the 5th year, overcome by uncontrollable rage, she mercilessly dealt with all the teachers and their assistants who caught her eye. The frightened girl, turning to the mysterious Mr. Fairy with a trembling voice, expressed doubts about his ability to help her forget her painful past. Mr. Fairy, radiating calm and confidence, assured her that he could help her overcome difficult memories and find the strength to move forward. The girl's eyes filled with tears and her voice trembled with emotion as she asked if he had really come to help her. The boy, showing sincere interest and affection, gently asked the reason for her tears, trying to understand the depth of her experiences. The girl, barely holding back her sobs, admitted that no one had ever tried to help her, and the boy realized her inexperience in dealing with children. In an effort to support the young interlocutor, he confidently declared that she had a special talent that no one had been able to discern until now. Surprised and intrigued, the girl asked about his uniqueness, to which the boy responded, emphasizing his remarkable talent in fencing. When the girl admitted that she had never held a sword in her hands, the boy, without losing confidence, declared the fairy's omniscience and asked her to simply trust him. The girl shared her fear of constant criticism, but the guy reassured her, assuring her of his unconditional support and understanding. Finally, he asked her to promise to keep the meeting secret, emphasizing the importance of confidentiality in the conversation. The girl, full of gratitude and determination, swore to keep the secret, promising to be faithful to her mysterious mentor. From that day on, the girl began to train in fencing, and the boy, invisible to others, guided and silently supported her on this difficult path. After a month of diligent study, the girl, full of impatience, called out loud to Mr. Fairy, arriving at the meeting place he had indicated. Excited about the upcoming fencing lesson, she eagerly awaited the appearance of her mentor, unaware that he was already hiding behind a tree. Coming out of hiding, the guy gently scolded the girl for talking too loudly, reminding her of the need to keep their encounters secret. Reiterating the importance of secrecy, he confirmed his presence, and the girl was relieved that he was already there. Once the training began, the boy spent an entire month of intensive training, passing on his knowledge and skills in the art of fencing to the girl. Using his combat talent, he tried to train her as effectively as possible, revealing all the subtleties and secrets of the skill. The girl showed an incredible ability to learn, picking up new tricks and techniques on the fly. His progress was truly phenomenal, confirming his status as a true prodigy in the art of fencing. The girl's movements, who hadn't held a sword in her hands for a month, now surprised with their precision and grace, demonstrating incredible talent. The young student's successes fully justified the choice of her mysterious fencing teacher, confirming her intuition and skill. Suddenly the girl was confused about something. She froze in thought, lowering her head and immersed in her thoughts. Suddenly the girl began to feel embarrassed. Her voice became uncertain and vulnerable. She tried to say something, but hesitated. The guy, puzzled by the sudden change, thought about the reasons for her uncertainty, as recently she seemed quite confident in herself. Trying to support the student, he praised her perfect movements, but Vivian replied that the teacher's praise was not that important. The girl noted with sadness that Mr. Fairy would never show himself to her, despite all her efforts and successes. The puzzled guy froze for a moment in indecision, trying to find the right words, his mouth slightly open in surprise. Recalling his fairy essence, he tried to explain the situation, but the girl interrupted him, suggesting that his undignified behavior was preventing him from appearing. Vivian admitted that she hoped to see him if she made every effort and got her talents recognized. With bitterness in her voice, she noticed that even after all her efforts, he still didn't want to show himself, remaining invisible. In desperation, she asked if he would remain invisible no matter what she did, seeking confirmation of her sad thoughts. The conversation was suddenly interrupted by a male voice from behind, expressing surprise at Vivian's success. It turned out that this was Count Belkin, the girl's father, who noticed with astonishment that she hid such a remarkable talent. Impressed by what he saw, her father asked Vivian to demonstrate her fencing skills once again. Vivian, in a state of complete shock and astonishment, could barely agree to her father's request. After gathering courage, the girl began to demonstrate her skills, confidently and gracefully demonstrating the acquired fencing skills. The father, observing his daughter's performance, noted with pride that this was exactly the kind of skill that should be expected in the family. Vivian's gaze fixed on her father betrayed deep reflection and inner experiences that had accumulated over many years. Turning to leave, the father finally uttered words of admiration, calling his daughter's performance incredible, leaving her completely astonished. The girl froze in shock, her face expressing a mixture of embarrassment and boundless surprise at her father's unexpected praise. Standing still, she turned to her unseen mentor, calling him Mr. Fairy, seeking support in this emotional moment. Vivian's voice trembled with emotion as she admitted that this was the first time her father had praised her in years. In a state of euphoria, she compared what happened to a magical dream, not believing in the reality of what had happened. Andreas, hiding under the guise of a fairy, froze in astonishment, listening intently to the girl's animated speech, sharing her emotions. Continuing her monologue, Vivian expressed her desire to be with Mr. Fairy, but admitted that something elusive was preventing her from doing so. Suddenly, not a girl, but a grown girl appeared in front of the boy, announcing the need to wake up from this magical dream. Comprehension washed over Andreas in a wave of understanding. The girl finally woke from her long oblivion. The girl, with gratitude in her voice, admitted that thanks to his support, she gained the strength to move forward, overcoming the difficulties of the past. Expressing hope, she noted that this experience will help her in the future, not to dwell on the past, but to look boldly to the future. In a touching gesture, the young man took her hand, and they sealed their vow with intertwined fingers, symbolizing the inviolability of their promises. The girl froze in complete shock at this unexpected and sincere gesture, unable to believe what she saw. The guy, looking into her eyes, insistently asked her to fulfill their common promise, emphasizing its importance. Standing under the broken dome, the girl, overcome with emotions, solemnly swore to fulfill her promise. With tears of gratitude in her eyes, she thanked Mr. Fairy for the beautiful dream he showed her that changed her life. The dome disappeared completely, and Vivian was unconscious, and the guy sat next to her, carefully observing her condition. The girl's face remained serene, without a single emotion. Only a slight blush on her cheeks showed signs of life in her motionless body. The guy was still holding her hand. Their little fingers were intertwined, symbolizing the inviolability of this oath and the deep bond between them. In the eerie silence, Ivy revealed the shocking truth about the Baron's involvement in the terrible events in the village of Thrym, her words echoing in the air, saturated with anxiety and tension. The observer, with a cold gleam in his eyes, gave the cruel order to decapitate the wretch, while insisting on keeping his face intact, as if it were the key to something greater. His evil voice cut through the air, announcing an immediate departure for the Baron's sinister castle, where new trials and revelations awaited them. Without delay, the group set off, each step bringing them closer to the unknown and possible danger that lurked behind the castle walls. The grim reality of what was happening was reflected in the declaration of Christopher's death and Khazar's disappearance, as if the shadows of the past had dissolved in the inexorable flow of events. Suddenly, one of the guards fell, his defenses crumbled, and his mask fell, revealing his vulnerability to an unknown threat. With horror, he realized that the tip of the dagger had frozen mere millimeters from his head, balancing on the edge of life or death. The remaining guards at the Baron's palace, tensely gripping their weapons, demanded that the uninvited guests identify themselves and lay down their weapons, preparing for the worst. Ivy, introducing herself as the Academy professor's assistant, coldly warned of imminent death to anyone who dared defend the Baron. The guy, burdened with Christopher's corpse, realized with horror the cruelty of Ivy's intentions, ready to destroy everyone in her path. In eerie silence, they presented the Baron's severed head to the guards, causing a wave of horror and disbelief among the castle's defenders. Holding the grim trophy, they defiantly asked the dazed guards if they recognized their former master, whose reign had ended so tragically. Ivy, her voice full of determination, announced the Baron's involvement in the village tragedy, demanding an immediate audience with him, leaving no room for objection. The guards stood frozen, paralyzed by fear and unable to make a decision, their faces reflecting internal conflict and confusion. With determination and fearlessness, the team burst into the property, sweeping away all obstacles in their path and breaking down the door, behind which new revelations awaited them. Suddenly, everyone was overcome with indescribable horror, their faces distorted with shock, as if they were faced with something beyond comprehension and reality. The Baron, his face contorted with sadness, spoke words that seemed to cost him an incredible effort, announcing Evan's death. Behind the Baron stood a monstrous creature resembling a hybrid of man and pig, weighing about a ton, which, as the Baron explained, was his son Edel. With bitterness in his voice, the Baron said that Edel should have died of illness several months ago, but fate decreed otherwise. A thought crossed the man's mind, explaining the Baron's reasons for resorting to black magic, and the understanding of the situation began to form into a complete picture. The Baron continued his story, describing the appearance of a mysterious man in a robe who offered a way to save his son, a promise of hope in a time of despair. With pain in his voice, he admitted that he begged the stranger to save his son, ready to pay any price for his son's life. Even knowing that this decision would lead to a horrific transformation for Edel, the Baron could not refuse the opportunity to save his son's life. The observer looked at the unfolding scene with undisguised irritation, her gaze expressing a mixture of contempt and impatience. The Baron, addressing the monster, tenderly pronounced his son's name, and Edel, despite her frightening appearance, turned to her father, recognition shining in her eyes. The Baron, overcome with grief and remorse, fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness, as Ivy walked resolutely toward him, her footsteps echoing in the tense silence. Grabbing the Baron by the collar, Ivy, with cold fury in her voice, demanded that he repeat his words, her icy tone cutting through the air. She ordered him to address those who had been victims of him and the butler, after which she tossed the Baron aside, demonstrating her contempt. The guards, alarmed by what was happening, began to shout loudly, worried about their master's condition, their voices reflecting a mixture of fear and loyalty. Ivy, irritated by the inaction of those around her, abruptly ordered an investigation team to be called in and get rid of the monster, her words sounding like a sentence. Andreas, focused, began to create magic. A mysterious stone emitting a strange energy materialized in his hands. Shouting a spell, he created a stone spear, his voice echoing throughout the hall, filling the air with magical power. With ruthless precision, Andreas threw his spear straight into the monstrous monster's eye, his action decisive and merciless. The Baron, shocked by what was happening, looked at the scene with indescribable horror and pain, unable to bear his son's suffering. Those around him froze in shock, their faces reflecting a mixture of horror and compassion at the tragedy unfolding before them. Overcome with despair, the Baron ran to embrace his son, whispering comfort and promises that everything would be all right, his voice trembling with emotion. The observer, clearly dissatisfied with the unauthorized actions, sharply asked the boy why he had acted without her permission, her tone full of disapproval. The man didn't hesitate to answer that creatures created by dark magic require immediate elimination before they have time to cause damage. His voice sounded confident and decisive. The man continued his thought, emphasizing the importance of keeping important information in the Baron's hands, his words sounding convincing and logical. The Imperial investigation team acted with lightning speed, arresting and taking away the Baron. Their actions were clear and decisive. The monster's enormous body was securely strapped into a special cart and taken away, leaving a trail of secrets and unspoken questions. Upon returning to the academy, Vivian and the boy were immediately called to give a statement. The atmosphere was tense and serious. The man confidently stated the Baron's obvious involvement in black magic, his voice leaving no doubt. He insisted on questioning the Baron again, feeling that there were still details of this complicated case that had not been revealed. The chief investigator, satisfied with their assistance, released them, expressing gratitude for their assistance in the investigation. The Baron was sternly informed of the grave consequences of his connection with black magic. The words sounded like a sentence. The man thought to himself that the Baron should be grateful for the murder of his son, realizing the terrible alternative to this decision. He imagined the horrific experiments to which a group of mad wizards would subject the unfortunate creature. Suddenly the boy was approached, asking if his action was intentional, with curiosity and distrust in his voice. Vivian suddenly turned to the guy, her face expressing understanding and sympathy for his action. She suggested that the murder was an act of mercy to end the suffering, and in that moment, the guy saw not a girl, but a little girl. The little girl, with childlike spontaneity, asked about the fairy's words, making the boy realize that he had unintentionally repeated the magical creature's way of speaking. The girl noticed the similarity in the expressions of the boy and the fairy. Her words rang with a tone of surprise and curiosity. The conversation was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of Lucia, who, shouting the boy's name loudly, quickly approached them. Lucia, with evident admiration in her eyes, asked about the end of the case, to which the boy responded affirmatively, confirming the end of the hearing. She enthusiastically showed the guy some kind of tablet, persistently drawing his attention to the screen. Lucia enthusiastically reported on the guy's growing popularity, showing headlines full of his name. The guy, upon hearing the widespread news about the potion, expressed slight disappointment, dreaming of peace and tranquility. The girl happily offered to celebrate her award with delicious food, her eyes shining with anticipation. The boy, demonstrating nobility, offered to share the reward among all the participants, which bothered the enthusiastic Lucia a little. Upon noticing Vivian, Lucia inquired about her presence on the news, discovering that she was a third-year night student. The boy mentally sensed a bit of Lucia's naivety, while the girls exchanged familiar glances, establishing a silent understanding. Lucia, still excited, made a point of celebrating, mentioning the money she had received and the success of the potion, her voice full of expectation. The boy gently reminded her of the lack of a final decision, offering to postpone the celebration, which clearly disappointed the girl. Turning around, Lucia reminded her of tomorrow's meeting at the Magic Tower, for which the guy jokingly threatened not to forgive her for being late. At the entrance to the Magic Tower, the guy carried with him the pink-haired, sleeping Lucia, mentally noting the predictability of the situation. Looking at the sleeping girl, he chided himself with slight irritation for being too gullible. Despite his fatigue, the guy obediently carried the girl up the mountain, following her sleepy instructions to slow down. Although irritated by the situation, he still tried to meet Lucia's requests with patience and care. As they approached the tower, the guards confirmed their identities, asking if they were Andreas and Lucia. The guy confirmed their identities, after which the guard offered to follow him in an official and reserved tone. The guardian warned about the ever-changing space within the magical tower, insisting on strict adherence. The girl started talking about her encounter with Vivian yesterday, drawing the boy's attention to her story. The girl asked about the boy's relationship with Vivian, to which he responded negatively, with a slightly uncertain voice. She looked at him in disbelief, making the boy wonder about the reasons for her curiosity. The atmosphere between them became a little tense. The girl persistently reminded her of her dinner plans, to which the boy commented with slight irony on her wealth, surprised by her request for a treat. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by someone's loud voice, leaving both of them very surprised at what was happening. To their surprise, someone quickly approached, grabbing them by the shoulders, and an eagle flying above them. This scene left them in complete shock. A strange green and orange aura began to spread, creating a surreal atmosphere. It turned out to be the owner of the Magic Tower himself, Bart Alvin, a man with an eagle and a blindfold. His appearance was unexpected and impressive. The worker accompanying the boys asked with surprise in his voice about the presence of the Tower Master, his tone revealing a mixture of respect and confusion. The Tower Master struck a pose with his hands on his hips, his figure radiating confidence and authority. He clearly noticed the similarity between the guy's face and his father's. His words sounded mocking and a little rude. Bart Alvin introduced himself as the head of the family and current master of the Magic Tower, his voice full of pride and authority. The boy was mentally surprised that the Tower Master had decided to appear in person, pondering the possible consequences of this unexpected visit. The master, turning to the girl, asked about her origins, to which she introduced herself as Lucia, daughter of a viscount, her voice sounding with a tone of pride. Bart made a caustic comment about the mediocrity of his appearance, to which the guy responded irritably, emphasizing that they could hear everything, his tone betraying his growing dissatisfaction. The foreman, when firing the worker, offered him help. His voice sounded confident and a little mysterious. Lucia, surprised by what was happening, thought about the reality of the situation, her gaze expressing a mixture of admiration and disbelief. The girl, approaching the boy, noted with admiration the Tower Master's incredible skills in spatial magic. Her whisper was full of admiration. The master noticed with a slight smile that he could hear them whispering, demonstrating their extraordinary skills. Suddenly, they were teleported to a new location, where three robed men were sitting at a long table. The atmosphere changed dramatically. The men, startled by the unexpected appearance, exclaimed in unison as they recognized the master of the tower, their voices revealing surprise and respect. The master asked about the progress of the potion's evaluation, to which he received the reply that the efficacy test had been completed. The dialogue was full of professional notes. One of the men clarified that there were only doubts about the production method. His tone was serious and focused. The master, without saying a word, took and drank some kind of red potion. His actions were mysterious and unpredictable. Vauban's discerning eye instantly recognized the ingredients of the potion, which mysteriously combined the essence of a tree, leaves, an exotic fruit, and, curiously, the flu. Turning to the young alchemists, the professor asked with genuine interest if there was any other secret component hidden in this mysterious elixir. Lucia Everlast, a pink-haired girl known for her talent in potions, responded respectfully to her mentor, mentioning the presence of extract and root in the composition. Vauban's reaction was unexpected. His sincere admiration for such an unusual composition left the young potion maker completely astonished. The professor shared that he had heard rumors, but creating such a potion at such a young age seemed like an almost incredible achievement. Once the evaluation was complete, Vauban resolutely demanded immediate approval of this incredible elixir, without hiding his joy. Master Karen, who had suddenly appeared thanks to his magical eagle, asked suspiciously what the descendant of the Cromwell family was doing here. Andreas Cromwell, the main character of this story, looked perplexedly at the master who suddenly appeared, trying to understand the reason for such a strange question. Karen, without waiting for a reply, continued his accusation, pointing out the discrepancy between their declared joint efforts and the young man's apparent inaction. A sudden awkward silence enveloped everyone present. Neither Lucia nor Andreas knew how to react to such a direct accusation. Unexpectedly for everyone, Lucia broke the silence, confidently declaring that without Andreas's participation, the creation of this unique potion would have been impossible. Surprised, Karen asked Lucia about her words, to which the girl did not hesitate to confirm Andreas's significant contribution, modestly mentioning her insignificant help. The master, clearly dissatisfied with this turn of events, simply snorted and resolutely declared his intention to resolve the situation immediately. Suddenly, Karen snapped his fingers, creating an eerie echo that seemed to permeate the space around him. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a new place. Lucia mentally noted the master's inability to use the tower's magic, which did not escape the attentive Andreas. Finding himself in an experimental laboratory filled with round tables and people busy with work, Karen announced his intention to recreate the potion here and now. Andreas, without hesitation, agreed, and under the master's gaze, began to repeat the elixir he had created earlier. Mentally, the young man decided to use the same bottles as before, fearing possible problems in choosing unfamiliar instruments. After 5 tense minutes, the master found in his hands an identical red potion, an exact copy of the previous sample. Karen finally admitted the correctness of the potion Andreas created, albeit with some reluctance in his voice. However, the test did not end there. The master decided to move on to theoretical questions, starting with the reason for adding the extract to the composition. Andreas, gathering his thoughts, began to explain the reason for using this mysterious ingredient. Suddenly, a deathly silence reigned. Everyone present impatiently awaited the young man's response, wondering if he would be able to properly justify his choice. Andreas confidently explained that the extract was added to eliminate side effects and enhance the potion's effects, which caused genuine surprise among Lucia and the workers present. Charon, clearly impressed by the answer, interrupted the young man, saying that further explanation was unnecessary, but Andreas insisted on continuing his reasoning. Suddenly, the master began to remove the yellow bandage covering his eyes, which attracted everyone's attention. Charon said thoughtfully that although he had not seen Andreas for a long time, his words seemed incredible. The master continued, claiming that the guy he knew could never have invented such a complex and effective potion. Leaning as close to Andreas as possible and looking him intently in the eyes, Caron asked suspiciously who he really was. Lucia, observing this scene, tried to understand when and under what circumstances Andreas and the master could have met before. Charon continued to stare at the man with his crazy gaze, as if trying to penetrate the depths of his soul. Surprisingly, Andreas remained completely calm, showing not the slightest sign of excitement or fear at all the attention. A barely perceptible smirk appeared on the young man's face, foreshadowing an unexpected response to the master's accusations. Andreas, with a slight irony in his voice, asked if the master was really joking, since it was only Andreas Cromwell whom everyone knew. The young man added that he was the one they constantly mocked and treated like a nobody, without hiding the bitterness in his words. Caron, still leaning towards Andreas, looked at him silently, clearly surprised by this unexpected response and unable to find the words to react. Caron, stepping back a little, noted with interest that Andreas had become a very unusual and intriguing young man. With a crazy smile, the master suggested continuing the test, which caused surprise to appear on Andreas's face. Karen made an unexpected offer. If Andreas creates another potion this year and it passes the test, the master will pay off all his family's debts. Blindfolding him back, Karen added that he would grant the young man one more wish if he could. However, the master warned that failure would mean Andreas's immediate expulsion from the academy. Charon asked the young man's opinion on this risky proposal, waiting for his reaction. Andreas thought for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, trying to make the right decision. Closing his eyes, the young man allowed a slight smile to appear on his face, as if he had made an internal decision. With his hand on his heart, Andreas agreed to the terms, acknowledging the difficulty, but emphasizing that he could not refuse such an opportunity for the sake of his family. Karen expressed hope that Andreas's confidence was justified and that he was indeed capable of achieving success. Suddenly, the master, despite the bandage, noticed something that surprised him greatly. Charon realized that Andreas reminded him a lot of his father, which brought back unexpected memories. The master reflected on the past, remembering the good times they had spent together, and admitted that he was anxious about the result of this test. The nocturnal capital greeted Andreas Cromwell with a glow of lights and mesmerizing beauty, as if welcoming his return. The young man, with his hand in his pocket, thought about the need to make up for the materials he had used, realizing that his reserves had diminished significantly. Andreas decided that while he was working on the potion, he would be able to focus fully on his training without being distracted by anything else. The only obstacle in his plans was Lenny's mysterious page, which haunted him with its mystery. Despite all his attempts, Andreas was unable to find the correct way to use this artifact, thinking of exchanging it for more necessary things. Deep down, the young man understood that perhaps nothing could be done about this mysterious object, which caused him a slight disappointment. Andreas concluded that he would probably have to ask Karen for help, despite his reluctance to do so. The train stopped and the students began to get off, immersing themselves in the capital's nightlife. Andreas moved forward with determination, looking ahead with concentration and thinking about the tasks ahead. Suddenly, something caught his eye, making him look quickly to the side, as if trying to catch a fleeting glimpse. The young man approached a majestic building that resembled an ancient castle. Its architecture evoked involuntary admiration. Stopping, Andreas looked around carefully, as if trying to find something familiar or unusual in the surrounding landscape. Andreas concluded that he probably imagined, without suspecting, that a mysterious girl was hiding in the tree, carefully watching his every move. The mysterious vampire watched the young man with a crazy smile, going unnoticed in the shadow of the dense foliage. Upon entering Charon's estate, Andreas found himself at a table with a professor, who wryly remarked that the hot topic of discussion at the academy had finally reached him. Holding the potion created by Andreas in his hands, Charon clarified its authenticity, to which the young man confirmed, reporting immediately after the examination was completed. The teacher accused Andreas of conducting secret research and trying to pass himself off as a model student, which the young man tried to refute. Charon abruptly interrupted the explanation, ordering them to follow him, and activated a hidden portal by clicking on one of the books. The teacher promised to teach him a lesson on what it meant to be a good student, and Andreas mentally noted the pettiness of such an insult. Going down to the experimental room, the young man realized that today he could not discuss the topic that interested him because of Charon's bad mood. Andreas decided to settle for the opportunity to check on the vampire's condition, realizing that talking to the teacher in that state of mind was pointless. As they descended, a mysterious red energy began to swirl around them, creating an ominous atmosphere. This unusual phenomenon greatly surprised even Charon himself, leaving him cautious. Entering the experimental room, they found total destruction: broken doors, destroyed equipment, and traces of something heavy on the floor. Andreas, surveying the destruction, mentally noted that the evolution seemed to have been successful, albeit with unforeseen consequences. Charon began to carefully study the scene, trying to understand what had happened to his carefully appointed room. The young man, watching what was happening, thought with regret that he would no longer be able to see the vampire, who was an interesting specimen to study. The professor, holding the remains of the equipment in his hand, said in bewilderment that he could not believe what had happened. Charon's face was distorted with rage, the veins bulging at his temples, betraying his extreme irritation with the situation. He called to Andreas, who approached obediently, preparing himself for an unpleasant conversation. Charon asked the young man directly if he had interfered with the restrictions that restrained the vampire. Andreas vehemently denied the accusation, saying he valued his life too much for such experiments. The young man thought to himself how short-sighted his teacher was in this situation. Charon noted with bitterness that even though he was only a hybrid, the vampire was capable of this. Standing behind the professor, Andreas could barely contain his laughter, thinking that Charon got what he deserved for his experiments. The professor, completely losing his patience, began furiously breaking the remaining equipment, worsening the already deplorable state of the laboratory. Night had already enveloped the city when Andreas returned, lost in thought. The young man decided that he would bring Charon's wonderful artifact another time, when the situation was more favorable. Suddenly, the vampire's long, feminine hair began to fall from the tree above Andreas's head, breaking the silence of the night. The guy noticed with horror how these hairs wrapped around his head, frozen in complete shock at what was happening. The vampire, having descended slightly, practically hovered over Andreas, making it clear that she had been waiting for him in ambush all this time. She began to hug him, joking, saying that she had been wanting to ask him a question since the moment she woke up, and that he would definitely answer. With a mischievous smile, the vampire demanded that Andreas look only at her, trying to capture his attention. The young man's gaze involuntarily looked directly into the girl's eyes, as if obeying her will. She praised him for his obedience and asked him to talk about the power he had received, clearly enjoying the situation. Andreas, trying to maintain his composure, asked why she was doing this because he had kept his promise. The young man reminded him of the price for violating the family oath, hoping to bring the vampire to his senses. She admitted that she knew the consequences, but she couldn't help but ask him, as if driven by uncontrollable curiosity. The vampire explained that with her previous strength, she would not have been able to free herself from the restraints, so she took a different, more cunning path. Knowing what an amazing way you can use, she begins to get closer and closer to him, wondering why he gives off a smell that reminds her of a great sin. With red eyes and a mischievous smile, she declares that the information in her head has finally come together. She understands everything. Leaving the guy in complete shock, tormented by thoughts of what she might say next. She continues to caress him with her fingers, mocking him, but the boy, surprised and embarrassed, does not understand what she is trying to convey. Suddenly, she grabbed him by the throat, plunging him into a state of complete shock and helplessness. Pressing him against the tree so that the leaves began to fall, she held him with her thin vampire arms. She hurt the guy so much that he couldn't do anything about it, leaving him completely helpless. Saying that she still had many doubts, but that this was not the right place for them, she decided to leave it at that, leaving the boy perplexed. At the suggestion of a quick date, she leaves, confident that they will meet again, and that he will help her again. Using her new power and feeling grateful for his help, she expresses her desire to reciprocate, leaving him confused. The boy, confused about her intentions, hears assurances that he will not be hurt, although this does not reassure him. With a mysterious smile, she asks him to stick out his tongue, hinting at the fate that may have brought them together, leaving him perplexed. The elite hostel appeared in all its splendor, the luxurious facade complemented by an exquisite fountain, creating an atmosphere of wealth and prestige. Diana and her blonde friend were sitting on the porch, and their presence gave the place a lively appearance. Diana, holding a book in her hands, demonstrated the illustrations enthusiastically, her eyes shining with interest in the content. She spoke enthusiastically about Lord Phillips's exploits, her voice full of admiration and wonder. Julia, a little irritated, asked Diana to stop preaching, to which she responded by emphasizing the importance of studying to find a worthy knight. By mentioning the success of Lucy's potion evaluation in the Magic Tower, Julia surprised Diana, who admired her achievements at such a young age. Diana mentally noted the discrepancy between the rumors of Lucia's laziness and her actual accomplishments, reconsidering her opinion. She expressed admiration for Lucia's successes, regretting that she herself had not shown similar zeal during admission. Julia mysteriously hinted at an even more surprising detail in this news, intriguing Diana. Showing the tablet with the news, where Andreas was next to Lucia, Julia showed disbelief at what she saw. Diana was clearly shocked to see Andreas beside Lucia, her surprise obvious and profound. The photograph showing Lucia, Andreas, and the master of the main tower together became a real sensation, causing a storm of emotions among the girls. Diana criticized Andreas' involvement in the potion's creation, calling it mediocrity and expressing initial disbelief at the news. She reflected on how, after the family's fall, Andreas had only been able to rely on his weapons and talent, her tone a mixture of sympathy and skepticism. Diana thought about her own possibilities of achieving success on her own, her voice sounding thoughtful and a little uncertain. She spoke with doubts about the possibility of exchanging Andreas, calling him trash. Her words were full of skepticism. Julia, on the other hand, expressed admiration for Andreas's progress from the trash to his current position, her voice sounding both surprised and joyful. Diana firmly stated the need to personally verify everything that was happening. Her tone was full of determination and curiosity. Classes resumed, students settled into the classroom, the atmosphere was full of anticipation. Andreas, sitting next to Lucia, attributed the excess clothing to health problems, his voice sounding a little strained. When asked by Lucia about his reasons for attending classes, he responded with the need to maintain attendance at graduation, in a serious tone. Their teacher entered the room, attracting the students' attention with his appearance. Andreas watched the professor walk toward the lectern, recalling the events of the previous night, his thoughts filled with anxiety. He noted to himself the need to hide the huge scars on his neck, his inner voice sounding worried. Andreas pondered Louise's words about fate and the strange smell. Not understanding their meaning, his thoughts were confused. He remembered how she bit him on the neck and disappeared, feeling uncomfortable with too much clothing in a stuffy room. The teacher clarified the presence of all students, to which the class unanimously responded affirmatively, creating the atmosphere for the beginning of the class. The teacher announced the start of the class, looked at all the students. His voice sounded confident and professional. The teacher's attention was drawn to a young man completely wrapped in clothes, his gaze expressing curiosity and slight concern. Remembering the recent headlines about the excellent potion the guy had created, the professor took a special interest in the student. Turning to the boy, the professor asked the reason for such unusual clothing, suggesting illness. His tone was a mixture of concern and curiosity. The guy confirmed the assumption of a cold, His voice sounded a little strained, hiding the true reason. The professor, showing understanding, noticed the boy's tiredness with the research and allowed him to leave, for which he sincerely thanked him. The teacher's sudden remark about sadness surprised the boy. His gaze expressed incomprehension and caution. Professor Travnev recalled his contribution to the research with a slight rebuke, implying a lack of recognition, his tone a mixture of insult and disappointment. The guy was mentally surprised by the professor's statements, considering them unfounded. His internal monologue was full of bewilderment. Aloud, he expressed deep gratitude for the teacher's advice, his voice sounding diplomatic and respectful. Emphasizing the importance of the advice about the extract and the roots, the young man tried to ease the situation in a sincere and appreciative tone. Lucia, observing the dialogue, became suspicious, not understanding why the boy was provoking the teacher. Her gaze expressed concern and curiosity. The man, with a slight irony in his voice, recalled the professor's warning about soup instead of potion, noting the success of the end result. His words sounded like a subtle challenge. The guy's words caused shock among the students. A tense silence hung over the audience. The teacher, clearly hurt, realized the guy was going too far. His voice sounded warning. The guy, citing health problems, asked permission to leave, his tone polite but decisive. The teacher, unable to contain his emotions, began shouting the guy's name. Veins appeared on his face from tension. The guy was already standing at the door, holding the doorknob, ready to leave the audience, his pose expressing his intention to leave. In his mind, he reflected on the teacher's hypocrisy, remembering past humiliations and his current desire to make friends. His inner voice was filled with bitterness. He decided he could attend other classes to earn points, mentally urging the envious to remain silent. His internal monologue was full of determination. The teacher, not giving up, continued to scold the boy for ignoring him, her voice becoming increasingly irritated. Suddenly a scream was heard calling the teacher's name. It was Lucia. Her voice caught everyone's attention. She offered to explain on behalf of the potion's creators, which surprised the boy, making him wonder about her intentions. The professor, after calming down a bit, gave Lucia permission to speak, his tone becoming more restrained. Lucia began her explanation, emphasizing the importance of the professor's lessons in learning the fundamentals of potion making, her voice sounding confident and respectful. All the students in the class listened to Lucia attentively. Her words caught everyone's attention, creating an atmosphere of tense expectation. Continuing her speech, Lucia mentioned the practical application of knowledge, causing distrust among both the students and the teacher. She emphasized the importance of independent research in a confident and convincing voice. Lucia reminded him of the duty of wizards, to which the professor agreed, stammering a little, his tone expressing a mixture of surprise and approval. The guy, watching the girl's speech, noted with surprise her ability to convince the teacher. His look expressed admiration and slight distrust. The girl diplomatically offered to seek advice from the professor in the future, to which he readily agreed, his voice sounding friendlier. The teacher, turning to the boy, wished him recovery, his tone becoming affectionate and conciliatory. The guy mentally admired the girl's ability to get out of difficult situations. His internal monologue was full of respect. Lucia winked playfully at the boy, letting him know that everything was resolved. Her gesture was full of optimism and lightness. Smiling, the boy reflected on the reasons for her action, his face expressing a mixture of gratitude and slight confusion. He continued to smile as he left the classroom, mentally thanking Lucius for his help, his mood visibly improving. A clear, professional male voice began a report on potential candidates, creating the atmosphere of an important meeting. He specified that he would start with the Academy's newly enrolled students, his tone methodical and professional. The healthy man, who was the Duke's algo officer, Sinker Clocher, listened attentively to the report, his posture expressing concentration. The speaker mentioned the creation of a new potion by the daughter company Everlast and its launch into production. His voice sounded with notes of interest. The maid confirmed the information, clarifying the name of the Everlast potion and its appearance for sale, Her tone was informative and helpful. The man asked about the presence of the sample, to which the employee quickly confirmed its presence. Her response was quick and confident. She handed him a small vial of red liquid, noting the potential interest in the potion's creator once it was released, her voice laced with slight admiration. The man, when putting the potion in his mouth, thought about the need for immediate contact with the creator and the possible interest of other people in her. His actions were decisive. After drinking the potion, the man examined it carefully and clenched his fist, his face expressing concentration and curiosity. The maid, leaning forward and narrowing her eyes, asked with interest about his impressions, her posture expressing expectation and curiosity. The man noted the amazing effect of the potion, its superiority over analogs, and the absence of side effects. His voice sounded impressed and analytical. He talked about the potion's potential to dominate the market if distributed well, but also made an important observation as his tone grew more serious. The man paid attention to the news about various creators of the potion, his voice expressing mild surprise and interest in the details. The creator turned out to be Andreas, and the red-nosed man studied the article about this unexpected discovery with interest, thinking about the possible consequences of such a turn of events. Could this really be the son of that same Cain? The man wondered, remembering that from a very young age he demonstrated an extraordinary talent in the art of potions, surprising even the most experienced masters with his unusual recipes. The worker, adjusting her apron, noted that this was unlikely, adding in a whisper that there were rumors about how Andreas had supposedly used someone else's name to promote his creation. The man stroked his chin thoughtfully, reasoning that it was unlikely his name would be listed as the creator if it were true, especially given the strained relationship between their families. Standing up decisively, he said that everything must be carefully checked, and if it turns out that Andreas has truly awakened his talent, he should be immediately included in the list of candidates. Bending over the papers, the servant quickly wrote down the instructions, and the source of information nodded, confirming that everything would be done exactly as ordered. The man, adjusting his expensive suit, asked how preparations were going for the annual awards ceremony, which would take place at the end of the year. The servant, bowing his head respectfully, reported that everything was going according to plan, adding in a whisper that the Cromwell family would disappear, whereupon the bearded man burst into a sinister laugh. Filling a glass with dark red wine, the man said Andreas Cromwell's name with a smile, as if savoring and appreciating every sound. His lips stretched into a wide, mischievous smile, revealing a row of snow-white teeth, and glints of anticipation of future events danced in his eyes. The man's eyes lit with an evil fire, and his teeth began to grind involuntarily, revealing his growing impatience and thirst for action. Squinting, he whispered that it would soon become clear how different Andreas was from his father, and that thought seemed to give him a special pleasure. Andreas, holding a worn wooden stick in his hands, continued his exhausting training, silently counting the blows and reaching the mark of 9,999 repetitions. His body, visibly stronger and more muscular, was covered in beads of sweat, but the young man, gritting his teeth, stubbornly continued his exercises, not allowing himself a moment of rest. After taking the final swing of the bat, Andreas exhaled the number 10,000, feeling every muscle in his body tremble with tension and exhaustion. Exhausted, he fell to the ground, breathing heavily and trying to regain control of his exhausted body. Gathering his last strength, Andreas reached out to the table, where there was a small vial containing his own invention of a glowing red potion. After emptying the bottle in one gulp, the young man felt the life-giving force spreading throughout his body, restoring his energy and relieving his fatigue. This unique combination of a fatigue-relieving regeneration potion and a strengthening potion essentially allowed Andreas to create a way to train almost indefinitely. Although experimenting with potions was risky, Andreas knew it was the only safe way to achieve his goals. He was hesitant at first, but eventually decided to develop his talent, realizing the high probability of success and the potential benefits. The results exceeded all expectations, and Andreas even kicked himself for not having started experimenting sooner, but now his potion-making skills have increased significantly. Continuing in the same spirit, the young man was confident that he could become much stronger and reach new heights in his skills. Dreaming of a good corpse and rare ingredients, Andreas knew he could significantly increase his fighting strength, and Karen's absence gave him time to prepare to sell the Page of Sloth. The teacher's mood was so bad that he left for his trip without saying a word, leaving his student standing in front of the closed door, completely perplexed. Returning to the dormitory, Andreas considered the impossibility of contacting the teacher, but decided to put aside his disturbing thoughts and go to bed, as tomorrow he had a herbalist class. Upon entering the office, the young man was surprised to find a note informing that today's class would be held outside, which had been announced to everyone via tablets. The shocked Andreas couldn't contain his indignation, mentally calling the professor a complete lunatic for such an outburst. The young man suspected that the professor had somehow discovered that he didn't have a tablet and was now using it against him, deliberately making his life difficult. Andreas wondered why the teacher was so cruel to his students, creating additional hardships for them. Going out into the street, the young man saw his classmates sitting at desks in the middle of the academy garden, which seemed very unusual. Watching his classmates rush about, Andreas wondered if the professor was planning to conduct some kind of clever experiment. The teacher, noticing Andreas's delay, reprimanded him without hiding her displeasure. The professor joked that the young man was apparently too busy with his own research and didn't notice the message, which Andreas mentally cursed. Suddenly, someone grabbed Andreas by the cloak, pulling him away from the group and the teacher. Turning around, the young man saw Lucia, who, without letting go of her robe, whispered that she would explain everything. Showing her tablet, the girl advised Andreas to simply buy the same one for himself, as he now had money for such purchases. Andreas, upon reading the message, realized that the professor, upon opening the awakening potion, decided to do an analysis test, clearly wanting to show off his achievement. The young man thought that apparently the professor's vanity had no limits, as he was so eager to demonstrate his discovery. Turning to Andreas, the professor sarcastically remarked that it should be easy for someone of his level to figure out the composition and proportions of the potion. Looking at the professor's smug face, Andreas mentally called him a stubborn idiot, keeping a straight face. The professor, without hiding his pride, said that today he would show everyone how useless Andreas is, thinking to himself of the approaching triumph. The professor was certain that he would expose the deception of whoever had supposedly taken advantage of the kindness of Miss Everlast, a rising star in the world of potions. Andreas sat tensely, his eyes downcast, trying not to betray his excitement before the next test. 4 hours later, the teacher was completely shocked to see the test results. Andreas and Lucia both passed the test with 100% accuracy, differing only in the time taken to complete it. The observer confirmed that no violations of the rules were found during the exam, which surprised and intrigued the professor even more. Andreas's colleagues were also surprised, beginning to wonder if this quiet guy really had a talent for creating potions. Lucia, turning to Andreas, praised him for his good work, calling him a teenager, to which the young man, indignant, reminded her of his real name. Suddenly someone shouted the teacher's name, drawing everyone's attention to the speaker. A chubby boy with tears in his eyes turned to the teacher, asking why he did this to him. The teacher, turning pale, looked at the young man in fear, barely able to pronounce the word "you." The obese boy, with a trembling voice, asked why the professor took credit for the potion he himself had made, leaving everyone present in shock. The chubby young man, visibly nervous, tried to explain his position, emphasizing the enormous effort that had gone into creating the potion, which, in his opinion, everyone should know about. The shocked attendees froze in mute astonishment, unable to believe that a respected teacher could commit such an inappropriate act. Andreas, turning to the girl, asked her opinion on the need for a report, to which she replied hesitantly that if the professor thought so, it was probably true. The guy, suddenly deciding on something, headed somewhere, causing a frightened reaction in the girl, who anxiously asked where he was going. Caring for the departing boy, the girl thought with annoyance that she had saved him yesterday in vain and decided not to help him anymore. Approaching the group, the boy asked the professor a question about the potion's ingredient, to which he angrily replied that now was not the right time. The persistent young man continued, claiming that his question was related to the current situation, and if the professor really created the potion, he could easily prove it. The teacher, seething with rage internally, cursed the annoying student, considering him a real freak. The chubby man, having grasped the essence of the conversation, clarified whether the subject was referring to evidence similar to the evaluation of the magic tower. The guy, without letting up on the pressure, said that if the professor really created this potion, he could easily explain the use of each ingredient. The professor, trying to save face, recalled his status as a professor at a prestigious academy, but his words did not sound convincing. He was suddenly interrupted by a direct question about the reason for replacing the resin with petals, which finally cornered the professor. The professor, starting to get visibly nervous and sweating, tried to concentrate, but it was obvious that he had completely forgotten this important part of the potion. The chubby boy, looking intently at the confused teacher, defiantly asked why he was silent and did not answer a simple question. The guy continued thinking, explaining that using the petals reduces the cost of the potion, which the creator should know, and suggested continuing the discussion. The professor, losing his composure, shouted, accusing the students of creating a circus and insisting that only the magic tower had the right to evaluate potions. Ignoring the teacher's indignation, the boy asked the last question about why he used a more expensive beetle instead of gunpowder. The students, in complete shock, did not take their eyes off the teacher, anxiously awaiting his answer to the provocative question. Those present were perplexed because the professor remained silent, like a fish in water, instead of giving a convincing answer and dispelling the doubts that had arisen. A terrible thought crossed the students' minds. Had the professor really stolen the potion, appropriating his own students' research? The professor, clenching his fists in tension, began to stutter and answer, repeating why several times, trying to organize his thoughts. Finally, he explained that the powder had a hallucinogenic effect, so it was replaced by beetles, despite the higher cost. The overweight guy looked at the teacher with a pompous look, while the rest of the students looked disappointed and upset about what was happening. The plump young man, without hiding his superiority, told the professor that the replenishment of gunpowder was done for a completely different reason. The real reason for the change, as the boy explained, was that when creating the potion the powder gets very hot, which can cause stomach pain. The professor, losing control, began to shout, insisting that he was right and claiming that the substitution was made only because of the hallucinogenic effect. The chubby man, without losing his composure, reminded the professor that he had indeed mentioned the side effects of the powder, but had not specified their nature. The young man continued his thought, emphasizing that it was not hallucinations as a side effect, and asked the professor to explain how he came to this conclusion. The students, unable to contain their emotions, began to shout in indignation, questioning the professor's scientific qualification and accusing him of stealing the merits of his own student. The audience was filled with furious shouts from the thief and fraudster, while the confused professor did not know how to react to the accusations. In a fit of rage, the teacher began shouting, accusing the students of cheating and trying to discredit him. Pointing to two students, he demanded that they admit their mistake, threatening them with serious consequences. Continuing to threaten the disciplinary committee, the teacher finally lost control, and the students realized that in such a situation, adults should intervene. In a desperate attempt to regain control, the professor suggested turning to Sir Alvin to resolve the conflict. The man, showing confidence, took out a card and stated that Sir Alvin was his sponsor, insinuating his influence. Lucia, observing what was happening, thought that the threat of the letter could really affect the teacher. Andreas, intrigued by the situation, asked if they didn't want justice, sensing that something was wrong. Suddenly, the image of the Tower Master appeared behind them, radiating discontent and anger. He, watching what was happening from the side, said sternly, as if cursing that the teacher was bothering him. The master continued, declaring that the professor would have to bear responsibility for the chaos caused. Turning his gaze to Andreas, the Tower Master realized that this boy wasn't actually stupid. He noticed that the young man was well versed in the theory and composition of the awakening potion. The master thought that perhaps Andreas would be able to create a new potion before the end of the year. With undisguised interest, the master of the magic tower added that he would look forward to this miracle. The action moves to the Academy's cafeteria, where the atmosphere is lively. Andreas, Lucia, and Vivian are sitting at one of the tables enjoying their meal. Lucia, with slight perplexity, noticed the choice of location for the treat, to which Andreas responded enthusiastically about the taste of the food. The girl, unable to contain her curiosity and hunger, decisively grabbed the offered dish. Suddenly, she pulled her hand away, realizing the food was very hot, and began blowing on her burned fingers. Andreas, with slight mockery, advised her to eat like a lady, as she came from a wealthy family. He continued, explaining how to hold the meat tightly by the bone and dip it into the sauce. Andreas does not serve meat, and the girl, with slight irritation, recalls her rich origins. Looking at the delicious piece, she reflects on the unexpected twist of fate that has happened in her life. Lucia is surprised to now be enjoying a simple meal in the company of new friends. Vivian, as if reading Lucia's thoughts, agrees that she could not have imagined such a development of events either. Andreas, intrigued by Vivian's reaction, wonders what exactly surprises her. Vivian, pointing to the pink-haired girl, begins to explain her thinking. The guy, looking at Vivian in surprise, understands what she is talking about, and his face lights up with a smile. With a smile on his face, Andreas hands something to Vivian, telling the girl to take a piece, handing it to her. Already walking down the hallway, the green-haired girl asks Andreas about his plans to buy a tablet, emphasizing its importance for obtaining information. The guy replies that he is now saving money, to which the girl realizes that tablets are already quite cheap. Andreas agrees that the girl will have access to everything, but his answer irritates her. Vivian, remembering the generosity of Andreas, whom she calls Lord Fairy, offers him something in return. The guy politely declines and curiously asks why she constantly calls him Mr. Suddenly Andreas, pointing to the side, says it's time for him to go and says goodbye to the girls. The pink-haired girl realizes with surprise that they just ate, but still says goodbye to him, wishing him a good day. Andreas walks down a hallway filled with sunlight, creating a warm glow around him. He closes his eyes for a moment, lost in thought and reflection. Suddenly, a mysterious hooded figure appears in front of you, attracting your attention. It turns out this is Karen, and his appearance reveals obvious worry and anxiety in his exhausted eyes. Andreas, upon seeing his mentor, is relieved that he has finally returned. The busy Alvin Martin Street in Rodlin Academy was filled with the sounds of hammer blows coming from the local blacksmith shop, renowned for its skilled craftsmen. Andreas, preparing for a possible confrontation with those who consider other people's property as their own, decided to prepare to defend the page from laziness, realizing that a violent conflict is inevitable. At the forge, Andreas carefully examined the various swords, trying to choose the right weapon for his purpose, his gaze landing on a particularly attractive specimen. Unexpectedly, among the visitors to the forge, Andreas noticed a familiar face. It was Diana, his old friend, whose presence here surprised him greatly. Diana, noticing the surprise on Andreas's face, curiously asked about the reason for his visit to the forge, clearly not expecting to find him in such a place. Andreas, without hiding his intentions, honestly replied that he had come for the sword, which caused even greater surprise in Diana, as he had always been known as a magician, not a warrior. Hurrying to explain his choice, Andreas emphasized the importance of the sword for self-defense, believing that additional protection never hurt in the unpredictable world of magic. Diana, holding a rectangular box in her hands, said it was a gift for her brother, unintentionally triggering a flood of memories from the past in Andreas. Andreas's thoughts immediately turned to the image of Carl, Diana's brother, of whom he had warm memories from his childhood and youth. Carl, being the eldest son in the family, always followed the path of a warrior, and Andreas remembered how well they had gotten along in those distant, carefree, adventurous times. Sadly, Andreas realized that Carl was already dead at the beginning of the game's events, and very little information about him survived, which made these memories even more valuable. Straining his memory, Andreas recalled that Charles had died at the end of a year of events at the academy, shortly after Khazar had fled the Duke's territory and joined a mysterious cult. Andreas asked Diana if Carl would be attending the upcoming end-of-year event, to which the girl nodded, confirming his hunch. With undisguised enthusiasm, Andreas proposed the idea of a three-way meeting, hoping to rekindle old friendships and reminisce about the good old days. Diana, clearly embarrassed by this proposal, hesitantly replied that she didn't know if that was possible, her voice revealing some concern. She shared her observations, saying that after asking others and meeting Carl in person, she realized he had changed in some way, which made her anxious. Diana, thoughtful, tried to find the right way to ask Andreas a question that was bothering her, unsure of the best way to start the conversation. Overcoming her embarrassment, she decided to simply ask him directly, convincing herself that this would be the best way out of the current situation. Andreas, sensing her hesitation, gently asked if she had anything she wanted to ask him, giving her the opportunity to speak. Without waiting for an answer, Andreas decided to say goodbye, saying that it was time for them to leave and that they would see each other later. They turned in different directions, preparing to leave the forge and continue their business, each immersed in their own thoughts. Suddenly, Diana, overcoming her indecision, turned around and shouted loudly that she wanted to know something important, attracting the attention of those around her. The blacksmiths, surprised by the sudden exclamation, turned to the girl, watching with curiosity the unfolding of the situation. However, Andreas had already left Martin Street and did not hear her scream, continuing to think about Carlos and the times before the fall of the cult. Later, sitting in Karen's office, Andreas listened attentively to his mentor, who spoke about the unsuccessful search for material comparable in quality to that mysterious vampire. Karen, without losing his determination, informed Andreas of his intention to continue the search, despite all the difficulties and failures he had to face. Andreas, thinking about the upcoming weekend meeting, realized this might be his chance, though he didn't have high hopes for it. In his thoughts, the man was already thinking about the game's strategy, realizing that if he could awaken Karen's greed and force him to ask for an artifact, victory would be his. Charon, slamming the book in his hands, reminded Andreas of the many tasks they had to perform and advised them to be prepared for anything. Andreas, plucking up courage, turned to his mentor, saying that he wanted to tell him something important, which immediately attracted Karen's attention. Without further ado, the guy announced that he had managed to obtain the legendary Code of the Apocalypse, which left Karen clearly surprised. Charon, keeping a serious expression on his face, looked carefully into his student's eyes, trying to understand how true his words were. Andreas, without looking away, responded to his master with the same determination, demonstrating confidence in his words and a desire to confirm them. Despite his outward confidence, the guy started to get a little nervous and sweaty, realizing the importance of the moment and the possible consequences of his statement. Karen, trying to hide his surprise, replied brusquely that this could not be true, calling Andreas weak, incapable of obtaining such a valuable artifact. In response to the master's distrust, Andreas began casting a spell, creating a portal from which his hand appeared, holding something that was clearly not meant for the possession of an ordinary student. Charon, without hiding his astonishment, watched the student's actions, his pupils narrowed with tension and disbelief at what was happening. From the portal he created, Andreas slowly and solemnly extracted a valuable artifact, confirming the veracity of his words and demonstrating his achievement. Charon, shocked by what he saw, could not believe his eyes, realizing that his student actually possessed the legendary Code of the Apocalypse. Andreas, full of determination, handed the item to Karen, wanting to transfer it into the capable hands of his mentor. Sharon seemed gripped by an internal struggle, his lips pressed into a thin line, betraying the tension and doubt that plagued his soul. Looking away as if he couldn't face his student, Karen spoke words that took Andreas by surprise, offering to keep the object for himself. Explaining his decision, Karen compared the item to a hot potato, warning that its presence could only bring trouble, and advised them to save it for the next meeting. Andreas, trying to hide his disappointment, noted that he had expected such a response, emphasizing Karen's tendency to put his own safety above all else. Sharon, turning the conversation to a practical turn, reminded them of the upcoming weekend meeting, insisting on careful preparation and scheduling. On the eastern outskirts of the city, where the forbidden forest meets civilization, a carriage sped as if fleeing an unseen danger lurking in the dark shadows of the trees. Sitting in the carriage, Andreas thought about the upcoming meeting, which he had attended thanks to Karen, realizing that the real tests were just beginning. Karen sat across from Andreas, his penetrating gaze fixed directly on the student's eyes, seeming to try to penetrate the most hidden corners of his soul. Karen, without looking away, spoke about the possibility of exchanging the page for artifacts that could increase his power, emphasizing the need for a good deal. Andreas, tense internally, reflected that Karen undoubtedly considered the page his property, but in the event of conflict, he would not hesitate to use the student as a human shield. Suddenly, something caught both of their attention, forcing them to look at each other anxiously and cautiously scan the surrounding darkness, sensing the approach of an unknown danger. Suddenly, the horses became alarmed, their anxiety increasing by the second, forcing the coachman to stop the cart and try to calm the agitated animals. The reason for the commotion soon became evident in the darkness. Silhouettes of unknown people appeared, with the clear intention of attacking the travelers, disrupting their already tense journey. A muscular blond man approached the carriage window, his imposing figure blocking the light as he addressed those inside, drawing their attention. The stranger, smiling, asked if they were going to a meeting and asked permission to accompany them on the trip. Andreas, looking at the muscular blonde's face, felt a vague memory associated with this man begin to emerge from the depths of his memory. Without waiting for a reply, the man who had just arrived climbed into the carriage, leaning back in his seat with visible pleasure and expressing relief at having found fellow travelers. The realization dawned on Andreas that before him was Salem Edidia, one of the continent's Magnificent 10, a man willing to do anything for the sake of his research. Anxious thoughts took hold of Andreas. If information about the page were leaked, the consequences could be catastrophic, putting not only their mission but also their lives at risk. Karen, who had maintained a tense expression on his face all this time, attracted Salem's attention, who did not fail to ask the reason for his evident anxiety. Salem, noticing Karen's discomfort, asked with mild mockery if he was unhappy that he was also going to the meeting. Karen, surprised by the frankness of the question, hurriedly began to justify himself, claiming that his reaction had been misinterpreted. Salem laughed and tried to calm the situation, advising Karen not to worry and mentioning that this wasn't the first such encounter for him. Andreas, amazed by Salem's behavior, mentally noted that although he knew of his eccentricity, reality exceeded all expectations. Salem, showing unexpected interest, leaned toward Andreas, his eyes shining with curiosity as he asked the young man's name. Karen, wanting to follow protocol, reminded Andreas to introduce himself, emphasizing his status as senior and mentor. Upon hearing the name Andreas Cromwell, Salem perked up, his reaction hinting at some hidden information about the young man's family that he seemed unaware of. Andreas, intrigued by Salem's words, was lost in thought, trying to understand what secret Karen could be hiding about his family. Salem, without hiding her surprise, noticed Andreas's obvious ignorance of her own past, casting a meaningful glance at Karen. Placing his hand on Andreas's shoulder in a gesture that could have seemed either friendly or patronizing, Salem offered to give the young man advice. Leaning down towards Andreas's ear, Salem whispered a cryptic phrase about fighting with all his might, leaving the young man even more confused. After this conversation, Andreas couldn't resist stealing glances at Karen, trying to read something in his expression. Karen's face seemed to silently order Andreas to remain silent, which only increased his suspicions and curiosity. Andreas's thoughts raced feverishly, trying to discover what other secrets Karen, the man he trusted, might be hiding from him. Suddenly, Andreas realized that the coachman's place was not occupied by a man, but by a frightening skeleton, whose presence gave the journey an even more sinister tone. A ghostly silhouette materialized next to the charioteer's skeleton, in which Andreas recognized with horror the spirit of Karen himself, which completely turned his idea of reality upside down. The horses, as if sensing the approaching danger, braked suddenly, forcing the passengers inside the carriage to tense up in anticipation of the unknown. Charon, maintaining outward calm but with notes of caution in his voice, turned to the unseen presence, asking about its intentions. Calling the unseen guest to a personal meeting, Karen watched as a sinister black liquid began to ooze from the ground in front of the horses, heralding the appearance of something extraordinary. The black substance, obeying an unknown force, began to form a human figure, crowned with a hat, under which red eyes flickered menacingly. Having completed its strange transformation, the creature appeared completely black, with the exception of a single glowing red eye, giving it a demonic appearance. The stranger, adjusting his hat with a gesture full of sinister elegance, turned to Karen, hinting at their long relationship and the events that separated their meeting. Dragon, who appeared before the travelers, revealed himself to be an imposing African-American man, wearing a hat and monocle, his appearance introducing a new level of tension into the already tense atmosphere. Suddenly, something in the surrounding environment caused Dragon to become clearly embarrassed, followed by a flash of anger reflected in his piercing gaze. The three men Karen, Dragon, and Salem met face to face, their encounter seemingly fraught with unspoken accusations and long-held resentments. Andreas, watching the scene unfold, mentally noted that the deep-sea dragon's appearance was clearly linked to the artifact, although Salem's presence seemed like an unpleasant surprise to him. Charon, without losing his composure, attracted the attention of the company, pointing somewhere in the distance as if he had discovered something important in the darkness that surrounded them. The mysterious Sir Morsh, upon noticing the arrivals, marked the path to the meeting place, causing Salem to question the reasons for choosing such a high and inaccessible location for the meeting. Salem's gaze darted away, his eyes narrowed in tension, trying to make out something in the twilight that surrounded them, as if searching for an invisible threat. Salem's face was distorted by a malicious smile, and his words, spoken with notes of self-satisfaction, suggested that the situation was developing according to a scenario he could predict. Suddenly, everyone present turned their gaze to Salem, their faces expressing extreme astonishment, as if he had done something unimaginable. Salem, without wasting a second, drew his sword, his voice full of contempt resounding in the silence of the night, accusing unknown adversaries of stupidity. Dragon, watching what was happening, was mentally perplexed, considering the attacker's actions the height of recklessness and stupidity. Trying to steal the codex in Salem's presence seemed insane, especially considering there were magicians lurking in the trees, ready to attack at any moment. Suddenly, magical vines began to sprout from the ground, quickly entangling themselves around the hands of those present, creating a trap from which it seemed impossible to escape. Salem, holding his sword above his head, said defiantly that now it would be clear how many fools would be left alive. His voice sounded like a sentence to the attackers. With a sudden movement, Salem brought his sword down, striking the ground, releasing a powerful stream of energy that seemed capable of tearing apart the very fabric of reality. The released force created a violent hurricane, lifting everything around and creating a chaos in which it was difficult to discern anything. A blue-violet glow, generated by a single blow of Salem's sword, spread across the forest, demonstrating his incredible power and skill. A small blue ball of energy materialized beside Dragon and Karen, pulsing with a mysterious light and seemingly living a life of its own. Similar balls appeared near the bandits, causing them confusion and fear of an unknown phenomenon, the nature of which they could not understand. Salem's sharp gaze, enhanced by a magic ball, scanned the surroundings, penetrating the darkness and revealing all the secrets hidden in the forest thicket. With a hint of satisfaction in his voice, Salem announced the result of his observation, accurately determining the number of ambushed opponents. Determined to put an end to this game of hide-and-seek, Salem prepared for decisive action, his eyes shining with anticipation of the inevitable fight. Salem's body glowed with a bright blue flame, enveloping his figure with a mystical glow, indicating his readiness for the upcoming battle. Panic arose among the bandits. They realized that their plan had been discovered, and the situation was quickly spiraling out of control, threatening their mission. Looking around, the bandits noticed with horror their approaching opponents, realizing that their retreat routes were rapidly dwindling. The girl in the gang, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, desperately called on her companions to retreat immediately, hoping to save at least part of the group. Suddenly, his expression changed, his pupils contracting to the extreme, reflecting his shock at the unexpected turn of events. Salem's smile widened, taking on a sinister quality, foreshadowing the inevitable retaliation against the unfortunate attackers. Directing a stream of green aura towards the girl, Salem triumphantly declared that the victim had fallen into his trap, leaving her no chance of salvation. The entire forest lit up with a dazzling green glow emanating from Salem, demonstrating its incredible magical power. At that moment, somewhere nearby, a woman with short purple hair was calmly drinking tea, as if what was happening didn't worry her at all. The girl slept peacefully on the back of a massive troll, unaware of the battle raging nearby, her sleep remaining serene amidst the chaos. A man in a hat and suit, whose face was hidden in shadows, watched what was happening, his piercing blue eyes carefully studying the two speakers. The four gathered, sat around a round table, patiently awaiting the arrival of the other meeting participants, the tension growing with each passing minute. Dragon, Salem, Karen, and Andreas arrived for the meeting. Salem, opening the door, greeted Morsh, implying that they had known each other for a long time. Sharon, showing respect, bowed, expressing his joy at meeting Morsha Jester, his voice ringing with notes of respect. Salem, turning to Andreas, noted his composure, complimenting him on the artifact's safety and offering to open the bag. Salem attracted the attention of everyone present by announcing something important. The eyes of the meeting participants fixed on him with undisguised interest. Even the little girl who was dozing in the troll woke up intrigued by what was happening. Her curiosity was obvious. A man in black, hidden behind a hat and suit, with only blue eyes visible, commented on the situation, reprimanding Salem for the unnecessary bloodshed. Andreas, assessing the assembled mages, mentally noted that the black mages they had to face were very strong opponents. Reflecting on Salem, Andreas recognized its undeniable importance, while Salem himself proudly declared its indispensability in obtaining the codex. The mysterious man in black interrupted the discussion, urging those present to focus on the main point and hurry up with the demonstration of the artifact. Andreas shot Karen a disgruntled look, his face expressing a mixture of disappointment and wariness. Having begun to create the portal, Andreas attracted the attention of those present. His actions aroused the interest of a mysterious observer. Andreas's composure in the face of such powerful mages did not go unnoticed, highlighting his unique qualities. Andreas, calm and collected, didn't even raise an eyebrow when they threatened to blow his head off, demonstrating incredible courage in such a tense moment. Notable was the presence of a double nucleus in the young man, identical to that of his interlocutor, which indicated his extraordinary abilities and magical potential. Salem, a mysterious and powerful magician, suddenly fixed a gaze on Andreas, full of genuine interest and hidden intentions, causing those around him to tense in anticipation. Andreas, focused and determined, opened the shimmering portal, intent on moving the mysterious artifact, while everyone present watched with bated breath. Unexpectedly, Salem, who was behind the young man, committed the unthinkable act of kissing him on the back, causing shock and confusion among those around him. Andreas, startled and confused, turned around abruptly, asking the reasons for such strange behavior, to which Salem, smiling, responded about her sympathy for the young man, making him think. A short-haired woman, outraged by what was happening, turned sharply to Salem, expressing her indignation at his inappropriate behavior at such a crucial moment. A mysterious figure in a black hat, whose eyes only glowed in the darkness, asked him to stop with the inappropriate jokes and focus on the important task ahead. Salem, suddenly becoming serious, informed Andreas about his relationship with his family, promising to render him a service, but a very significant one in the future. Andreas, impressed by the unexpected revelation, realized the importance of this promise, knowing of the strict observance of the oaths by the Magnificent Ten of the continent. In the back of his mind, the young man began to ponder how best to use Salem's promised help to make the necessary changes to his plans. A mysterious figure suddenly appeared in the portal created by the boy, attracting the attention of everyone present and creating an atmosphere of tense expectation. This creature turned out to be a personal skeleton named Nicole, summoned by Andreas, who carefully held in his bony hands a mysterious artifact that emitted a subtle glow. The man in the hat, whose piercing eyes were the only thing visible beneath the brim, confidently declared that there was no doubt about the authenticity of the artifact presented. Charon, looking intently at Andreas, asked with undisguised surprise when he managed to summon the skeleton, while Salem wondered about the possibility of trusting the code of the undead. Tyann, carefully studying the skeleton, noted its undeniable strength and endurance, which could play an important role in upcoming events. Andreas, realizing the gravity of the situation, mentally reminded himself of the need to remain calm and collected, as this was the key to success. The magicians surrounding the young man looked anxiously at the artifact, their eyes burning with anxiety, making Andreas realize his helplessness before these powerful creatures. Realizing there was no time to think, the young man decided to act immediately, as any delay could cost him his life. Everyone present, without taking their eyes off the skeleton with the artifact, expressed genuine surprise that Andreas had actually managed to deliver such a valuable item. Andreas decisively and loudly ordered his faithful skeleton Nicholas to return, preparing for decisive action. The next moment, the young man, with a lightning-quick movement, drew his sword, which gleamed in the dim light of the dungeon. The powerful magicians, stunned by this unexpected turn of events, looked at Andreas in shock, unable to believe what they saw. The skeleton, obeying its owner's will, quickly advanced alongside Andreas, ready to protect him at the cost of its own existence. Salem, in complete shock at what was happening, couldn't hide his astonishment, his gaze visibly distorted, expressing an extreme degree of surprise and confusion. The rest of the black magicians, no less stunned, froze in mute bewilderment, their faces expressing a mixture of incomprehension and anxiety, trying to comprehend what was happening. Andreas, without hesitation, took his sharp knife and plunged it decisively into the area near the heart, causing a wave of horror among those present. One of the magicians, unable to believe what he saw, with alarm in his voice, asked the young man the reasons for his desperate act, calling him a student of Charon. Andreas, overcoming his pain, began to explain that he was the one who discovered this mysterious and powerful artifact. The young man, bleeding, demanded that those present appreciate his efforts and sacrifices made to obtain the artifact. The short-haired woman's eyes shone brightly with tension and anger, and twisted roots began to rapidly sprout from the ground around her. These sinister roots slowly but inexorably approached Andreas, while the magicians reproached him for excessive greed and arrogance. The short-haired woman, despite her magical attack, was in a state of deep shock at the events unfolding in front of her. Andreas, gathering his last strength, announced that the artifact was in his secret vault along with the skeleton, and if he died, no one would be able to obtain the codex. The young man, still holding the knife to his heart, turned to Salem, reminding him of his earlier promise to help. Andreas, looking directly into Salem's eyes, reminded him of his words and declared that the time had come to fulfill his promise and help him. Feeling his strength leaving him, the guy hurriedly added that he had very little time left and needed help immediately. Salem, remaining calm, replied to Andreas that his actions seemed excessively reckless and asked what the young man would do if his words turned out to be a mistake. Andreas did not hesitate to declare his willingness to do whatever was necessary, even if it cost him his life, demonstrating unwavering determination. The young man added that to survive in this crazy world you have to become the craziest, showing that you are ready to go all the way. Salem, impressed by Andreas's courage, noted with a slight smile that the young man turned out to be very funny and extraordinary. Continuing his thought, Salem admitted that although he encouraged the young man to fight, he did not expect him to go so far in his actions. Suddenly, Salem drew his sword and began imbuing it with green magic, shocking and awestruck everyone present with his unexpected actions. Snakes emerged from Salem's blade, looking around warily, and the sinister spear and the terrible serpent materialized in mid-air, increasing the tension. Holding a sword with snakes coming out of it, Salem turned to the other magicians, making it clear that the situation was out of control. Salem, seeing Andreas's inflexibility, grimly concluded that he had no choice but to destroy everyone present. Salem, emitting an aura of menace, firmly stated that anyone who dared harm this young man would be killed immediately, demonstrating his determination to protect Andreas. The cheerful girl, alongside her faithful troll, quickly assured the young man that they would not harm him, trying to calm the tense atmosphere. Salem, escalating his threat, added that he would find and destroy anyone who dared to seek trouble with Andreas, leaving no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. The mysterious man in the hat, whose eyes shone from beneath the brim, incredulously asked Salem about his willingness to fight everyone for the sake of this young man, to which he confidently confirmed his position. A black magician with short hair, the woman, without hiding her indignation, accused Salem of mocking them, not believing what was happening. Salem, without losing his composure, responded harshly, asking if they wanted him to repeat his words, emphasizing the seriousness of his intentions. The man in the hat and the woman with short hair, stunned by what was happening, silently watched the events unfold, without daring to intervene. Dragon and Karen, amazed by what they heard, froze in horror, realizing the gravity of the situation and the possible consequences. Only the girl next to her troll, without hiding her admiration, exclaimed loudly, "Wow!" breaking the oppressive silence that reigned in the room. The mysterious man, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, turned to Andreas, asking about his desires, acknowledging his new status. Everyone present waited anxiously for Andreas's answer, realizing that his words could change the balance of power in the wizarding world. Suddenly, an empty vial fell to the floor beneath Andreas's feet, attracting the attention of everyone present and adding a new element of mystery to what was happening. Andreas, gathering his thoughts, thanked everyone for waiting patiently, preparing to voice his demands. Those present, holding their breath, turned again to the young man, persistently asking him to express his wishes. Andreas, displaying unexpected insight, asked what the mages were willing to offer for such a valuable artifact, turning the situation into negotiations. One of the magicians, without hiding his irritation, reprimanded the young man for the absurdity of his behavior, pointing out the lack of clear demands. Another magician, trying to speed up the process, invited Andreas to choose 5 items from a special list, advising him to approach the choice with special care. Demonstrating the list, the magicians noted the presence of even powerful corpses on it, emphasizing the value of the items offered. Andreas, smiling mentally, noted that the presence of corpses was not surprising for a gathering of black magicians, assessing the situation with cold calculation. Studying the list, the young man noticed the remains of the former fairy queen Milena and the tiger king Timur, realizing their incredible value as first-class materials. Suddenly, the troll turned to Jester, the man in the hat, reminding him that these corpses had already been sold to Morna, warning him of the possible consequences of handing them over. Andreas, upon hearing Morna's name, shuddered internally, realizing the complexity of the situation. The young man, realizing that the corpses belonged to one of the strongest necromancers, decided to abandon them to avoid serious problems. Suddenly, someone suggested that Andreas take the bodies anyway, which left the young man in a state of complete shock. Everyone present turned to the speaker, who turned out to be a fly, respectfully calling out to her master. Master Fly loudly stated that his student did not have the skills necessary to use such powerful corpses, causing a new wave of surprise. The Master Fly, insisting on his decision, repeated that he had no objection to transferring the corpse from his space bag to Karen, demonstrating unexpected generosity. Salem, looking at Andreas, mentally noted that the young man truly deserved such an attitude, recognizing his perseverance and resourcefulness. Andreas, surprised by the master's generosity, decided not to miss such a rare opportunity, although he did not understand the true reasons for such generosity. The young man, bowing deeply, expressed sincere gratitude for the generosity and announced his decision to accept the offered items, including valuable corpses. Charon, without hiding his disappointment and anger, cursed himself for not having brought the artifact personally, realizing the lost profit. Andreas was given a list of available items, which included a lunar blessing, tears, flowers, a blue root, an ebon ball, and the corpses of the fairy queen Milena and King Timur. Salam, trying to influence the young man's choice, shouted about the presence of more valuable things, but Andreas, confident in his decision, insisted on the selected items. The young man explained that from the resulting components, he could create a potion worth hundreds of millions, as well as find a cure for Lucia's illness. Jester, losing his patience, demanded that the artifact be handed over to them immediately, reminding them of the terms of the agreement. Andreas, remaining calm, agreed to comply with the demand and promised to deliver the artifact immediately. Jester, using his magic, began to pull the artifact into his hands, preparing to take possession of the long-awaited item. Salem, leaning toward Andreas, silently warned him to prepare for a quick escape. Suddenly, Salem grabbed the young man by the hand and quickly pulled him in the opposite direction, saving him from possible danger. The black magicians, realizing the mistake, burst into furious shouts, demanding to immediately catch up with the fugitives. Salem, not hiding his amusement, laughed out loud, while Andreas was slightly horrified by what was happening. The young man, trying to understand the situation, asked again about the magician's intentions to get rid of him after handing over the artifact, to which Salem confirmed his guess. Salem, remembering this promise, assured Andreas that he would take him to a safe place, demonstrating fidelity to his word. Andreas, after composing himself, asked to be sent back to the academy, offering to drop him off at the nearest station. Salem, having clarified the name of the Rodlin Academy, asked if Bart knew that Andreas was a black mage. The young man, without hiding his fears, replied that if Bart had known, he would hardly still be alive, emphasizing the danger of his situation. Salem philosophically observed that fate can sometimes be a real villain, suggesting the complexity of Andreas's life trajectory. Continuing his thought, Salem mysteriously added that the young man would understand everything when the time came, causing Andreas to be perplexed and ask new questions. Salem, repeating his earlier advice, encouraged Andreas to fight as hard as he could to survive, emphasizing the importance of this warning. He assured the young man that in time he would find answers to all his questions, asking for patience and perseverance. Returning to the academy, Andreas laid out the items he had received in exchange for the artifact on the table, appraising its unexpected richness. Seeing the huge body of the Tiger King lying on the ground, the young man exclaimed in surprise, amazed at the magic bag's capabilities. Andreas, studying the corpse, reflected on the need to improve his necromancy skill to more effectively use such valuable remains, realizing the limitations of his current capabilities. The young man decided to keep his trophies for now, recognizing their potential value and the need for careful preparation before using them. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the fall of a book, which caught his attention due to its unusual appearance. Picking up a gold-edged book, Andreas stared in surprise at the unexpected find, trying to understand its origin. Realizing that before him was a high-level book of Morn black magic, written personally by the master, the young man was amazed at the possibilities that opened up. Opening the book, Andreas was in shock, wondering if it was a gift from a mysterious benefactor. The young man understood that the knowledge contained in this book was not available in the Corona library, and mastering it would allow him to effectively utilize the resulting corpses. Suddenly, something caught Andreas's attention, causing him to turn sharply and stare intently across the room. A game window appeared in front of him, informing him of the possibility of his skeleton soldier evolving, which caused the young man a mixture of surprise and expectation. Andreas noted that the status window appeared after the artifact was delivered, suggesting that the codex has some influence on the evolution process. Deciding not to give in to his worries, the young man focused on the 100% chance of success of the evolution and decided to agree to the proposed improvement. Upon observing the skeleton, Andreas noted the lack of visible signs of pain, suggesting this may be due to its undead nature. An unexpected knock on the door caught the young man by surprise, causing him great surprise and caution. Andreas, overcome with curiosity and anxiety, ran to the door, wondering who could come to him so late. Behind the door was Lucia, who, looking at the young man with some concern, asked if he had a minute to talk. The narrative suddenly shifts, taking us to an office where Salem sits across from the mysterious master, preparing for a serious conversation. Salem, showing respect, asks permission to ask a question, to which the master silently gives his consent. Starting the conversation, Salem suggests that the real reason for revealing information about the artifact was to protect Andreas. After these words, a deathly silence reigns in the office, the tension visibly increases. Salem continues, noticing the master's care for Cain and his son, trying to understand the reasons behind his actions. He recalls that Cain's training was imposed by the Empire and complicated by his lack of obvious talent. Salem asks an unexpected question about the origin of necromancers, to which the master reacts with some surprise. The image of a beautiful green-haired girl appears before the master's eyes, evoking deep emotions in him. The image of a young man with wide eyebrows and long brown hair appears, completing the picture of the past. The master begins to speak about the essence of necromancy, mentioning its connection with the search for immortality, but suddenly stops his train of thought. To conclude the scene, the man's hand rests gently on the girl's hand, symbolizing a deep connection and unexpressed feelings. The scene changes to show the dead girl lying on the pentagram while a distraught man holds her lifeless hands. The master continues his thought by explaining that the true purpose of necromancy is to achieve the immortality of those you love, revealing the deep emotional aspect of this art. Salem, upon hearing this story, remains silent, experiencing mixed feelings and some discomfort with what he heard. The master continues talking about the creation of necromancy from an obsession with an eternal union with loved ones, to which Salem comments skeptically that it sounds like a fairy tale. Salem, hinting at the wisdom of his interlocutor, tries to get a direct answer, but the master evasively invites him to find out the meaning of what was said. The shrewd Salem suggests that the master's connection to the situation runs deeper than just an interest in Cain, trying to unravel his true motives. Recognizing the futility of trying to discover the truth by force, Salem gives up, and the master turns the conversation to the subject of Andreas, asking Salem's opinion of the young man. Salem, realizing the master's omniscience, mentions using a zombie fly to observe what is happening. Giving his opinion, Salem predicts that Andreas will become the craziest man in the world, surpassing even himself. Concluding the conversation, Salem expresses his impatience with the events, intriguing with his prediction about Andreas' future. The mustachioed stranger, with a mysterious smile, introduced himself as William Everlast, his eyes shining mysteriously in the dim light of the room. The young man, gathering courage, called himself Andreas Cromwell, whereupon the man cordially invited him to sit down, radiating hospitality. Lucia's father smiled apologetically and apologized for the inconvenience, explaining his desire to speak with the guest alone. William, stroking his mustache, mentioned plans for fruitful cooperation, emphasizing Andreas' close friendship with his daughter. Andreas enthusiastically expressed his gratitude for the meeting and thanked William's daughter for her help. Guilherme, clearly satisfied, noted the young man's enormous contribution, and Lucia, smiling proudly, recalled her role in obtaining favorable conditions. Andreas, holding out his hands with trepidation, accepted the documents from Lucia's father, feeling the importance of the moment. Studying the papers, Andreas mentally calculated a profit of 60% of the potion's cost of 3 million. The final figure was impressive. The young man, surprised by the numbers, realized that in the last month more than 1,000 potions were sold, which significantly exceeded his expectations. Lucy's father, rubbing his hands in glee, compared potion sales to hotcakes, promising even greater profits next month. William, deciding to change the subject, suggested moving on to dinner, remembering that it was the first time his daughter had brought a friend home. Andreas, upon hearing these words, felt the color of embarrassment flood his face, not knowing where to look. A month later, thanks to the spreading rumors, the potion gained incredible popularity, not only among warriors, but also in ordinary circles. The company, in an effort to meet growing demand, expanded its raw material base and production capacity, selling more than 2,000 potions per month. Andreas sighed and thought that if he had known about this success in advance, he would have immediately bought a tablet for convenience. The young man, still in disbelief at his success, reflected on the incredible profit he had made from just one potion. Thanks to the potion's popularity, Andreas gained the support of many influential nobles, strengthening his position in society. Andreas, having calculated his net worth, was surprised to realize that his fortune exceeded 6 billion, opening up new opportunities. The family estate he dreamed of was valued at 3.5 billion euros, including all taxes and fees. Andreas, smiling at his thoughts, realized that even after purchasing the property, he would still have a significant amount left over for further development. Andreas, remembering the important matter, got up and picked up his bag, heading to the next stop, the National Cemetery, where an important matter awaited him. After getting off the train, the young man resolutely headed to the cemetery, intending to return the family ring, a symbol of his inheritance. After passing through the cemetery gates, Andreas slowly walked up the path to a small house surrounded by peace and quiet. Near the house, Andreas noticed the familiar figure of Paimon, and beside him a mysterious man with a white mask, whose presence caused a vague concern in the young man. Trying to unravel the stranger's identity, Andreas mentally wondered who this mysterious companion of Paimon's was. Paimon, noticing Andreas's approach, cordially invited him in for tea, as if unaware of the tension in the air. Andreas, unable to contain his curiosity, asked about the stranger's identity, but Paimon seemed to not understand the question, only asking again in a puzzled manner. The cemetery employee, breaking the awkward silence, explained the stranger's presence as a guarantor, supposedly to avoid potential problems. Not wanting to continue the conversation outside, the cemetery attendant suggested that everyone go inside, where they could discuss matters in a more comfortable environment. Once home, Andreas sat across from the cemetery attendant, and between them, like a silent guard, stood a mysterious man in a white mask. Andreas, observing the stranger, mentally noted the obvious discrepancy. The sword and the hidden face did not match the image of an ordinary spinner. Recalling the cemetery worker's necromantic practices, Andreas realized he was just a small fry compared to Karen in the game world. Mentally evaluating his abilities, Andreas concluded that the cemetery worker did not pose a serious threat to him in the event of a conflict. The young man remembered his evolved nickel skeleton, which was capable of using aura, giving him an advantage over ordinary opponents. The only unknown factor remained the mysterious masked man, making Andreas wonder about the possibility of releasing energy. Paimon, interrupting Andreas's thoughts, served the tea, praising its flavor and mentioning a family gathering where this delicious drink had been ordered. Andreas, wanting to get straight to the point, politely reminded him that the purpose of his visit was to discuss the family ring, not to taste tea. The cemetery attendant, with a slight smile, noticed the young man's impatience, as if he were enjoying the prolonged prelude to an important conversation. Andreas, showing generosity, offered 5 million for the ring, despite the initial disadvantage, thanking the cemetery worker for his kindness. Upon hearing the offer, the cemetery attendant froze in complete shock, not expecting such a generous offer from the young visitor. After recovering from his surprise, the cemetery attendant noticed how quickly Andreas had become a great and generous man in such a short time. In response to the compliment, Andreas simply bowed politely, hiding his true thoughts and feelings behind a smile. The cemetery attendant, narrowing his eyes maliciously, hinted at the insufficiency of the proposed amount, implying that the price of silence should be higher. Andreas, instantly realizing his interlocutor's plan, contemptuously called him a typical villain, not hiding his disappointment with such methods. Paimon, trying to defuse the situation, quickly clarified that it wasn't about money, but rather the things Andreas received at the meeting. The cemetery attendant smiled and offered to donate some of the valuable items Andreas had supposedly taken from the meeting. Concluding his proposal, the cemetery worker smugly considered it a good deal, confident in his cunning. Andreas, maintaining his outward calm, continued to slowly sip his tea, pondering the current situation. Unexpectedly for everyone present, Andreas politely thanked the offer, surprising everyone. Looking the cemetery worker straight in the eye, Andreas clearly repeated his original offer of 5 million, no more, no less. Irritated by such insolence, the cemetery reminded Andreas of his words, without hiding his irritation. Andreas, keeping his cool, calmly confirmed that he had heard every word his opponent said perfectly. The young man, revealing his cards, admitted that from the beginning he understood the cemetery worker's reluctance to make an honest deal. Upon hearing these words, the cemetery worker visibly sank, realizing that his plan had been exposed. The masked man, who had been silent until that moment, suddenly drew his sword, inviting Paimon to finish off Andreas. Agreeing to the proposal, Paimon expressed weariness with this farce, but Andreas, ahead of them, began conjuring the portal. Andreas's evolved skeleton appeared from the portal, shocking everyone, but the young man, without losing his composure, decided to ask a question. The skeleton that reached the 5th grade possessed characteristics of self-awareness, sword prowess, a ghostly form, and an artifact of laziness, looking even more impressive. Andreas, addressing his opponents, defiantly asked if they really thought they could defeat him, causing horror in the cemetery worker. Paimon, succumbing to panic, ordered his guarantor to act, promising additional payment beyond what was agreed upon. With a nervous smile, the cemetery attendant demanded to deal with the little freak, losing what remained of his composure. The masked man, whose eyes were the only visible part of his face, glared at the cemetery worker. Before he could finish ordering Andreas's belongings, the cemetery attendant froze, feeling the skeleton approaching from behind. The skeleton, ready to deliver a crushing blow to the cemetery worker, was unexpectedly stopped by the spinner's sword, whose skill was at its peak. Andreas, maintaining his outward calm, watched the scene unfold, analyzing every move of his opponents. The young man's gaze suddenly became sharp and focused as he said, "To continue," anticipating the next act of this dangerous game. Andreas, assessing the enemy's tactics, noted the effective use of sticky bombs, with which he not only blocked the skeleton's attacks, but also restrained the mage himself. Fascinated by the spectacle, the young man watched intently the fierce sword fight between his faithful skeleton and the mysterious mercenary. The masked man, showing lightning-fast reactions, delivered a crushing blow to the skeleton, intending to end the fight with a single move. The skeleton, demonstrating incredible dexterity, managed to dodge the fatal blow at the last moment, showing the results of its evolution. Flashing his scarlet eyes, the bone warrior grabbed his opponent by the leg with lightning speed, catching him off guard with his unexpected tactics. The masked man's eyes widened in shock as he realized he had underestimated the capabilities of his unusual opponent. The skeleton, taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, knocked him down with a sudden movement, causing him to lose his balance and fall. The moment the mercenary fell, the skeleton, without wasting a second, began to activate the magic of his sword, preparing for the decisive blow. Andreas, observing the battle, mentally noted that his skeleton covered the sword with an aura, demonstrating new abilities after the evolution. The young man remembered that after evolution, the skeleton had a dantian, which explained its ability to use aura in battle. Andreas wondered if the enemy was really so strong that it forced the skeleton to resort to using an aura. Pondering the identity of the masked man, Andreas tried to discover who was hiding behind this mysterious image. The young man continued to mysteriously observe the unfolding of the battle, analyzing every move of his opponents. The skeleton and the masked man continued their furious sword fight, skillfully fending off each other's attacks with incredible speed. The mercenary managed to land a small blow, leaving a cut in the skeleton's bone structure, but it did not stop the fight. The skeleton, without losing the initiative, made a powerful leap, raising his sword for another crushing blow. The masked man, ahead of his opponent, struck a lightning blow with his sword directly at the skeleton's skull, apparently piercing it. However, something went wrong and the mercenary froze in complete shock, not understanding what had happened. The skeleton became transparent for a moment, allowing the blow to pass through without causing any damage. While the masked man tried to understand what he had seen, the skeleton took advantage of the moment and quickly approached him. Without allowing the enemy to regain his senses, the bone warrior delivered a powerful kick right to the mercenary's face. The force of the blow sent the masked man flying backward, shattering the window and sending shards of glass flying. Andreas's skeleton, emitting a terrifying aura, watched closely as the masked man flew through the window. Suddenly, mysterious hands appeared at the portal, dragging the masked man back, and cemetery attendant Paimon called out to him in confusion, asking what Dan was doing. The cemetery worker, losing his patience, yelled at Dan to stop holding back over the money and began casting an unknown spell. Andreas, watching what was happening, cursed mentally, realizing that the enemy had summoned the undead while he was distracted. The masked man who returned through the portal looked at everyone with a determined and unpleasant look, preparing himself for the next move. The cemetery worker, filled with rage, exclaimed to the ghost that this was necessary, understanding the nature of Andreas' abilities. He continued, mockingly observing that Andreas seemed to have made a good catch at the meeting. Rising to the challenge, the Necromancer summoned a large number of armored skeletons through the portals, displaying his finest creations. Reiterating his advantage, the cemetery worker pointed to the numerous corpses around, and zombie arms began to appear from the ground. The cemetery came alive with zombies and skeletons rose from their graves, creating an army of the undead. Andreas, assessing the situation, realized they were completely surrounded and ordered his skeleton to split. The young man, giving commands, began to make his way through the crowd, dodging attacks and repelling his adversaries. Cutting his way through hordes of undead, Andreas demonstrated incredible skill with a sword. Despite his efforts, countless enemies continued to pursue him, giving him no respite. Andreas created a shield of earth, trying to hide and at the same time taking down several skeletons. Turning around, he saw the skeletons attacking from behind, surrounding him on all sides. Focusing his magic, the young man created stone projectiles in his hands, realizing the infinity of the enemy army. Throwing stone spears, Andreas struck many skeletons, destroying their bony bodies. The spears pierced the enemies, shattering them into fragments, but new ones took the place of the fallen. Noticing the skeleton archers aiming at him, Andreas realized the situation was becoming even more dangerous. His gaze, full of determination, betrayed the intense work of his mind in search of an effective plan of action. Without stopping, Andreas ran towards the skeletons, clearing a path and destroying the enemies one by one. Pausing for a moment to catch his breath, the young man looked around the battlefield, assessing the number of defeated enemies. Cemetery worker Paimon, watching the incredible battle, said in surprise, turning to the sky, which was still only one. The cemetery worker's gaze expressed extreme fear, realizing the unexpected turn of events. Andreas's skeleton, not giving up, attacked again, enveloping his sword in an aura, but the mercenary successfully deflected the blow. The masked man, barely containing his anger, muttered the devil's skeleton under his breath. Andreas's skeleton, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, decided to use his last trump card. An embedded bomb was discovered in the bone warrior's chest, ready to be activated. Suddenly, the bomb exploded, releasing enormous destructive force. The shockwave scattered the skeletons around, creating chaos on the battlefield. Andreas, continuing to break through the enemy ranks, noted with annoyance that he had not even had time to drink the potion. The young man understood that at this rate his strength would soon run out, compromising the entire plan. Despite his fatigue, Andreas continued to fight, not giving his enemies a second of respite. Pausing for a moment, the guy breathed heavily, feeling the strength draining from his body. Continuing the fight with the skeletons, Andreas mentally wondered about the whereabouts of his faithful Nickel. The young man felt his body begin to go numb and his strength gradually left him. Every muscle in Andreas responded with excruciating pain, testing the limits of human capabilities. Suddenly, a huge skeleton approached Andreas, towering over him like a menacing figure. The man, doubting his strength, wondered if he could keep fighting until Nickel arrived. Summoning his last strength, Andreas deftly leaped onto the head of a massive skeleton, demonstrating incredible dexterity. Suddenly, the young man's gaze changed, expressing extreme surprise, as if he had felt or perceived something. Another giant skeleton appeared behind Andreas, wielding a massive axe and swinging it at his head. The guy, showing an extremely quick reaction, managed to place the sword in front of him, blocking the fatal blow. The confrontation began. The skeleton pressed with all its weight and strength on Andreas's sword, trying to break his defense. Gathering his last strength, Andreas threw away the skeleton's axe with a powerful blow, but he himself fell to the ground, completely exhausted. Andreas, having fallen to the ground after a heavy blow, rolled to the side, feeling the skeleton's gaze on him, which seemed to enjoy his helplessness. With incredible effort, the guy tried to get up. His eyes were half closed with exhaustion, and each movement was felt by a sharp pain throughout his body. Suddenly, the skeleton delivered a crushing blow to Andreas' face with its forehead, causing the young man to lose his balance again and fall to the cold floor. Once on the ground, Andreas had no time to defend himself from the skeleton's continuous blows, each one triggering a new wave of pain, clouding his already clouded consciousness. Taking blow after blow, the man reflected bitterly on the possibility of his death here, in this God-forsaken cemetery, without achieving his goals and failing to fulfill his promises. Only a peaceful purple sky shone before Andreas's eyes, contrasting with the cruelty of what was happening, and the skeleton's bony fist fell repeatedly on his exhausted body. Thoughts of his sister Ami pierced Andreas's consciousness, forcing him to think about her fate in the event of his death, and who could protect her from the dangers of this cruel world. The memories of Lucy and Vivan's illness caused Andreas to feel an acute sense of guilt, for he could not let them down, leaving them without support and protection in this unpredictable world. The realization that he finally had a real reason to live gave Andreas new strength, as he could not simply die without fulfilling his promises and achieving his goals. Suddenly, a bright red glow shone around Andreas, marking the awakening of his aura thanks to hard training and innate talent, opening up new possibilities for him. Activating the Dantian gave Andreas access to the power of the aura, filling his exhausted body with new energy and giving him hope of victory in a seemingly hopeless situation. Gripping the hilt of his sword with unprecedented strength, Andreas prepared for a decisive strike, feeling how the aura surrounding the blade gave the weapon incredible power. In a lightning-fast movement, Andreas pierced the skeleton's body with his sword filled with the power of aura, causing the bone warrior to crumble, unable to withstand the power of the blow. At the moment of defeating the skeleton, Andreas felt that he had finally found his place in this world, feeling how his new strength filled him with confidence and determination to continue his path. Andreas, barely able to stand after a grueling battle, was advancing slowly when a desperate cry for help reached his ears, forcing him to quicken his pace. Nickel, Andreas's faithful skeleton, though battle-worn, still stood, holding his sword to the cemetery worker's throat, giving him no chance to escape. Approaching the prisoner, Andreas demanded information about the location of the ring, his voice hoarse with fatigue, but determined. The cemetery worker, trying to buy time, suggested first lowering the weapon and discussing the situation calmly, his voice trembling with fear of the furious wizard. Andreas, smiling, recalled the death of his skeleton, hinting at the impossibility of commitment and the seriousness of his intentions. Andreas's gaze fell on the severed head of a man wearing a white spinner's mask, this eerie image reminding him of the cruelty of the battle that had just ended. Thinking about his future actions, Andreas understood that the situation called for drastic measures. He could not afford to show weakness at that moment. Lifting the defeated bondsman's sword, Andreas felt its weight and balance. This weapon might be the key to obtaining the necessary information. Holding the captured sword in his hands, Andreas again demanded an answer about the ring's whereabouts. At that moment, Paimon's alarmed exclamation was heard. The cemetery worker, fear growing on his face, begged Andreas to be more gentle, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous for him. Suddenly, the cemetery worker's eyes filled with an expression of hellish pain, and he began to scream, unable to contain the unbearable sensations. Andreas did not hesitate to cut off the cemetery worker's hand, demonstrating his determination to obtain the information he needed at any cost. Rejecting any attempts at negotiation, Andreas firmly stated his unwillingness to discuss anything, after which the cemetery employee, falling to his knees, squeezed out that the ring was in the cabinet on the bottom shelf. Andreas, maintaining a menacing appearance, studied the cemetery worker's face carefully, trying to decide whether or not to believe his words. At this moment, despite his attention to the cemetery worker, Andreas noticed that he began to cough strangely. Something was clearly wrong. The cemetery worker suddenly began to choke, blood began to flow from his mouth, and the veins on his neck and face became very tense, indicating serious health problems. After a few agonizing moments, the cemetery worker took his last breath and died, leaving Andreas completely perplexed by the unexpected turn of events. Andreas, stunned by what was happening, looked at the lifeless body with the severed hand, trying to comprehend what had happened. Looking at the sword in his hand, Andreas thought that perhaps the cemetery worker himself wanted to get rid of himself to avoid further torment. After carefully examining the blade, Andreas noticed traces of purple poison on the blade and immediately realized that it was this substance that caused the cemetery worker's sudden death. Andreas, remembering the guarantor, thought of the unusual sword, wondering about the identity of its owner. Suddenly, the cemetery address came to mind for bail bondsman Dan, making Andreas think of a possible connection to a famous person. Deciding to test his hunch, Andreas approached the guarantor's body, intending to remove the mask from his face. After removing the mask, Andreas noticed a change in the spinner's hairstyle, which confirmed his assumptions about the mask's ability to change appearance. Taking the white mask in his hands, Andreas decided to try it on himself to test its effect. Putting on the mask, Andreas felt his appearance change, enveloped in blue energy, transforming him into an exact copy of Dan. After removing the mask, Andreas was convinced that it was indeed an appearance-changing device, opening up new possibilities. Realizing the guarantor's identity as Bloody Dan, the game's notorious warmonger, made Andreas think about the possible consequences. Andreas remembered the plot of the game, where Dan was hired to kidnap the son of the chief of the secret barbarians, which led to a terrible war between the North and the Empire. Reflecting on his unintentional intervention in the course of history, Andreas realized that the war that had engulfed the entire continent in the game could now unfold differently. Andreas observed philosophically that Dan was not the type to live to old age, given his dangerous profession and lifestyle. Upon entering the cemetery worker's house, Andreas mentally thanked fate for acquiring the mask, planning to put it to good use, and ordered his skeleton to find the ring. Andreas, while studying the news on his tablet, came across a message about recent events involving a cemetery employee and a mysterious guarantor. The news story described a horrific incident at a national cemetery where alleged Necromancer Paimon and his hired swordsman fought over money, leaving Andreas hoping he was not connected to the incident. Deciding to move on to more important matters, Andreas focused on other tasks, using the tablet for future actions. Andreas fulfilled a long-held dream by purchasing his family's villa for $2.5 billion, including all fees and taxes, and was pleased with the conclusion of this important matter. Suddenly, someone appeared behind Andreas, covering his eyes with his hands and jokingly asking him to guess who came. Andreas froze in silence, unsure how to react to the unexpected appearance of a guest. Lucia, turning to Andreas, jokingly noted his annoyed reaction, which the guy only briefly agreed with. Lucia expressed perplexity at Andreas's reaction, remembering that she came to visit him as a friend and brought a beautiful basket of fruit. Andreas, smiling, sincerely thanked Lucia for her affection and attention. The girl, expecting a more emotional reaction, wondered what else Andreas should have said in such a situation. Jokes aside, Lucia seriously inquired about Andreas's well-being, showing genuine concern. Andreas replied that he felt fine, blaming it all on overtraining, mentally noting that the reality was completely different. Lucia warned Andreas against overexertion, but the conversation was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Vivian, who burst into the room. Vivian walked in with a very sad expression on her face, clearly worried about something. Andreas, surprised by her appearance, exclaimed Vivian's name, causing her to turn sharply to him. There was a tense silence. Vivian simply looked at Andreas, without saying a word. Lucia, observing what was happening, said Mr. Fairy with pity in her voice, understanding Vivian's emotional state. Suddenly, Vivian ran towards Andreas, covering the distance between them in a matter of seconds. Lucia watched silently as Vivian quickly approached Andreas. Vivian, clinging to Andreas's chest, left him in shock with her unexpected display of feelings. The girl, without hiding her emotions, admitted to Andreas that she had been very worried about him all this time. Andreas looked at Vivian with a serious look, but at the same time he smiled slightly, trying to hide his embarrassment. Calming Vivian down, Andreas assured her that he was fine and that there was nothing to worry about. Lucia, watching this scene, could not hide her disappointment and sadness. A week later, a snow-white carriage, decorated with exquisite ornaments, moved smoothly along the sunny grass, describing a circle. Inside the carriage were Andreas and his sister Ami, who curiously asked her brother about the purpose of the trip, trying to guess what he wanted to show her. Ami reflected on the fact that she had agreed to go with her brother after he returned the ring, but now she felt a little betrayed, being locked in the carriage with no way of knowing where they were going. The girl was perplexed that Andreas had suddenly obtained the funds for such a luxurious carriage, which further aroused her curiosity. Andreas, closing the book he was reading, announced his arrival at his destination. Ami curiously asked his brother about their whereabouts and the purpose of their trip, to which Andreas mysteriously replied that he would soon understand everything. A sudden, unfamiliar voice, confirming Andreas's words, confused Ami. The older woman greeted Amy, calling her ma'am, making the girl gasp in surprise as she recognized Lupina. Ami, stunned by Lupina's presence, demanded an explanation, and Andreas revealed that he had rehired her as a maid. The girl, worried about the family's financial situation, reminded her brother that they could not afford such a luxury. Ami thought with regret about her brother's naivety, believing that he still didn't understand how the world worked. Suddenly something caught the girl's attention, causing her great surprise. Ami carefully got out of the carriage, trying to understand what was happening. Lupina gallantly offered her hand to Ami, helping her down, while the girl was in shock. Their old house, once overrun with debt, loomed before Ami, and she walked slowly toward it along a familiar path. The girl, admiring the grandeur of the family property, recognized the apple orchard that surrounded the house. Ami, saying aloud that this was their home, plunged into memories of a happy childhood spent here. After asking her brother the reason for his visit, Ami received an envelope from him asking her to read the contents. Lupina, an elderly maid with white hair, smiled sweetly as she watched Ami's reaction. After reading the contents of the envelope, Ami asked her brother, in disbelief, about the veracity of the information. The girl, amazed by the news of the purchase of the house, could not understand how Andreas could do it. Ami, concerned about the origin of the funds, expressed hope that her brother was not doing something illegal. Andreas, calming his sister, showed her on the tablet information about the potion he had created. He explained that it was the invention of this potion that allowed him to rescue the family property. Andreas assured his sister that she would no longer have to work, promising to send her money every month for expenses. Ami, realizing the whole situation, regretted his behavior, recognizing his brother's hard work and his cruelty for the sake of the ring. The girl recalled how she told her brother not to come back and not to return the money, feeling guilty about her words. Ami, unable to contain her emotions, began to cry, confessing the cruel treatment she had meted out to her brother and her unwillingness to return. Andreas, calming his sister, called her stupid, assuring her that he understood everything and was ready to take full responsibility as an older brother. Ami admitted that she always believed in her brother, but then she became very angry, to which Andreas responded with understanding. Lupina wiped away her tears, smiling, as she watched the touching reunion between brother and sister. The corpse of the great tiger, received by Andreas as a trophy, lay in his room on a carefully drawn pentagram. Andreas carefully studied the book he received from the master, preparing himself for an important ritual. He remembered the recently attained achievement of the Second Awakening, which opened up new possibilities in necromancy. Thanks to the talent he received as a reward for his achievement, Andreas was able to learn the intricacies of necromancy much more quickly. His epic-level enlightenment talent allowed Andreas to better understand the material he studied, accelerating the development of new skills. Andreas considered the possibility of summoning a ghost, deciding it was time to use the corpse of the tiger Timur. Confident in his preparation, Andreas repeatedly studied the possible consequences of failing the ritual. Determined, Andreas announced the beginning of the summoning ritual. Beginning to use basic necromancy, Andreas began summoning a revenant after finding a suitable corpse. Using his dual mana core, Andreas concentrated as hard as possible, channeling magical energy through his hands. Andreas noticed that his nickel skeleton had already evolved, and adding Timur would make his strength equal to that of an entire team. Casting a spell, Andreas summoned the monarch of the tiger tribe, who once shook the entire continent. The system warned that the necromancy target's abilities exceeded those of the summoner, which reduced the ritual's stability. Additional effects have been applied to the ritual to increase the chances of success. Suddenly, the tiger corpse's eyes shone with a bright red light, slowly opening, signaling the beginning of the awakening of the ancient power. Basic necromancy successfully applied, resulting in the summoning of a legendary-level corpse. Due to the high level of the corpse, additional effects have been added to stabilize the ritual. The rising corpse made Andreas tense slightly, realizing the power of the summoned creature. The legendary tiger Timur, who became a C-class undead, had self-awareness, mastery of fist-fighting, and the skill of a berserker. Andreas mentally noted that even Timur's roar inspires fear, and rejoiced at the use of soundproofing magic. Having declared himself Timur's new master, Andreas watched with satisfaction as the mighty beast bowed before him. A few months later, in winter, a large number of students gathered in the snowy mountains of the Marquis territory to take the exam. The teacher announced the beginning of an explanation about the essence of the next test. The exam was a survival test and point collection over 72 hours in the mountains. The students had to collect glasses that were hidden in the snow-covered Rocky Mountain. The wristbands distributed counted points that could also be taken from other students. Damage to the wristband or failure to continue the test would result in immediate expulsion. These strict rules caused great concern among the students, who were surprised by what they heard. Once the teacher had finished giving instructions, she asked them to put on blindfolds, after which the observers accompanied the participants to their starting points. Some of the participants began to move carefully along the snowy mountainside. At Montevilbour, there were about 46 hours left until the end of the race, which would decide his fate. It turns out Andreas was climbing the mountain and almost reached the top. Andreas noted the suitability of the flat terrain at the top of the cliff for attack, defense, and camp setting. Further ahead, he noticed a strange red glow that caught his attention. Andreas recognized his old friend Diana, using search magic over a large area while maintaining the barrier at the same time. The young man was amazed at Diana's ability to shield herself from the storm and not stray, realizing the enormous energy required to do so. As he approached, Andreas saw that the girl was at the limit of her capabilities. He watched as Diana, completely exhausted, fell to her knees, unable to maintain her magic any longer. Andreas, watching Diana, noticed that she had completely exhausted her mana. As he approached, he contemplated the possibility of taking her bracelet, thus eliminating a powerful opponent. However, Andreas also realized that with Diana's help, he could easily take first place in the rankings. Diana, noticing the stranger's approach, tried to get up and use magic, warning him not to move. Andreas, calling Diana by name, surprised the girl who finally recognized him. He noted the benefits of magic, but warned against overusing it, pointing out Diana's exhaustion. Diana, suspecting the worst, accused Andreas of intending to steal her bracelet under the pretext of good advice. She declared her readiness to resist even in her exhausted state. Suddenly, Diana realized that her mana was completely depleted, unable to create even the simplest spell. Andreas, approaching, offered Diana some kind of deal, but the girl vehemently demanded that he not come any closer. She repeated her demand, insisting that Andreas speak from where he was. Andreas, surprised by this reaction, questioned the reasons for his hostility, while Diana asked again about his intentions. Unexpectedly for Diana, Andreas suggested joining forces, which surprised the girl greatly. Andreas knelt beside Diana, and she asked him the reasons for such a proposal. He explained that alone he was vulnerable to unforeseen circumstances, and that it was better to have a reliable comrade. Diana, still cautious, considered Andreas's proposal, recognizing its reasonableness. However, she expressed distrust in Andreas, doubting his sincerity. Diana mentally weighed the pros and cons, considering matters of pride, reputation, and self-interest. Suddenly, Andreas pretended to find something in his hand, attracting Diana's attention. He took out a delicious chocolate bar, deliberately showing it to Diana. Upon seeing the delicacy, the exhausted and hungry girl began to salivate involuntarily. Andreas, smiling, watched Diana's reaction, who finally agreed to cooperate, justifying herself by saying that she simply considered his proposal reasonable. The enormous hand of an unknown creature was squeezing someone's head, and its owner stated with disappointment that again it was not the one they were looking for, throwing the next victim aside. The little green gnome, holding a comparison paper in his hands, angrily reprimanded his large companion for an obvious mistake, emphasizing the complete inconsistency of the victim's appearance with his target. The huge orc tried to justify his poor eyesight, but the dwarf, losing his patience, once again reminded them of the key detail of their target's appearance, the green hair, which was impossible not to notice. The dwarf, grumbling about the bad weather and cursing the current task, expressed his dissatisfaction with the situation, to which the orc commented philosophically on the lack of choice, given the pay received. Continuing to complain, The dwarf accused a certain freak of giving them such an unpleasant and difficult task, clearly dissatisfied with the conditions of his work. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice spoke behind them, suggesting a more efficient approach to finding their target, causing both mercenaries to turn around sharply. The owner of the voice was a tall man with a mysterious eye hovering beside him, and he bluntly expressed his disappointment in the abilities of the idiots he hired. The stranger reported his research on the target, suggesting his knowledge and preparation for the upcoming operation. The orc, without hiding his irritation, asked why they were sending them on a mission to eliminate an ordinary student, especially considering that the boss himself, it seemed, would also arrive at the scene. The floating eye abruptly interrupted the orc, reminding him of the chain of command and the need to follow the Jester Master's orders without question. The mysterious employer once again emphasized the main task of the mercenaries to find and kill the target, without being distracted by extraneous questions and doubts. The orc and the dwarf, clearly dissatisfied with this treatment, mentally cursed their master, considering him a true aberration for such an attitude. The dwarf, noticing the orc's worsening mood, suggested taking a break, but his companion insisted on continuing the search, even if only for a short time. The orc argued that only students and observers could smell humans in this area, so systematically killing everyone they encountered would lead them sooner or later to their goal. Developing his thinking, the orc noted that this approach would allow them not only to find a target, but also to get rid of potential threats in the future. The dwarf, supporting the orc's idea, added that the students would become their enemies in the future anyway, so now they had a chance to eliminate these threats in advance. Floating Eye, after hearing the mercenaries' reasoning, contemptuously called them idiots, confirming his low expectations of their intellectual abilities. However, he quickly added that his role in the plan would be limited to that of bait, suggesting a more complex strategy for the operation. At this moment, at the top of the mountain, a group of magicians created a powerful explosive formation, their joint efforts generating an intense red glow, forming an ominous magic circle. While Andreas and Diana, unsuspecting, sat peacefully by the fire in the cave and ate, the man with the floating eye said ominously that they would soon bury their master's goal, anticipating the success of his insidious plan. Andreas, now with the sixth flower in his hands, mentally noted the success of his point-raising strategy, demonstrating his growing ability to pass the test. A group of trapped students begged Andreas to release them, complaining of a rush of blood to their heads due to their suspended state, to which the young man coldly observed that they belonged to the first group of participants. Continuing on her way, Diana, with growing curiosity, asked Andreas where he learned to track and capture people so skillfully, marveling at his unexpected abilities. The girl, observing Andreas's ease of movement over rough terrain, noted to herself that he was completely different from the typical wizard she had always considered him to be. Diana's head was spinning with the thought that it was like a completely different person in front of her. The changes in Andreas were so striking. Walking through the heavy snow, Diana looked embarrassed, clearly wanting to ask Andreas something, but not daring to. Gathering up courage, the girl called out to Andreas, causing him to turn and look at her intently, waiting for the conversation to continue. Diana, already made up her mind, asked Andreas directly about the reasons for his changes, remembering that before he seemed like a complete idiot to her, without hiding her surprise at the transformation in his personality. Andreas, not offended by Diana's frankness, replied honestly that if he hadn't changed, he risked losing everything that was truly important to him. Agreeing with Diana's earlier assessment, Andreas admitted that he was indeed that kind of trash, not hesitating to call a spade a spade. The young man noted with regret that he had never cared for his sister, his only relative, before, recognizing his past insensitivity and selfishness. Andreas said that realizing the importance of family led him to work on himself, during which he discovered his hidden talent and potential. Concluding his confession, Andreas sincerely apologized to Diana for all the terrible things he had done in the past, bowing deeply to the girl, who, moved by his words, assured him that everything was fine. Diana, encouraged by Andreas's sincerity, strongly proposed to join forces to achieve first place in the challenge, demonstrating her confidence and willingness to cooperate. The observant Ivy, watching the couple from above, mentally noted the naivety of their union, remembering that only one participant could take first place and resolutely declaring her intention to be the winner. Ivy, thinking of Andreas, remembered his composure during the incident with the Baron's family, where the young man had shown no hesitation in committing murder. The observer was skeptical of Andreas's sudden change, wondering how a man who had been rubbish his whole life could change so dramatically for the better, suspecting some kind of prank. Suddenly, Andreas and Diana took off, quickly fleeing somewhere, as if they sensed the approach of danger or discovered an important target, leaving the observer perplexed. Diana asked Andreas how long it would take to reach the object, to which the young man confidently replied that it would take about 3 minutes to travel. Andreas mentally recalled the rules of the challenge, according to which participants could earn points by taking them from other students or capturing objects marked on the map. Suddenly, Andreas warned Diana to prepare for an enemy attack, her intuition telling her that danger was approaching. As if to confirm his words, a huge orc appeared out of nowhere, swinging his massive axe at Andreas. Diana watched in horror as what was happening, but Andreas managed to react, dodging the fatal blow. The green gnome, who accompanied the orc, mockingly commented on the appearance of new fools, clearly underestimating the abilities of Andreas and Diana. The orc, surprised by his mistake, cursed, to which the dwarf sarcastically reminded him of his poor eyesight, emphasizing his partner's clumsiness. Andreas, assessing the situation, carefully studied the attackers, his gaze becoming extremely focused and decisive. Diana, concerned for Andreas's safety, ran to him asking about his well-being after the unexpected attack. Despite Diana's excitement, Andreas, without taking his eyes off his opponents, assured her of his normal state, but noticed that he was confused by some details of what was happening. Noticing a group of beaten students behind the monsters, Andreas somberly stated that the situation looked extremely bad and dangerous. Diana, seeing the injured students, was shocked and scared, trying to comprehend what was happening and understand what happened here. Suddenly, the green dwarf shouted Mantos's name, which caused confusion between Andreas and Diana, who did not understand who he was talking about. The dwarf, consulting some portrait in his hand, affirmatively stated that the green hair confirmed the identity of his target. Diana looked at Andreas in confusion, not understanding what was happening, while the young man himself seemed to begin to guess something, his gaze becoming hard and angry. The green gnome, pleased with his discovery, started to say something, but Andreas interrupted him abruptly, asking how they knew him. The attackers bluntly declared their intention to kill Andreas, openly admitting that they had come specifically for him. Andreas, in an attempt to protect the others, offered to let the other students go talk elsewhere, to which Diana responded by urging him to fight together. The young man, realizing that some of the victims were still alive, asked Diana to take care of them until help arrived. Resolutely walking towards the two monsters, Andreas confidently declared his ability to defeat them in an attempt to calm Diana. The orc and dwarf, upon hearing Andreas's self-confident declaration, called him an idiot, clearly underestimating his abilities and preparing for a fierce fight. The two monsters, delighted to have discovered their target, agreed to Andreas's proposal to set off together, anticipating the successful completion of the task. Diana watched in alarm as Andreas walked away with the two ugly creatures, calling his name softly, as if trying to stop him from making a dangerous decision. Along the way, the monsters asked Andreas with dark humor if he liked the location chosen for his future tomb, clearly enjoying their supposed superiority. They confidently declared that the chosen location was ideal for their purposes, as no one would be able to detect them, even if they made noise. Discussing their plan of action, the monsters decided that it would be enough to cut off Andreas' head as proof of his death, unaware of his true abilities. Impatiently spurring themselves on, they urged them to quickly finish the task and cut off the victim's head, clearly underestimating the situation. The massive orc, swinging his massive axe, strode defiantly toward Andreas, declaring his intention to test his fighting skills. Andreas, maintaining incredible calm, easily avoided the orc's powerful blow, demonstrating an agility unexpected for his opponents. The green gnome, not wanting to be left out, attacked Andreas from the flank, reminding him of his presence and readiness for battle. The dwarf, armed with 2 knives, began to furiously attack Andreas, trying to catch him off guard with a series of quick blows. However, Andreas easily dodged the attacks. His gaze was full of determination and confidence, as if he already knew the outcome of this confrontation. The orc, enraged by the failure of the first attack, attacked Andreas again, putting all of his enormous strength into the blow. Suddenly the space was illuminated with a bright blue glow, plunging the monsters into confusion and bewilderment. To the orc's surprise, Andreas not only dodged the blow, but also shattered his mighty axe, forcing the enemy to doubt his assumptions about the nature of the young man's abilities. Andreas, addressing the monsters by the names of Mantis and Glau, advised them to discard the prejudice that witchers do not use swords, demonstrating his knowledge. The stunned monsters screamed in panic, demanding to know how Andreas knew their names, clearly not understanding who they had contacted. Andreas, beginning to cast blue magic, darkly proposed an exchange of information. He would tell them how he knew their names if they revealed who in the assembly had sent them. The green gnome, realizing the gravity of the situation, exchanged worried glances with the orc, both realizing that things were taking an extremely unfavorable turn. Suddenly, a powerful skeleton and a huge tiger appeared from the portals, summoned by Andreas, who menacingly declared his intention to force the monsters to speak, even if they didn't want to. The monsters, realizing their desperate situation, bitterly admitted that they had been tricked by a certain Kidwell, calling him a freak for setting him up. Andreas, noticing something unusual, looked thoughtfully at the monsters' gloves, trying to solve some mystery in their equipment. The young man signaled to halt his skeleton, which was poised to attack, deciding that the situation required further study before taking final action. Andreas, speaking to his summoned beings, gave strict orders to kill anyone who tried to escape, demonstrating his determination to obtain the information he needed. These words frightened and angered the monsters, who, despite their fear, continued to consider Andreas an idiot, without realizing the gravity of the situation. Deciding they weren't so easily broken, the monsters made another attack. The orc, confident in his strength, charged at Andreas, shouting that they weren't finished yet. Andreas, mentally preparing himself for battle, decided to combine techniques from his past life as Makoto with local fighting skills, creating a unique and unpredictable style. Using his fighting skills, Andreas began to defend himself from the orc's attack, demonstrating unexpected skill in hand-to-hand combat. With a precise blow, Andreas hit the huge orc in the face, causing him severe pain and making him doubt his superiority. The green gnome, not wanting to be left out, also rushed to the attack, brandishing his sword and threatening Andreas with imminent death. However, Andreas easily snatched the sword from the dwarf's hand, demonstrating his superiority in battle. Having snatched the dwarf's dagger from the air, Andreas ironically offered to show how to use it properly, hinting at his mastery of weapons. The green gnome, overcome with horror, but still unaware of the full danger of the situation due to his narrow-mindedness, continued to resist. Andreas began a series of attacks with his sword, demonstrating great skill with the weapon, while the dwarf barely had time to dodge the blows. The opponents engaged in a fierce duel, one-on-one, their swords flashing in the air, creating an impressive spectacle. The orc, gravely wounded, knelt to the side, hearing only the clang of swords and not having the strength to intervene in the battle. The green gnome gradually began to lose ground, clearly inferior to Andreas in skill and endurance. Andreas's eyes glowed with a violet light, reflecting his utmost concentration and determination in this fight. In a split second, Andreas delivered many quick blows in different directions with the sword he had taken from the green gnome, With a final kick, Andreas threw his opponent several meters away, demonstrating not only his skill with the sword, but also his physical strength. The green gnome landed in a snowdrift a few meters away from Andreas, clearly shocked by the force of the blow and his opponent's skill. After dealing with the dwarf, Andreas turned decisively to the orc, ready to continue the fight. The orc, with blood streaming from his nose and clutching his head, looked pitiful and helpless in the face of an unexpectedly strong enemy. Andreas wryly reminded the orc that he wasn't finished yet, mentally noting the effectiveness of his combat skills. With slight regret, Andreas thought that the strength of his summoned tiger, Timur, could not be tested in this battle, despite his impressive appearance. Diana approached the injured students, victims of the mercenaries searching for Andreas, and expressed her desire to leave them in the care of others. One of the observers who attended to the injured student noticed Diana's abilities, but suggested they remain together for safety. The girl remembered Andreas's order to care for the survivors until help arrived, realizing the importance of this task. Diana was emphatic about her reluctance to stand idly by when innocent people needed help. The observer, approving of Diana's decision, promised to follow her as quickly as possible, warning her to be careful. Encouraged by the support, Diana agreed to the plan and prepared to act. Andreas, standing over the defeated orc lying in the snow, coldly declared that he was ready to talk. When questioned about the client, the panicked orc refused to answer, begging Andreas to simply kill him. The young man looked at the orc with an icy gaze, demonstrating his determination to get answers. Turning to his skeleton Nickel, Andreas ordered him to hand over the sword. The skeleton complied with the order without question, and Andreas, turning to the orc, grimly agreed to fulfill his wish. Andreas hinted at the existence of other ways to obtain information, making it clear that he saw no point in wasting time on useless conversations. Suddenly, the green dwarf, unable to bear the tension, shouted Jester's name as his sender, causing the orc to rage. The dwarf, justifying his betrayal, declared the futility of remaining faithful to someone who treats him like a dog. As the dwarf continued speaking, he mentioned that they weren't the only ones Jester had sent. Andreas, analyzing the information received, confirmed his suspicions about the involvement of someone from the assembly, but was surprised to discover that this person was Jester. The young man remembered Salem's promise to punish anyone who dared to seek trouble with Andreas. Reflecting on the situation, Andreas suggested that Jester, having decided to take such a step despite Salem's threat, must be confident in his ability to cover his tracks, which is what these two losers were sent for. Turning to the green gnome, Andreas asked about the others sent by Jester, awaiting more information on the extent of the threat. The green gnome, responding to Andreas's question, suggested that even other envoys do not want to make Rodlin Avalanche their enemy, suggesting the possibility of preparing something bigger and more dangerous. Andreas, analyzing the information received, concluded that Jester was likely trying to stage his death as an accident, providing an alibi and avoiding prosecution. The green gnome, turning to his orc friend, proposed leaving this place immediately, clearly tired of the incomprehensible and dangerous situation they found themselves in because of their master. Andreas, upon hearing of the mercenaries' attempted escape, coldly reminded them of the impossibility of simply leaving after the crimes they had committed, demonstrating his determination to see the matter through to the end. The young man, underlining the gravity of the situation, stated his intention not to leave them alive after they had killed so many innocent students, making it clear that retribution for their actions was inevitable. At this point, Diana, in her protective dome, had almost reached the top of the mountain, but noticed with concern Andreas' absence, unaware of his current location and condition. Suddenly, something caught the girl's attention, making her look down in fear, where she discovered something unusual and potentially dangerous. Diana noticed with horror beneath her strange red markings, which resembled magical hieroglyphics, which clearly did not bode well. The energy of the four elements of earth, fire, water, and air began to circulate around the girl, creating a powerful magical field of unknown purpose. Diana was alarmed to find a group of unknown people forming a circle around her, clearly participating in some mysterious ritual. Realizing that these people were not the two monsters who had taken Andreas away, Diana loudly demanded an explanation, trying to understand who they were and what they wanted. An angry, bearded man, clearly the leader of the group, spoke with contempt at Diana's unexpected appearance, calling her a rat and a petty brat who interrupted their ritual. Diana, undaunted by the threats, courageously accused the attackers of cowardice for attacking in secret and refusing to answer questions, warning of the possible consequences of their actions. Ignoring the girl's words, the magicians attacked Diana again, clearly intending to eliminate the unexpected obstacle to their plans. Diana, gathering all her strength, held her magic doll tightly, trying to protect herself from the powerful attack of her opponents. The bearded man, observing Diana's actions, noted with surprise her ability to perform a double cast, combining a snowstorm with ice magic, which spoke of the girl's extraordinary talent. Unwilling to give up, Diana launched a counterattack, demanding that her attackers get out of her way, demonstrating determination and fighting spirit. Thanks to her skill, the girl managed to defeat several mages from the attacking group, showing that she was not as easy prey as they thought. The bearded leader, seeing the effectiveness of Diana's attacks, shouted at his subordinates to dodge, scolding them for their inability to see the direction of his attacks, and quickly created a magical shield in front of him. Diana, despite her evident fatigue and heavy breathing, maintained a determined look, not intending to give up even in the face of a superior enemy. The bearded man, watching Diana with reluctant admiration, noted her terrifying control over magic at such a young age, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. However, despite the girl's impressive skills, the man noticed some flaw in her technique, which made him wonder about a possible weakness in her magic. The bearded man, holding the floating eye in his hand, disdainfully told Diana that despite her impressive abilities, she was still just a petty and stupid girl, clearly underestimating her determination and strength. Placing a floating eye on his forehead, the man with a sadistic smile announced his intention to toy with Diana, demonstrating confidence in his superiority and readiness for a more serious confrontation. Suddenly, terrifying tentacles began to emanate from the man's body, shocking and horrifying Diana. She had never encountered such a manifestation of magic. Realizing with horror that she was facing dark magic, Diana was deeply shocked, realizing how dangerous her opponent had become. The man's eyes began to emit an ominous red light, and numerous blood-red tentacles grew from them, creating a truly terrifying sight. Meanwhile, Watcher Ivy discovered the bodies of the child victims of the dwarf and the orc, seeing in horror the consequences of their cruelty. Suddenly, something caught Ivy's attention, causing her to spin around as her eyes narrowed, trying to discern the source of the strange buzzing sound. Ivy's gaze darted to the top of the mountain, from where unusual sounds were coming, and a strange and frightening aura emanated, forcing her to be cautious and prepare for possible danger. Diana, using her protective dome, tried to repel the attacks of the tentacles emanating from the bearded man, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. The girl realized that at this pace of battle, her mana would soon run out, putting her in an extremely vulnerable position against a powerful opponent. Despite her exhaustion, Diana continued to stubbornly hold her shield, dodging the blows, while the mages persistently tried to wear her down, hoping for a quick victory. Demonstrating incredible skill, Diana managed to maintain multiple spells simultaneously, attempting to resist superior enemy forces. Suddenly, Diana's shield began to buckle under the pressure of the fire magic, forcing the girl to cover herself with her hands in despair, awaiting the inevitable blow. Unable to withstand the powerful attack, Diana fell from her protective dome, to the obvious delight of the enemies around her, who expected a quick victory. Lying in the cold snow, Diana was breathing heavily. Her strength was running out, but the determination still burned in her eyes to not give up until the end. The bearded man, now completely covered in frightening tentacles and extra flesh, took sadistic pleasure in highlighting the difference in strength and experience between them, reveling in his superiority. Diana, not wanting to show fear, boldly replied that the difference in experience means nothing when the enemy simply stuffed some kind of rubbish into her head, trying to hurt the man's pride. The girl's words angered the bearded mage extremely. He couldn't believe that even in this position she dared to be insolent to him, which only increased his thirst for revenge. Threatening to tear Diana apart, the magician met only a contemptuous response from the girl, who called his threats cheap, and himself even more stupid, which only intensified his anger. Suddenly, something caught Diana's attention, causing her to look away with an extremely frightened expression on her face, as if she had seen something even more terrifying than her current opponent. The black magician, noticing Diana's reaction, announced the end of the games with the utmost rage, preparing to deliver the final, crushing blow to the defenseless girl. Diana, completely exhausted and deprived of the last drops of mana, watched in horror as the countless tentacles approached her, realizing her helplessness in the face of imminent death. Suddenly, someone unknown appeared in front of the girl, cutting through the tentacles that were approaching at lightning speed and protecting Diana from the deadly threat. Stunned by the unexpected rescue, Diana could not understand who this mysterious protector was, who had appeared at such a critical moment. The bearded black magician was no less surprised by the stranger's appearance. His anger reached such a limit that 3 eyes now shone on his face instead of one, demonstrating the growing power of his black magic. Diana, looking intently at the face of the man in the white mask, tried to unravel the identity of her unexpected savior, unaware of his true essence. Andreas, hidden behind an appearance-changing artifact, introduced himself to the girl as a hired mercenary, insisting that she immediately leave the dangerous place while he dealt with the situation. Diana, not believing the stranger's words, expressed doubts about her ability to deal with numerous enemies alone, considering such a plan madness. Andreas, responding to the girl, hinted at the enemy's true objective, mentally noting the impossibility of summoning Nikel or Timur so as not to reveal his identity. Alerting Diana to the enemy's intention to cause an avalanche, Andreas persistently urged her to run as fast as she could, leaving the girl perplexed as to what was happening. The black magician, amazed at the stranger's knowledge, angrily demanded an explanation, not understanding how he knew of his plans. Andreas, remaining calm, replied to the wizard that there was no point in revealing information to someone who would soon die, further inciting the enemy's anger. The enraged wizard, having lost control, began attacking Andreas with his many tentacles, calling him an arrogant fool and intending to destroy him. Andreas, without wasting a second, entered the fight ready to counterattack and demonstrate his skills. With incredible dexterity and precision, Andreas used his sword, cutting off the tentacle's limbs, demonstrating superior skill with the weapon. Andreas's actions only increased the black mage's anger, who was now determined to destroy the daring enemy at any cost. All of the wizard's assistants, who had previously been in the circle, now focused their attacks on Andreas, trying to overwhelm him with their numbers. Andreas, demonstrating incredible skill, easily deflected all the magical blows with his sword, as if he were dancing among enemy spells. Surprising everyone present, including the mages and their leader, Andreas not only defended himself, but also went on the offensive, quickly attacking and defeating the enemy mages. Diana, observing the actions of what she thought was a stranger, marveled at his speed and skill, unaware of her savior's true identity. The black magician, despite the losses, was not going to give up. His anger reached its climax, and he promised Andreas that he would now pay dearly for his interference. Diana, sensing the wizard's preparation for something terrible, shouted to Andreas, warning him of the danger and asking him to be careful. Suddenly, the space was illuminated by a bright red blast of incredible power, forcing Diana to turn away to shield her eyes from the blinding light. A huge crater opens in the ground, left by a powerful blow, and the air is filled with clouds of dust, slowly settling on the ruins of a once peaceful place. The enemy magicians, stricken with horror, cry out to their leader with frightened looks, addressing him as Mr. Kidwell, their voices trembling with fear of the unknown. Diana, frozen in a trance, tries to shield herself from the blast wave, her eyes wide with shock and her hands instinctively covering her face from the flying debris. The masked man, hiding Andreas' true identity, impales the dark mage Kidwell with his sharp sword, the blade glinting in the dusty air. Colored blood flows from the mouth of the defeated Kidwell. His face is distorted by a grimace of shock and pain. He cannot believe what is happening, feeling like the life is leaving his body. The third eye, a mysterious creation of dark magic attached to Kidwell's head, watches what is happening with genuine horror, its pupils dilated with fear of impending death. The guy in the white mask, whose eyes are only visible as two dots through the slits, exudes an unwavering determination, ready to continue the fight until his last breath. Kidwell, showing incredible vitality, gathers his last strength and attacks the man with his magical tentacles, trying to throw the enemy back and buy time. The mysterious masked warrior deftly leaps back, landing on strong legs, ready to continue the deadly battle with the dangerous black magician. The girl, worried about the mysterious fighter's condition, asks about his well-being, to which she receives a short and decisive answer to stay behind. The guy's head is filled with thoughts that the host should have already died, but he continues to fight with incredible tenacity, causing mixed feelings of surprise and anxiety. A sudden hunch pierces the fighter's conscience. Is it possible that a monstrous monster, a product of dark magic, has taken control of Kidwell's body, continuing the battle even after the death of its bearer? The third eye, a source of unimaginable horror, began to spit tentacles that writhed into Kidwell's mouth like a parasite capturing its host. The monster, a creature of darkness and chaos, began to completely absorb Kidwell's body, turning the once powerful magician into a weak-willed puppet of its evil will. The monster, scarlet and covered in writhing tentacles, grew to incredible size, leaving only Kidwell's legs visible, the last reminder of his humanity. The man in the white mask, frozen in silent horror, watched this terrible transformation, his mind trying to comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, giant tentacles advanced towards Diana, but the guy, demonstrating an incredible reaction, managed to save her, pulling her away from mortal danger at the last moment. The monster, surprised by its opponent's agility and speed, froze for a moment, as if it overestimated the enemy's strength. From the powerful blow of the tentacles, an avalanche of snow arose, covering the enemy magicians, burying them under a cold white cloak. The guy, realizing the danger of the situation, persistently convinces the girl to leave while distracting the monster's attention. He shouts for her to hurry, his voice full of determination and anxiety, but the girl, overcome with conflicting feelings, hesitates, not wanting to leave her savior. She watches as the man attacks again, his sword glowing, slicing through the air and the monster's tentacles in a deadly dance. The girl, looking at this desperate battle, reflects on her unknown savior, feeling deep gratitude and admiration for his courage. A sense of duty and fear war in her heart. She cannot simply leave him here, realizing it could cost her her life. Determined to act, she begins to concentrate magical energy in her hands, preparing to provide assistance in this unequal battle. Observing the guy's skill in fighting the monster, the girl understands that the most important thing now is to take her time, to act carefully and precisely. Continuing to concentrate the energy in her hands, the girl mentally repeats that she needs to condense this power, transform it into a powerful weapon against the monster. She focuses on making the energy thinner and sharper, as if forming an invisible blade of pure magic. Finally, the girl holds in her hands a strong beam of energy. Her eyes shine with the realization of success. She feels that she has managed to create something truly powerful. The guy, continuing to struggle, reflects on how easy it would be to deal with the situation if he could ask Nickel or Timur for help. Suddenly, he turns around and his gaze catches something incredible, making him forget the battle for a moment. He watches as a girl with incredible skill begins to weave a complex spell, her movements precise and confident. The thought of her stubbornness crosses his mind. He wonders why she hasn't run away yet, as he asked, risking her life. The girl, sensing that the moment has come, understands that now is the right time to use her magic and deliver the decisive blow. Gathering all her strength and determination, she throws a ball of energy at the monster, placing all her hopes of victory in this throw. The bright blue energy rushes towards the monster at great speed, cutting through the air and leaving behind a trail of magical glow. The spell hits the monster, leaving it in a state of shock and confusion, its body trembling from the powerful magical blow. The guy calmly observes what is happening, without betraying his emotions. His mask hides any manifestation of surprise or approval. The energy penetrates the monster's interior, causing confusion and disorientation. The monster cannot understand what is happening to its body. A red bump forms at the impact site, and the guy instantly realizes that this is the mana core, the source of the monster's power. With determination in his voice, he declares that he will now definitively destroy this core, realizing that this is the key to defeating the terrible creature. The guy rushes into battle again, his sword flashing in the air, delivering blow after blow to the monster's weak spot. He realizes he was close to victory, but in his haste, he made a mistake, allowing the monster to regroup. The monster's enormous tentacles suddenly begin to move, preparing for a new attack, and the air fills with the roar of its movement. Something strange catches the guy's attention. He observes the tentacles' unusual behavior with increased vigilance. To everyone's surprise, the tentacles attack the magicians of Kidwell's supporters, those who have fought alongside the monster all this time. The realization of the terrible truth hits everyone present. The monster has used their allies as pawns in this cruel game. The monster changes strategy, its tentacles piercing the magician's eyes at lightning speed, turning them into weak-willed puppets. 5 magicians are impaled by the monster's tentacles, their bodies hanging lifeless in the air, becoming part of a terrifying spectacle. A girl and a guy, watching this nightmare, come to a terrible hunch. The monster not only kills its own, but absorbs their mana, becoming stronger with each victim. The monster's tentacles suck the magician's energy to the last drop, transforming their bodies into withered skeletons, devoid of all vitality. The monster, completely maddened by the energy it absorbed, lets out a deafening roar, its body shaking with uncontrollable rage. The monster, having absorbed all this energy, becomes truly huge. The guy standing in front of it now looks like a tiny ant. The guy realizes the criticality of the situation. He understands that things have gotten much worse. Suddenly, a blue energy surrounds his massive fist, giving it a glowing, ethereal appearance. A magical aura spreads through the guy's body. He doesn't understand what's happening, but he feels a surge of incredible power. A hunch crosses his mind. This is a layer of ice magic that increases the sharpness and power of his attacks. He feels the magic accelerate his movements, making his legs incredibly fast and light. Turning around, the guy sees Diana, clearly exhausted, and wonders where she spent her energy. A sudden understanding dawns on him. The girl used the last grains of her mana to strengthen him. He turns to her, urging her not to push herself and to run, realizing she is risking her life for him. The guy runs back into battle, feeling how, thanks to Diana's magic, his body has become incredibly light and fast, ready for the decisive battle. The monster's body is covered in terrifying sharp spikes, making it even more deadly and impregnable. The guy observes this transformation with surprise, and a question arises in his head about the nature of these terrible changes. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurs. The guy instinctively protects himself from the shockwave, trying to stay on his feet. Continuing to fight, he cuts off the monster's tentacles, but sadly realizes that there is no end to them. They keep appearing. The guy understands that he needs to find the monster's core again. This is the only chance of victory in this arduous battle. He begins to circle the monster, carefully searching for a vulnerable spot where the core might be hidden. The monster goes crazy with the guy's actions. His movements become chaotic and unpredictable. Finally, the guy discovers the cannonball and exclaims happily, but immediately realizes that it is too strong for a simple blow. Continuing to cut the tentacles, the guy acts according to a certain plan. Each movement brings him closer to his goal. The guy's gaze is fixed on the monster's enormous core, which he managed to open, and he prepares to deliver the decisive blow. The monster's blood spreads in different directions. The guy watches this spectacle without taking his eyes off the target. Suddenly, the sound of a sword being drawn is heard from the side, attracting the attention of the combatants. This is the observant Ivy, who, sword in hand, demands to know the boy's identity, her voice full of suspicion and caution. The guy is alarmed to realize that the appearance of the observer Ivy significantly complicates the situation. Hidden by a mask, he remains a stranger to Ivy, their gazes meeting in silent opposition. Ivy gives the stranger an ultimatum, threatening violence and the forced removal of his mask if he refuses to cooperate. Suddenly, the attention of everyone present is drawn to the beginning of a rockfall at the top of the mountain. The boy's thoughts turn to the danger of a magic circle established by black magicians, threatening disaster for many students. The observer, not believing the stranger's words, accuses him of trying to bluff. Ivy's gaze turns to the trembling stones as the man warns of an imminent explosion. The stranger quickly leaves the place of comfort, leaving the observer perplexed. Ivy, observing the guy's quick retreat, expresses her indignation at his behavior. The observer's anger grows, and she vows to find the fugitive, as the stone at the top takes on an ominous red hue. The guy reaches the top of the mountain with incredible speed, realizing that he has very little time left. Upon reaching the peak, he removes the mask from the magical artifact, relieved that he succeeded at the last moment. Hiding behind a rock, the guy watches the explosion, confident in the observer's ability to handle the situation. Nearby, you can see a dark Gothic estate, shrouded in a dark and secretive atmosphere. In the center of the magic circle stands a mermaid, surrounded by 4 candles and the corpse of a crow, creating a mysterious image of the ritual. Jester begins to cast a spell, his aura fluctuating slightly, reminiscent of the movement of blood, increasing the sinister atmosphere of what is happening. The magician carefully examines the results of his actions, tilting his head slightly back and forth, assessing the situation. Jester claims his rights to the territory, turning to Salem, who suddenly appears. Salem, who entered through the window, displeases Jester, who reprimands the guest for not warning him about the visit. The guest hints at the unusual nature of his business. His words are accompanied by a mysterious smile. Returning to the ground, Salem expresses his dissatisfaction with Jester's underestimation. He suggests something stupid Jester did, increasing the tension between them. Jester shows incomprehension by denying any involvement in these actions. Salem becomes menacing and his hands begin to emit green mana, accusing Jester of being a fake. Salem's threats become more explicit. He suggests the possibility of holding a funeral for Jester. Jester, maintaining an outward calm, wonders about Salem's true intentions, his voice trembling slightly with tension. Salem's displeasure is reflected on his face, his lips pressed into a thin line, expressing extreme irritation. Salem picks up the bottle near the window, his actions hinting at the seriousness of his intentions and the importance of the upcoming conversation. While serving an alcoholic drink, Salem hints at potential problems for Jester related to recent events. Salem demands that he lend her the diligent laziness artifact for a week, his tone leaving no doubt about the seriousness of the request. As he drinks the drink, Salem promises to turn a blind eye to Jester's actions, his smile full of hidden clues. Andreas walks down the hallway, completely immersed in reading the information on his tablet, his face expressing extreme concentration. The article that caught your attention talks about Professor Ivy's assistant's victory over the black magician Kidwell and Diana's rescue by an unknown swordsman. The guy realizes the tension of the situation, understanding the need to remain invisible. At that moment, he notices Ivy watching him. Noticing Ivy in his peripheral vision, Andreas speculates about her interest in the knight's training camp. Ivy seems unhappy with her presence here. Her thoughts are occupied searching for the mysterious wizard. She turns to Andreas, ordering him to follow her, calling him Greenhead with obvious disdain. They enter a sword training area equipped with targets and mannequins to practice their fighting skills. Vivian, very embarrassed by the situation, realized that her suspicions about Andreas's identity as Mr. Fairy were completely confirmed, opening a new chapter in their relationship. Ivy Clare turned to Andreas and fixed him with a piercing gaze, silently demanding an answer to the unspoken question about the reason for their meeting at the training grounds. Andreas, surprised by the observer's frankness, mentally reviewed possible response options, trying to find the safest and most convincing one. After organizing his thoughts, the young man cautiously admitted that he partially understood the reason for the meeting, which caused surprise on Ivy's face, who had not expected such frankness. The observer seemed ready to forgive Andreas for his past mistakes, while the young man himself mentally noted his interlocutor's excessive frankness. Andreas, trying to defuse the situation, awkwardly joked about his unpreparedness for a relationship, which provoked an angry reaction from Ivy, who threatened to suffer physical harm for such insolence. Ivy, barely containing her anger, relayed Diana's story about the two murderous students, demanding an explanation from Andreas about their fate and his involvement in what happened. The young man, keeping to his legend, replied that he did not know the fate of the killers, as he escaped from the investigation office while everyone was distracted, hoping that his lie would sound convincing. Andreas mentally thanked Diana for not revealing the true purpose of her own attackers, realizing how dangerous that information could be. Ivy, not believing a single word Andreas said, called his explanations nonsense, clearly not willing to accept this version of events and demanding the truth. Andreas, trying to convince Ivy of his sincerity, began to make excuses, but was rudely interrupted before he could finish his thought and ask for forgiveness. The observer, losing her patience, did not give Andreas the opportunity to continue with his excuses, and, deciding to act, quickly drew her sword, preparing to attack. Ivy, without wasting a second, began attacking Andreas with a series of quick and precise blows, but the young man, demonstrating unexpected dexterity, successfully avoided each attack. Andreas, forced to defend himself, quickly drew his sword and, to Ivy's surprise, managed to deflect her powerful blow, showing unexpected skill with the weapon. The young man, continuing to maneuver, jumped back, maintaining a stable position and ready for new attacks. His movements were precise and confident. Ivy, amazed by Andreas's skills, noted in disbelief that the thin mage was able to block the attack of the assistant professor of the night college, clearly underestimating the enemy. Andreas, noticing a crack in his sword after blocking Ivy's blow, was shocked by the power of her attack, realizing that a simple parry could have cost him the weapon. The observer, narrowing her eyes, expressed extreme suspicion about Andreas's unusual abilities, her gaze becoming even more penetrating and cautious. Andreas, trying to defend himself from the accusations, unintentionally hinted to Ivy about his possible connection with dark magicians, unaware that Vivian was listening to the conversation. Vivian, having heard the accusations against Andreas, was shocked by the idea of his possible connection to dark magic, her hand involuntarily reaching out to her heart in shock and disbelief. Ivy, developing her theory, recalled Andreas's suspicious behavior and her unexpected victory over the magician in the case of the Baron's family when he saved her from a trap. The Watcher remembered the mysterious masked swordsman fighting the monster, noting the similarity of his physique to Andreas's, despite the difference in his voice. Andreas, understanding Ivy's distrust of his story, tried to find a way to convince her of his innocence, but the observer, having confirmed his suspicions, suggested additional questions. Ivy, continuing her accusations, mentioned strange changes in Vivian's behavior after the exam, suspecting Andreas was manipulating the girl and demanding an explanation. Vivian, who had heard the entire conversation, froze in complete shock, unable to utter a word, her mind feverishly trying to comprehend what she had heard and understand Andreas' true nature. Andreas, stunned by Ivy's accusations, carefully considered his response, realizing that not only his fate, but also his relationship with Vivian and his reputation at the academy depended on his words. The young man, deciding to keep the truth, admitted that he had indeed saved Vivian, unaware that his words had caused a physical reaction in the eavesdropper in the form of constriction of her pupils. Ivy, having listened skeptically to Andreas's explanation of how he penetrated the barrier and saved Vivian, was clearly not convinced by such a simple answer, her suspicions only growing stronger. Vivian, lowering her head and lost in thought, realized her hunch was confirmed. Andreas was indeed the same mysterious fairy lord she had been thinking about for so long. The observer, losing patience with what Andreas seemed to be lying to her, raised her voice sharply, demanding to stop playing with her and finally tell the truth about what happened. Ivy, pointing the tip of her sword at Andreas, asked in disbelief how a loser like him could freely enter and exit the Black Mage's barrier, clearly doubting his abilities. Suddenly, Vivian, unable to bear the tension, came out of her hiding place and confirmed the veracity of Andreas's words, attracting the attention of both participants in the confrontation. The girl, approaching them, confirmed that Andreas had indeed saved her life, while the young man himself asked in surprise about the reason for her presence here. Ivy, upon hearing Vivian's confirmation, shot an irritated look at the two, clearly perplexed by the unexpected turn of events and unsure who to believe now. The tension grew as Ivy's sword was still pointed at Andreas, and the two young men anxiously awaited the outcome of this tense situation. Finally, with a heavy sigh, Ivy lowered her head and sheathed her sword, admitting defeat in this verbal duel, though not completely convinced of Andreas's innocence. Before leaving, the observer warned Andreas that she would closely monitor his every move, leaving the young man tense and uncertain about his future at the academy. Andreas, after thanking Vivian for her unexpected help, was surprised by her response, in which she called him Mr. Fairy, which caused him a mixture of surprise and concern. Vivian, very embarrassed by the situation, realized that her intuition was correct, and all her assumptions about Andreas's secret identity were confirmed, opening a new chapter in their relationship. Andreas's sister, Ami, was sitting on the property her brother had recently purchased, filling out some important paperwork, lost in thought. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by the maid's voice, who announced the end of the cleaning of the property, drawing Ami's attention to the current situation. The girl thanked him for the work, noting the difficulty of the task due to the long abandonment of the estate, but the maid assured her that it was not difficult. However, the maid mentioned that they felt it would be inappropriate to enter the previous lord's office, suggesting that Ami visit the place first. Ami, rising from her chair, agreed to immediately inspect the office, feeling a mixture of curiosity and slight excitement. The girl walked down the hallway to the lord's office, carrying on her back some kind of envelope, possibly containing important documents or personal items. Approaching the luxurious doors of her father's office, Ami froze for a moment, remembering the past and organizing her thoughts. Memories came flooding back of how many times she and her brother had been scolded for hiding in this very office, playing their childhood games. Making a decision, Ami grabbed the doorknob, realizing how long it had been since she was last here. Entering the dark office, the girl at first couldn't see anything, trying to get used to the lack of light. Little by little, her eyes adjusted and she saw the chaos in the room. Broken glass, overturned furniture, scattered books. All of this made her cry out in surprise and slight disappointment. As she walked through the rubble, Ami reflected that it wasn't surprising to see such desolation, considering how long it had been since anyone had cared about the place. Suddenly, her gaze caught something, causing the girl to feel both confused and interested at the same time. Ami saw a cracked frame, which she reached out for, feeling strangely excited. Lifting the frame and examining it carefully, sitting on her knees, Ami delved into the memories associated with this object. At this moment, a train was passing through Welton, taking passengers in an unknown direction. Andreas, still on this train, turned to his companion, commenting on someone's insolence towards Master Salem. Salem, sitting across from Andreas, with tattooed arms and wearing a robe, responded sharply, emphasizing his status as the greatest on the continent and expressing his displeasure at appearing openly in a crowded place. Continuing his speech, Salem reprimanded Andreas for his weakness, reminding him that he was being hunted by everyone, and this was a result of his lack of strength. Salem, wanting to get straight to the point, tried to change the subject of the conversation, but Andreas didn't seem to hear him, lost in thought or deliberately ignoring his mentor's words. Salem began to explain to Andreas that the aura of the Dantian and the mana of the heart are essentially the same thing, to which the young man confirmed his understanding of this fact. Continuing, Salem spoke about the theoretical possibility of converting aura into mana and vice versa, remembering that this would not be possible without a dual core, which, fortunately, they have. Concluding his explanation, the great magician announced a method he had developed for the practical conversion of aura and mana, called transference. After 10 minutes, Andreas reflected on the simplicity of the technique and its activation, marveling at the method's effectiveness. The young man was amazed at the speed at which mana could be converted into aura, considering it an incredible achievement. Addressing Salem, Andreas expressed admiration for the invented technique, recognizing its incredible effectiveness. Salem, satisfied with the student's mastery of the material, suggested continuing the practice and stood up, apparently preparing to leave the train compartment. Andreas, wanting to ask a question, asked the master to wait, to which Salem casually waved his hand, agreeing to listen. The young man, plucking up courage, asked about his father and the Cromwell family, clearly seeking answers to questions that had long tormented him. Salem turned and looked closely at Andreas, understanding the importance of the matter to the young man. The magician reported that Cain was a student of Morn's grandfather, which greatly surprised Andreas, forcing him to ask again in disbelief. However, Salem, not wanting to go into details, reminded Andreas of the need to find out the details on his own, considering explanations an unnecessary hassle. Suddenly, the commander jumped out of the train window to escape, leaving Andreas screaming after him, demanding further explanation. Left alone, Andreas reflected on the unexpected discovery that his father, Cain Cromwell, was a dark magician, which the young man never suspected and did not remember mentioning in the game. Comforting himself with the idea of returning home, Andreas hoped to find some clues or information about his family's past there. Upon arriving home, Andreas was greeted by his sister, who praised the housekeeper Lupina's work on furnishing the house. Upon entering his father's office, Andreas was shocked, not recognizing the room due to the changes made. Ami explained that due to the chaos, she replaced all the furniture in an attempt to create a more comfortable work environment. Andreas thanked his sister for her concern, and she assured him that she had kept everything important, showing him the photo frame she had found. Turning to her brother, Ami showed a family photo in which they were captured as children with their parents. The girl asked Andreas if the photo brought back memories, expecting an emotional response from her brother to this piece of their shared past. Andreas, looking at an old family photograph, felt a strange mixture of feelings. His face lit up with a slight smile, hiding the deep emotions evoked by this image. A wave of nostalgia washed over the young man, but with it came something else, an indescribable and mysterious feeling that he couldn't identify, but that made his heart beat faster. When Andreas's fingers touched the cool surface of the photo frame, something incredible happened. A barely perceptible ripple ran across the glass, and then a flash of light blinded the young man. The frame, as if coming to life, began to emit a mysterious glow, which gradually intensified, causing astonishment not only in Andreas, but also in his sister Ami, who watched what was happening. The bright light emanating from the photo frame quickly filled the entire room, enveloping the objects in a soft glow and creating a sense of unreality. Suddenly, a strange sound reached Andreas's ears, causing him to turn sharply, his eyes scanning the space behind him, trying to detect the source of the noise. The young man was surprised to see how a secret passage opened right behind him, as if by magic, accompanied by the creaking of ancient mechanisms, which left Andreas frozen in complete shock. Andreas and Ami, overcoming their fear and curiosity, carefully approached the mysterious passage, their thoughts feverishly trying to explain what was happening. The realization came suddenly. Touching the photo frame activated an ancient magic circle, hidden from prying eyes for many years. This magic circle, which turned out to be a complex defense mechanism, opened the entrance to a secret room, the existence of which had until then remained unknown. Andreas, analyzing the situation, came to the conclusion that if activation required the touch of two members of his family, then the legacy of his father, Cain, was likely stored within. Intuition told the young man that something incredible was hidden behind this door, because such a carefully hidden treasure could not be ordinary. Andreas, realizing the danger of the situation, decisively told his sister about his intention to explore the hiding place alone. But Ami, driven by concern for her brother, opposed this idea. The young man, understanding the risks associated with magic, persistently persuaded his sister to stay outside, arguing that he was concerned for her safety. After some hesitation, Ami gave in to her brother's arguments, agreeing with his decision, although her concern for his safety did not leave her. Andreas, sensing his sister's anxiety, tried to calm her, promising to be extremely careful and return as quickly as possible. The young man began to descend a wide, dark passage, lit only by the dim light of candles, each step beneath his feet seeming to hold ancient secrets. Suddenly, Andreas felt a strange uneasiness. His hair seemed to become electrified and a shiver ran across his skin, foreshadowing an encounter with something unusual and potentially dangerous. The sense of the presence of dark magic, familiar to him from his experience with the sloth artifact, once again captured Andreas, making him cautious and prepared for possible surprises. Advancing further and further through the dark corridors, the young man felt a mysterious force calling him forward, as if calling him to reveal the ancient secrets hidden in the depths of this labyrinth. At the end of the winding path, Andreas saw something incredible, a majestic tree surrounded by beautiful flowers that seemed to grow straight from the rock. Approaching the tree, the young man felt a powerful red energy emanating from it, and around the wide but low trunk was a carpet of emerald grass and exotic flowers. Andreas, examining the incredible garden, realized that before him were the rarest fairy flowers, and the tree itself was likely part of the legendary Apocalypse Code. The young man, amazed by the discovery, tried to understand that before him, perhaps, was the main part of the very codex about which there were so many legends and which was considered lost. Perplexity gripped Andreas as he wondered why there was something here that he hadn't seen even in the game, which, as he believed, reflected every aspect of this world. Suddenly, the young man's attention was drawn to a small detail on one of the tree branches. Swaying slightly in the light wind, there was a note tied with a string. Cautiously, as if afraid to spook the moment, Andreas reached out for the note, feeling his heart begin to beat faster in anticipation of a possible discovery. The thought that the note might have been left by Cain himself, Andreas's father, crossed the young man's mind, making his hand tremble slightly with excitement. As soon as Andreas unfolded the note, a mysterious magic circle suddenly activated behind him, emitting a powerful orange-red energy that enveloped everything around him. To Andreas's horror, the note began to dissolve in his hands, and he, stunned by what was happening, looked around frantically, trying to understand what was happening. Suddenly, the young man felt the presence of someone behind him, but in a state of shock, he couldn't even turn around, frozen in anticipation of the unknown and not knowing what to expect in the next moment. The stranger, who appeared out of nowhere, simply placed his hand on Andreas's head, causing the young man to feel a mixture of fear and strange calm. Andreas, daring to look up, saw before him an incredibly tall figure enveloped in a mysterious aura that seemed to command the deepest respect. Andreas' pupils widened in shock as strange visions began to unfold before his mind. In his memories, he saw someone reaching out with a tree bone, as if offering it to someone. An image appeared before Andreas of the greatest master handing a bone to his father, who, having accepted it, bowed deeply. The next vision showed how this bone was carefully placed in a gray clay pot, as if it were the beginning of an important ritual. Andreas watched as over time the seed began to sprout, slowly but surely turning into a young tree. The vision accelerated, and now Andreas's father demonstrated a rapidly growing tree emitting red energy to a group of people. The two observers were shocked by the tree's incredibly rapid growth, clearly aware of its unusual nature. Suddenly, the memories were replaced by a darker scene of Andreas's father holding his mother, who was bleeding from the dagger wound in her stomach, desperately trying to stop the bleeding. The last thing Andreas saw in this series of visions was his father looking at his hand, watching drops of blood envelop it, symbolizing the tragedy and mystery surrounding his family. In a flashback, Andreas saw the bearded man who had threatened him earlier, who was now addressing little Andreas and Ami when they were still children. Andreas's father tried to resist the threat, but at that moment the family photo broke, symbolizing the destruction of family well-being. Andreas, seeing these strange memories, was so shocked that he could not find words to express his feelings. Looking down, filled with anger and sadness, the young man realized the bitter truth about his family's past. Andreas realized that the Empire and the Dark Mages were in cahoots, revealing the depth of the betrayal. Remembering Salem's words, Andreas realized that the Emperor had handed his father, Cain, over to Master Morna to study dark magic and cultivate original sin. After Cain completed his task, they decided to get rid of him, considering that he had lost value to their plans. The death of Cain's wife and his mysterious illness, which led to the downfall of the family, were part of the Emperor's conspiracy, which Cain eventually realized. Wanting revenge, Cain hid the Tree of Original Sin in a place accessible only to Andreas and his sister, awaiting their future intervention. Suddenly, a figure resembling his father appeared behind Andreas, asking if he had seen enough of the memories. Recognizing the voice, Andreas turned around in shock, unable to believe what he was hearing and his eyes. In front of him was the image of his father with blood-stained eyes, who suddenly called him Makoto Kaneshiro. Acting on instinct, Andreas drew his sword, preparing for the possible threat. The young man pointed his sword at a mysterious figure who looked identical to his father, demanding an explanation. The stranger noted with surprise that Andreas, being an avid gamer, should have already guessed his identity. The phrase, "Thank you for playing our game," suddenly popped into Andreas's mind, making him realize the incredible truth. Shocked, Andreas asked if this person was the developer who brought him to the game. The stranger confirmed Andreas's hunch, asking about his impressions of the world of the deadly sins. Despite the creator's enthusiastic words about the incredible world, Andreas was very angry about this revelation. The young man demanded an explanation as to why he had been transferred to this world, feeling deceived and used. The developer casually replied that there was nothing special about it. He just wanted Andreas to win the game, leaving the young man even more confused and angry. Andreas asked about the need to beat the game, to which the developer confirmed that everything is as simple as it seems. The creator reminded Andreas of the many endings of this world that the young man had seen, including the fates of Lucy, Diana, and other characters. The developer emphasized that all of these endings ended the same way, with the world destroyed by the explosion of original sin, awakening the deadly sins and their owners. Andreas, surprised, asked about his understanding of the game, where collecting all the deadly and original sins was supposed to prevent the end of the world. The creator explained that as long as the consciousness of original sin exists, the world will sooner or later collapse, and to prevent this, Andreas needs to control it completely. When asked about control over original sin, the developer responded that only the flesh and blood of Cain are capable of that. A game window appeared in front of Andreas, offering to form a contract with the immature original sin, demanding the contractor's blood. Andreas realized that original sin had likely sensed his presence and was ready to interact. The father figure in the form of Cain realized that even though he was a talentless scum, Andreas had a unique opportunity. He emphasized that only a few can enter this place before original sin arises, and Andreas is one of those chosen ones. Andreas, silent, listened attentively, trying to understand where this strange dialogue would lead. The developer warned that in 6 months, when the tree grows, it will leave the room in search of its owner. Andreas, reflecting, realized the reason for his rebirth into a trash character. Since Cain hid the original sin, only he and Ami could obtain it. Andreas, trying to understand the situation, asked the developer directly what he wanted from him. The developer explained his plan. Andreas must make a contract with original sin, become its master, and then feed it with the deadly sins in nature. Aware of the danger, Andreas expressed doubts about his abilities, to which the prosecutor replied that this was the only way out, despite the risk. Cain's image, flickering like a hologram, addressed Andreas, apologizing for involving him in this matter and expressing hope for success that would save Andreas's life and the world. Andreas, looking at the shining tree of original sin, fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Cain addressed Andreas as if he were a son, causing the young man to be shocked by this unexpected manifestation of paternal feelings. Cain expressed his faith in Andreas, urging him to always remember this trust. With a fatherly smile, Cain asked Andreas to take care of his sister, showing concern for his children. When Andreas turned around, Cain's image had already disappeared, leaving the young man alone with his thoughts and decisions. Andreas focused his gaze on the tree of original sin, which emitted a powerful aura. Resolutely taking off his glove and throwing it onto the green grass, Andreas prepared for the next step. The young man gripped the sword tightly in his hand, running the blade across his palm, preparing for the ritual. Andreas realized that his story was not just another story about rebirth in another world. Despite his reluctance to follow someone else's orders, Andreas realized he had no choice but to act according to the plan. Reaching out his bloody hand toward the tree, Andreas noticed that, in a way, everything remained the same. As soon as Andreas touched the tree, it began to react violently, and the red energy completely enveloped the young man. The system confirmed the fusion of the Codex of Revelation, Chapter 0 of the purest original sin with the user's body, recognizing Andreas as its master. The system notified Andreas about the increase in mana recovery and the gradual increase in its density in his body. Andreas's mana element began to lean towards darkness, and his abilities promised to increase depending on the number of deadly sins collected. Andreas remembered the image of his father, Cain Cromwell, radiating sunlight, recognizing it as the other half of his soul. Cain assured his son that he would take care of Ami and the Cromwell family, easing some of Andreas's burden. A massive clot of yellow energy appeared in front of Andreas, enveloping him in its glow. Addressing his father's soul, Andreas promised to avenge all the injustices he had experienced and to give peace to his soul. The young man promised to fulfill this promise 100%, feeling the weight of responsibility. Meanwhile, the bearded man who bought the family, standing at the window and cleaning his sword, asked his subordinates about the search for original sin. Viscount Lamar Welton, head of the intelligence department, looked at his master with fear, preparing to report disappointing news. Bowing, the Viscount said that they had searched all of Cain's properties before his death, but without success. The bearded man, turning with his sword, disdainfully called the Viscount trash, unworthy of the title of head of intelligence. He suggested that Cain must have entrusted original sin to one of his relatives, who would sooner or later want revenge. The Viscount proposed to study carefully the entire Cromwell family, but his master interrupted him, insinuating the urgency of the matter. The bearded man, who turned out to be His Majesty, graciously gave the Viscount a little more time, earning his subordinates' gratitude. The Emperor ordered the search to continue, suggesting they start with the deadly sins as a possible clue. While discussing the cult of Zephyr, the Viscount reported suspicious activity and possible preparations for a Zephyr summoning ceremony involving a large number of people. The Emperor, pleased with the information, ordered that the cult be carefully monitored, preparing to use the situation for his own purposes. A mysterious voice, imbued with power and meaning, reminded everyone of the importance of the upcoming festival, making everyone present tense with anticipation. One of those present, addressing Master Payat, confidently confirmed his readiness for all aspects of the upcoming event, his voice sounding with notes of pride in the work accomplished. The speaker described the security measures in detail, including the placement of guards, entrance and exit plans, as well as a thorough examination of the arena's underground chambers without omitting any detail. Master Payat, extravagantly dressed in a purple hat and feathered cloak, with light makeup on his face, mentioned the need for many sacrifices to summon Lord Zepar, promising a reward for success. The young man, upon hearing Payat's words, just smiled sweetly, hiding his true thoughts and feelings behind that smile. Payat, deciding to joke, offered to introduce the young man to himself, which he politely but firmly refused, keeping his distance in the relationship. The young man humbly noted that he only asked for help from his brothers and sisters at the academy, praising them for doing a good job and showing respect for their efforts. Payat, changing the subject, asked about the worthy candidate mentioned earlier, his voice revealing sincere interest in the matter. The master asked directly about the results of Vivian's recruitment, clearly placing great importance on bringing this girl into their ranks. The young man remembered his conversation with Vivian, her completely disinterested look, which clearly spoke of her unwillingness to join the cause. He honestly reported the failure, relaying Vivian's words that she had already found her spiritual support, to which Payat lamented but did not seem too upset by the news. Payat, concluding the conversation, expressed hope in the young man's ability to independently perform all tasks, explaining his busyness with important matters and the need for absence. Andreas, alone, carefully studied the game window that appeared in front of him, rereading the list of his talents and reflecting on the events of the past week after visiting the family estate. The young man noted with relief that his fears about possible problems associated with original sin had not yet come to pass, which allowed him to relax a little. Despite revealing his father's secrets, Andreas continued to worry about his sister's safety, feeling responsible for her well-being. Considering the impending events at the academy, Andreas would have preferred to stay with his sister, but he understood the need for her presence at the epicenter of what was happening. The young man's thoughts turned to the last day of the festivities in the arena, realizing that it would be then that the climax of all events would occur. Andreas knew of the Zepara cult's plans to carry out a terrorist attack, which made his heart beat faster with anxiety and responsibility. Thinking of the potential victims of his reckless attempt to summon an evil god, the young man was determined to get rid of all the cult members before anyone got hurt. Andreas recognized the need to protect the player characters to successfully complete the game, which added additional complexity to his mission. Concluding his reflections, the young man admitted that he did not expect an easy solution to the problem, preparing himself for the difficult trials that lay ahead. Andreas, analyzing the situation, suggested the possibility that the cult owned the head of the codex, deciding to verify this information to complete the picture. The young man noted that since receiving original sin, the number of his affairs and responsibilities had increased noticeably, complicating his mission. Summoning his faithful skeleton through the portal, Andreas suggested continuing his training in preparation for the challenges ahead. Suddenly, Andreas' body was engulfed by a strange purple glow, especially intense in the abdominal region, which caused confusion and anxiety in the young man. The system notified Andreas that the Apocalypse Code, Chapter 0 of the Purest Original Sin, had discovered an artifact of zealous sloth. Looking at his skeleton, Andreas tried to understand the unexpected connection between the Purest Original Sin and the artifact of zealous sloth. The young man followed the creation of additional effects, abilities, and strengthening of basic abilities, reflecting on the nature and capabilities of the artifact. Feeling the growth of the purest original sin within himself, Andreas tried to understand the nature of the strange feeling that enveloped his consciousness. The realization that original sin had summoned an artifact of sloth in nickel made Andreas wonder about the hidden possibilities of his power. The young man wondered if this was due to prolonged use of the artifact, or if there were other factors unknown to him. Continuing to observe his skeleton, Andreas waited for the pure original sin's growth to complete, trying to predict the consequences. The game window informed him that pure original sin and diligent sloth were no longer linked, leaving Andreas a bit perplexed. Analyzing the changes in his skeleton, Andreas noticed increased mana, improved recovery and sensitivity, realizing the power to reach the 5th class of undead. The young man was surprised to realize that the skeleton's appearance had not changed, despite the significant increase in its features. Inviting the skeleton to celebrate the win by canceling training, Andreas faced silent disagreement from his faithful companion. Stepping out into the street in his dressing gown, Andreas began to carefully examine the area, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding space in search of anything unusual. The young man remembered the cultists who were supposed to recruit new members and began looking for signs of their presence. Not finding what he expected, Andreas wondered if he had been mistaken in his assumptions or calculations. Continuing to look around, the young man noticed with alarm the absence of familiar faces, which increased his anxiety. Suddenly, Andreas's gaze caught a familiar figure in the crowd, making his heart beat faster with sudden recognition. Recognizing Khazar, Andreas immediately connected his appearance with the approaching terrorist attack, realizing that events were beginning to unfold according to his assumptions. Andreas, having made his decision, began to pursue Khazar, following him into the sewers, ready to reveal the secrets of the cult. The hatch lid closed behind the young man, cutting him off from the outside world and plunging him into a dark dungeon where the conspirators were hiding. Carefully descending the stairs, Andreas carefully examined his surroundings, ready for any surprises. Suddenly, something caught the young man's attention, causing him to become cautious and focus his gaze on a certain point. Not far from the stairs, Andreas noticed a green troll with bright red hair, who seemed to be tracking someone, unaware of his presence. Hearing a strange sound, the troll looked up, but it was too late to react. Andreas, without wasting a second, attacked the creature with his sword, acting with speed and determination. Having neutralized the troll, the young man carefully placed it next to him, trying not to attract unnecessary attention and not create obstacles for further pursuit. Convinced that the creature would not interfere with his plans, Andreas continued to follow Khazar, delving into the labyrinths of the dungeon. The young man mentally noted that his assumptions had been confirmed. The cult was indeed preparing for a full-scale attack. Having created 2 portals, Andreas summoned his faithful assistants, the skeleton and the tiger, instructing the skeleton to follow him and Timur to remain on guard. Along with the skeleton, Andreas ran into the depths of the dungeon, moving quickly and silently, ready for any surprise. Tiger Timur, remaining at his post, carefully observed the surroundings, ready at any moment to help his master. Delving deeper, Andreas discovered a room where prisoners were hanging and others were putting things in boxes, creating a frightening image of preparation for something terrible. Khazar, upon entering the room, watched with satisfaction the work of his subordinates, unaware of Andreas' presence. The cultist proudly noted the difficulty of delivering the explosives and was confident that there would be no problems with tomorrow's ceremony, revealing details of his plan. The Khazar, without hiding his ambitions, expressed hope of promotion for his merits, unaware of the impending threat. Andreas's sudden appearance caused panic among the cultists, their screams of attack echoing throughout the room. The Khazar, recognizing Andreas, shouted in rage about the need to immediately kill the spy, calling his followers to action. The cult fanatics, hiding their faces behind masks and with madness in their eyes, advanced on Andreas, ready to destroy the intruder. Despite the enemy's numerical superiority, Andreas remained calm, confident of his victory and ready to face the imminent threat. Andreas, demonstrating incredible skill, cut down the attacking cultists with one blow, his movements precise and deadly. The Khazar, seeing the uselessness of his subordinates, drew his sword in anger, preparing to personally enter into battle against the intruder. The cultist, confident in his superiority, did not notice the approaching danger, his gaze suddenly filled with surprise and horror. Andreas's skeleton, appearing out of nowhere, cut off Khazar's head in a lightning-fast motion, demonstrating ruthless efficiency. The skeleton's eyes glowed with crimson fire, reflecting the rage and determination with which he defended his master. Andreas, turning to his faithful assistant, mentally noted the skeleton's impressive fencing skills, once again convinced of his strength. The young man, satisfied with the outcome of the battle, offered to collect all the explosives, trying to prevent the cult's new plans. Andreas, recognizing the need for additional assistance, mentioned the importance of Timur's presence in completing the mission. As if in response to his words, Timur suddenly appeared, falling from the ceiling, his sudden appearance taking everyone by surprise. Andreas, surprised by his tiger's unusual appearance, tried to understand how it got here and what could have caused such strange behavior. The young man, concerned about Timur's condition after the fall, watched the powerful beast rise, demonstrating its resilience. Payat suddenly appeared, holding Khazar's severed head, and commented with feigned regret on his early arrival and the scene he had seen. The cultist, feigning sadness, wept over Khazar's head, calling him a boy and showing a strange affection. Andreas, surprised by Payat's appearance, tried mentally to understand when and how he managed to get to the scene of the incident. Payat, slowly turning to Andreas, pierced him with a dark gaze, a threat sounding in his voice as he asked about the young man's involvement in Khazar's death. Andreas, looking at the rhinestone man, realized with horror that the situation was much more serious than he had initially imagined. Payat Kobon, approaching menacingly, hinted at brutal reprisals, while Andreas tried to comprehend the unexpected appearance of such a dangerous enemy. Taking off his purple hat, Payat accused Andreas of being overconfident, his voice sounding cold and threatening. Andreas mentally assessed the situation, realizing that in front of him was one of the tallest members of the cult, whose strength was comparable to an aura master, which made the young man's position extremely dangerous. Comparing Payat's strength with that of the observer Ivy and assessing the capabilities of his assistants Timur and Nikel, Andreas doubted the success of the upcoming battle. The young man realized that Payat posed an even greater threat due to his ability to increase muscular and physical strength, which made him virtually invulnerable. Andreas understood that common cuts and blunt blows would be ineffective against such an opponent, which significantly limited his tactical options. Payat, having completely removed the jewelry, declared his intention to fight with full force without retreating, making the situation even more difficult for Andreas. Determined to act, Andreas prepared for the attack, realizing that there was nowhere to retreat and that he would have to fight to the end. After Andreas's rapid run, only thick smoke remained in the air, indicating the speed of his movement. Timur, baring his teeth, growled menacingly, preparing for battle, while Andreas, remaining calm, considered a plan of action. Tiger Timur was the first to face Payat. The fight began with an exchange of powerful fists, demonstrating the incredible strength of both opponents. Skeleton Nickel wasted no time in joining the fight, drawing his sword and preparing to strike his opponent. While Timur held Payat, Nickel attacked him with a series of quick and precise sword strikes, trying to find a weak spot in the enemy's defense. However, Payat, demonstrating his incredible resilience, only mockingly remarked that the skeleton's blows were nothing more than tickles to him. Despite the continued sword attacks, Payat didn't seem to feel any serious pain, forcing Andreas to look for a new strategy. The young man, watching the fruitless attempts of his assistants, was in a state of shock, not knowing how to face the enemy if his main weapon proved ineffective. Deciding to take a desperate step, Andreas suddenly joined the attack, leaping aside and attempting to pierce Payat with his sword. Payat, noticing Andreas's actions, began a sentence that seemed to foreshadow a new turn of events in the confrontation. Suddenly, Payat focused his attack on Timur, starting to press him heavily, trying to disable one of Andreas's key defenders. The tiger, unable to resist Payat's powerful pressure, flew to the side, and the cultist mockingly advised him to lie down for a while. The hypertrophied man of the cult wasted no time and quickly ran towards Andreas, demonstrating incredible speed. Andreas, preparing to attack, drew his sword, enveloping it in an aura that changed from purple to blue, his gaze radiating determination. The young man assumed a fighting stance, gripping his sword tightly and preparing to repel the oncoming enemy's blow. At the last moment, the skeleton Nickel intervened, deflecting with his sword the cultist's powerful blow aimed at Andreas on the ground. Payat's blow left a small crater in the ground, but Andreas held his ground, unwavering in the face of danger. Realizing that the decisive moment had arrived, Andreas prepared to counterattack. The young man, taking advantage of the moment, attacked the cultist from behind, stabbing him in the throat from behind with his sword. After the attack, Andreas jumped back, trying to keep a safe distance from the dangerous enemy. However, his maneuver was unsuccessful. Payat, as if he felt no pain, turned and ran toward Andreas again. The young man managed to react, creating a shield of earth in front of him in an attempt to protect himself from the approaching attack. The cultist's face was distorted by an eerie smile, his eyes glowing blood red, betraying his madness and bloodlust. With a powerful kick, Payat destroyed Andreas's earth shield, demonstrating his incredible strength. The force of the blow threw Andreas back, the young man barely able to stay on his feet from the powerful push. Without allowing Andreas to regain his senses, the cultist grabbed him by his long hair, completely controlling the young man's position. Payat began to methodically beat Andreas, punching him and continuing to hold him by the hair. Andreas felt a sharp pain, blood ran down his face, but he continued to resist without losing courage. The cultist's grin grew wider and crazier as he seemed to enjoy his victim's suffering. Payat noted with perverse pleasure that Andreas was her ideal type, which only added to the horror of the situation. At that moment, Timur and Nickel, having gathered their last strength, attacked the cultist from behind, trying to save their master. However, Payat, demonstrating an incredible reaction, simultaneously repelled the attacks of the tiger and the skeleton without freeing Andreas. Turning to face the skeleton, the cultist prepared to deliver a crushing blow, his gaze filled with uncontrollable rage and cruelty. The cultist's blow was so powerful that even Nickel's inanimate skeleton felt the strong shock that threw him aside. Despite the skeleton's attack, Payat continued to hold Andreas tightly by his hair, not loosening his grip for a second. With a smirk, the cultist suddenly began to hug Andreas, but his embrace was more like a lethal grip. Payat lifted the boy off the ground, continuing to hold him in her bear hug, her smile growing more sinister. Andreas, sensing the approach of death, appealed mentally to the purest original sin, who suggested using the special ability of sloth. Barely breathing, the young man remembered this skill, feverishly thinking about the possible consequences of using it. Realizing he had no choice, Andreas decided to activate sloth, not knowing the price he would have to pay for this decision. Suddenly, the reality around him began to distort, the ground seemed to float beneath his feet, forcing the cultist to look up in bewilderment. The changes in the surrounding space surprised not only Payat, but also the skeleton with the tiger, as well as Andreas himself. A strange vibration began to spread through Khazar's body, filling the air with a sinister energy. Everyone present looked around in confusion, trying to understand the origin of this unusual sound and sensation. Blood began to flow towards Andreas from every corpse in the room, as if obeying his unspoken order. The cultist, watching what was happening, experienced a real shock, feeling an increasingly sinister presence. Payat, overcome with fear, jumped back, unable to believe his eyes as he saw Andreas levitating in the air. Andreas began to absorb all the blood around him, becoming stronger and more powerful by the second. The system recorded an increase in Andreas's magical abilities. Mana sensitivity, spellcasting speed, and mana recovery increased by 666%. The young man, feeling incredibly lazy, created a clay shield, but even opening his eyes and breathing seemed like an impossible task for him. The cultist looked at what was happening with complete incomprehension, unable to comprehend his opponent's sudden transformation. Suddenly, Payat discovered that his arm had been severed without him realizing the moment of the attack. Andreas, without holding a sword in his hands, in some incredible way deprived the cultist of a limb, making him question the nature of his power. The young man, feeling incredibly lazy, admitted that even keeping his heartbeat felt like an extremely difficult and tedious task. The tiger and the skeleton, Andreas' faithful assistants, watched in amazement at their master's transformation, not recognizing him as the former young man. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion that shook everything around. The cultist tried to stand, protecting himself from the shockwave. Despite his efforts, Payat was unable to fully withstand the force of the explosion and was thrown backward, losing his balance. The cultist, recovering from the explosion, raised his head with a sinister smile, his eyes shining with malevolent intent. Payat, laughing at Andreas, mockingly asked if that was all the young man was capable of, clearly underestimating the situation. Andreas, barely moving his lips out of incredible laziness, said that Payat had become unbearably boring. The cultist, having heard the young man's words, asked again with growing anger, not believing what he was hearing. Andreas, having gathered his last strength, resolutely declared the need to quickly kill the enemy in order to finally rest. Suddenly, Payat's gaze shot up, her face distorted with horror and surprise at what she saw. At the same time, at the festival, the master of the magic tower felt a strange discomfort, as if something had touched his soul. The master turned, trying to understand the source of that strange sensation, his gaze roaming the festival area in search of an answer. A breathtaking spectacle unfolded in the festival arena. An unknown fighter skillfully fought off enemy attacks. Inside the stands, a knight was fighting with a guy, attracting the attention of everyone present. The school students and Bart, the master of the magic tower, watched the duel with interest. The master, sensing the nature of her anxiety, whispered that he definitely felt the aura of black magic, suggesting that the barriers against it had worked in an unexpected way. Returning to the battlefield, Andreas continued to fight the cultist, demonstrating incredible strength and resilience. The young man began to conjure a stone spear, concentrating his magical energy. The cultist pondered Andreas's choice in perplexity, considering the stone spear a very simple and basic magic. Suddenly, a large number of stone spears began flying from the walls, aimed at the enemy. Payat, smiling self-assuredly, scoffed at Andreas's exhibitionism, confident that basic magic couldn't even scratch his body. At that moment, Nickel's skeleton suddenly attacked the cultist, taking him by surprise. An enraged Payat began to insult the skeleton, calling it ugly and preparing to deliver a crushing blow. The cultist swung his powerful fists, intending to destroy the bony opponent. With a powerful blow, Payat broke a bone in the skeleton's arm, throwing him aside and seemingly gaining the upper hand. Smiling happily, the cultist asked the defeated skeleton what he could do with him now. Andreas continued to attack, throwing spears and creating a bloody circle around himself, strengthening his magic. The young man's actions increasingly intrigued the cultist, who did not understand the enemy's strategy. Payat, still confident of his superiority, mockingly suggested that Andreas was thinking of killing him with a pair of spears. Suddenly, the tiger Timur rushed behind the cultist, breaking him and making him unable to move. Payat turned and met the tiger's gaze, realizing the gravity of her situation. Andreas, continuing to cast his spell, announced to the cultist about his impending death, his voice sounding cold and decisive. Payat's face changed, joy giving way to fear as he realized the hopelessness of his situation. The tiger held the cultist tightly, ensuring that the spears hit their targets as much as possible. A torrent of stone spears rained down on Payat, piercing his body in several places. At that moment, the effect of Andreas's special ability, Sloth, wore off, and the young man began to feel a strong recoil. Andreas had lost the ability to move and use aura and mana, and his body was suffering severe damage due to the enormous strain it was under. Andreas, completely devoid of the ability to move or use aura or mana, felt his body suffer severe damage due to the overexertion caused by using the special ability Sloth. The young man, collapsing from exhaustion, felt as if his body were being torn apart, but stubbornly thought of the need to get up and finish off the enemy, despite the unbearable pain. Andreas realized that the undead creatures he summoned, due to their nature, would remain conscious even if their mana was completely depleted, which gave him a slight advantage. The young man lay motionless, unable to move, while the cultist, impaled by spears, also remained seated, clearly unable to continue the fight. The system unexpectedly notified Andreas that certain conditions were met, and a new pattern of evolution was discovered, which made the young man wonder what was happening, despite his serious condition. Andreas was offered the possibility of evolution with a probability of 33% and a warning about a possible deviation. The system awaited his decision to take this chance. The young man, on the brink of life or death, mentally questioned the system's proposal, thinking about what he could want from a dying man. Deciding this might be his last chance, Andreas agreed to the evolution, ironically calling it a parting gift for his grave, ready to accept any outcome. At that moment, a man approached the site of the battle, looking with disgust at the remains of the Zapara cult, his face expressing a mixture of contempt and alarm. It turned out that the newcomer was the master of the magic tower. He was wondering about the connection between what was happening in the city sewers and the wave of strange energy he had recently felt. The master, deciding not to waste time on long thoughts, focused on the need to check the surroundings, feeling faint but distinct traces of black magic. Suddenly, something caught the master's attention, forcing him to stop and look around carefully, his experienced gaze searching for the slightest sign of danger. Entering the room where the duel began, the master of the magic tower saw a terrifying sight. The floor was covered with a large number of corpses, indicating a fierce battle. Among the dead, the master noticed the body of a cultist, pierced by countless spears, realizing the scale and cruelty of the battle that took place here. The master's attention was drawn to the strong smell of gunpowder that filled the room, his experienced nose instantly detecting a potential threat. The master quickly assessed the situation. If such a quantity of gunpowder were to explode under the arena, it would have catastrophic consequences and countless victims. With horror, he realized that his own children, who were currently at the festival, might be among the dead. A feeling of fear and responsibility washed over him. The master of the magic tower feverishly pondered what actions to take in this critical situation, realizing that the lives of many innocent people depended on his decision. Suddenly, near one of the craters formed as a result of the battle, he noticed a green-haired guy lying motionless, whose presence here seemed out of place. With surprise and alarm, the master recognized Andreas in him, wondering what could have led the student to this dangerous place and what role he played in the events that had occurred. Approaching Andreas, the master saw that the young man was barely breathing. His body was covered in wounds and signs of a hard battle, causing a mixture of sympathy and suspicion. The master noticed a strange circle of blood around Andreas, suddenly realizing that this was where the trace of dark magic he had sensed earlier ended. This discovery shocked him. The master's pupils shrank as much as possible in shock and realization, his thoughts feverishly trying to deny the obvious, not wanting to believe what he saw. A sudden hunch occurred to the master. Had Andreas inherited his father's original sin? This thought seemed incredible, but it explained a lot. While the master of the magic tower tried to comprehend what he had seen, Andreas's evolution process had already been completed. As the master of the magic tower comprehended what he had seen, Andreas's evolution process was complete. His ability, the dual core, disappeared, giving way to a new vessel characteristic, marking the end of the transformation. Andreas, slowly opening his eyes, realized with surprise that he had agreed to evolution without fully understanding the consequences of his decision. The young man found himself lying in a hospital bed, disoriented and trying to remember the details of what had happened. A voice addressed Andreas, informing him of the severity of his injuries, which, by all accounts, should have led to inevitable death. It turns out the speaker was Alvin, who was amazed to note the young man's incredibly rapid recovery in just 2 weeks. Andreas, recognizing the master, stood up and asked in surprise about the reason for his presence, trying to hide his anxiety. Alvin, without wasting time, demanded an honest answer from Andreas about his actions, to which the young man tried to dodge, declaring that he did not understand the issue. The master, not satisfied with the answer, asked directly about what happened in the sewer, his voice sounding persistent and demanding. Sitting across from Andreas's bunk, Alvin watched the young man's reaction closely as he feverishly considered his answer. Andreas mentally decided that everything needed to be kept secret, realizing the danger of revealing the truth about his abilities and actions. The young man told the story of how, while walking, he accidentally saw a fight between suspicious people, tried to escape, but was caught. Alvin, surprised by the story, asked how this could happen to Andreas, clearly doubting the veracity of the story. The master recalled that when he arrived at the location, Andreas was alone, which contradicted the young man's version about the many participants. Andreas mentally decided to answer all other questions with ignorance, hoping it would help avoid further questioning. The young man's response greatly surprised Master Alvin, who had clearly expected a more detailed explanation of what had happened. Rising from his chair, Alvin told Andreas directly that he didn't understand what he was hiding from him, his voice laced with irritation. Andreas, remaining calm, repeated once again that he was hiding nothing, trying to convince the master of his sincerity. Alvin remembered a request to look after the children, possibly made by Andreas's father, which made him reflect on his actions. The master, changing tactics, suggested that instead of asking questions, they should focus on capturing ordinary cult members who roamed freely around the city. Alvin expressed doubt that the survivor of the sewer conflict might have any useful information, indirectly hinting at Andreas. The young man was completely shocked by his master's sudden withdrawal, not understanding the reasons for such a sudden change of position and wondering about the possible consequences. Alvin, having decided to stop the interrogation, turned towards the exit, declaring his intention to leave, leaving Andreas a little perplexed by the sudden change in mood. Before leaving, the master reminded Andreas of the bet and the week remaining to brew the potion, his voice ringing with notes of anticipation and curiosity. To Andreas's surprise, the master of the magic tower literally disappeared before his eyes, demonstrating his extraordinary magical abilities. The young man, left alone, reflected on the master's strange behavior. Despite the clear knowledge of his identity, Alvin decided to let him go, which raised many questions. Andreas remembered Salem, who didn't seem to care if Bart knew what was going on, which added even more mystery to the situation. The young man recalled his vision at the family estate, where he saw Bart, which made him wonder about the depth of the master's knowledge. Andreas was sure that Bart knew everything about him, and even his father, which made the situation even more complex and confusing. Suddenly, the office door opened, surprising Andreas with the unexpected appearance of visitors so late. Diana entered the room accompanied by Bart. Her appearance caused Andreas a mixture of surprise and caution, leaving him wondering the reason for the visit. Andreas curiously asked about the reason for the visit, to which Diana explained that her father told her everything that happened, leading them to visit their friend. The young man thanked her sincerely for the visit, and Diana smiled and commented on how good it was to see them all together, which reminded her of the good old days of their friendship. Andreas, deep in thought, remembered his past life, where all his attempts to save someone invariably ended in failure, causing bitter memories. A smile lit up the young man's face as he realized how different his current life was, full of new opportunities and successes. Out loud, Andreas expressed his joy at the meeting, but he thought to himself confidently that he now had enough power to protect those he cared about, feeling a new determination and responsibility. Andreas stood in the park, intently studying the information on his tablet, his gaze scanning the screen, analyzing the latest news. Young people noted Bach's effective work in controlling the media, finding no mention of the cult's terrorist attack, indicating a massive cover-up. As he pondered the cult's infiltration into the heart of the academy, Andreas also noticed Original Sin's unusual silence, deciding not to worry about that aspect of his power for now. Suddenly, someone called Andreas, noticing his early arrival, to which the young man calmly agreed, ready for the next meeting. The worker said that Master Bart was waiting for Andreas and offered to follow him towards the magic tower. Andreas climbed the tower, following the worker, his thoughts focused on the upcoming conversation with the foreman. Arriving at the desired floor, the worker announced the arrival of the tower master and invited Andreas to enter. The tower master greeted Andreas, noting his timely arrival, a hint of impatience in his voice. With a mischievous smile, the master asked Andreas to show him the potion, clearly intrigued by the result of the young man's work. Andreas mentally noted that the master was pretending the events in the sewers had not happened, questioning his true loyalty to the emperor or Andreas's father. The young man handed the master a bottle of red raspberry liquid, watching the older wizard's reaction closely. The master, in a majestic pose, drank the contents of the bottle, demonstrating total confidence in Andreas's work. Noting the absence of side effects, like last time, the master expressed approval of Andreas's work on the potion. Andreas confirmed that he expected such a reaction from an experienced magician, to which the master noted the young man's audacity in trying to test him. To the surprise of those present, Andreas pulled out another potion, also without side effects, demonstrating his skill. The tower master and his assistant were clearly shocked by the appearance of the second potion, not expecting such a result from the young alchemist. The master expressed surprise at Andreas's ability to create 2 potions in such a short time, his voice ringing with a hint of admiration. Andreas modestly noted that he achieved this result thanks to the materials provided and the moral support of the master. The master, recognizing Andreas's victory in the bet, noticed that the young man had kept him waiting, but had perfectly fulfilled the task. Promising to reward Andreas at the warehouse as agreed, the master began preparing to fulfill his end of the bargain. As the tower master began to cast the spell, Andreas watched closely, mentally noting the visible aspects of the magical process. The room was filled with a bright yellow light, and Andreas and the tower master began to teleport to an unknown location. Once in the warehouse, Andreas saw shelves filled with expensive stones, diamonds, and various trophies that staggered the imagination. The tower master generously invited Andreas to choose any item, to which the young man mentally thanked him, realizing the enormous value of the opportunity provided. Andreas was surprised by the size of the warehouse, which was much larger than he expected, his gaze wandering over the countless treasures. Among the objects, the young man noticed a cursed box filled with magical power, capable of weakening the listener over time. Andreas realized that any item here was worth over 10 million, which further emphasized the tower master's generosity. Suddenly, Andreas's attention was drawn to a gun, making his heart beat faster in anxiety. The young man was surprised to recognize the legendary sword, his hand involuntarily reaching for the hilt. Andreas mentally identified the weapon as Galaxur, a sealed sword with 73% mana conductivity, making it an incredibly valuable artifact. The young man remembered that he never expected to actually see this named item from the game, especially stored here. Taking the sword in his hands, Andreas confidently declared that this was the item he wanted to choose as his reward. Holding Galaxur, the young man confirmed his choice, which surprised the tower master a little. The master noted the strangeness of Andreas's choice, clearly not expecting the young man to be interested in this particular subject. Explaining the sword's origin, the master said he found it in one of the dungeons, but after several evaluations, he did not consider it particularly valuable. Andreas did not hesitate to confirm his decision to receive the sword as a reward, confident that his choice was correct. The master, calling Andreas stubborn, just like his father, tried to convince the young man, pointing out the presence of much more valuable items. The young man remained firm, declaring confidence in his choice, to which the master warned that he would not accept requests for replacement in the future. Suddenly, the master handed Andreas a beautiful envelope, offering to take it in addition to the chosen reward. Andreas, surprised by the additional gift, asked about the contents of the envelope. The master explained that the envelope contained a letter from His Imperial Majesty regarding the ranking list of Andreas's family, which he had kept during the young man's coma. The second letter turned out to be a recommendation, which surprised Andreas even more, as he hadn't expected so much attention. The master, noticing Andreas's interest in fencing, recommended a place that could be useful for the young man in his development. Later, Andreas sat in his dorm room, carefully studying the papers he had been given, while his faithful skeleton continued its training. Andreas, upon reading the letter, realized that behind the mask of recognition of merit, there was a clear threat from the Emperor, and decided to warn his sister so that she could contact him if anything happened. The young man, barely containing his anger, clutched the piece of paper in his hands, his irritation with the situation obvious. Despite the apparent sympathy of the Tower Master, who even provided a letter of recommendation, Andreas remained cautious. The master mentioned an old man who lived at the designated location, who could teach Andreas a few things if he knew the recommendation was from him. Studying the map attached to the letter, Andreas noted the familiarity of the area and wondered about the identity of the old man mentioned. A sudden realization made Andreas' gaze shift. He remembered Duran. The young man realized that the indicated place was the residence of Duran Forn, one of the 10 great masters of the continent, and without a letter of recommendation, he would have no chance to study. Andreas remembered that there was something more interesting near this place that could be useful to him. Resolutely getting up from his chair, the young man decided to immediately go and see this place, taking advantage of his vacation. Arriving at the site, Andreas discovered a strange scene. A huge beetle, larger than the dry skeleton, was trying to eat him. Wasting no time, the young man created a stone dagger, preparing to attack. Taking aim, Andreas threw a dagger at the enormous beetle, intending to interrupt its feast. The blow landed, hitting the beetle and demonstrating Andreas's increased skill. The young man noticed that the reward from the battle with Payat significantly improved his skills. Andreas's aura and mana, as well as his basic abilities, have become much stronger, opening up new possibilities. The vessel skill turned out to be an ideal version of Salem's transference technique, significantly expanding Andreas's magical potential. The total amount of aura and mana became so great that the young man no longer needed to switch between them, providing an almost inexhaustible supply of strength. Deciding to make the most of the opportunity, Andreas began to cut apart the defeated monster, collecting all the valuable pieces. The young man realized he was on Mount Clayton, the highest point of the Kratos mountain range, inhabited by monsters. Andreas was sure that this was where he would find the greatest Duran, mentioned in the letter of recommendation. However, before setting out in search of the master, the young man decided to carry out a few more tasks in this area. Andreas remembered a secret location, the Giant's Lair, where he could obtain the corpse of a giant warrior, which could significantly improve his abilities. Andreas Cromwell's deft hands carefully sealed the jar filled with the innards of a giant beetle, his eyes shining with anticipation of future experiments. With extreme care, the young man carefully placed his precious remains in a voluminous brown bag, anticipating the possibilities these rare ingredients would open up. Having summoned a faithful skeleton assistant from the other world, Andreas handed him a heavy burden, mentally summing up the results of his successful foray. Suddenly, the young mage's gaze became wary and dissatisfied, his heightened senses picking up on something unusual in the surrounding environment. Puzzled by the strange sound, Andreas hurriedly put on his magical artifact mask, which instantly changed his appearance beyond recognition. Cromwell saw a huge leopard sprawled on the sand. Its exhausted appearance aroused in the young man mixed feelings of curiosity and anxiety. Andreas's thoughts raced feverishly, trying to understand how one of the legendary leopards he had heard so much about had ended up here. Overcoming his doubts, the young man approached the strange creature and carefully poured a healing potion from his reserves into its half-open mouth. Cromwell turned to the mysterious creature, trying to discover the circumstances that had led him to such a deplorable state. Despite his obvious speech difficulties, the leopard man tried to say something, and Andreas reflected on the injustice and the emperor's expulsion. The young man admired the leopard people's skill in hand-to-hand combat, realizing that each of them was a skilled warrior, bred for battle. Andreas's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden sound, causing him to instantly become alert and prepare for possible danger. Turning, Cromwell saw a giant beetle resembling a huge bloodthirsty mosquito ready to attack at any moment. With a lightning-quick movement, the young mage drew his trusty sword from its sheath, preparing to repel an unexpected enemy. With incredible dexterity, Andreas delivered several masterful blows, dispatching the terrifying insect in a matter of seconds. The defeated enemy fell to the ground, cut in two, and Cromwell watched with satisfaction the result of his lightning attack. The young man thought about the incredible abilities of this flying monster, trying to understand the nature of its origin and possible weaknesses. The thought of the mysterious Rannox, known for his ability to manipulate insects and create terrifying armies of beetles, crossed Andreas's mind. Cromwell shuddered as he imagined the destructive power of hordes of such creatures, capable of destroying an entire village in a matter of hours. The young man's thoughts were interrupted when the leopard man, gathering his last strength, tried to warn him of the imminent danger associated with the giant beetles. The exhausted leopard man barely told Andreas about the sudden attack of huge beetles on his peaceful village, his voice trembling with the horror he had experienced. Cromwell listened attentively, realizing that the mysterious Lunapult, the leopard people's only treasure, might be the key to unlocking what was happening. Filled with sympathy, the young wizard offered his new acquaintance help, asking him to take him and his faithful skeleton servant to the damaged village. The leopard man hesitated, weighing the risks of trusting a stranger against the need to save his family from the threat that loomed over them. Sensing his interlocutor's doubts, Andreas gently reminded him of his noble deed, urging him to trust and accept the much-needed help. Finally agreeing, the exhausted leopard led Cromwell and his unusual companion to his home village, hoping for the salvation of his people. As they moved swiftly through unfamiliar terrain, Andreas reflected on the strange coincidence of their path with his own secret purpose. Climbing the steep rocks, the young man felt that the solution to the mystery was already close, and soon everything would fall into place. In the distance, ominous clouds of smoke and glints of flame appeared, eloquently indicating the tragedy that had befallen the leopard people's village. Upon reaching the top, the travelers saw a terrifying sight of burning tents and countless hordes of beetles mercilessly attacking the defenseless settlement. Andreas, observing what was happening, mentally confirmed his guesses about the importance of this place for his mission. Recalling the legend of the corpse of an ancient giant buried here, Cromwell began to understand the true reason for the attack on the village. The location of the leopard people's settlement right in front of the entrance to the mysterious cave only strengthened his confidence in the correctness of his conclusions. Memory suggested to the young man a scene from the game associated with the insidious Rannox and his sinister plans. Turning resolutely to his companion, Andreas vowed to rid the village of the scourge in the form of giant beetles, preparing to use his magical abilities. Using a basic necromancy spell, Cromwell summoned 24 ghouls from the 63 corpses he found, lamenting his lack of skill. Under the influence of black magic, insects began to die, spreading like black oil and filling the air with a stench. The surviving beetles, overcome with horror, watched in panic as their relatives died, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly coming to their senses, the surviving creatures rushed to find the source of the threat, ready to attack the unseen enemy. Andreas, remaining calm, summoned several more corpses, preparing for the final battle with the insect hordes. A blinding flash of green light illuminated the area, followed by a powerful explosion that destroyed the remaining insects. The leopard man froze in mute astonishment, unable to comprehend the scale and nature of the miracle that had just occurred. The surviving villagers, shocked by what they saw, instinctively retreated away from the epicenter of the mysterious explosion, unsure of what to expect next. The surviving beetles, overcome with rage, attacked the leopard people with furious speed, leaving them no chance to escape. The mother leopard, distraught with fear, clutching her baby to her breast, desperately tried to protect it from mortal danger. Sensing the approach of the merciless creatures, the leopard woman hugged the child even tighter, ready to protect her until her last breath. Suddenly, a huge tiger, appearing out of nowhere, covered them with its body, taking the blow from the angry insects. The mighty beast furiously dealt with the attacking beetles, destroying them and saving the mother and child from certain death. Despite the constant flow of insects, the tiger continued to selflessly protect the defenseless leopards, not allowing the enemy to advance. Across the battlefield, a ghostly silhouette flashed past, slicing the beetles in two with lightning speed and incredible skill and precision. This tireless protector turned out to be a skeleton summoned by Andreas and controlled by his necromantic power. The entire vast village was transformed into a brutal battlefield, where every corner was saturated with fear and despair. Unnoticed by the others, a strange man hid behind a huge rock, carefully observing what was happening around him. His thoughts raced feverishly, trying to figure out who this mysterious stranger was who had managed to resist his army of beetles. Realizing that his mission to find the Master Jester's deadly sins had failed, the man decided to quietly leave the battle site. Watching with bitterness the death of his faithful beetles, he could not help but mourn the loss of such a powerful weapon. Suddenly, the cold blade of the sword touched the stranger's neck, catching him by surprise as he tried to escape. Andreas, holding a blade to the throat of a captured enemy, said with a cold smile that he hoped to find Rannox himself here. The stunned man, without hiding his anger, demanded an explanation, not understanding how the stranger could know his name. Continuing with his threats, Rannox tried to appeal to the semblance of his dark magic, but Andreas harshly interrupted him, asserting his superiority. Cromwell, surprising the captive with his knowledge, mentioned the search for the deadly sins on Jester's orders. Andreas, threatening to cut off Rannox's hand, demanded answers to his questions, mentally noting the suspiciousness of the situation. The young man suggested that Rannox's true objective was the lunapult crystal, which he mistakenly considered one of the deadly sins. Presenting the captive with the choice between death and cooperation, Andreas demanded that all known information be revealed. Rannox, seething with rage and helplessness, found himself trapped, unable to escape or face his unexpected adversary. Andreas, increasing the pressure, coldly said that Rannox's silence would be interpreted as a death wish, forcing the captive to surrender. With trembling hands, Rannox handed Cromwell a paper with a list of possible sins, hoping for mercy from his unexpected enemy. Having received the desired information, Andreas brandished his sword before the defeated mage, enjoying his fear and helplessness. The young man carefully studied the list he received, trying to unravel the mystery of a previously unknown mysterious object. Cromwell's special attention was attracted by the mention of mysterious treasures from the depths of the sea, which were soon to be auctioned at Muriel's. Andreas mentally noted that this particular artifact could very likely turn out to be the long-sought deadly sin. The decision was made instantly. The young magician's next destination will be the port town of Muriel, where a mysterious auction will take place. Rannox, trembling with fear, begged Andreas for mercy, hoping for mercy from his conqueror. Cromwell, grateful for the information, coldly decided to preserve the wizard's body for future experiments, mercilessly slitting his throat. Realizing the lack of time before the auction began, Andreas began to think of a plan to leave immediately for the port city. Plumes of thick smoke rose above the exhausted leopard people's village, indicating a battle that had recently ended. Traces of a brutal battle with hordes of insects were visible everywhere, recalling the horror experienced and the miraculous salvation. The leader of the leopard people, filled with gratitude, turned to Andreas, offering a precious crystal as a reward. Cromwell, to the surprise of those present, refused the generous gift, declaring his indifference to material values. Instead of a reward, the young man asked for permission to enter the mysterious cave, which he indicated with a gesture, causing confusion among the residents. The leopard people were surprised by their savior's unexpected request, not understanding the true reasons for his interest. Doubts and suspicions arose in their heads that the stranger, like many before him, was eager to obtain the treasures of their sacred mine. The tribal leader lowered his head and fell into deep thought, trying to make the right decision. With a heavy heart and bitterness in his voice, the elder finally agreed to Andreas's request. The villagers, without hiding their indignation, tried to appeal to the leader's prudence, reminding him of the importance of the secret they were keeping. The eldest, turning to her fellow tribesmen, recalled Andreas's invaluable help in saving their village, emphasizing that without him, the mine would have been meaningless. Cromwell, trying to calm the worried leopard people, assured them of his disinterest in the mine, which caused even more astonishment. The young man, remaining mysterious, promised to explain everything that was inside, suggesting a different purpose for his visit. A muffled greenish glow emanated from the depths of the mine, giving the place a mysterious atmosphere. Andreas, accompanied by his unusual entourage and several villagers, entered the mysterious dungeon. Carefully examining the walls, Cromwell confidently declared the proximity of the desired object. The eldest, without hiding her surprise, realized that in front of them there was just an ordinary stone wall. Andreas, turning to his faithful tiger Timur, ordered the barrier to be destroyed. The mighty beast easily broke through the stone wall, demonstrating its incredible strength. The tiger warrior, watching what was happening, was mentally horrified by the power of the unusual animal. The worried servants asked the elder to leave the dangerous place immediately. Something so incredible was revealed to the eyes of those present that everyone froze in mute astonishment. Before them appeared a room filled with countless green crystals, incredible in their beauty and value. The elder, turning to Andreas, suggested that these treasures were the purpose of his quest. Cromwell, again surprising everyone, confirmed his awareness of the value of crystals, but repeated his indifference towards them. The perplexed elder asked again about the true purpose of the mysterious guest's visit. Andreas pointed out something that left the leopard people even more surprised. The young man explained that he was looking for this mysterious petrified body, interrupting the older man's question. The chief of the tribe, amazed by what he saw, could not contain his astonishment. She asked Andreas about the origin of the huge statue hidden in the mine. Cromwell offered to leave all the crystals to the villagers in exchange for the opportunity to be alone with the discovery. The oldest, vigilant, demanded an explanation, citing his position as chief of the tribe. Andreas, turning around, reassured the elder, arguing that he had no ill intentions through his previous actions. The leopard woman, realizing her suspicions were misplaced, gently chided herself for not trusting the village's savior. Suddenly changing her tone, she expressed her willingness to trust Andreas, but asked for a favor in return. The elder emphasized the uniqueness of the situation, asking the young man to evaluate the trust placed in him. Left alone with the giant statue, Cromwell noted with satisfaction that he had finally achieved his goal. Andreas decided to use necromancy to transform the ancient creature into a ghoul, despite how long ago its death occurred. The young man began the ritual, using basic necromancy magic to summon a ghoul. Despite the discovery of the corpse, Andreas's skill level was insufficient for a successful summoning. After removing his disguise, Cromwell admitted that he expected difficulties in completing the task. Without losing his determination, the young man promised to achieve his goal, despite the time spent. Andreas continued to try to use necromancy, failing repeatedly due to his insufficient skill level. Numerous failures in summoning a ghoul did not break the young mage's tenacity. Cromwell felt increasing fatigue and depletion of magical energy due to endless attempts. After a week of fruitless efforts, the young man began to doubt whether he should continue trying. Realizing the risk of missing out on a unique opportunity, Andreas decided not to give up, realizing that the place was no longer a secret. Cromwell decided to take a desperate step, intending to invest as much magical energy as possible in the next attempt. Concentrating, the young man began to accumulate a massive amount of mana for the decisive spell. Despite the statue's apparent stillness, Andreas felt that time was working against him. Much to Cromwell's surprise, the last attempt was successful, and basic necromancy worked. The result was the summoning of a mythic-level Titan ghoul, surpassing all the wizard's expectations. The giant statue began to come to life, and the corpse's level increased to an exorbitant class. In front of the shocked Andreas stood a colossal ghoul, dozens of times larger than him. The summoned undead of the mythic tier inherited striking characteristics during life: monstrous strength, indomitable fighting spirit, and the beginnings of self-awareness. The giant ghoul thrust his massive sword into the ground in front of Andreas in a show of submission. Kneeling, the colossus bowed before the young man, acknowledging him as his master. Cromwell realized that now, having a member of the giant tribe under his command, he had no fear of any enemy horde. With relief, Andreas noted that his efforts had not been in vain, as the darkness of night reigned over Jester's estate. Jester, sitting at the desk in his Gothic office, was carefully studying some ancient book. On his desk was a jar with a small fly that looked completely ordinary. Suddenly, the insect disintegrated into tiny particles, as if it had turned to dust. Surprised, Jester anxiously watched the inexplicable phenomenon, trying to understand its cause. The magician quickly realized that the fly's disappearance likely meant Ranix's death. However, Jester didn't give much importance to this, confident in the presence of other pawns in his game. A raven arrived and announced the Imperial Highness's wish to meet with Jester. The magician calmly replied that he agreed to this meeting, so that he could soon arrive for an audience without any problems. Jester noted to himself that he had some interesting information that could be reported to the Emperor. At the edge of the cliff, a cozy house with a small plantation could be seen, fitting picturesquely into the surrounding landscape. A muscular, gray-haired man sat on the porch, radiating an aura of strength and experience. Without turning around, he turned to the approaching Andreas, asking about his connection to the Empire. Cromwell, even before he had time to approach, was surprised by the perspicacity of the owner of the house. The bearded man turned slightly, looking at the young man with an attentive gaze. Andreas, showing a letter of recommendation, explained that he had arrived on behalf of Duke Alfin. The owner of the house, mentally calling the Duke boy Bart, thought about the reasons for the young wizard's visit. The training began, and Andreas immediately felt the incredible power of his new mentor. The young man thought this man was truly devilishly strong. Cromwell could not believe that before him was an ordinary person, and not some kind of supernatural creature. The power emanating from the master seemed truly inhuman and awe-inspiring. The man turned to Andreas with a slight mockery, reminding him that he had given him the right to attack first. Impatience and a slight disappointment at the student's slowness could be heard in his voice. The young man was surprised to notice that the master decided to fight with an ordinary stick, clearly not taking him seriously, which hurt Cromwell's pride, forcing him to compose himself internally. Determined to prove his strength, Andreas advanced, intent on defeating his mentor, putting all his speed and skill into the attack, hoping to catch the enemy by surprise. However, the master with incredible ease bypassed him on the other side, as if anticipating every move, and calmly noted that he had gained an idea of the young man's abilities. Grabbing Andreas by the arm, the mentor harshly criticized his fighting style, calling it poor and based only on tricks, emphasizing that the man needed something more than simple swordsmanship. Continuing to hold the young man with one hand, the master easily turned him around, pointing out the obviousness of his movements and excessive reliance on speed. His words hit the mark, exposing Cromwell's weaknesses. The mentor emphasized Andreas's main problem, the inability to see the enemy's true intentions. These words made the young man think about his shortcomings. The master explained that all these problems were the result of a lack of experience, and to reinforce his words, he threw the man down hard, demonstrating his helplessness. Looking at the defeated student lying on the grass, the mentor tried to calm him, assuring him that under his leadership, Andreas would be able to overcome all his shortcomings. Thus began the first day of training at Mount Clotan. which promises to be the beginning of a long and difficult path to perfection for the young magician. By the 7th day of training, Andreas and his mentor were eating potatoes together, discussing the successes and failures of the previous week, and mutual understanding began to emerge between them. By the 15th day of training, Cromwell was already demonstrating impressive results, easily cutting through many barrels that were flying towards him with his sword. The 22nd day was marked by a particularly hard training session. The master grabbed the boy by the neck and pushed him to the limit, forcing him to beg for mercy. On the 27th day, Andreas's physique changed noticeably. He began to look much stronger and more muscular than he had at the beginning of his training. On the 31st day of training, Cromwell was already able to carry out a serious attack against his mentor, demonstrating significant progress in skill. The master noticed that the student's movements had improved greatly, but there were still some deficiencies in his technique that required adjustment. To demonstrate this, the mentor repeated the same technique from the beginning of the training, easily overtaking Andreas on the other side. Concluding the demonstration, the master delivered a powerful elbow strike to Cromwell's stomach, showing that he was still vulnerable to surprise attacks. The mentor emphasized that Andreas's main problem is his tendency to get distracted during battle, which can be a fatal mistake in a real battle. With a final kick, the master knocked Andreas out, demonstrating his absolute superiority in the fight. The mentor, however, recognized the young man's desire to improve, remembering that he never complained about the difficulty of the training. Suddenly, the situation changed. A powerful wave of energy hit the master, taking him by surprise and disrupting the normal course of training. The source of this unexpected attack was Andreas, who miraculously got up after a crushing knockout. Cromwell, barely able to stand, declared that even a great swordsman could let his guard down, hinting at his future advancement. The mentor, amazed by what he saw, admitted that the young man, although ineptly, managed to collect and release the aura, demonstrating unexpected skill in the art of the sword. The master wondered if Andreas really used this technique instinctively, and his talent surpassed all his mentor's expectations. Remembering the talents, the man thought of Louis, who would soon enter Rodlin, imagining how interesting it would be to watch the duel between two young talents. Suddenly, something surprised Andreas greatly. His pupils contracted sharply, revealing a strong emotional shock. The master, noticing this change, asked with interest if the student had finally awakened to a true understanding of the art of the sword. The mentor asked if Andreas could repeat the sword art he unknowingly used before losing consciousness. Cromwell, still not fully understanding what had happened, asked if the master was talking about what he did before he was beaten to death. The young man admitted that he acted out of desperation, so the master decided to seize the moment and teach him some aspects of the art of the sword. The mentor explained that when using the art of the sword, one must imagine how the aura surrounds the blade, like many sharp knives. Continuing his explanation, the master suddenly drew his blade, preparing to demonstrate the technique in practice. Concluding the instructions, the mentor added that one should throw these imaginary knives into flight and easily cut down a thick tree, confirming his words with actions. Andreas, watching the demonstration, was in complete shock, and the master explained that although this was a basic form of regular attack, it had great potential. The mentor emphasized the technique's variety of uses. It can be used to create explosions or waves. It all depends on the owner's imagination and skill. The master continued his explanation, saying that if you channeled the aura into your body instead of the sword, you could achieve even more impressive results. Demonstrating what was said, the mentor moved behind Andreas at lightning speed, displaying incredible movement speed. Amazed, Cromwell could not believe his eyes, and the master explained that this is the mystical technique of aura, the pinnacle of the use of vital energy, based on the same theory as the sword technique we just showed. The master explained to Andreas that covering the body or sword with an aura significantly increases one's capabilities, but the young man is still a long way from reaching that level. The mentor suggested that Cromwell try using the art of the sword he had just learned to consolidate the knowledge he had acquired in practice. Andreas began to complete the task, and the master encouraged him, advising him not to stop and gradually work harder at the technique. Suddenly, a red game window appeared before the young man's eyes, causing him extreme surprise and confusion. Cromwell realized that his diligent training had led to an unexpected result. His genius-level talent had met the conditions for evolution. Andreas took this as extremely good news, realizing that the training process would now become even more effective and productive. Using the new technique, the young man easily, like a master, cut down the tree with his aura, demonstrating impressive progress. The mentor, observing his student's success, was in complete shock, realizing that Andreas had revealed himself to be a monster of even greater talent than he had imagined. The master reflected that the existence of such an incredible talent in this world seemed almost impossible. Recalling other notable students, such as Vulg and Louis, the mentor noted that even they had never demonstrated such rapid progress. The master understood that with the right direction, Andreas' talent could shine brighter than any other in the history of martial arts. Having decided to complete the day's training, the mentor sent Cromwell home to dig and cook potatoes for dinner. Andreas mentally complained about the monotony of his diet, feeling as if potatoes had already sprouted inside him due to constant consumption. Suddenly, the young man heard something that surprised him greatly and made him cautious. Cromwell realized that the master had called him a student for the first time and asked again if he had heard correctly, to which the mentor calmly confirmed his words. Andreas hastened to assure the master that he was not against such treatment. On the contrary, he was very happy about it. That evening, they sat on the porch, enjoying the boiled potatoes Andreas had dug up and talking about the last day of training. Cromwell reflected on Duran's decision to take him on as his student, trying to understand the reasons for such a choice, despite the relatively short time they had known each other. Unexpectedly, the master handed Andreas an ancient book, causing astonishment and curiosity in the young man. The mentor explained that this was a book written by himself during his life on this mountain, containing valuable knowledge and experiences. Surprised, Cromwell asked about the reasons for such a generous gift, without understanding how he had gained such trust. The book, called Soulless Sword, turned out to be a unique work containing extensive knowledge about fencing, collected and systematized by Master Duran himself. Andreas understood that this book was comparable in value to Morna's own legendary notes on black magic, realizing the uniqueness of the knowledge acquired. Cromwell realized that he would now be able to use Duran's soulless sword technique, opening new horizons for himself in the art of swordsmanship. The young man was so impressed by the master's generosity that he could not find words of gratitude, which greatly surprised Duran. The mentor asked with a smile if Andreas really disliked his personal instructions so much that he was so happy with the book. Cromwell, realizing the ambiguity of the situation, hastened to assure his master that he had no right to even think of such disrespect. Duran, turning serious, explained that while he enjoys teaching students personally, sometimes being overprotective can ruin true talent. The master emphasized the uniqueness of Andreas's gift, noting his aura-filled body, and explained that he gave the book to the young man so he could find his own path in the art of the sword. Holding the book in his hands, Cromwell realized the significance of the moment. The great master of the sword had personally accepted him as a student and entrusted him with his knowledge. Duran, having risen, announced his decision to descend the mountain, fearing that remaining here might weaken his abilities. Andreas asked the master with interest about his plans for the future, trying to understand where he would go after such a long solitude. Upon learning that Duran was going to the Southern Kingdom's alliance, Cromwell realized their paths diverged, as he himself was going in the opposite direction, and bid his mentor farewell. In the darkness of the night, a lone traveler wandered between two rocks, tormented by hunger and fatigue, his footsteps echoing off the stone walls. The young man with bloodied hands and a huge sword on his back seemed to have been walking for an eternity, his exhausted body begging for rest. Memories of the lost village and his grandfather tormented the soul of the young man, the only survivor of that terrible tragedy. Exhausted, he fell to the ground, painfully trying to understand his essence and purpose in this cruel world. The sky erupted in a furious storm, as if mourning the young man's fate. Cold streams of rain mercilessly lashed his exhausted body. Suddenly, someone's hand touched the guy lying on the ground, making him flinch at the unexpected touch. Andreas, bending over the stranger, could not believe his eyes, recognizing in him a legendary character from his past. Before him stood Benjamin Anankius himself, the famous sword master, now beaten and unconscious, like a mere mortal. Cromwell, impressed by this incredible encounter, tried to understand how the game character could end up in the real world. The image of a great sword master, owner of the legendary Lord of Swords trait, whose name was shrouded in glory and secrets, came to mind. Andreas's gaze fell on the demonic sword Reuben, resting against Benjamin's back, evidence of his extraordinary destiny. This legendary blade, kept sealed for many years in Benjamin's home village, has now been released, foreshadowing the trials to come. The presence of the sword in this world could only mean the complete destruction of the village and the release of the ancient curse. Andreas recalled how, in the game, Benjamin miraculously escaped thanks to the power of the demonic sword, realizing that the current encounter could not be a mere coincidence. Cromwell understood the importance of the moment, because gaining the support of a legendary figure could be the key to future victories. Soon they were sitting by the fire, sheltered from the elements behind a rock, and Benjamin slowly came to his senses, trying to comprehend what was happening. Anankius looked around, his gaze filled with confusion and anxiety, roaming the unfamiliar surroundings. Andreas, observing the awakening of the legend, gently inquired about Benjamin's well-being, noting the long wait for this moment. Confused, Anankius, not understanding the situation, asked quite expected questions about his identity and whereabouts, to which Cromwell responded by offering food. Andreas tried to calm Benjamin, offering to eat and not be afraid, but he still remained tense and cautious. Benjamin, still cautious, tried to understand his savior's intentions, while Andreas watched him silently, keeping a mysterious expression on his face. Cromwell, trying to calm Anankius, assured him of the absence of hostile intentions, emphasizing that if he had meant harm, Benjamin would not have breathed long ago. Andreas strongly advised Benjamin to refresh himself and regain his strength, suggesting the importance of the sword and the need to be in shape to use it. Memories of receiving the sword as a child and the wise grandfather who gave him this legendary weapon floated through Anankius's mind. Benjamin's eyes filled with embarrassment and confusion, reflecting the complexity of the situation he found himself in. Anankius plunged into memories of his childhood, when he looked at the sword with admiration, dreaming of one day becoming its worthy owner. The surging emotions made Benjamin cry, remembering his grandfather and the happy moments of his childhood. Andreas, observing Anankius' emotional reaction, noticed his similarity to Shohei, a character from the game, the same sensitivity and sincerity. Cromwell, losing his patience a little, jokingly asked how long he would have to hold the food, insinuating that his hand was numb. Andreas, watching Benjamin's meal closely, suggested that he drink a potion to quickly restore his strength. Anankius, continuing to eat through his tears, sincerely thanked Andreas for his generosity and care. Cromwell, looking at this touching scene, could not help but smile gently, feeling how a connection was being established between them. Suddenly, Andreas's smile disappeared, replaced by caution. His sensitive hearing picked up something suspicious. Cromwell, addressing the unseen observers, ironically noted the rudeness of their behavior, which greatly shocked Benjamin. Masked people appeared on a nearby rock, reacting to Andreas's words with a threat, and Benjamin, recognizing them, called them crazy. Strangers in cloaks approached. Their masks differed in the number of points. Some had 2, others 3 or 4, creating a sinister image. Anankius, recognizing the aliens as his grandfather's murderers, was filled with rage and a thirst for revenge, his body tensed, ready for battle. Andreas, noticing Benjamin's reaction, instantly understood the reason for his anger. mentally confirming his guesses about the attack on the village. Cromwell's gaze became extremely serious. He realized that the situation could worsen at any moment. Andreas explained that the Acolytes were an elite squad of assassins created by Jester as his personal army. Cromwell noted the Acolytes' resemblance to his past life. Universal soldiers trained to the level of special forces and mastering basic magic. Andreas mentally noted the Acolyte ranking system, receiving Jester's dotted mask symbolizing recognition of his ability to manipulate aura. Cromwell, assessing the situation, decided to intervene, but Benjamin unexpectedly interrupted him, insisting on solving the problem himself. Anankius, like a volcano about to erupt, demanded that Andreas not interfere, his voice trembling with suppressed anger. Benjamin, baring his teeth like a real wolf, declared that he was the target of the Acolytes, preparing for an inevitable fight. A squad of assassins rushed to the attack, demanding that the boy stop resisting and hand over his sword, underestimating their opponent. Anankius, without hesitating for a second, ran towards his enemies, his eyes burning with determination and thirst for revenge. The air around Benjamin filled with dust and aura flames as he began to deliver powerful blows to his opponents. The Acolytes watched in amazement at the young man's incredible abilities, clearly underestimating his combat potential. A yellow dome, resembling a honeycomb, appeared around Anankius, serving as additional protection against enemy attacks. Benjamin continued to fight fiercely against the squad of assassins, with quick and precise movements. The demonic sword in Anankius's hands sliced through the air, delivering numerous blows to his opponents with incredible speed. Despite the sword's enormous size, Benjamin maneuvered skillfully, using the blade both to attack and to defend himself from enemy blows. The squad members continued to watch the battle with undisguised surprise, unable to believe their eyes as the young man faced off against the elite assassins. In the heat of battle, Anankius cut one of his attackers in two with a powerful blow, demonstrating the deadly effectiveness of his weapon. Suddenly, several acolytes approached from behind Benjamin, causing him to turn and face a new threat. Andreas, true to his promise, continued to observe the fight from the sidelines, without interfering in the unfolding of the battle. Cromwell mentally noted that Benjamin lived up to expectations as the youngest and most talented character in the game. However, Andreas was perplexed as to how, in the original story, the Acolytes managed to seriously wound such a powerful enemy. Sensing that something terrible might soon happen, Cromwell continued to closely monitor events. The battle continued with renewed vigor. The Acolytes tried to immobilize Benjamin with chains, and he continued to fight back furiously. Suddenly, the rope wrapped around Anankius was cut, causing the young man to turn in surprise, looking for an unexpected helper. That assistant turned out to be Andreas, who decided the time had come to end the prolonged battle and put an end to the dangerous situation. The Acolytes, who had not expected the appearance of a second enemy, were extremely surprised and disoriented by Cromwell's sudden intervention. The Acolytes, assessing the situation, decided to neutralize Andreas first, considering him the main threat, with their eyes turned to the unexpected enemy. However, Benjamin did not allow them to carry out this plan, rushing quickly into battle and continuing to mercilessly cut down the enemies with his sword. Anankius demonstrated incredible skill, striking multiple opponents with one move, which caused extreme astonishment in the onlooker Andreas. Cromwell, impressed by the young man's power, mentally noted his incredible strength and the ease with which he dealt with experienced assassins. Benjamin, without hiding his satisfaction, destroyed those who destroyed his village. His movements were full of rage and thirst for revenge. Anankius looked at Andreas with respect and gratitude for his help in dealing with his hated enemies. Gradually, the anger left Benjamin, his wolf pupil disappeared, and his eyes regained a normal human appearance. The last surviving acolyte, realizing the inevitability of his death, awaited in horror the end of the bloody massacre. Andreas dealt with the last enemy without hesitation, ending the battle and looking around the battlefield littered with the bodies of defeated enemies. Benjamin, amazed by Cromwell's strength and skill, could not take his eyes off him, trying to understand who this mysterious warrior was. Andreas, sheathing his sword, looked around the battlefield, mentally summarizing the results of the quick and brutal battle. Cromwell wondered if he could have protected Benjamin's village if he had been as strong as he was now. Turning to Anankius, Andreas inquired after his well-being, to which he, still disheveled after the battle, hesitantly replied in the affirmative. Benjamin, clearly impressed and a little frightened by what he saw, was afraid to even move, without taking his eyes off Andreas. Cromwell, noticing the change in the young man's behavior, realized that his fencing skills had made a strong impression on Benjamin. Deciding to calm the situation, Andreas introduced himself, stating his full name, Andreas Cromwell. Anankius, after a brief pause, also named himself, his voice sounding uncertain, as if he doubted the correctness of his actions. Cromwell asked Benjamin about his future plans, trying to understand if the young man had a place he could go. Thinking of Luis and the others who would soon enroll at the academy, Andreas decided now was the time to visit them, inviting Benjamin to join. Unexpectedly for Anankius, Cromwell offered to teach him the art of fencing if the young man really had nowhere else to go. Andreas, appreciating Benjamin's potential, invited him to join the academy, promising to provide a letter of recommendation and emphasizing that it would be a crime to ignore such talent. Anankius, stunned by the unexpected offer, hesitated, mentally noting that there was something preventing him from accepting such a generous offer. Cromwell, as if reading the young man's thoughts, assured him that the letter of recommendation also implied financial support, dispelling Benjamin's doubts. Andreas emphasized that the only thing required of Anankius is to decide whether he is ready to follow this path, which caused even greater surprise in the young man. Cromwell, with slight irony and undisguised pride, observed that he had no shortage of money, hinting at his extensive financial capacity. Benjamin, overcome with emotion, could not contain his tears of gratitude and began to tell a story from his past, his voice trembling with emotion. Kneeling, Anankius promised to repay all the kindness, but Andreas gently stopped him, assuring him that it was not necessary. Sometime later, Andreas was sitting at home, intently studying the information on his tablet, his face expressing deep thought. Suddenly, a message arrived from Benjamin, thanking him for the letter of recommendation and support, and Cromwell noted with satisfaction that the young man had finally entered Manus Academy. Andreas mentally noted that with Benjamin's abilities, he would have no trouble studying and promised himself to provide the young man with an unlimited supply of funds for successful studies. Turning his attention to preparing for the upcoming auction in Murel, Cromwell continued searching for the necessary information on his tablet. Andreas wrote to Carlson informing him of his desire to participate in the auction, to which he asked if Cromwell had a specific objective. Carlson offered his help in obtaining admission through his father's contacts, which made Andreas extremely happy, who mentally noted the benefits of influential contacts. Satisfied with the progress of the preparations, Cromwell put the tablet aside, noting that everything was going according to plan and it was time to set out in search of the mortal sin. Andreas headed to the most lawless entertainment district, preparing himself for the next adventure and possible dangers. Meanwhile, at Jester's estate, the owner became interested in the fate of the demon sword Reuben, to which he was informed that the boy had escaped with a weapon and people were sent to search for it. One of the squad members reported that the people sent out did not return, which caused obvious dissatisfaction in Jester. An irritated Jester asked if this meant they had missed the boy, but received only silence in response. Jester explained the importance of the demon sword, which enhances the user's magical and physical abilities, to his plans to research and mass-produce such weapons. He emphasized the vital necessity of the sword for the implementation of the army-strengthening plan, his voice trembling with barely contained anger. Jester expressed his disappointment that the sword, which seemed to already be in his hands, slipped so easily from his hands. Suddenly, he shouted Hosang's name loudly and furiously, clearly intending to give him some important task. Jester ordered Hosan to join Alabu's squad for the upcoming auction in Murin, his voice leaving no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. Jester mentally noted that the crown must be obtained at any cost. His determination knew no bounds. He was confident that Hosan's presence at the auction would ensure that the coveted artifact would return to his hands. The city aboard Morel appeared in all its splendor, its harbor filled with countless ships arriving from all over the world. The entertainment district's largest auction, the Night of Flowing Gold, attracted the attention of the wealthy and adventurous from around the world. Andreas, who arrived with Carlos, focused on his main objective, the mortal sin, but did not lose sight of the opportunity to acquire other valuable lots. As he studied the tablet, Cromwell turned his attention to the famous White Nightmare sword with high mana conductivity, his eyes shining with interest. Andreas decided that if he won the bet, he would send this unique sword to Benjamin, imagining how happy the young man would be with such a gift. Carlos, leaning towards Andreas, asked about the veracity of the rumors about his passion for fencing, curiosity evident in his voice. Cromwell, a little embarrassed, replied that he simply wanted to give someone a gift, without going into details about his true intentions. Discussing the initial offer of 20 million, Andreas suggested increasing it to 50, but Carlos reminded him of the benefits of saving. Carlos explained that the bidding was just beginning, and the price would gradually increase, advising him not to rush into large bids. The auction host announced the sale of the White Nightmare for 23 million, ending the auction for this lot. Carlos noted the success of the transaction, and Andreas noted with satisfaction that his offer was close to the final price. Continuing to study the tablet, Cromwell drew attention to the next batch, a mysterious map that many scientists have tried unsuccessfully to decipher. Andreas was surprised to see this map among the lots, not expecting to see such a rare artifact at auction. It turned out that this was a secret map leading to the tomb of the Red Dragon Kravmach, which many considered just a legend or an Easter egg in the game. Cromwell realized the importance of this map to his plans, deciding that he must obtain it at any cost. Andreas placed an opening bid of 2 million, and the auction host began bidding at 5 million, encouraging bidders to raise their bids. Cromwell thought of the incredible power he could gain by taking possession of the dragon, comparable to the power of an entire country. When the host announced the sale of the encrypted card for 5 million, Andreas could not contain his joy, exclaiming, "Excellent!" An unfamiliar person in the crowd turned, looking intently at Andreas, his gaze expressing a mixture of surprise and suspicion. The stranger studied Carlos and Andreas carefully, mentally noting their obvious financial well-being, his gaze expressing a mixture of envy and caution. He murmured that their present joy was of no consequence, hinting at the transience of their success and anticipating his own triumph. The stranger said the grand prize was a crown, and the more money they spent now, the less chance they would have against him at the decisive moment. The presenter introduced the next batch, a rechargeable teleportation scroll that allows you to instantly travel anywhere, but with a limit of 2 uses per day. Andreas, appreciating the item's usefulness, made a bet without hesitation, hoping to obtain such a valuable artifact. The next lot was an ancient alchemical device that combined practicality and style, which Cromwell also decided to bid on. Carlos, observing Andreas's actions, began to wonder about his friend's strategy, trying to understand the logic behind his purchases. Finally, the host announced the long-awaited final lot, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement among the auction participants. The Lord of the Seas appeared before the astonished audience with a golden crown emitting a magical and brilliant purple glow, his appearance mesmerizing those present. Andreas instantly realized that before him was exactly the artifact he was looking for, the purest original sin, the embodiment of the power of generous greed. The announced starting price of 1 billion with a minimum bid of 10 million shocked Cromwell. He could not believe his ears. Andreas exclaimed that this absurd price exceeded his income for an entire month. His indignation was obvious. Carlos silently watched his friend's violent reaction, trying to understand the true reason for his excitement. Turning to Andreas, Charles asked if he really wanted to buy the crown, to which Cromwell began to mutter uncertainly. Andreas admitted that he had placed several bets, but was willing to give up if he didn't win the lottery, his voice sounding disappointed. Unexpectedly, Carlos announced that he would buy the crown for Andreas if he failed to win the auction, which greatly surprised his friend. Carlos explained that his father spoke about Andreas's heroic act in the sewers when he tried to save everyone by risking his own life. Cromwell, taken aback, tried to make sense of the situation, wondering how much information Charles's family actually knew. Carlos proudly declared that it was time to demonstrate the true wealth of the Alvin family, while Andreas watched silently. The chubby man who had been watching them before was surprised to learn of Carlos's new bet. He wondered if these young people actually had any money left over from their previous purchases. His face expressed a mixture of surprise and concern. The plump man, confident of his superiority, declared that he would easily outshine these boys, counting on his master's wealth, and made a bet of $1.5 billion. Negotiations quickly gained momentum. Rates soared to 2, then 3, 7, and 8.7 billion, heating the atmosphere in the room to the limit. The presenter ecstatically announced that the 10 billion mark had been reached, his voice trembling with excitement and disbelief at what was happening. Carlos, full of enthusiasm, declared that the situation was becoming increasingly interesting, his eyes burning with the fire of competition. Andreas mentally noted Carlos's unwavering love for competition, a small smile of understanding appearing on his lips. Cromwell, realizing the scale of what was happening, said that if things had gone this far, it would be better for Charles to win, promising not to remain in debt. The presenter, unable to believe what he was seeing, announced an incredible bet of 50 billion, encouraging the participants to increase even more. Carlos didn't hesitate to increase the bet to 70 billion, leaving Andreas nervous about such astronomical sums. When the figure of 90 billion was announced, the entire auction room held its breath, unable to comprehend the reality of what was happening. Carlos, without blinking, bet 100 billion, while the chubby guy started sweating a lot, doubting the advisability of continuing the fight. Remembering Jester's instructions to win the bet at any cost, the man blamed himself for not specifying the maximum amount he could spend. The presenter announced the sale of Overlord for 100 billion, causing hysteria in the overweight man, who realized his failure. The unfortunate participant was approached by someone who called him Aleb and berated him for his failure, introducing himself as Sir Hosan. Hosan said that the master foresaw Aleb's failure and so sent him to the auction as a safety net. He added that even if Aleb had won, given the price, the master would have destroyed him and advised him to return and await further instructions. Aleb wondered who this pair of young men were and how they could have such large funds, his face expressing a mixture of fear and incomprehension. Hosan coldly commented that it was worth letting them enjoy the taste of victory before dying, his voice sounding sinister and menacing. Carlos, despite his triumph, admitted that he expected a scolding when he returned home and invited Andreas to go out for a meal, where his friend personally demonstrated to him the true wealth of his family. Andreas donned the Lord of the Seas, feeling awkward under the laughter of those around him. The crown felt heavy and unusual on his head. Carlos jokingly addressed his friend, Your Highness, to which Andreas replied that treating an artifact like a toy is a privilege of the person who bought it. At the celebratory table, Carlos proposed a toast to the successful purchase, raising a glass in honor of the auction triumph. The friends toasted, and Andreas sincerely thanked Carlos for his invaluable help in winning the crown. Cromwell noted that thanks to Charles, he had managed to obtain the personification of greed and expressed surprise that the assembly had not yet taken any action against them. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by loud shouts. Someone was indignant at the presence of strangers in the closed place, attracting the attention of their friends. The doors opened and uninvited guests entered the room, violating the atmosphere of celebration and privacy. Hosan, accompanied by his staff, sarcastically apologized for interrupting the meal, while Carlos jumped up and demanded an explanation. Andreas mentally noted the irony of the situation. As soon as they remembered possible problems, they immediately materialized before them. Hosan, with a mad glint in his eyes, demanded to give up the crown, threatening to kill them if they refused, his voice sounding cold and resolute. Assessing the situation, Andreas realized that they were in an extremely disadvantageous and possibly desperate position. Cromwell recognized Hosan as one of Jester's men, the wielder of the Devil's Sword, a renowned aura master despite his inability to use mystical techniques. I remembered the story of Hosan, whose remarkable talent was the cause of constant conflicts with his mentor, which led to a breakdown in relations. After leaving his teacher, Hosan plunged into the underworld, his skills and ambitions not being put to good use. Fate brought him together with Jester, who appreciated Hosan's unique skills and offered him a place in his organization. Andreas realized with bitterness that his hopes for a smooth exit from the auction were in vain. Turning to Charles, Cromwell suggested fleeing immediately, realizing that the situation was becoming critical. Hosan, anticipating their intentions, ordered the detachment to capture the fugitives, his voice ringing with anticipation of pursuit. Men in black masks like hunting dogs advanced on the two friends, ready to carry out their leader's order. With incredible dexterity, Andreas and Carlos broke the glass and jumped out of the room, eluding their pursuers. The friends ran into the dark forest, hoping to hide from pursuit in the darkness of the night, their hearts pounding wildly with adrenaline. Hosan, watching them flee, said with a sadistic smile that the hunt had begun, asking his people not to let him get bored. Out of breath, Andreas and Carlos ran to the riverbank, where they saw a boat rocking rhythmically in the waves. Cromwell, assessing the situation, suggested that if they could cross the river, their pursuers would not be able to catch them, and there was hope of salvation in his voice. Climbing into the small boat, Andreas explained that the city was a lawless zone, where the Emperor's power was limited. But as soon as they left this place, he would be the first to call for help. Carlos, not understanding his friend's intentions, asked what he was talking about. Andreas explained that they couldn't escape together. It was too dangerous to travel in pairs. Cromwell added that it would be easier for him to reveal himself, to which Charles sighed and called his plan crazy, as usual. Agreeing to the plan, Carlos promised to send help as soon as possible. Andreas thanked his friend, assuring him that they would certainly meet again. Watching Carlos leave, Andreas thought with relief that his friend was now safe. When a group of pursuers caught up with Andreas, shouting for his capture, he decided there was no need to hold back any longer. The attackers, noticing the absence of the second fugitive, assumed that the rest should keep the crown. Demanding to throw the bag on the ground, they approached confidently, intending to take the coveted trophy. Andreas, with a mischievous smile, invited them to try to take the crown if they could, decisively drawing his sword. People in the detachment, outraged by Andreas's insolence, shouted that he had no right to mock them. Threatening to tear him apart, they rushed to the attack, confident of their numerical advantage. Andreas, remaining calm, began to methodically isolate the attackers with precise and deadly movements. Some tried to come from behind, shouting that the hour of his death was approaching, but Cromwell remained unfazed. Suddenly, Andreas's eyes glowed with a purple light, and he uttered the mysterious word, "Become." Hosan, watching what was happening, mentally noted the use of the undead summoning spell, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Andreas continued to fight, creating stone walls for protection and attacking his opponents with incredible skill. The people in the detachment were amazed at the young man's abilities, in disbelief at how one person could resist an entire detachment. A massive hand emerged from the portal Andreas had created, causing shock and horror among the attackers, who had not expected such powerful reinforcements. Cromwell, continuing to fight, slipped behind some opponents, jokingly commenting on their clumsiness. The battle continued. The attackers tried various tactics, but nothing managed to break Andreas's defenses. Hosan, silently observing the battle, noted to himself that the young man not only mastered the art of black magic, but also wielded a sword with excellence. Hosan, intrigued, noticed that this boy not only had magical abilities, but also excellent swordsmanship. Watching Andreas's ongoing battle, Hosan couldn't take his eyes off the young man, admiring his skill and resilience. Suddenly, something on Andreas's back caught his attention, causing surprise and even fear to appear on the young man's face. A powerful explosion occurred unexpectedly, throwing Andreas a considerable distance and interrupting the course of the battle. Hosan, turning to the defeated man, asked about his identity, to which Andreas boldly invited him to guess. Enraged by the young man's recklessness, Hosan rushed into battle, calling Andreas a brat and intending to teach him a lesson. Cromwell, showing excellent reflexes, leaped back, dodging the furious attacks of his powerful opponent. Hosan, recognizing Andreas's sword, declared his intention to take possession of it, considering such a weapon unworthy of the hands of a young man. Andreas, assessing his opponent's strength, considered the possibility of using laziness, despite the possible consequences. Eyes shining with excitement, Hosan announced his decision to add Andreas's sword to his collection. Cromwell, without losing his composure, sarcastically called Hosan an open thief, trying to provoke him into making a mistake. Andreas's words touched Hosan, causing him even greater irritation and a desire to destroy the impudent young man. Not giving up, Andreas summoned additional skeleton and tiger allies through the portals, preparing for the final confrontation. Cromwell realized that if Hosan trusted in the power of objects, he would be deeply disappointed. Andreas hoped to defeat the enemy due to his numerical advantage, relying on his skills as a necromancer. Hosan, observing the young man's actions, laughed, admitting that Andreas had indeed turned out to be an extremely interesting opponent. The mercenary expressed surprise at meeting such a skilled necromancer, his voice ringing with notes of respect and curiosity. Suddenly, Hosan took an unusual round sword from his pocket, preparing to use it against the summoned creatures. The mercenary explained that it was a special sword designed to destroy the undead, his eyes shining with anticipation. Andreas, realizing the threat, began to panic, realizing that his main advantage could be neutralized by this weapon. Hosan continued by saying that if Andreas summoned more corpses, Master Jester would be very pleased, mentally noting the number of swords hidden in his dimensional storage. Andreas, preparing for a prolonged confrontation, sent his undead against Hosan, declaring the beginning of a war of attrition. By issuing the command from the front, Cromwell forced the previously neutral corpsmen to attack Hosan, creating a numerical advantage. Hosan, smiling disdainfully, thought that such empty-headed creatures would not be able to break through his defense. Calling the attackers trash, the mercenary rushed into battle, ready to destroy all opponents. With ease, Hosan began to cut his way through the crowd of attacking corpses, demonstrating his superiority. Andreas, surprised by his opponent's efficiency, felt his pupils contract with tension, feverishly contemplating his next move. Not giving up, Cromwell sent his trusty skeleton to attack, also running towards Hosan. The tiger, with glowing red eyes, charged as fast as it could, its growl echoing across the battlefield. Hosan noted with disdain that the undead are the easiest opponents due to their predictability and lack of intelligence. The skeleton, trying to catch the enemy by surprise, went behind Hosan, preparing to attack. At the same time, a tiger attacked from the other side, but Hosan seemed to disappear in a split second. Moving instantly, the mercenary found himself on the other side, preparing for a counterattack and noticing the good mobility of the pile of bones. Andreas, seeing the ineffectiveness of direct attacks, began to concentrate magic in his hands, preparing to use new tactics. Suddenly, a huge troll, recently summoned by Andreas, appeared above Hosan, its appearance making the mercenary tense. Hosan, upon seeing the huge troll, just smiled sarcastically, without showing the slightest sign of fear. The mercenary took his sword and began to transform it, preparing for a new stage of the battle. Hosan's weapon transformed into the legendary Farang sword, coated in magic dust and changing shape. Andreas, astonished, realized that in front of him was a farang sword, capable of increasing the owner's power, absorbing it from opponents. Hosan took a defensive stance, preparing to face the blow of the enormous troll summoned by Andreas. The troll, without hesitation, unleashed all his power on the mercenary, intending to crush him with a single blow. However, Hosan just continued to laugh evilly, clearly unimpressed by the giant creature's attack. Andreas realized with alarm that the situation was not in his favor. Hosan intended to absorb a significant portion of his mighty summon's power. Cromwell mentally cursed the inconvenient enemy, realizing how difficult this confrontation turned out to be. A strange blue glow appeared in front of Andreas, in which an incomprehensible monster materialized. Hosan, turning to Andreas, thanked him for his strength, explaining that he had just absorbed the power of a corpse from a tribe of giants. On the other hand, Hosan was attacked by the undead summoned by Andreas, trying to catch the mercenary by surprise. However, Hosan, undeterred, easily dealt with the attackers, slitting their throats in one swift motion. The mercenary sarcastically thanked Andreas for the opportunity to get rid of the trash, admitting that he had long wanted to kill these subordinates of his clients. Andreas, sensing the danger of the situation, realized that a blow from Timur or Gynos could be fatal. Hosan suggested moving on to the fun part of the battle. Andreas's skeleton, trying to protect its owner, rushed to attack Hosan. The mercenary dodged easily and ended up behind the skeleton, declaring his intention to start with the most interesting part. Hosan began to transform his sword again, which now glowed with red pollen, changing its properties. The mercenary announced that he hadn't used Swordbreaker in a long time, clearly enjoying the upcoming battle. Andreas, watching the rapid exchange of enemy swords, shouted to his skeleton not to let Hosan's weapon touch him, realizing the mortal danger of each blow. Andreas didn't have time to react, as Hosan found himself between him and the attacking skeleton. On the other hand, Andreas's tiger was already advancing towards the mercenary, ready to grab the enemy. Hosan looked scared, his eyes scanning the approaching opponents. Suddenly, a powerful blow shook the ground, causing it to tremble and changing the course of the battle. Andreas, his skeleton, and the tiger froze, trying to assess the situation and determine their next move. Hosan suddenly burst out laughing, showing all his teeth in a sinister smile. The mercenary turned to his opponents with feigned regret, enjoying their confusion. Andreas feverishly considered his next plan, realizing how close he was to defeat. Cromwell understood that if Timur or Nickel were here, he would have already been cut in half without hesitation. Looking at his skeleton, Andreas noticed with horror the absence of his left arm and a broken sword. Hosan, preparing to end the fight, praised the unusual undead who could use aura. Andreas, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, decided to use laziness and ordered the skeleton to retreat. To Cromwell's surprise, the skeleton disobeyed the order and remained in place. Andreas repeated the order, but the skeleton still didn't react, which shocked the guy. Hosan mockingly noted that even the skeleton had more courage than its owner. A game window appeared in front of Andreas with the proposal to use laziness, warning about the division of the total cooldown. Suddenly, Cromwell remembered that Nickel was also capable of using laziness to open up new possibilities. Andreas imagined how the sloth artifact enveloped the skeleton in a purple glow, enhancing its abilities. After weighing the pros and cons, Cromwell decided it was best to let Nickel, insensitive to pain, use his sloth. Hosan, confident of his victory, declared his intention to wipe out the enemy, unaware of the impending turn of events. Suddenly the ground shook again, causing shock on the mercenary's face, who had not expected such an evolution of the situation. The skeleton, filled with new strength, rushed into battle, intent on finally defeating Hosan. Hosan, without losing his composure, curiously inquired about the enemy's new tactics, preparing for unexpected turns in the battle. Andreas, moving at lightning speed, attacked the mercenary on the other side, resolutely declaring his intention to protect even the skeleton from Hosan's interference. A fast-paced sword fight took place between the opponents, their blades flashing in the air, creating the impression of a deadly dance. The mercenary, assessing Andreas's skill, noted impressive swordsmanship for a magician, but emphasized that the young man did not yet have the experience to win. Hosan, confident in his superiority, declared the weakness of Andreas's attacks, demonstrating his disdain for his opponent's abilities. With a sinister smile on his face, the mercenary announced to Andreas that it was time for him to say goodbye to life, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Suddenly, Andreas's tiger intervened in the fight, shaking the asphalt with a powerful blow and disrupting Hosan's plans. The angry mercenary, calling the tiger a boring cat, promised to kill it first, changing the focus of his attack. Suddenly, Hosan's attention was drawn to a strange blue light emanating from somewhere behind his back. Turning around, the mercenary saw Andreas's skeleton surrounded by a glowing blue aura, which made him wary. The skeleton was transforming before our eyes, becoming more significant and aggressive. Its appearance was changing under the influence of an unknown force. Hosan, amazed by what he saw, could not understand the nature of this aura. Terrifying to the undead, his confidence began to melt. The mercenary was perplexed as to how the skeleton could deliver such a powerful blow, because it seemed like all of its aura had already been used up beforehand. Andreas watched what was happening with undisguised admiration, feeling that the situation was finally working in his favor. Nickel, transformed by the power of sloth, advanced towards Hosan, intending to finally destroy the dangerous enemy. The mercenary, realizing the nature of what was happening, exclaimed in horror, recognizing the mystical aura technique, which he had only heard of before. A powerful explosion shook the surroundings, forcing Andreas to cover his face and struggle to stay upright under the pressure of the shockwave. When the dust settled, Cromwell was completely shocked by the result of the transformation, unable to believe what he saw. Before him was no longer Nickel's skeleton, but the man he had been before his death, completely restored by the power of sloth. Andreas's pupils shrank in astonishment, his mind refusing to accept the incredible metamorphosis that had befallen his faithful servant. The ancient skeleton was now transformed into a muscular man with thick hair, his appearance different from the previous appearance of the pectoral bones. Nickel, full of gratitude, thanked Andreas for his trust and the opportunity to use his full potential. Hosan, despite the powerful blow, still remained alive, though visibly injured. His vitality aroused involuntary respect even from his opponents. The guy thinks to himself that he actually survived after such a technique from Nickel. His surprise borders on admiration for the enemy's ability to survive. The mercenary, coming to his senses, realizes with horror that it is impossible for the sword destroyer to have been broken, and even the legendary Farang could not withstand the attack. And then, while he's still in shock, a tiger attacks him, taking him by surprise and forcing him to react instantly. The tiger delivers a crushing blow to the asphalt with its massive strike, but Hosan, demonstrating incredible reflexes, manages to dodge at the last moment. Hosan thinks that in order to continue fighting this tiger, despite the fatigue and injuries suffered, his will to win remains unshakable. He thinks about the tiger. What a freak he is. He's just a damn corpse, trying to cheer himself up and find the strength to continue the fight. And then he swings his swords more and more, and then a guy runs up and attacks him, taking the mercenary by surprise. And a tiger runs after the guy and hits the mercenary's stomach with its huge fist, causing a new wave of pain. Blood is already flowing from some of the wounds. Scarlet streams are running from the eyes and mouth, indicating the severity of the injuries suffered. And then he starts to dodge a little, jumping back, but the guy and the tiger are not embarrassed by this. They continue to attack him with inexorable determination. Andreas thinks to himself that it's time to finish him off, using a soulless sword, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Hosan looks at all of this in complete shock, looking at his opponents and feverishly wondering what he needs to do now to survive. Despite the guy's menacing appearance, he thinks, laughs, and says that you decided to join the fight only now, trying to hide your fear behind bravado. He smiles and says, "Well, you crazy guy, it's all right. To me, that's just a plus," continuing to display ostentatious fearlessness in the face of danger. Hosan had already rested a little, ready to continue this fight, gathering the last of his strength for the decisive battle. Andreas quickly runs towards Hosan, intending to finish him off before the mercenary has time to fully recover his strength. Hosan, despite his numerous injuries and fatigue, also runs towards the boy, ready to continue the battle until his last breath. The moment their swords collide, a powerful explosion occurs, blinding everyone present and shaking the surrounding area. In the silence of the night, illuminated by the light of 3 moons, a mysterious voice is heard, saying that the speaker is partially right. Young Hosan, absorbed in eating potatoes, looks at his master in perplexity, trying to understand his words. The master explains to the student that the sword is just a tool that should be the last thing you think about when practicing fencing. Hosan expresses incomprehension as to why the sword is not important in fencing, considering the obvious superiority of a better equipped and equally skilled warrior. The master only partially agrees with the student, explaining that this is only true for the battle of ordinary people, but not for those who have reached the state of Aura Master. He goes on to say that the victor among Aura Masters is determined by their enlightenment in the way of the sword, not by their weapons. The master warns students against over-reliance on objects, which can ruin their talent to become true masters of the aura. Hosan, in the middle of a duel with Andreas, remembers these words of the teacher, spitting blood from his mouth. The mercenary is surprised to realize that he is facing an undead creature capable of using mystical aura techniques, even with a broken sword. Hosan, despite his difficult situation, finds the strength to smile, admitting that he really should have listened to the old master's words. The mercenary, noticing the connection between Andreas and his former teacher, wonders if the man is a student of that same old man. Andreas confirms with pride and confidence his membership among the students of the aforementioned master. Hosan, already sitting on his knees, continues laughing, noticing that the guy's sword emanates a characteristic potato smell. Meanwhile, the people brought by Carlos for rescue quickly head towards the boat in his direction. Carlos persistently orders the rescued people to get on the boat, realizing the criticality of the situation. He hurries everyone along, realizing that delay could cost them their lives. Suddenly, Andreas emerges from the water, breathing heavily and trying to land. Carlos, startled by his friend's unexpected appearance, exclaims in surprise. Andreas, barely able to stay afloat, begs for help, asking to quickly get him into the boat. After Andreas is pulled aboard, he talks about his escape from his pursuers and his long swim. Carlos, outraged by the actions of his persecutors, begins to speak angrily, but Andreas asks him to calm down. Cromwell points to his bag, assuring him that all valuables are completely safe. Andreas wryly notes that such incidents are normal in this city. Carlos notes that among the pursuers there was one with a very strong aura. Turning to Andreas, Carlos declares a sudden realization, which confuses his friend. Laughing, Carlos explains that he finally understands the reason for Andreas's nickname, Thughead. The scene changes to a certain cave from which the glow of a yellow sword emanates. Someone puts a strange glove on someone's body, the details of which are still unclear. It is revealed to be a repair to Nickel's arm skeleton, using part of Hosan's body for a perfect match. After completing work on Nickel's skeletal arm, a game window with new information appears in front of Andreas. Andreas is shocked by the information in the game window. The sloth ghost has a 32% chance of evolving, and the surviving fighter has an 88% chance with the ability to use a dodge. Cromwell reflects on the significant increase in evolution chances after the battle with Hosan, believing it would be a good idea to evolve Timur. The tiger's evolutionary process begins, enveloping it in a purple glow, causing slight astonishment in the animal itself. Andreas notes the need to work on magic upon his return, but mentions something else he wishes to explore. The scene shifts to Jester's palace, where he addresses an unexpected guest, asking about the reason for his visit. It so happened that Karen came, who heard of his expulsion from the meeting. Jester confirms that he was the one who proposed Karen's expulsion from the meeting. He explains that the congregation does not tolerate unworthy people, especially those who cannot control their own disciple. Charon, overcome with rage, tries to explain that Jester misunderstood the situation. Jester scolds Charon for having no useful research or artifacts for the collection. He highlights that in terms of merit, Charon is already behind his problematic student, reminding him of the importance of the code. Jester addresses Charon by name, his voice sounding as stern as possible. He asks Charon if he really wants to remain in the congregation. Charon, ready for anything, assures Jester of his loyalty and readiness to carry out any order. Jester reports the discovery of the ancient magical beast Kushine near the city of Rodlin. Charon mentally notes the singularity of the situation, a creature from the age of myth discovered in the modern world. He recalls the beast's ability to dominate intelligent life forms and drain their powers through lesser evil spirits. Jester promises to tell him the location of the beast, how to open it and control it, demanding in return that he bring a bold student. Charon reflects on Jester's dissatisfaction with Andreas's behavior at the meeting, considering it beneficial to himself. He sees an opportunity to get rid of Andreas, who is bothering him, and at the same time gain control of the magical beast. Jester suddenly changes his mind, telling Charon to forget everything that was said previously, which Charon associates with the deal with Salem. Charon, smiling, assures Jester of his devotion, emphasizing his duty as a teacher to punish disobedient students. The action moves to the Rodlin Academy, which impresses with its beauty, wealth, and splendor. Andreas, looking exhausted and tired, reflects on the day, coming to a certain conclusion. He recognizes the need to conduct research in a more suitable location, noting good progress, but realizing that the results will have to wait. Cromwell decides it's time to go back to his dorm and relax after a busy day. Suddenly, he hears the girl's address and immediately recognizes her, feeling a little irritated. Lucia and Vivian approach Andreas, with the pink-haired girl loudly scolding him for ignoring her calls. Andreas apologizes, explaining his absence as an outing with a friend, and mentally notes that the girls seem to get along well. The pink-haired girl shows Andreas something on her tablet, excitedly reporting the appearance of a spirit in the dormitory. She expresses relief at being able to forget the terrible dormitory, but Vivian suddenly declares her desire to live in the same dormitory as Fairy Lord Andreas. Andreas reads on his tablet a message about the temporary closure of the dormitory due to the discovery of an unknown spirit that threatens the safety of the students. He realizes that the incident with the spirit attacking the students in the dormitory foreshadows the imminent appearance of an ancient magical beast. Cromwell reflects with surprise on the discrepancy between current events and the game's setting, where this should have happened only 6 months after the game's start. The pink-haired girl, noticing Andreas's consideration, persistently asks which dormitory he was assigned to. The guy replies that he was sent to a hostel which is in the city of Diogeon. The pink-haired girl happily celebrates Andreas's luck, as he will be living in the same place as a beauty like her. Cromwell, ignoring her comment, announces his intention to go to the dormitory to pack his things and check the situation. Vivian expresses her desire to go with Andreas, to which he agrees, considering it a great idea. Vivian's reaction to Andreas's agreement is an embarrassed smile, while Lucia is clearly unhappy about them leaving together. On the way to the dormitory, Andreas questions Vivian about her knowledge of the incident, to which the girl responds that she only knows from rumors and is unsure about the magic department. Vivian reveals that Professor Charon has taken over the investigation, which makes Andreas wonder about the impact of his intervention on the course of history. As they approach the dormitory, Andreas and Vivian notice something extremely surprising in the hallway. Their attention is drawn to a strangely behaving figure leaning against the door, causing caution and curiosity. The strange figure is drooling from his mouth and mumbling about some mistake, repeating the words over and over again. Andreas approaches the girl, takes her by the shoulder, and calls her name Diana, but she responds brusquely, demanding not to touch or speak to her. Cromwell understands that even Diana was somehow affected by the events. He remembers that there are 2 levels of bosses in Rodlin, including the Crown, but in the game only one of them could attack Kushine. Andreas thinks that if the other boss hasn't made his move yet, then the culprits are sure to be. but he doesn't have time to finish his thought. Turning to Diana, he advises her to leave, claiming that she definitely can't handle the situation. Diana turns to Andreas with a wild look, not understanding his words. Cromwell decides to try to name the master spirit. Saying the name Kushine, Andreas watches as Diana begins to freak out even more, her teeth bared in an uncontrollable impulse. The guy deliberately pushes the girl to disarm her and she starts to fall. Vivian, reacting quickly, catches Diana, who was falling, preventing her from hitting the ground. Andreas silently observes what is happening, his gaze serious and focused. When Diana wakes up, she sits up holding her head. Andreas asks if she's come to her senses. Diana is clearly disoriented and doesn't understand what's going on, asking where she is. Andreas asks Diana if she recognizes him, to which the girl responds irritably, calling the question stupid and obvious. Cromwell explains that Diana was possessed by a spirit, but he came to her aid and saved her. Diana vaguely remembers what happened, and Andreas insists on the need to leave the building urgently. The girl apologizes for the inconvenience caused, but Andreas assures her that he doesn't mind helping. Leaving the room, Andreas asks Diana about her participation in the investigation, to which she responds that she volunteered out of curiosity and at the professor's request. Cromwell grimly observes that this explains much about the situation. He understands that the offer of help to Diana was just bait for the spirit to take possession of the girl. Andreas theorizes that Diana's focus on magic lowered her guard, allowing Karen to summon the spirit. Reflecting on his greatest courage, Andreas asks Diana about Karen's whereabouts. Diana remembers that Karen mentioned the search for the main body, which would take place a little further away from the dormitory. Andreas, realizing that we are talking about the location of the seal, realizes the need to hurry. The scene shifts to the seal's location, where Karen stands near a huge statue surrounded by 4 corpses, emitting a purple glow. Karen notes with a smile that he did everything necessary for the successful development of events. A strange monster with hair that resembles a purple alien begins to emerge from the statue. Karen, holding a red stone in his hands, declares that all that remains to be gotten rid of is Andreas. Andreas and Vivian ran quickly through the academy corridors, their footsteps echoing in the deserted hallways. The boy turned to the girl, sincerely thanking her for her invaluable support at this critical moment. Andreas's inner voice insistently insisted that Vivian's presence could be a fatal mistake, but now was not the time for doubts. All that was left was to hope for a positive result. Anxious thoughts swirled in the young man's head. He understood that using the link could reveal his connection to Karen, and the exhaustion after a sleepless night only made the situation worse. Andreas was feverishly wondering if he should send Vivian back, but suddenly they both froze in place, amazed at the image that opened before them. The unexpected sight so startled them that they stopped abruptly, unable to believe their eyes, horror and bewilderment reflected on their faces. Before them appeared a sinister image of dozens of students like limp puppets wandering the hallway, their blank stares causing numbness among the observers. Vivian realized with horror that all these students were attending Professor Karen's classes. Andreas nodded silently, confirming her hunch and trying to comprehend what was happening. Perplexity and fear were reflected on the girl's face as she wondered about the teacher's motives, while Andreas maintained a somber silence, unable to explain to her the full depth of what was happening. The guy asked Vivian to neutralize the students without harming them, while he himself would stop the teacher, realizing that this was his personal battle. Vivian tried to object, but Andreas was adamant, knowing that every second counts and that delay could cost the lives of innocent people. Running towards his destination, Andreas left Vivian behind, hoping that she would fulfill the task assigned to her and be able to protect the remaining students. Suddenly, one of the possessed students attacked Andreas, his hands glowing with an eerie magical light, preparing to cast a deadly spell. Vivian, without wasting a second, instantly assessed the situation, her gaze filled with determination, and her mind feverishly searched for a way to save Andreas from the impending danger. With lightning speed, the girl rushed to the rescue, her sword flashing through the air, repelling the attack and saving Andreas from certain death. Vivian's grateful gaze met Andreas's, and in that moment, a silent understanding and deep gratitude for the rescue shone between them. Andreas, aware of the inevitability of Vivian's separation, still couldn't help but worry for her safety, hoping she wouldn't suffer in the fight with the possessed students. Realizing he had no choice, Andreas decided to trust Vivian, believing in her strength and ability to protect herself and others in this dangerous situation. Suddenly, a monstrous creature summoned by Charon appeared before Andreas's eyes, its roar shaking the walls of the academy, striking terror into the hearts of everyone present. Charon triumphantly proclaimed his control over the monster, his eyes blazing with mad fire and a maniacal grin of anticipation of imminent victory frozen on his face. Suddenly, Charon's gaze fell on something that made him freeze in astonishment, his face distorted in shock and disbelief at what he saw. Andreas, holding a red stone in his hands, cast a spell, and a huge wall of bones and corpses instantly grew in front of him, blocking the enemy's path. Fatigue was reflected on the young man's face. His gaze darkened and his teeth clenched tightly due to the tension he was experiencing at that moment. Charon, noticing Andrea's appearance, could not hide his surprise. His eyebrows rose and something similar to fear flashed in his eyes. The professor, trying to hide his confusion, approached the student menacingly, his voice sounding cold and mocking as he asked about the reason for Andreas's visit. Anger and disappointment overcame Andreas when he realized he was late, his gaze filled with anger and his fists clenched involuntarily. A strange magic began to swirl around Andreas's body. Time seemed to speed up, and his movements became abnormally fast and precise. Andreas's gaze fell on the crystal in Charon's hand, and he was surprised to recognize the artifact Jester had possessed in the game, thoughts racing feverishly through his head. Charon, without hiding his irritation, attacked Andreas with accusations, but immediately changed his tone, declaring his plans to find the young man. Charon's surprise was genuine. He clearly did not expect such a turn of events. His face expressed a mixture of shock and curiosity. The professor, trying to hide his confusion, made a sarcastic comment about Andreas's skills as a necromancer, his words laced with sarcasm and contempt. Andreas's words clearly touched Charon. The smile instantly disappeared from his face, replaced by a grimace of dissatisfaction and irritation. Suddenly, Charon burst into laughter, reminiscent of the laugh of a mad scientist, which caused only bewilderment and alarm to Andreas. Charon, after calming down, began to talk about how long ago he overheard a conversation between Andreas's father and Master Morn, his eyes shining with a sickly glint. Charon's words that Andreas could change the basis of dark magic or even the entire world sounded ominous, making the young man shudder in horror. The professor suggested that all the changes in Andreas were linked to a certain topic his father and Morn were discussing. This guess made the young man tense internally. Charon demanded that Andreas demonstrate his skill in using the family legacy, his voice trembling with impatience and greedy curiosity. Andreas, containing his anger, mentally noted that even a crowd like Charon knew his secret. This discovery made him rethink a lot. Andreas's words that Charon simply wanted to steal the child enraged the professor. His eyebrows knitted together and his gaze became even more menacing. Deciding that the time for conversation was over, Andreas summoned his skeleton and tiger, simultaneously beginning to cast magic, preparing for the inevitable fight. Charon was surprised to recognize the summoned creature as the Tiger Lord Timur, whose corpse he had seen at the meeting, his eyes wide with astonishment and fear. The professor couldn't believe that Andreas was already capable of controlling such a high-level undead. Questions swirled in his head about when and how his student had achieved such mastery. Charon, holding the crystal, felt superior, his voice sounding authoritative and mocking as he reminded Andreas of his status as a teacher. Andreas, without hiding his contempt, replied that he had learned nothing from Charon, but had surpassed him, his eyes burning with determination and defiance. Enraged by the student's insolence, Charon began casting red magic, his hands shrouded in an ominous glow, foreshadowing a powerful spell. From the portals created by Karen, a torrent of various undead poured out. From simple skeletons to monstrous monsters, newly resurrected corpses and sinister statues rose behind him. The undead army, obeying Karen's will, advanced towards Andreas, their lifeless eyes glowing with a thirst for destruction. Karen used a strengthening spell, giving his creatures additional power, which clearly did not please Andreas, his face darkening. Without missing a beat, Andreas grabbed his sword, drawing it from its sheath, preparing for the inevitable fight. Andreas's voice was firm and decisive, as he announced the severing of all ties with Karen, his words laced with anger and disgust. Karen, without hiding his true intentions, threatened to kill Andreas and take over his father's inheritance, his eyes burning with greed and madness. Karen's words that he would resurrect Andreas and make him his slave sounded like a sinister prophecy, making the young man shudder in horror. Meanwhile, Vivian, left behind, tried to neutralize the enchanted students. Her movements were quick and precise. Leaving one of the students aside, the girl feverishly thought about how to quickly get to Andreas and help him. Fatigue began to take its toll. Vivian was breathing heavily, her movements became less confident, but she continued to fight. With horror, Vivian realized that the students continued to advance, despite the damage they had received. Their numbers did not seem to be decreasing. Blood dripped from the eyes and heads of the enchanted students, but this did not stop them. They continued to move, like limp puppets. Vivian pulled her sword from its sheath, the smooth gray blade gleaming in her gloved hands, ready for battle. The idea of killing students crossed Vivian's mind, but she immediately dismissed it, realizing that this was not a way out of the situation. Remembering Andreas's request not to harm the students, Vivian felt an internal conflict, not knowing what to do. Determination filled the girl's heart. She swore to herself to restrain herself and find a way to neutralize the students without harming them. Suddenly, one of the enchanted students fired a powerful blast of electrical mana at Vivian's back, catching her by surprise. But thanks to her reaction and skill, Vivian turned at lightning speed, repelling the attack with her sword, her movements precise and confident. Suddenly, another zombie student approached Vivian from behind, preparing to attack, his movements mechanical and lifeless. Vivian frantically tried to recall Andreas's words, but they seemed to disintegrate in her memory, turning into illegible pixels, causing her despair. Thinking hard, the girl tried to remember the spell Andreas had told Diana, her brows furrowed with tension. Suddenly, a vision came over Vivian. Her face lit up, and her eyes shone with joy as she finally remembered the right words. Without wasting a second, Vivian punched the nearest student in the shoulder blades while shouting Kushin, her voice echoing in the air. Vivian watched closely the reaction of the zombie student who fell after her blow, her gaze focused and intense. Doubts took over the girl as she saw how the student simply fell to the ground without regaining consciousness. Her heart sank with anxiety. Another zombie student attacked Vivian with electric force as she continued to painfully remember Andreas's exact words. Her thoughts jumbled. Casting Kushin again, Vivian kicked the other student in the face, hoping the spell would work this time. Disappointment took over the girl when nothing happened. She tried to push, but that also failed. Her voice trembled with despair. Not giving up, Vivian continued to try different variations of the spell Kuchain, Kuchain, Kugain, her voice growing more confident with each attempt. Even though Vivian had already neutralized many students, their flow did not stop. They approached her like an inexorable wave. With bitterness, Vivian realized that if this continued, the students might die. She decided to try Kushain, hoping for a miracle. To the girl's surprise, the students who heard this sentence began to slowly regain their reason, their movements becoming less mechanical. The students' pupils dilated, returning to normal. They stopped and began to look around, as if waking up from a nightmare. Vivian watched with relief and joy, realizing that the spell had finally worked, her heart filled with hope. A smile lit up the girl's face as she realized that all that was left was to neutralize the remaining students. Her movements became more confident and decisive. Strange worm-like spirits began to emerge from the students' bodies, their bodies convulsing, creating an eerie sight. Vivian, realizing the danger of the situation, decided to act quickly to prevent further damage from the possessed students. Suddenly, the worm-like spirits rushed towards the girl, their intentions clearly hostile, and the air was filled with an ominous buzzing sound. Thin tentacles of spirits reached for Vivian's head, trying to penetrate her consciousness, their touch causing a shiver of horror. Fear gripped the girl as she realized the gravity of the situation, her gaze filled with shock and despair. Vivian tried to escape, to return, but her movements were restricted by invisible shackles. Each step was taken with great difficulty. The enormous spirit, growing in size, addressed Vivian in an ominous whisper, its words piercing straight to the girl's soul. The spirit's words that everyone would eventually leave Vivian hurt the girl, making her heart clench in pain and despair. The cruel prophecy of being destined for abandonment echoed in Vivian's mind, undermining her self-confidence. The spirit continued to attack the girl's consciousness, calling her attempts to cling to life vile. These words brought Vivian to tears. Memories of her mother pulling away from her and her desperate trust in a stranger came flooding back to Vivian, taking her back to her painful past. The spirit, taking advantage of Vivian's childhood memories, continued to torment her with the words of her mother, who wanted a son instead of a daughter. These words drove the girl crazy. The cruel words that Vivian's very existence brings problems deeply wounded the girl's soul, forcing her to doubt her right to life. The spirit continued its psychological attack, instilling in Vivian the idea that she would cause the deaths of her loved ones, driving her to suicide. In desperation, Vivian thought of the fairy lord, hoping that if she left, he would be okay, her hand holding the knife trembling as it approached her head. The spirit, feeling victorious, promised Vivian that the fairy lord would be fine if she left, his voice sounding deceptively comforting. Suddenly, Vivian remembered the moment she and Andreas made a pinky promise to each other. That memory was like a ray of light breaking through the darkness. Andreas's words about the importance of keeping one's word echoed in Vivian's mind, giving her the strength to resist the spirit's dark influence. The memory of how, thanks to Andreas, the dome that held her prisoner was destroyed, and her own oath, filled Vivian with determination. These memories and feelings seemed to awaken Vivian, breaking the spirit's spell. Her consciousness began to clear, regaining control over herself. Andreas continued to fight the army of skeletons and other undead summoned by his master, with quick and precise movements. The young man dodged the attacks as quickly as possible, jumping from one place to another. His agility and reaction were at the limit of his capabilities. Charon, holding the red crystal, challenged Andreas mockingly, his voice full of confidence in his superiority. The professor used a summoned undead statue with a red light glowing in its mouth, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to his former student. Andreas reacted instantly, ducking to the ground to avoid the stunning attack, his body moving at incredible speed. Standing up, the young man began casting necromantic magic, while simultaneously calling out to Rudolph for help, his hands glowing with dark energy. A huge hand of Rudolph appeared from the open portal, which fell upon the monster Charon, shaking the earth with its power. Charon froze in shock, unable to believe what he saw, his thoughts feverishly trying to understand where Andreas had gotten such a powerful ally. The teacher watched in amazement as a giant hand appeared, the size of 20 people, which seemed to tear open the sky itself. Andreas, without wasting time, turned to his tiger Timur, his voice full of determination and confidence in his faithful companion. The young man instructed Timur to deal with the convalescent, a monster summoned by Charon, relying on the strength and dexterity of his magical beast. Timur responded with a threatening growl, his mouth uncovered, expressing his readiness to carry out his master's orders and enter battle against the monster. Andreas, speaking to his skeleton Nickel, ordered it to destroy small opponents and then hide, his voice sounding confident and authoritative. The young man understood the need to quickly get rid of many small enemies to focus on the main threat. Andreas exhaled heavily from the tension, realizing that using Rudol required a huge expenditure of mana. A plan matured in the young man's head to directly attack Charon and take possession of the Pelderin crystal. His eyes gleamed with determination. Andreas was determined to end this battle with a decisive blow, his body tense, preparing for a decisive move. The young man began to move quickly towards Charon, who was not expecting such a direct attack from his former student. Andreas, using his incredible speed, was behind the professor before he could react. The element of surprise was on his side. Andreas's sword flashed several times in the air, striking Charon. The young man's gaze was full of determination and concentration. Andreas's blows were so powerful and unexpected that Charon froze in shock, not having time to defend himself from the lightning attack. Andreas turned his gaze to the monstrous creature resurrected by his teacher, assessing the enemy's strength and planning his future actions. Charon mockingly challenged Andreas, but the young man, remaining calm, mentally noted that using sin could simplify the situation, although this was now impossible. Andreas, without losing his composure, replied that he also had an ancient magical beast, his voice sounding confident and with a slight tone of mockery. Charon, remembering the enormous hand that had appeared out of nowhere, feverishly wondered about the origins of this powerful ally of Andreas. The young man threateningly promised that next time the giant's hand would crush Charon's head, mentally noting the need to irritate the teacher. Charon, maintaining a confident smile, challenged Andreas, his voice sounding mocking and provocative. Suddenly, Andreas's gaze dropped downwards. His eyes widened in shock and his pupils constricted, expressing extreme surprise and alarm. A strange pentagram began to appear around the young man, as if drawn in blood. Confused, Andreas tried to understand the origin of this phenomenon. A powerful explosion shook the forest. The bloody substance seemed to turn inside out, creating a strange sight among the trees. Charon, watching what was happening, burst out laughing, his laughter echoing through the forest, adding to the atmosphere of horror. The bloody substance began to glow and float, lifting Andreas. The young man found himself trapped in this terrible magic. Suddenly, blood came out of Andreas. Everyone present watched what was happening with tension, waiting for new events. Andrea, trying to understand what was happening, realized that she had encountered vampire blood magic, her thoughts feverishly searching for an explanation. The young man related this phenomenon to a recent case of vampire bite, realizing that Charon must have been studying the creature's blood. Charon, surprised by Andreas's resilience, asked how he managed to survive high-level blood magic, his voice expressing a mixture of surprise and irritation. Andreas responded enigmatically, hinting at possible gratitude to Angela Lucifer for this gift, his voice ringing with slight irony. Charon was in complete shock, his pupils constricted with the sudden realization that Andreas might have helped the vampire escape. The young man, realizing he had been discovered, bravely commented to the teacher that he should treat his students better. A challenge was heard in his voice. Charon, overcome with rage, shouted Andreas's name so loudly that the veins on his forehead swelled, expressing extreme anger. A shockwave arose from Charon's powerful shout, but Andreas looked at her with determination, ready for any turn of events. Charon rushed to attack, but Andreas, demonstrating incredible dexterity, easily jumped, dodging the professor's blow. The professor continued to shout, accusing Andreas of being insolent and helping the vampire, his voice trembling with anger and disappointment. Charon, without hiding his despair, accused Andreas of destroying his life's work, his words filled with bitterness and anger. Andreas, assessing the situation, noted with satisfaction that Nickel had successfully hidden his skeleton as ordered. The young man began to attack quickly, his sword flashing through the air with incredible speed, and he himself moved skillfully, avoiding retaliatory attacks. Andreas, watching his teacher, recognized the perfect moment to act, focusing all his attention. With a lightning-fast movement, Andreas directed the powerful magical aura of his sword at Charon. putting all his strength into the blow. The attack ended up being so powerful that Karen and his monster could barely stand, the ground beneath them trembling from the force of the blow. Charon, impressed by Andreas's skill, was forced to admit that the young man wielded a much better sword than he had imagined. Involuntary respect was heard in his voice. Andreas suddenly found himself behind Karen, catching him off guard with his incredible speed and agility. However, the situation became more complicated when Karen's monster intervened, pushing Andreas away from his master with a powerful move. Andreas, upon receiving the blow, mentally noted that his plan had not gone as he had hoped, but he would not give up. The young man was thrown to the side, rolling on the uneven floor, but quickly regained his balance, preparing for the next maneuver. Suddenly, Nickel's skeletal hand appeared in front of Karen, aiming at the magical red stone he was holding tightly. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton deftly snatched the stone from Karen's hand, using the element of surprise and his supernatural speed. Charon froze in astonishment, unable to believe what was happening, his face expressing a mixture of shock and bewilderment. Andreas, watching the professor's reaction, couldn't help but smile triumphantly, feeling that the advantage was now on his side. Charon let out a blood-curdling scream as his arm was mercilessly cut off, the unexpected turn of events taking him by surprise, leaving him in shock and agony. Andreas hovered in the air, watching his trusty skeleton Nickel, mentally noting his excellent work and agility in this tense situation. The professor writhed in unbearable pain, staring in horror at his severed hand, which still held the precious and powerful red crystal. Charon, stunned by what was happening, did not immediately realize the gravity of the situation until he saw the priceless crystal fall from his severed hand onto the cold floor. Suddenly, Charon turned and horror gripped him as he saw the ancient mythical monster behind him begin to rage due to the loss of control over the crystal. Andreas, watching the scene unfold, realized how dangerous the situation had become, as Kushane, without the restraining power of the crystal, was completely out of control. Desperately trying to rectify the situation, Charon reached out with his remaining hand to the crystal, realizing that without it, he would not be able to pacify the ancient, enraged beast. The professor realized that only with the help of a magic crystal could he hope to contain the indomitable power of the ancient creature, which now threatened everyone present. Suddenly, there was a deafening impact, followed by a massive explosion, leaving Andreas to watch in horror as the chaos unfolded. With growing horror, the young man watched as the enraged monster began to devour his former master Charon like a hungry beast that had seized its prey. The scene became increasingly frightening when the monster, not satisfied, chewed half of the unfortunate professor's body, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Having fed on Charon's flesh, the monster turned its furious red gaze on Andreas, making the young man freeze in fear. Andreas, realizing the gravity of the situation, whispered to his faithful skeleton that they needed to take possession of the crystal at any cost to avoid further disasters. However, the monster, upon hearing these words, immediately grabbed the crystal with its huge paws, not giving Andreas the slightest chance to take it. Looking at this, Andreas realized with horror how dire the situation had become as an ominous aura began to pulse around the monster's hand holding the crystal. Andreas's tiger, fearless and ferocious, continued its furious battle against the monsters, its roar echoing through the air, filling the atmosphere with primal fear and determination to destroy its enemies. Suddenly, the beast turned, noticing how a huge monster, ready to destroy everyone, emitted an ominous red glow from its terrifying mouth, foreshadowing imminent death. The ancient creature let out a deafening roar, so powerful that the air around it began to tremble, creating shockwaves that threatened to sweep away everything in its path. Andreas, assessing the criticality of the situation, mentally ordered his faithful undead to avoid the approaching attack, realizing that a direct collision could be fatal. Suddenly, the space was illuminated by a blinding flash, accompanied by a deafening crash and clouds of smoke, coloring everything around in bright yellow tones. The young man, trying to stand, stuck his sword into the ground, using it as support to avoid the crushing force of the blow that threatened to knock him down. With horror, Andreas realized that the monster's gigantic hand, which seemed incredibly large compared to human proportions, was rapidly approaching him. The monster, grabbing the guy, lifted him into the air while emitting a deafening roar from which the very earth seemed to tremble. The tiger and the skeleton of Andreas, watching what was happening with their glowing red eyes, froze in horror, not knowing how to help their master in such a desperate situation. The huge monster, holding Andreas in its powerful paws, ran quickly, with such force that the tiger was thrown back, unable to reach the monster. Just when all hope seemed lost, Vivian appeared out of nowhere, determined to save Andreas, her eyes shining with courage and unwavering will. Andreas, upon seeing the girl, mentally exclaimed her name, wondering how she ended up here at the epicenter of danger. With incredible dexterity and strength, Vivian cut off the monster's arm with a precise strike, freeing Andreas, who began to fall rapidly to the ground. The young man was approaching the ground at great speed, but Vivian, without wasting a second, ran towards him, hoping to break his fall and save him from the inevitable blow. Reaching out to Andreas, Vivian tried to help him escape, unaware of how the enraged, revenge-hungry monster prepared to attack her from behind. Suddenly, Andreas, overcome with anxiety and apprehension of danger, shouted loudly to Vivian, warning her of the invisible threat lurking behind her. He became even more aware of the impending danger, his warning cry echoing through the air, urging Vivian to be careful and pay attention to the threat lurking behind her. The enraged monster, thirsting for revenge for the insult, rushed towards the girl, intending to grab her with its huge paws and punish her for her bold intervention. A fierce fight broke out between Vivian and the monster, from which the ground shook and fragments of stone were thrown into the air, creating a chaotic and dangerous situation all around. Andreas, overcome with panic and fear for Vivian's life, cried out her name loudly, his voice trembling with overwhelming emotions and concern for the girl's fate. Suddenly, as if in response to her desperate pleas, Andreas's faithful tiger rushed to her rescue, wrapping its powerful paws around Vivian and shielding her with its massive back from the monster's attack. With relief, Andreas noted that the girl likely fainted due to the stress she suffered, which may have saved her from further injury in this dangerous situation. Knowing that Vivian was okay and that nothing serious had happened brought immediate relief to Andreas, allowing him to focus on the battle ahead. The duel between Andreas and the ancient beast continued with renewed vigor, the air around them filled with the sounds of blows and growls, creating the atmosphere of an epic clash. Covering one eye from the blow he had received earlier, Andreas realized that he had no time for hesitation and indecision. Every second could be decisive in this battle. Suddenly, his artifact, the mysterious crown, appeared in the portal, which Andreas had planned to study carefully before using, but circumstances left him no choice. Putting on the crown, the young man understood that there was no more time for reflection, and the original sin of greed, hidden in the artifact, could become his only chance for salvation. Mentally agreeing that wearing the crown was still better than a senseless death, Andreas decided to activate his power, preparing himself for unpredictable consequences. Vivian, slowly regaining her senses, opened her eyes slightly, her consciousness gradually returning, allowing her to assess the situation happening around her. The girl's gaze was filled with horror, her pupils constricted in shock as she saw Andreas standing in the sinister crown as a huge monster prepared to attack him. With pain and compassion in her eyes, Vivian watched Andreas, her heart sinking with worry for the fate of the young man who was about to face the unknown power of the artifact. Andreas's appearance was transformed. His eyes turned blood red and a mad smile appeared on his lips, testifying to the profound changes occurring within him under the influence of the sinister crown. The ancient monster, without hesitation for a second, fired a blinding red beam from its enormous mouth, aimed directly at Andreas, intending to destroy him with a crushing blow. Displaying incredible agility, Andreas leaped upward to avoid the deadly beam, his voice distorted by madness echoing through the air, calling his opponent an ancient and vile beast. Driven by a thirst for power, the young man proclaimed his intention to transform the monster into an undead being and make him his obedient slave, his words sounding like an undeniable verdict, leaving no room for alternatives. Andreas's pupil-less, bloodshot eyes glowed with an unnatural fire, and his face was distorted by a furious grin, giving him the appearance of a possessed madman. Without wasting a second, Andreas struck the first blow at the enormous and sinister monster, his movements filled with unprecedented strength and determination to destroy the enemy. The surrounding air was filled with a bright yellow glow due to the clash of forces, forcing Andreas to slightly close his eyes so as not to be blinded by this unearthly glow. Displaying incredible agility, the young man leaped back with force, landing on his strong legs to avoid the monster's possible retaliatory attack. Analyzing the situation, Andreas concluded that the monster had absolute defense, reacting only to predictable attacks, which greatly complicated the task of destroying it. Realizing the need for an unconventional approach, Andreas decided that the key to victory would be unexpected and unpredictable attacks that could break through the monster's defenses. Turning to his trusty skeleton, Andreas entrusted Nickel with the critical task of diverting the monster's attention, creating the opportunity for the decisive blow. The battle between Andreas and the giant purple monster continued with renewed vigor, the monster seeming to become even more furious and dangerous than before. Vivian, watching what was happening, wondered feverishly how she could help Andreas in this desperate situation, her heart sinking with worry for the young man's fate. The girl's gaze fell on the skeleton fighting alongside Andreas, and doubts arose in her mind about the origin of this undead and how the guy gained power over him. Vivian, still in the tiger's protective embrace, watched in amazement as the scene unfolded before her as her mind tried to comprehend what was happening. Raising her head, the girl met the tiger's gaze, surprise and gratitude ringing in her voice as she addressed him, calling him Mr. Category. Skeleton Nickel, following Andreas's instructions, began to distract the monster with a series of skillful blows that did not cause serious damage, but effectively diverted the monster's attention. Andreas, seizing the moment, positioned himself advantageously behind the monster, his eyes burning with determination to deliver the decisive blow at the most opportune moment. Suddenly, the young man attacked, his knife plunging deep into the monster's vulnerable belly, cutting through the thick skin and causing a furious roar of pain. The monster began to writhe under the painful blow, while Andreas, overcome with a lust for power, proclaimed his intention to transform the creature into something else. Suddenly, Andreas's sealed sword came into contact with the blood of an ancient magical beast, causing a strange reaction that no one could have predicted. Andreas watched in surprise as his weapon began to absorb the monster's blood, not understanding the nature of the process that was occurring and its possible consequences. The sword, shrouded in a purple aura, continued to absorb the monster's blood, causing Andreas to have mixed feelings of surprise and anxiety at the incomprehensible phenomenon. Suddenly, the young man began to bleed from the mouth, signaling the serious impact of the use of an unknown force, with his mind filled with the awareness of imminent danger. Vivian, overcome with panic and fear for Andreas's life, screamed, begging for him to be saved, her voice trembling with the emotion that overcame her. Andreas, leaving a sword pulsing with red light in the monster's body, began to fall. His strength was running out after using unknown magic. The young man hit the ground hard, and Vivian, without wasting a second, ran to him, driven by the desire to help and protect. As the monster continued to scream in unbearable pain, Vivian ran towards Andreas, her heart pounding with fear and worry for her life. The monster's body began to crumble and melt, its death screams echoing through the air, signaling the end of the terrible creature. Vivian gently lifted Andreas into her arms, and together they watched as the blood of an ancient magical beast unlocked the first seal of the mysterious Galaxer. Andreas, stunned by what had happened, admitted that he could never have imagined that the blood of an ancient creature would be the key to breaking the seal, while Vivian thought hopefully about the possible end of this nightmare. Holding Andreas in her arms, Vivian listened to his words of apology for putting him in danger, her heart filled with mixed feelings of relief and forgiveness. Vivian, with tenderness in her voice, reassured Andreas, saying that his safety was the main thing, and the young man, in turn, apologized for hiding his true abilities. The girl, without hesitation, assured Andreas that his personality and abilities do not matter. For her, he will always be the fairy lord, her faithful friend and protector. Andreas, moved by Vivian's words, wondered with a warm smile if there was anyone else who trusted him as much as that incredible girl. The scene shifted to Andreas and Vivian, sitting in the massive Colosseum, where the Academy's 111th opening ceremony officially began, the atmosphere filled with solemnity and anticipation. A man with a brown beard announced the entrance of Louis Artman on stage, and Andreas, watching what was happening, realized that the real game was just beginning. Louis Artman was introduced as a student who demonstrated excellent academic ability and exemplary behavior, earning the admiration and respect of those present. Andreas, reflecting on his journey, noted that he somehow managed to survive despite the terrible lack of knowledge and information at the beginning of his journey. The young man realized that the number of people he needed to protect had increased, but at the same time he became much stronger, ready to face new challenges. Andreas knew that from now on he would face many different events, each of which would test his strength and determination. The words about the impending war for the deadly sins echoed in his thoughts, reminding him of the gravity of the situation and the trials that lay ahead. Suddenly, a vision of Vivian's future flashed before Andreas's eyes, covered in blood, sitting and looking up at the sky as he walked somewhere to the side, leaving her behind. The ceremony continued as usual, and then the moment came when it was announced that Louis Artman, the top student in the class, would pronounce the words of the oath on behalf of the new students. Louis, a modest, brown-haired young man, stood up and solemnly began reciting an oath on behalf of himself and all the new students of Class 111, promising to stand shoulder to shoulder with the older students of Rodlin Academy. As Louis spoke, all the other students also stood up, and he continued, promising to do his best to become the spear and shield of the Empire and its people. The students listened attentively to every word of the oath, their faces expressing seriousness and determination, realizing the importance of the moment and the obligations they had assumed. Concluding his speech, Louis said that they would become heroes who would bring glory to his empire, his voice ringing with confidence and pride. After the speech ended, it was announced that it was Louis Artman, the freshman representative, causing a wave of approving looks and silent applause. Louis, looking around the audience with his young but determined gaze, radiated confidence and readiness for the next challenges and achievements. Looking around the stands full of students, Louis reflected on how strong and experienced his older comrades seemed, feeling a mixture of admiration and mild excitement. Suddenly, Andreas caught Louis's eye, and the young man began to think about the unusual combination of the College of Magic robe and the sword, which seemed atypical and intriguing. Louis began to smile, thinking about how fun and full of surprises life at Rodlin Academy could be, and looking forward to meeting interesting people. Louis's thoughts turned to Rodlin Academy's upcoming spring tournament, where students would compete without house divisions, which sounded incredibly exciting to him. One of the students next to Louis commented that they shouldn't be too happy about missing classes today, as next year it will be their turn to shine in the tournament. Louis listened intently as he considered how watching the battles could be useful in improving his own skills and techniques, especially given the Department of Magic's participation in the tournament. Suddenly, a muscular, purple-haired guy turned rudely to Louis, accusing him of spilling coffee on him, to which Louis politely apologized, explaining his inattention. Louis saw a huge fist rapidly approaching his face, threatening to deliver a serious blow. Unexpectedly for the attacker, Louis blocked it easily, causing surprise and confusion in the purple-haired man. However, the next blow still hit home, and Louis, unable to keep his balance, fell, hitting the table where the girls were sitting. This incident demonstrated the strength of one of Nighthouse's top students, confirming rumors about the first-year student's excellent abilities. Louis, clearly irritated by what was happening, tried to contain his anger, his face expressing dissatisfaction with the current situation. Mentally analyzing what had happened, Louis noticed that the enemy's blow was not fast, but it was so strong that he was unable to block it completely. The animated purple-haired guy, continuing the conflict, demanded 100,000 from Louis for allegedly ruining an expensive uniform, threatening more trouble. Lucia, who was sitting at the table, intervened in the situation, calling the boy's actions pure extortion and questioning his dignity. Diana, also present at the table, supported Lucia, hinting at the possible disqualification of veteran student Todlan for causing chaos. Continuing her thought, Diana ironically observed that, according to Todlan's logic, he himself should now pay her for the trouble caused. Todlan, looking at the furious Diana, suddenly realized that his actions could lead to serious trouble, and his confidence began to wane. Diana showed Todlan the sleeve of her uniform, stained with blood. She noted with anger that these were the consequences of her actions. Her voice was full of indignation and irritation at the current situation. The purple-haired guy, trying to justify himself, said that Louis, as a freshman, was lucky, implying that without the girl's intervention, the situation could have ended much worse for the newcomer. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Todlan turned abruptly and left. Everyone present silently watched his retreating figure. The air was filled with tension from the conflict that had occurred. Showing sincere gratitude, Louis bowed deeply to the girls. His voice trembled with emotion as he expressed his gratitude for their timely help and support. The girls, smiling, recognized Louis as a freshman who had spoken at the academy's opening ceremony. Their faces beamed with warmth and interest in their new acquaintance, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Louis confirmed the hunch, introducing himself by his full name, his voice carrying notes of pride in his performance, mixed with a slight embarrassment at the attention of the older students. Diana and Lucia took turns introducing themselves, naming their courses, and expressing sympathy for Luis for getting into trouble so quickly, their tone full of understanding and support. Louis admitted his confusion about the situation. Diana tried to calm him down, explaining that Todlan was known as one of the best students at Night College, which partly explained his behavior. Vivian, who had previously been sitting silently at the table, suddenly stood up, attracting everyone's attention. Her sudden movement disturbed the established atmosphere, causing looks of surprise from those present. Explaining her departure, Vivian announced the imminent start of Andreas's match, her voice filled with excitement and anticipation as she spoke of her desire to watch the match. Louis, turning his attention to Vivian, addressed her politely, assuming she was a senior student at the Knights College, his words full of respect and sincere joy at the new meeting. Extending his hand in greeting, Louis was met with an unexpected reaction from Vivian. The girl simply remained silent, not responding to his gesture, which created an awkward pause in their interaction. Despite the awkwardness, Louis kept his hand outstretched, the air filled with tension as everyone waited for Vivian's reaction to this simple but important gesture of greeting. Vivian, looking at Louis's outstretched hand, looked puzzled, her face expressing a mixture of incomprehension and slight confusion, as if she didn't know how to react to this common gesture. Lucia, unable to contain herself, laughed at the situation, explaining the strangeness of Vivian's behavior. She also expressed a desire to watch the fight, which surprised Diana, who had not expected such interest. Lucia, defending her sudden interest in duels, responded with a slight note of justification that she sometimes found it interesting to watch such events, her tone expressing sincerity. Diana was surprised when she asked Lucia about her plans to participate, to which she unexpectedly declared with confidence her intention to participate in the tournament, which caused even greater surprise to those around her. Announcing her imminent departure, Diana invited Louis to join them, to which he enthusiastically agreed, realizing he was going there, his eyes shining with anticipation. Upon hearing Diana's offer to go together, Louis agreed with undisguised joy and gratitude, his voice ringing with excitement and the opportunity to spend time with the older students. Arriving at the battlefield, they discovered that many students had already gathered in anticipation of the imminent start of the fighting. The air was filled with excitement and anticipation of exciting battles. After one of the fights ended, Louis noted with admiration the incredible level of Rodlin's fighters, to which Diana briefly agreed, her tone betraying her habit of high-level fighting at the gym. When the start of the next match was announced, Louis couldn't contain his excitement, his words cut off mid-sentence by overwhelming emotions and impatience to see the next fight. The presenter introduced the blue corner participant, Todlan Terry, the best of the night faculty, noting that great hopes were placed on him in this tournament, which caused a roar of approval among the audience. Then the participant from the red side, representing the Faculty of Magic, was introduced. This announcement caused a wave of whispers and interest among the spectators, expecting an unusual confrontation. The presenter asked to welcome Andreas Cromwell, a fourth-year student, which caused a strong reaction from the crowd, creating an atmosphere of excitement and anticipation of an interesting fight. It was noted that Andreas was receiving a lot of attention after his recent invention of a new potion. This information sparked greater interest and discussion among viewers. As Louis watched, he remembered seeing Andreas at the entrance ceremony and now wondered in amazement how the wizard would fight with swords against a seasoned knight. Todlan, turning to Andreas, defiantly and mockingly called him a magician pretending to be a swordsman, his words full of disdain for his unusual opponent. Andreas responded calmly to Todlan's provocation, neither denying nor confirming the accusations of malingering. His mysterious tone only fueled the public's interest in the upcoming fight. The senior knight student, clearly dissatisfied with Andreas's response, reacted sharply to his words, calling him an insolent brat, and from that moment the match officially began, heating up the atmosphere in the arena. The purple-haired man wasted no time and quickly rushed to Andreas, intending to demonstrate to him the true power of the sword and the superiority of chivalric art over magic. Todlan, without hesitation for a second, immediately launched a powerful attack, his movements polished and full of confidence in his own superiority over an unusual opponent. Lucia, watching the duel begin, turned to Diana, asking her about some rumors that were apparently circulating among the students, but had gone unnoticed by Lucia. Diana, responding to Lucia's question, mentioned rumors about the upcoming friendly match with Milko Academy after the tournament, which piqued her interlocutor's interest. Continuing the conversation, Diana recalled that the Academy encourages the participation of students with good academic performance, adding that she herself has no choice and will attend anyway. Lucia, inspired by Diana's words, warmly supported her participation, assuring her that it would demonstrate the enormous difference between their academies, and strongly advised her to definitely go. Continuing to share information, Lucia mentioned that a good performance in the tournament could also lead to an invitation, but she didn't have time to finish her thought, interrupted by a sudden event. Diana, returning to the subject, suggested that Vivian also participate in the exchange, emphasizing the importance and necessity of her participation for the Academy. Developing her idea, Diana recalled that after yesterday's victory over favorite Aaron, Vivian had a good chance of participating in the exchange, which generated Lucia's approval. Returning to watch the duel, they saw the senior student knight continue to attack Andreas, shouting insults and demanding that he stop dodging his blows. Todlan, clearly irritated at not being able to hit his opponent, expressed his surprise at having to use his technique against someone like Andreas. Andreas, upon hearing Todlan's words, despised him, mentally noting his opponent's limited thinking and inability to adapt to an unusual situation. At some point, the purple-haired senior student suddenly disappeared from Andreas's field of vision, apparently using some kind of special technique for a surprise attack. Despite Todlan's attempt to catch Andreas by surprise with an attack from behind, The man walked away calmly and gracefully, demonstrating excellent reaction and anticipation of the enemy's actions. Andreas watched Todlan's failed attack attempt with a calm expression, his calm contrasting with his opponent's growing irritation. The purple-haired man, clearly tired of Andreas's constant evasions, glared at him with furious white eyes, in which one could read growing irritation and a desire to end the battle. Continuing the battle, Andreas moved at the speed of light from one corner of the arena to the other. His movements were so fast that the spectators had difficulty following what was happening. The host commented on Todlan's threatening and strong attack, reminding that Andreas was in great danger of losing this match, creating additional tension among the spectators. Vivian, watching the fight in amazement, recognized the familiar fighting style and confidently declared the Fairy Lord's victory, while Louis, sitting next to him, didn't quite understand what was happening. Todlan, irritated by his inability to attack, demanded that Andreas display the magic he was so proud of, his voice defiant and mocking. The host noticed that Andreas was too busy dodging, to which he calmly replied that he wouldn't show his magic, but for Todlan, that would be the end of the fight. Suddenly, all the students present were in a state of extreme shock at what they saw in the arena, their eyes wide with surprise. With a swift movement, Andreas grabbed Todlan with his hand and with incredible force pressed him to the ground, leaving a deep groove in the arena's asphalt. Now, Andreas stood over Todlan's motionless body, which was unable to move after such a powerful blow, demonstrating absolute superiority in physical strength. With undisguised contempt, Andreas stated that he had no need to use magic against an opponent like Todlan, emphasizing the difference in their levels. The students were in incredible shock when they realized that the favorite for today's match, Todlan Terry, lost to a student from the Faculty of Magic, which completely turned their expectations for the fight upside down. The host solemnly declared Andreas Cromwell the winner of the match, his voice echoing throughout the arena, causing a storm of emotions among the spectators. Andreas stood proudly over Todlan's prostrate body, which he had just thrown onto the asphalt with incredible force, demonstrating his absolute superiority. Louis, watching the outcome of the fight, was surprised to see that Andreas had defeated the best of the knight's faculty with his bare hands, and wondered who this mysterious magician really was. The girls sitting nearby were also in shock. Vivian called Andreas Mr. Fairy, and pink-haired Lucia couldn't believe her eyes, admiring the incredible outcome of the fight. Diana, analyzing what she saw, suggested that Andreas was able to use the knight's aura to strengthen his body, which explained his extraordinary physical strength. Tower Master Bart, watching the duel from the balcony, thoughtfully uttered a double core, realizing the singularity of Andreas's abilities. Bart noted that Andreas used this rare skill in such a situation, confirming his exceptional talent and potential. The Tower Master has suggested that Andreas no longer intends to hide his powers, and this could mean the beginning of a real storm at the Academy. The announcer announced that this was the last fight of the day, ending a busy day of the tournament. It was announced that the battles between the top 16 participants would take place tomorrow, and viewers were advised to monitor their tablets for updated information on the fights. Andreas, walking down the hallway after the fight, found his friends Lucia, Vivian, and Diana, as well as Luis, who joined them, which caught his attention. Andreas's friends congratulated him warmly, expressing their admiration for his incredible performance and victory over a strong opponent. Andreas, surprised by the encounter, asked what they were doing here and why they were gathered in such strange company. His look expressed slight perplexity. Diana, looking at Andreas with undisguised admiration, replied that it was just a coincidence, her eyes shining with interest and respect for his achievements. Andreas noticed that someone in the company was clearly out of place. His gaze, a little irritated, focused on the stranger who had broken the usual circle of friends. Mentally, Andreas wondered what this Luis guy was doing here. His presence seemed unexpected and a little out of place in this situation. Luis, having decided to introduce himself, greeted Andreas, expressing his joy at the meeting, to which Andreas responded with reserve, saying his name, keeping his distance. Internally, Andreas felt a little excited when he met the first character that made him start playing live. This feeling of nostalgia touched him slightly. Diana noted with admiration Andreas's incredible command of aura. Her words were filled with sincere admiration and interest in his unusual abilities. Continuing the conversation, Diana suggested that Andreas had not studied fencing before because he was unaware of his special situation and had only recently begun training with the sword. Andreas confirmed Diana's hunch, mentally marveling at the care with which she had studied his history, which made him wonder at her attention to himself. Freshman Louis, impressed by Andreas's abilities, asked about the secret of his ability, while Vivian watched with mild concern as the pink-haired girl's growing interest in Andreas. Luis persistently asked about special training methods not taught at the academy, which made Andreas wonder about the young man's desire for strength and potential. Responding to the question, Andreas modestly explained that he was simply using the aura to strengthen his body, mentally noting that he was still far from achieving the master's instantaneous movements. Andreas recalled that after Hassan's departure he remained the master's only pleasant student and gave Luis only a few tips, taking an interest in his talent. The freshman, upon hearing about the aura control technique, became even more interested, trying to understand the essence of this method and its application in battle. Luis asked Andreas to demonstrate the technique, explaining that it was difficult to understand with just words, but Andreas, understanding the difficulty of learning, decided to postpone it for the future. Andreas politely declined, claiming he was busy preparing for matches, but left open the possibility of coaching in the future, to which Luis gratefully agreed. With a slight smile, Andreas praised Luis's dedication to his studies, noting his enthusiasm even though he had just joined the academy. Lucia scolded Andreas for hiding his abilities, reminding him to study potions together, to which he apologized, explaining his reluctance to stand out among the others. Outraged, Lucia questioned aloud the reasons for Andreas's sudden decision to reveal his abilities now, her voice ringing with misunderstanding and slight resentment. Andreas explained his desire to participate in the Mika Academy meeting, emphasizing the difficulty of reaching the top relying solely on magic, hiding the true reason for the danger from the other characters in the game. Lucia, understanding the limitations of Andreas's magical talent, expressed understanding and added about her work with fire magic, to which the girl wished her good luck. Andreas reflected on the pointlessness of participating in the game's academy exchange, but mentioned his desire to meet another playable character, Ketchlung Violga. Vivian expressed her determination to participate with Andreas, which prompted Lucia's comment about the ambition of her older comrades. Diana suggested aiming for first place and learning the order of battle, showing a serious approach to the upcoming tournament. When studying the order of battles, Lucia realized the possibility of Vivian facing the first four and Andreas in the final if she won. Diana expressed complete confidence in herself, declaring that she was not afraid of the upcoming tests. Vivian also affirmed her determination to win, not allowing the idea of defeat in the next battles. Andreas promised to give it his all, confidently declaring that he would not lose any of his upcoming fights. Diana, holding a tablet in her hands, asked everyone to try their best in the upcoming battles. Lucia recalled that among them were two underdogs and the tournament favorite, highlighting the concentration of all the candidates for victory in their small group. After 5 days of intense fighting, the long-awaited final of the 58th Spring Rodlin Academy tournament arrived. The host summoned the two contenders to enter the arena. The tournament was full of ups and downs, but the most interesting thing was the man who reached the final, capturing everyone's attention with his unexpected success. The presenter introduced the first participant in the final, Andreas Cromwell, a fourth-year student at the Faculty of Magic, whose name has already become legend within the Academy's walls. The second finalist was Vivian Belroken, another underdog of the tournament, also representing the Faculty of Magic in her fourth year, ready to compete for the title of champion. Diana Alvin celebrated the historic occasion for the first time in 12 years of tournament, whose champion was a student of the Faculty of Magic, which caused emotion among the spectators. Vivian, despite the tension of the moment, encouraged Andreas, and Lucia, watching her, realized how much the girl changed during the battles, becoming a completely different person. The unexpected turn of events in the tournament sparked enormous public interest, and the host urged the contenders to prepare for the decisive battle, with the tension in the air reaching its peak. Diana, turning to Andreas, firmly stated her reluctance to give up the champion title, her voice ringing with unshakable determination and self-confidence. Andreas, accepting the challenge, replied that in this case, Diana would have to give her all from the beginning of the fight. His words sounded like a warning, and at the same time as an acknowledgement of her opponent's strength. With the announcement of the start of the fight, Diana immediately began casting fire magic. Her hands were engulfed in flames, and her voice sounded defiant, ready to respond to any action of the enemy. The watching students were paralyzed in shock, their faces expressing extreme surprise and awe at the epic confrontation unfolding before their eyes. Diana wasted no time in creating countless fireballs, declaring her intention to end the fight here and now, her determination evident to all present. Andreas, reacting to Diana's actions, drew his sword, declaring his intention to strike first, preparing for a quick advance. The opponents charged at each other. Diana began throwing fireballs, while Andreas rushed toward her, creating a fascinating image of the clash between magic and physical strength. Diana's gaze was extremely focused and decisive. She looked as if victory was already in her hands. Her every movement radiated confidence and skill. Diana's fireballs flew toward Andreas, but he dodged them with incredible agility, jumping from side to side, demonstrating incredible speed and reaction. Diana, without giving up, put all her effort and concentration into striking Andreas, her magic becoming more powerful and precise with each second of the confrontation. Andreas, demonstrating incredible agility, jumped up, grabbed his sword, and prepared to deliver the decisive blow with quick, precise movements. Diana's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe that Andreas had managed to dodge all of her attacks. Her confidence began to waver in the face of such skill. Swinging his sword, Andreas created a mysterious purple pollen that seemed to appear out of nowhere, adding an element of surprise to his attack. Andreas's gaze filled with surprise as he realized that Diana was using spatial magic. This was an unexpected turn of events in their confrontation. Turning around, Andreas found that Diana had teleported to the other side of the arena, her ability to instantly change position becoming a serious challenge for him. With a smile on his face, Andreas admitted that Diana had exceeded all his expectations, his voice ringing with sincere admiration and respect for her abilities. Diana, amazed at Andreas's speed, asked about the nature of his incredible abilities, while he, with his back to her, hinted at something else he wanted to tell her. Andreas asked Diana to entertain him with an even more interesting battle, his words sounding both like a challenge and a compliment to her skill. Andreas's words left Diana confused and surprised. She couldn't believe he was enjoying the battle. It made her heart beat faster. Angered by Andreas's apparent self-confidence, Diana exploded, accusing him of underestimating her abilities, her anger fueling her determination to prove her strength. Screaming that Andreas had no right to underestimate her, Diana began to form a huge ball of red magic in her hands, focusing all her power into this spell. Lucia, observing what was happening, was amazed by the power of Diana's spell, noting that it surpassed the level of an ordinary student, while Vivian recognized her rival's power with some dissatisfaction. Diana, concentrating on the spell, remembered that she had failed before, but now she felt she could do it, and her confidence grew with each passing second. Concentrating on the spell, Diana created glowing red streaks of energy, which she held in her hands, preparing to unleash the full power of her magic. Andreas wasted no time in running towards Diana, commenting on her strategy of using a copy with an explosion effect as a good idea, but hinting at the possibility of dodging this attack. Suddenly, a beam of bright red fire appeared directly above Andreas, catching him by surprise and causing extreme surprise to appear on his face. A powerful explosion lit up the arena. The asphalt crumbled beneath Diana's feet, and she herself could barely stand from the force of her own blow, small particles scattering. Diana, trying to assess the outcome of her attack, turned to Andreas's supposed location, her eyes frantically searching for his silhouette among the clouds of smoke. To her surprise, Diana found that Andreas simply jumped to the side, avoiding the direct hit of her powerful spell. He was unharmed, as if nothing had happened. Andreas mentally noted that without the protection of his body with mana, he would have a very difficult time. He was impressed by Diana's ability to combine spatial magic with an attack through a double cast. Diana, without hiding her irritation, was perplexed to see how Andreas was able to resist the thrust of a spear with his body, and the thought crossed her mind as to whether he was really a man. Andreas was amazed at Diana's speed, which surpassed all his possible expectations. Her development as a magician aroused his sincere admiration. Watching the growth of the world's characters, Andreas felt excitement and enthusiasm, realizing how exciting their confrontation was becoming. Suddenly, the arena was once again filled with a bright red explosion that seemed to engulf everything around it, demonstrating the incredible power of Diana's magic. Lucia, watching what was happening, thought with alarm that even Andreas would have an extremely difficult time if he fell under such a powerful spell. Vivian, extremely dissatisfied with Diana's behavior, expressed her indignation, calling her murderous intent. Her words left even Lucia fearful of the intensity of the battle that was taking place. Diana, looking at the clouds of dust that rose from her attack, laughed with joy and pride, believing she had managed to deliver the decisive blow, her face shining with a sense of her own triumph. Her facial expression was full of pride and satisfaction. Diana was sure that this was her first great victory. Her heart was filled with euphoria at the apparent success. However, the situation changed drastically when Andreas suddenly resumed his attack, striking repeatedly, forcing Diana to hurriedly jump to the side, barely managing to dodge his blows. The force of Andreas's attacks was so great that the arena's asphalt, personally reinforced by Diana's father just 5 days earlier, began to crumble and tear, shocking and bewildering the girl. Andreas, continuing his attack, thanked Diana for showing him an interesting spell and offered to return the favor, his voice ringing with notes of excitement and anticipation. Diana, not quite understanding what Andreas was talking about, frowned, her gaze expressing a mixture of caution and curiosity at the enemy's unknown technique. Andreas began to explain his technique by first covering the sword with aura and then replacing the aura with mana and casting a spell. His words seemed to reveal the secret of his power. Continuing his explanation, Andreas revealed the essence of his technique of using aura instead of mana to cast spells, a unique technique that combines swordsmanship and magic. Black smoke enveloped the entire arena where the fight took place, creating an atmosphere of mystery and tension for spectators and participants. Diana, reacting to the threat, created a protective honeycomb-shaped shield, trying to protect herself from Andreas's powerful attack. Diana's face showed obvious distress at the current situation. It was very uncomfortable for her to resist the enemy's unexpected technique. Andreas's sword, shrouded in dark energy, looked menacing as he stood in front of Diana, ready for his next attack. Diana, surprised by what was happening, asked Andreas about the meaning of his technique, to which he expressed surprise at her ability to block his blow. As she began to remove her robe, Diana wondered if Andreas's incredible skill was related to his special physique, her voice ringing with a mixture of admiration and apprehension. Andreas confirmed Diana's guess, mentally noting that his ability was indeed an advanced form of dual core, not wanting to reveal all his cards. He assumed that some of the observers had probably already realized that its characteristic was not just an ordinary double nucleus, but something more complex and unique. Andreas was referring to Diana's father, the master of the magic tower, whose expert opinion could reveal the true nature of her abilities. The tower master, observing the fight, expressed outrage at how Andreas could injure Diana with the sword he himself had given her, and his assistant explained the use of aura to cast magic. The tower master was astonished, wondering how such a thing was possible in this life, his surprise reflecting the uniqueness of Andreas's technique. He suggested that this would only be possible if there were no contradictions between Andreas's aura and mana, which indicated the exceptional harmony of his abilities. The master also noted that if Andreas's body had become a huge vessel of mana, then this would indeed be possible, while Diana thought that the enemy was almost out of mana. Diana analyzed the situation, understanding the need to be careful with the strange fire of Andreas' sword and the close combat. She decided to dodge and wait for the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Andreas, noticing Diana's thoughtfulness, asked what she was thinking so deeply in the middle of the match, his voice ringing with slight irony and curiosity. Diana, gathering her thoughts, told Andreas that she was considering a way to defeat him, her voice ringing with determination and defiance, reflecting her unwavering desire for triumph. Andreas, smiling back, admitted that he had also thought about it a lot. His words were saturated with emotion and anticipation for the continuation of their exciting duel. Suddenly, Andreas charged forward, his sword shrouded in a black aura cutting through the air as he quickly approached Diana, his movements full of determination and strength, leaving the audience holding their breath. Diana, showing an incredible reaction, used spatial magic again, moving instantly and dodging Andreas's deadly blow, her maneuver so fast that it seemed almost imperceptible to the eye. Andreas was extremely surprised that Diana had managed to use such a complex technique again, his face expressing a mixture of admiration and slight disappointment at the failed attack. Suddenly, Andreas realized that Diana had removed her cloak to hide the magic on the floor. This observation made him mentally admire her cunning and tactical thinking, recognizing that she really knew how to surprise. Diana, without wasting a second, launched a counterattack, her hands glowing with magical energy as she began to cast a new spell, the air around her filled with a sense of impending danger and power. Red cores of magic shot toward Andreas as he tried to close in on Diana to strike with his sword, his movements creating a breathtaking dance of attack and defense in the arena. Diana continued to use her spatial magic, becoming enveloped in a purple glow each time she teleported, her ability to evade Andreas' attacks seeming almost supernatural. Diana's determined and menacing appearance, surrounded by lightning, created an impressive scene, her eyes full of determination fixed on Andreas, preparing to deliver another powerful attack. Diana, summoning her thunder snakes, sent lightning bolts across the ground toward Andreas, her voice ringing with tension and confidence in the power of her attack, electrical discharges illuminating the arena with a brilliant light. Andreas, confident in his specialization in the earth element, reminded Diana of the ineffectiveness of lightning elemental attacks against him. With a straight face, Andreas created a shield of earth between himself and Diana's lightning, believing that this protection would be enough to withstand her attack. However, to his utter surprise, Andreas saw his earthen shield crumble under Diana's lightning magic, an unexpected development that forced him to rethink his strategy. The shock on Andreas's face reflected his inner turmoil. He couldn't believe he had misjudged Diana's power, realizing that she had managed to maintain her body enhancement and magic at the same time. Andreas found he could not fully utilize his earth shield, and Diana's lightning began to close in on him, creating a real threat to his position in the arena and forcing him to seek new forms of defense. Diana, observing Andreas's predicament, asked with pride and slight mockery if he had relaxed, her voice ringing with notes of triumph and confidence in her superiority. Andreas, aware of the criticality of the situation, mentally cursed his situation, determined not to give up and find a way to avoid defeat, his determination evident in every movement. Diana, confident of her victory, could not contain her emotions and loudly announced her triumph, clenching her fist in a gesture of triumph, her face radiant with joy and pride. Suddenly, the entire arena shook, and the announcer's voice announcing the end of the match sounded like a bolt from the blue, bringing this epic clash to a close. Diana Alvin managed to push Andreas out of the arena, and he, reflecting on what had happened, realized that she had a chance to knock him out, but preferred the safer option of winning. Andreas acknowledged the wisdom of Diana's decision, reflecting on how the events of the exam influenced her tactics and noting her ability to learn from past experiences and adapt to the situation. Diana's triumph marked her victory in the 58th edition of the Academy's tournament, cementing her status as the strongest fighter among the students and earning everyone's admiration for her achievement. The award ceremony concluded the tournament, with Diana at the top of the podium holding the winner's trophy, Andreas in second place, and Vivian in a respectable third place. The rewards were distributed. Andreas received a research grant, Diana added a valuable elixir to her bag to increase her mana reserves, and Vivian received payment for the final year of her studies. Andreas, upon entering his new laboratory, noted its compactness compared to Charon's laboratory, but appreciated the good level of security that would facilitate his research in the field of black magic. Thanks to the scholarship he won, Andreas was able to save significant funds on the purchase of a laboratory, which opened up new opportunities for him to develop his magical skills and experiments. Andreas reflected on the work ahead, planning to combine fencing and defense with dark magic, realizing that the reward would free him from worrying about paying for his studies. Andreas's financial situation, worth $9 billion even after deducting all expenses, including the purchase of a house, allowed him to feel absolutely confident. Despite having enough money, Andreas admitted to himself that he would have preferred a mana potion to a scholarship, realizing the value of magical resources. Andreas reflected on his unique vessel and original sin, aware of the enormous amount of mana in his body, but understanding the need to further increase his reserves. Remembering a recent incident that significantly increased his mana reserves, Andreas calmed himself down, thinking that the current situation was quite satisfactory for his plans and future development. The discovery of generous greed led to a merger with the owner of pure original sin, which opened new horizons of power and opportunities for Andreas that he had previously only dreamed of. The Apocalypse Code, Chapter 0, spoke of the temporary possession of generous greed by the purest original sin, which confirmed the uniqueness of Andreas's situation. Andreas recalled the moment of the merger when he had absolutely no understanding of what was happening, realizing now that the purest original sin was inextricably linked to generous greed. The result of this fusion was a significant increase in Andreas's basic abilities, the emergence of additional skills and special abilities. Andreas noted that after this incident, the amount of mana he could use increased significantly. Now summoning nickel required no more than 1% of Andreas's mana, which opened up new tactical opportunities for him and allowed him to more freely use his magical abilities in battles and experiments. Andreas realized that nickel was now not just a skeleton, but a powerful ally, capable of summoning a huge army, using magic and a sword, and most importantly, possessing the power of original sin. With such high stats and unique abilities, Andreas felt he couldn't worry about future events, confident in his ability to handle any challenges. The only thing that bothered Andreas was knowing that his intervention had changed the course of events, for example, the emergence of an exchange between academies, which was not in the game. Andreas understood that the main thing is not the fact of changing events, but who he became from these changes. Lucia, noticing Andreas, jokingly asked about his presence in class, her tone full of curiosity and slight surprise. Andreas, responding to Lucia's teasing, noted her habitual laziness, but acknowledged her constant presence in potions classes, to which the girl proudly declared the teacher's desire to see a genius like her in the classroom. Lucia, continuing the conversation, suddenly asked about Andreas's plans after class. Her question rang with notes of interest and slight excitement, making him curious about her intentions. Lucia explained to Andreas that she was working on a new potion and needed his help, to which he assumed it was a healing potion. His interest in the girl's project was obvious. Turning to Andreas, Lucia playfully asked what kind of help she needed, her eyes shining with anticipation as they worked together on the mysterious potion. Lucia described her experiment, in which she mixed frog tongue mucus with fairy pollen, then added the solution and the mucus core, her voice full of excitement at the results. When she asked Andreas to guess the outcome of the experiment, Lucia noticed how his pupils contracted in shock, his expression reflecting deep surprise and interest in her discovery. Lucia revealed that the solution stripped away all the special properties of the ingredients and simply disappeared, an unexpected result that clearly intrigued Andreas, making him wonder about the potential uses for such an effect. Andreas, surprised by Lucia's discovery, mentally noted that she had independently found the key to creating a healing potion without receiving any clues from him. Andreas's surprise grew as he realized how talented Lucia, the game's character, was capable of such significant discoveries, making him wonder about the nature of the world he found himself in. Andreas, realizing the importance of Lucia's discovery, offered to help in the future, explaining his current job but promising to visit her laboratory. Lucia, with a slight pout, playfully scolded Andreas for not being able to find time for even his cute son, trying to make him feel guilty and get him to cooperate more quickly. Looking at Lucia, Andreas mentally noted that she still had time before the disease struck her, and though he regretted refusing, he understood that there were now those in greater danger who required his attention. Andreas remembered Selena and Chris, new characters in the game who had just entered the academy and become Luis's classmates. Their fate caused him special concern due to the upcoming events. Knowing that the first event was approaching, which was supposed to start in the middle of the intermediate trials, Andreas understood the need to somehow strengthen Selena and Chris. The first event of the game was not particularly difficult, but it was fraught with mortal danger for insufficiently strong participants. Andreas realized the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, Lucia was oblivious to the upcoming events. Her complete concentration on creating a new potion served as a sort of protection, distracting her from the impending threat. Diana, having exceeded Andreas's expectations, was also relatively confident, her growth as a mage and fighter inspiring confidence in her ability to handle any challenge. Louis, thanks to his extraordinary talent, had every chance to become stronger even without Andreas's direct intervention. His natural abilities were the key to his successful development. Andreas really wanted to skip classes and meet Selena and Chris, but he understood the impossibility of such an act. Duty and the need to be careful prevented him. Andreas's thoughts were interrupted by the teacher's entrance into the room. The teacher, placing his blue books on the table, greeted the students, setting the mood for the start of an important class. The teacher introduced himself as the person in charge of the potion mixing and brewing class. His voice sounded confident and professional, attracting the attention of all the students present. Kyler Schutzman, a serious man in a burgundy vest and black shirt, with dark hair, looked like a seasoned and knowledgeable expert in his field. Greeting the class with a smile, Kyler expressed his joy at meeting them. Andreas, looking at him, mentally noted that the leader of the first event was standing in front of him, realizing the importance of this meeting. Professor Kyler, demonstrating the process of mixing the Platra's potion with keel water, drew the students' attention to the formation of a red precipitate and black bubbles. Andreas, observing the experiment, pondered the possibility of encountering Chris and Selene at the Knights' training grounds, assuming they were training hard to catch up with Luis. Andreas's thoughts turned to Professor Kyler, remembering his role as a dark mage after the events with Sloth, wondering at the professor's lack of visible interest in what was happening. Kyler's strange behavior, with no apparent interest in the events, seemed suspicious to Andreas, forcing him to observe the professor's actions more closely. Andreas's attention was drawn to the teacher's movement as she moved away to pick up something. This action seemed ordinary, but in the context of suspicion it acquired a special meaning. Professor Kyler, leaning over his desk and holding an unidentified object in his hand, addressed the class, wanting to discuss something important. At that moment, Andreas's memories transported him to the scene with Master Jester, where Kyler stood in front of him, holding a mysterious object in his hands, this image of the past overlapping with current events. In the flashback, Jester, concerned about Kyler's condition, asked about his concerns and desires, creating an atmosphere of tense dialogue between the two conspirators. Kyler, voicing his concerns, informed Jester of Tower Master Bart's growing suspicions, suggesting the imminent need to leave the academy, his voice ringing with a hint of alarm. Jester, clarifying the cause of Kyler's problems, linked them to the death of Karen. His question was filled with an understanding of the gravity of the situation and a readiness for possible consequences. Kyler confirmed Jester's fears, suggesting that incriminating information about him might have been found in Karen's lab, worsening his standing in academia. Jester, analyzing the situation, mentally noted Kyler's growing fear, remembering the deaths of Rannox and Hosan, realizing how events were beginning to spiral out of control. Reflecting on the current situation, Jester realized the gravity of the situation, the lack of news from the Crown, Karen's failure, the huge losses among the acolytes. All of this did not correspond to his plan. Jester asked Kyler about the planned timing of his departure, to which he replied that a trade between the academies would begin soon, suggesting the connection of this event to his plans. Intrigued by Kyler's answer, Jester asked about the connection between the exchange and his departure, to which Kyler suggested the possibility of getting rid of the young geniuses before their disappearance. Kyler explained his intention to get rid of the young geniuses, arguing that they could pose a major problem for his plans in the future. Jester, appreciating Kyler's proposal, agreed that this was indeed a good idea, and his tone expressed approval and willingness to consider this possibility in more detail. Kyler shared his plans to leave during the coming turmoil, promising to contact Jester later, his voice sounding determined and confident. Jester, taking note of Kyler's information, agreed and closed the mirror through which they communicated, ending their secret conversation. Realizing that all the people introduced into the academy were already dead, Jester thought about the imminent beginning of a new phase of his plan and the true reasons for what was happening. Jester walked down a dark hallway, lit only by the light from the windows, his dark clothes blending with the shadows around him, creating a sinister image. Approaching the window, Jester said that the main cause and root of everything that was happening was Andreas. His voice sounded with a mixture of irritation and admiration. Jester realized he had no choice but to invite Andreas to the meeting, a decision that seemed inevitable in the current situation. Selena, a girl with short purple hair, was training hard at the moment, her determination to get stronger reflected in every movement. Taking a fighting stance and holding her sword firmly in her hands, Selena continued her exercises, striving to constantly improve her skills and become stronger. After an intense workout, Selena took a brief break to catch her breath, resting her hands on her knees, her heavy breathing evidence of the grueling exercise. Breathing heavily, Selena acknowledged the obvious need for rest, her body sending clear signals that she had reached her physical limits. Beside her, Chris continued training, who didn't seem to need rest as much as she did. Selena silently observed his persistence. Suddenly, Selena called Chris, telling him to take a break and warning him that too much exercise could harm his body, her voice sounding both caring and concerned. Chris, turning to Selena, replied menacingly that she had better worry about herself, his tone expressing irritation and reluctance to interrupt her training. Selena, approaching Chris, scolded him for being stubborn and asked if he had watched the tournament final, to which Chris responded negatively, admitting that he had been training the whole time. The girl spoke with admiration about the incredible participants in the finals, able to use aura and magic at the same time, her voice ringing with emotion as she described this unique talent. Chris, skeptical of Selena's words, expressed doubt that an idiot who had mastered nothing could make it to the finals, his tone filled with disbelief and slight contempt. Admitting his mistake and deciding not to watch the finale, Chris still maintained his opinion, which Selena objected to, claiming he was only saying that because he hadn't seen the battle with his own eyes. Selena went on to mention that even Lewis recognized the older guy's abilities, which made Chris laugh out loud, not believing such an admission was possible. Chris sarcastically asked how Lewis could recognize the abilities of such mediocrity, suggesting that he probably had vision problems. His words were full of sarcasm and disbelief. Andreas's sudden appearance interrupted the conversation, as he realized that it was inappropriate for a freshman to throw mud at an older man he had never seen. His tone was calm, but with hints of disapproval. Selena was shocked to recognize Andreas as the same contestant from the final they had just talked about. Her surprise was obvious and a little embarrassed. Chris, intrigued by the stranger's appearance, asked who he was, while Selena tried to calm the situation, aware of the potential conflict. Andreas introduced himself as that same idiot, calmly using magic and fighting with a sword, his words saturated with mild irony and defiance. Chris, realizing his mistake, bowed deeply to Andreas, apologizing and explaining his pride in matters concerning swords and his inability to refrain from harsh comments. Andreas, unimpressed by Chris's apology, commented that he saw nothing special in his fencing, his words cold and critical. By comparing Chris to indecisive people who can't bring themselves to accuse their girlfriend of cheating, Andreas hit a nerve, and his insight surprised Chris. Chris, though irritated by Andreas's words, tried not to show it, wondering how he could so accurately determine his weaknesses with just a glance. Turning to Andreas, Chris boldly asked what the magician could possibly know about fencing, to which Selena immediately screamed, asking him to stop teasing. Andreas, leaning in and looking intently at Chris, confidently stated that his knowledge of fencing surpassed the young man's, his tone calm, but with a hint of challenge. Chris, without hiding his irritation, demanded that Andreas demonstrate his skills, his voice filled with anger and a desire to prove his superiority. Andreas, not giving in to the provocation, calmly agreed to demonstrate his skills, his confidence contrasting with Chris's aggressive attitude. Selena, concerned about the growing tension, stepped between them, asking them both to calm down and reminding them of the possible punishment for fighting at the gym. Chris, trying to defuse the situation, suggested a friendly sparring session at the training camp, but Selena, not believing his words, expressed clear doubts about his intentions. Andreas, picking up a training sword, supported the idea of a friendly sparring session, assuring that it would not cause any problems, his calmness only adding to the intrigue of the situation. Approaching Chris with a sword in his hands, Andreas once again assured him that there would be no problems. His confidence and calm only fueled the excitement of the upcoming fight. Chris, still nervous, remarked defiantly that for a magician, Andreas had unexpectedly a lot of courage, his words laced with sarcasm and distrust. Andreas, not reacting to the provocation, invited Chris to launch an attack, giving the newcomer the advantage of the first move, his calm only increasing the tension of the moment. Chris, having accepted the challenge, expressed the hope that Andreas would not regret his decision, his voice ringing with a mixture of confidence and hidden enthusiasm. Andreas waited silently for Chris's first step, his posture and facial expression expressing complete readiness for the upcoming fight. Selene, intrigued by the situation, expressed a desire to train with Andreas as well, noting his unique ability to use both aura and mana. After correcting herself, Selena explained her interest in the rare opportunity to fight a veteran, which Andreas promised to give her a chance after the fight with Chris. Delighted by Andreas's promise, Selena expressed her impatience, her eyes shining with anticipation of testing her powers. Chris, turning to Selena, confidently stated that her turn would probably never come, his words filled with confidence in his victory over Andreas. Chris suddenly lunged forward with such force that the ground shook, surprising Selena with the speed of events and the intensity of the attack. Despite Chris's powerful attack, Andreas easily blocked it, demonstrating superior technique and experience. Andreas, simply dodging Chris's attack, provoked the young man into attempting a second attack, his calm contrasting with the enemy's pressure. Chris's face was already sweating, his breathing was heavy, and his eyes showed growing irritation at his inability to break through Andreas's defenses. Not giving up, Chris attacked again, his determination to defeat the older student only growing stronger with each failed attempt. Trying to catch Andreas by surprise, Chris decided to attack from above and behind, but the older student, anticipating this maneuver, calmly blocked it. Andreas mentally noted Chris's speed, but realized that his style was far from the renowned continental swordsmanship of Einor's style. Selena, watching the intense battle, was amazed at the speed of both participants' movements. The sword blows left visible marks in the air. Andreas recalled that in progress, understanding Einor's technique was a key element, but here he saw no trace of that style. Einor's style, known for its quick, unpredictable strikes, was completely absent from Chris's technique, which surprised and disappointed Andreas. Andreas suggested that Chris, in trying to catch up with Luis, tried different techniques and got lost, missing the essence of Einor's style. Chris, extremely exhausted from the battle, fell to his knees, wiping the sweat from his face, breathing heavily, and the tiredness visible in his eyes. Andreas, deciding to seize the moment to set Chris on the right path, allowed his sword to be enveloped in mana, preparing to demonstrate the true technique. Turning to Chris, Andreas encouraged him to stop playing games and give it his all, his words filled with authority and a desire to help. Andreas's words clearly hurt Chris, causing him great irritation. He asked again, not believing what he was hearing and feeling offended. Re-entering the fight, Chris vowed to make Andreas pay for those words, his voice shaking with anger and determination to prove his superiority. Chris, activating Einor's sword roar style, rushed to attack Andreas, his movements becoming sharper and more focused, filled with new energy and determination. Andreas, remaining completely calm, performed an unexpected maneuver that greatly surprised Chris, demonstrating the superiority of his technique and experience. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion as Andreas swung his sword, his strike full of power and precision, contrasting with Chris's attacks. Turning to Chris, Andreas asked doubtfully if he truly considered his technique to be Master Einor's style of swordsmanship. His words took the young man by surprise. Andreas asked Chris if he thought he could become strong simply by combining the best of different styles, his tone full of skepticism and teaching. Continuing his thought, Andreas advised Chris to follow his own path without hesitation, emphasizing the importance of individual development in fencing. Andreas concluded his instructions by urging Chris to remember that this was his path, words that left the young man confused and thoughtful. Having finished with Chris, Andreas turned to Selena, inviting her to be next, but the girl no longer showed the same enthusiasm, realizing the strength of the older student. Despite her hesitation, Selena expressed her willingness to fight. Andreas noted that she is the complete opposite of Chris, and her familiar technique neutralizes his strengths. Andreas reflected that fencing in Selena's family was only suitable for those with innate physical strength, which made the technique unsuitable for her, who lacked natural strength. Andreas gave Selena permission to attack first, and she gathered her courage and ran forward, announcing the start of her attack. With a smile, Andreas encouraged Selene, asking her not to be shy, as he intended to teach her a lot, his tone full of encouragement and a willingness to share knowledge. Selena, thrown back by the force of Andreas's punch, flew through the air and landed on her back with a dull thud, demonstrating the vast difference in their abilities. The girl flew back and landed a few meters from the fight site, while Chris watched what was happening with undisguised surprise. Chris was in complete shock, realizing that Andreas had instantly discovered Selena's weakness. His thoughts were confused, trying to understand how this was possible. Selena, lying on the floor, couldn't believe what had happened, as she used all her strength, but it wasn't enough against Andreas's skill. Andreas, turning to Selena, realized that the heavy sword did not suit her. His words caused bewilderment and misunderstanding in the girl. With her hand on her heart, Selina admitted that she had always used this sword, to which Andreas firmly confirmed that she was right. Selina, turning to Chris, softly whispered his name, seeking support and understanding in this difficult situation. Andreas, continuing his conversation with Selina, asked about her reasons for taking the sword. His question made the girl think. Expanding on his idea, Andreas asked what makes Selina keep training, while Chris was perplexed by the reasons for such questions. Andreas looked extremely serious. His questions made the two students think. They didn't know what to answer. Unexpectedly to the younger students, Andreas admitted that he took up the sword to survive, his frankness shocking Chris and Selina. Continuing, Andreas admitted with some shame his lack of talent for magic, his honesty and vulnerability surprising his listeners. He recounted the events that nearly cost him his life and how the sword became his savior, contrasting his experiences with the fencing life. Andreas asked a rhetorical question about the meaning of his defeat. His words made Chris and Selina think deeply. Selina suggested that the reason was due to the difference in talents, but Andreas vehemently denied this assumption, preparing to reveal the real reason for the defeat. Andreas explained that the defeat only showed a lack of understanding of the true essence of the sword. His words made the students think about the deeper meaning of fencing. He suggested that his fencing practice was only intended to harm others, suggesting the limitations of such an approach. Andreas raised the topic of responsibility, suggesting that they might take up the sword not of their own free will, but under the pressure of circumstances. He emphasized his intention to continue using the sword to survive in this world, demonstrating the seriousness of his approach to swordsmanship. Addressing the younger students, Andreas asked a key question about their reasons for wielding the sword, making them think deeply. He invited them to think about this question and invited them to contact him when they found the answer, expressing his willingness to help at any time. As Andreas began to leave, he was called by name, causing him to turn around and show interest in the younger student's words. Chris, determined, promised to challenge Andreas in the future, to which he replied with a smile that he would look forward to it. A week later, the students gathered in the academy's administrative building, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement for the upcoming event. Vivian, worried about Andreas's tardiness, pondered the reasons for his delay, while passing students recognized her as the tournament's medalist. Suddenly, Vivian grabbed her sword, which greatly startled the surrounding students, her action causing a wave of surprise and fear. It turns out she just pulled out her sword to look at her reflection, wondering if she should smile like Lucia. Vivian tried to practice her smile, thinking about how she should do it to make the right impression on Andreas. While thinking about how to become cooler, Vivian was interrupted by the appearance of Andreas, who called her by name, catching her off guard. The girl, embarrassed at being caught thinking this way, turned to Andreas, who reminded her that orientation would begin soon. Vivian, shyly covering her face, told Andreas that she was just waiting for him, her voice trembling with excitement. Andreas, pointing in the direction, invited Vivian to go together, without suspecting that his words painted the girl's world in rosy tones. Vivian, gathering her courage, tugged at the sleeve of Andreas's cloak and said his name, her heart racing. Andreas, surprised by Vivian's actions, turned to her with a questioning look, not understanding what she wanted. Vivian, gathering all her determination, wished Andreas good morning, smiling so sweetly that she had never seen him before. Andreas was extremely surprised by Vivian's unexpected behavior. Her actions took him by surprise and stunned. Despite the surprise, Andreas couldn't help but smile back and also wished Vivian a good morning, creating a moment of mutual understanding. They entered a large hall decorated with purple carpets and majestic golden chandeliers, whose atmosphere was impressive for its luxury. Selina, alongside Chris and Louis, discussed the older man's victory over Chris, while Chris tried to interrupt the conversation, clearly embarrassed by the subject. Andreas and Vivian, walking through the halls, noticed that everyone around them was an excellent student, including Lucia, and the newcomers were probably selected for their high entrance grades. Hearing the familiar name, the girl turned to see who had called them, her curiosity obvious. Diana, strangely beautiful, asked Andreas if he had come with Vivian, her question tinged with a slight hint of jealousy. Andreas confirmed that they had met on the street, and noticed that the Milko Academy students had not yet arrived, to which Diana explained that this was part of the agreement between the academies. At that moment, representatives of Milton Academy entered the hall, and the first of them commented loudly on the abundance of beautiful girls in Rodlin, attracting everyone's attention. The chubby man, turning to Diana, recalled their long-standing relationship, and jokingly asked when she would become his wife, introducing himself as the representative of the academy director. Diana snapped at Grace, demanding he stop being so familiar and calling him absolutely disgusting, her voice thick with irritation. Grace shamelessly warned Diana that with such behavior, she would remain a spinster, to which the girl only snorted in contempt. Vivian, surprised, asked Diana about marriage, but she explained that Grace was just the director's son, whom she had seen a few times with his father. Vivian mentally called Grace a weird pig, noticing her arrogant look. Her dislike for him was obvious. Grace, when approaching Vivian, tried to flirt, calling her cute and asking her out on a date. Her self-confidence was off-putting to the girl. When Grace suggested a date night, they were interrupted by the host's voice welcoming the students of both academies. Grace expressed disappointment at the interruption of their conversation, and Diana whispered under her breath that he was on the verge of death, calling him a stupid pig. The presenter announced a series of friendly matches for next week, aimed at improving students' skills in a competitive environment. Students were asked to group themselves into colleges, knights on the left, magicians on the right, regardless of academy, creating an atmosphere of unity and competition. Vivian, looking at Andreas, expressed the desire to be alone with him, to which he agreed, reminding her that it would be good. Andreas reflected on the exchange that had begun as an unprecedented event, remembering the possibility of creating something new by writing the spell back. During the class, the teacher explained the principle of creating something new by writing a spell backward, sparking the students' interest. The bald teacher invited the students to draw a magic circle on their own, giving them the opportunity to put their acquired knowledge into practice. Andreas, bored in class, thought about the essence of the magic circle, his thoughts straying from the topic of the lecture. Looking at his neighbor, Andreas remembered Kaelung Violga, the genius of support magic and magic circles, comparing his skills to the current task. Andreas watched Violga closely until, feeling her gaze on him, he turned and asked if everything was all right, his voice ringing with notes of curiosity and slight concern. Deciding to seize the moment, Andreas introduced himself and invited Violga to work together this week, hoping to connect with the talented magician and, who knows, learn something new. Violga, in turn, also introduced herself and they shook hands, after which he politely replied that he was also pleased to meet him, creating an atmosphere of friendly cooperation. Andreas mentally noted that the stage was set to witness the confrontation between Violga and Diana, two recognized geniuses capable of inspiring each other with their magic circles. A sudden thought occurred to Andreas. Since the situation is like this, then perhaps he himself can become a muse for these talented magicians, inspiring them with his ideas and observations. Despite his lack of magical talent, Andreas realized that this didn't mean he lacked ideas for creating magic circles. His experience in the game could be unexpectedly useful in the real world. Remembering the countless hours spent playing and the billions of magic circles he had drawn, Andreas was certain that there was no one who understood them better than he, and his confidence grew with each passing second. Excited by the idea, Andreas quickly began sketching several magic circles on paper, commenting that he had some interesting ideas in mind, and his enthusiasm was evident. Realizing that the reverse rotation would hardly surprise anyone, Andreas decided to show the two geniuses a special way to create magic circles they had never seen before. Reflecting on the complexity of the task, Andreas considered the possibility of creating something related to life, but his thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of a strange yellow gas in the room. Andreas, looking up, mentally noted that everything that was happening fully met Diana's expectations, confirming her status as an incredibly talented student and causing him a mixture of admiration and slight envy. The magic circle Diana created floated in the air, surrounded by constantly rotating water. Its brilliance and complexity impressed everyone present. Watching Diana sit there with an arrogant expression, Andreas thought of the frightening nature of genies. Their ability to create something so impressive with apparent ease left him conflicted. Violga, upon completing her work, noted with slight regret the limited size of the paper, dreaming of the opportunity to add even more details to her magic circle. Her desire for perfection was evident. Placing her hand on the sheet with the magic circle drawn, Violga activated it, causing an intense glow of purple and blue colors that filled the entire space around it, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Andreas and the other students froze in surprise as they watched what was happening, their faces expressing a mixture of shock, awe, and a slight fear of the unknown. Everyone present watched in amazement as a glowing magic circle began to appear around their heads, creating a surreal image and making many feel unreal about what was happening. Andreas, looking at all this with his pupils narrowed with tension, exclaimed mentally, not believing what he saw and trying to understand what he saw. His mind refused to accept the reality of what was happening. The students were completely amazed by the magic circle created by Ketchlung. The radiant purple smoke that filled the entire auditorium caused admiration and amazement among everyone present. Even experienced teachers were amazed by what they saw, and Ketchlung himself explained that it was the magic of illusion, his voice sounding calm, in contrast to the general excitement. Ketchlung explained that this illusion is created through twists and turns, and due to its short duration, it will soon return to its normal state, showing a deep understanding of its magic. Andreas was as surprised as he could be, watching as the entire audience began to spin, as if looking through a kaleidoscope. The effect was so realistic, it was breathtaking. Amazed by what he saw, Andreas admitted that Ketchlung turned out to be even more brilliant than he could have imagined, and his respect for his colleague's talent increased significantly. The magic of the Ketchlung circle gradually ended, returning to the paper from which it came, leaving a feeling of awe and wonder for all present. Ketchlung chuckled lightly as he noted the need for further research to increase the duration of the spell. His desire for improvement was obvious. Diana turned to Ketchlung and sincerely praised his work, calling it incredible, to which he returned the compliment to his own magic circle, creating an atmosphere of mutual respect. Andreas, thinking to himself, realized that not even Diana could compete with Ketchlung in creating magic circles, noting how each character's unique talents made the game even more interesting. He remembered Lucia, cursed with a disease, but the best in battle magic, her unique talent set her apart from the other characters. Andreas admitted that no one could surpass Ketchlung in support magic and the creation of magic circles. His skill in this area was unsurpassed. Reflecting on Diana, Andreas noted her unparalleled skill in time and space magic, which made her known as a trickster character, adding intrigue to the game's world. The teacher, impressed with Ketchlung and Diana's work, offered to see what the other students had prepared, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and interest. Andreas modestly noted that he did his best, but after such impressive demonstrations, his circle might not seem so impressive. Despite his doubts, Andreas added that he had nothing to be ashamed of, and at that moment, a purple aura of a magic circle began to emanate from his paper, attracting the attention of everyone present. One of the students, noticing Andreas's work, began to laugh and draw the attention of the others, his voice ringing with notes of mockery and disbelief. An overweight guy from another gym sarcastically asked about the lack of rotation in Andreas's work, noting that his flower did not even shine, trying to downplay the achievement. He expressed surprise at the way Andreas arrived at the exchange students' meeting, his tone full of disdain and arrogance. Andreas mentally identified the bully as Grace Malin, remembering how he constantly got into fights in the game when Andreas played as Ketchlung, noticing that everyone avoided him and no one followed him. On second thought, Andreas decided Grace was too annoying to leave the situation as it was, preparing to dismiss her ridicule. Keklung, despite his ridiculousness, studied Andreas's magic circle with fascinating interest, his gaze expressing sincere admiration and curiosity. Grace, dissatisfied with the genius's attention to Andreas's work, expressed her dissatisfaction, while Keklung stated that he had never seen such magic, his voice ringing with sincere admiration. Continuing her attack, Grace accused Keklung of being blind, claiming that everyone only saw an ordinary flower coming from the circle, her tone becoming increasingly aggressive. Diana intervened in the conversation, turning to Grace and advising him to take a closer look, her voice ringing with slight irony and superiority. She added that Grace would not yet understand the spell used here, highlighting the complexity and sophistication of Andreas's magic. Andreas made a mental note that, as he expected, he would need to be on the level of Diana or Keklung to understand the essence of their work, an observation that filled him with pride and satisfaction. Diana, turning to Andreas, asked permission to explain her work, to which he agreed, intrigued by her interpretation. In her explanation, Diana revealed the complexity of Andreas's magic, pointing out the combination of the formulas of nature, life, time, and rotation, creating the life cycle of a flower from freshness to wilting. The professor and students, who had listened attentively to Diana's explanation, were in utter shock at the depth and complexity of Andreas's magic, their faces expressing a mixture of surprise and admiration. Grace, upon hearing the explanation, looked extremely dissatisfied. Her face frowned, and her eyes showed irritation and envy at Andreas's success. Diana continued her explanation, emphasizing that Andreas's flower is both alive and dead, creating a contradiction through rotation and the inverse formula. Andreas, impressed by Diana's explanation, noted her intelligence and ability to convey the essence of her work so clearly that his respect for her increased markedly. Mentally, Andreas acknowledged that his skills as a necromancer made creating such a spell easier, but noted the difficulty in avoiding the use of dark magic while demonstrating his skill and self-control. Keklung, carefully studying the flower emanating from the magic circle, expressed a growing desire to explore it further, to which Andreas modestly replied that he simply wanted to add a contradiction. Diana, turning to Grace Malin, asked with slight irony if he had anything equally fascinating, her tone challenging and provocative. Grace, confidently proclaiming the superiority of her work, began to demonstrate her magic, but the audience's reaction was one of silent astonishment. A strange sphere resembling a nuclear formation appeared above Grace, surrounded by something yellow, causing alarm and concern among those present. The students, observing what was happening, intuitively felt the approach of something bad. Their faces expressed growing anxiety and fear. Concerned students began asking if everything was okay and if the spell should feel so strange, their voices shaking with the growing tension. Grace, hoping no one would notice her mistakes, was shocked when Diana pointed out directly that he had simply repeated her work, but with errors. Enraged, Grace demanded proof, to which Diana calmly noted the similarity of the formulas, with the exception of the elementary one, and pointed out the incorrect use of levitation. Diana continued her analysis, noting that Grace likely hadn't seen her formula due to the distance, leading to errors in her attempt to repeat the spell. Grace, unable to bear the criticism, jumped out of her chair and began shouting, calling Diana's words stupid nonsense and begging others not to listen to her. His behavior became increasingly inappropriate. He continued to yell at Diana, clearly losing control of himself and the situation. Despite Grace's hysteria, Diana remained calm and noted with slight mockery how desperate he was, her words only increasing his anger and frustration. Grace continued to meticulously manipulate the magic circle, while Diana, without hiding her irony, commented on her hopelessness and the many problems it created. Diana, using the magic of her finger, interfered with Grace's work, to which he accused her of deliberately distorting his formula, his voice trembling with indignation and helplessness. The teacher, finally deciding to stop the fight, loudly demanded that they both shut up, his voice sounding stern and authoritative. Grace, clearly unhappy with the situation, turned her anger on Andreas, blaming him for making her look like a fool, and began aggressively preparing the spell. A sudden fear took hold of Grace. Her surprise was so strong that even snot came out of her nostrils, creating a comical and pitiful image. Grace's reaction shocked the rest of the students. Their eyes widened in surprise, and their pupils contracted to the limit, creating an atmosphere of general astonishment. Andreas, sitting in his place, was literally glowing with rage, black smoke swirling around him, creating an ominous aura and attracting the attention of those around him. Turning to Grace, Andreas, his eyes blazing red and genuine anger in his voice, demanded to let go of Grace's hand, threatening to cut him to pieces. Keklung, who was sitting next to Andreas, was surprised by the sudden change in his behavior, wondering why he was so angry. Grace, overcome with intense fear, mentally asked herself if he could really be killed, realizing the gravity of her situation. Andreas, speaking to Grace, sternly warned him not to cause trouble at the exchange meeting and not to try to pretend to be nice even after returning to his academy. Continuing, Andreas advised Grace to behave normally, promising that in this case nothing bad would happen, which only increased the overweight man's anger and frustration. Grace, unable to bear the tension, cursed, attracting the attention of all the students, who watched in perplexity as the situation unfolded. Unable to cope with her emotions, Grace burst into tears and ran for the exit, her behavior shocking everyone present. Running out of the classroom and slamming the door behind him, Grace left the teacher screaming behind him, creating chaos and confusion in the classroom. Andreas, observing the situation that had occurred, mentally noted that it was unlikely that Grace would begin to behave properly after such an incident, and decided that later he would have to speak to him in the language of force. One of the students volunteered to go after Grace, to which the teacher gave his approval, hoping to resolve the situation peacefully. Andreas, looking at the volunteer student, felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was, which caused him a slight concern. Grace, running out of the audience, screamed to the entire academy about her hatred for what was happening. Her voice was full of despair and anger. Continuing his tirade, Grace accused the two students of making him look like an idiot, his anger and resentment obvious to everyone around him. In a fit of rage, Grace swore to kill all those responsible, but his monologue was interrupted by the appearance of a stranger who addressed him by name. Grace, turning around with her face distorted with emotion, tried to justify herself, her speech slurred and inarticulate due to tears and snot. A stranger in the audience suggested with a slight smile that Grace must have mistaken him for someone else, trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Intrigued, Grace asked the stranger's name, and he introduced himself as Antonio Holt, a senior interning with Professor Kyler. Antonio, showing sympathy for Grace's situation, offered her something to help her cope with her humiliation, his voice sounding friendly and conspiratorial. Grace, surprised by Antonio's proposal, asked what he meant, her anger giving way to curiosity and caution. Antonio talked about a potion created by the professor, which temporarily increases physical strength and mana, but has side effects, and invited Grace to participate in clinical trials. Handing the potion to Grace, Antonio explained that it was not put on sale only because of minor side effects, which further intrigued the overweight man. Antonio, clearly planning something evil, convinced Grace to try the potion, assuring her that with its help he would easily defeat her attackers. Grace, not suspecting a trick, mentally rejoiced at the prospect of an easy victory. His naivete and thirst for revenge made him easy prey. Unexpectedly for Antonio, Grace began greedily gulping down the potion in large quantities, ignoring the warnings that she should not drink so much. The overweight guy drank the entire potion in one gulp, almost choking on the volume of liquid. His impatience was obvious. Antonio, watching Grace, asked about the potion's effect, his voice ringing with notes of curiosity and hidden excitement. Grace began to visibly increase in size. Her eyes turned black, and her pupils glowed with neon light. He felt a surge of a massive amount of mana. Showing her new strength, Grace created fire magic in her hands, marveling at its incredible power. Filled with rage and a thirst for revenge, Grace began to growl, his emotions heightened by the potion taking over. Deciding to test her strength, Grace launched a fire attack far beyond her normal abilities, demonstrating the potion's frightening effect. Antonio, observing Grace's transformation, noted the surprising result, assuring that it will now be easy for him to defeat his opponents. Grace, not satisfied with what she had achieved, demanded from Antonio all the potions he had, her greed and thirst for power getting out of control. The next day, Vivian approached Diana, interested in the magical artifact Andreas had given her, and asked to return it. Diana, surprised by the request, asked why the student knight needed a magical item, her tone expressing slight puzzlement. Noticing Vivian's strange reaction, Diana raised her head, trying to better understand the girl's motives. Vivian, upon hearing Diana's refusal, expressed disappointment, which caused Diana to relent and agree to give up the artifact. Diana, explaining to Vivian, noted that she could draw a new magic circle and showed her how to use mana to activate the flower, demonstrating the process step by step. The same piece of paper with the magic circle that Andreas created in class began to appear in front of the astonished Vivian, causing her genuine admiration. Vivian, recognizing the artifact, exclaimed that it was the same famous flower everyone was talking about, her voice ringing with notes of excitement and curiosity. Leaning over the magic circle, Vivian noticed that this was the same contradiction created by the teenage Andreas. Her tone was a mixture of admiration and slight irony. Lucia, joining the conversation, explained that after classes ended, she decided to go to the laboratory. Her appearance was unexpected for the two girls. Continuing to study the flower, Lucia shared the feeling that something was wrong with the magic circle. Her professional eye immediately noticed the discrepancy. Pointing to a specific symbol, Lucia noticed that this part did not fit in the general structure at all, to which Diana immediately agreed, confirming the observation. Lucia, taking a piece of paper and a pen, decided to correct the spell, assuming that there was something specially hidden in it. Her actions were determined to reveal the secret. After telling Diana and Vivian not to move, Lucia began making adjustments to the magic circle, her concentration evident. After announcing the addition of the flux spell, Lucia continued her work, while Vivian and Diana watched the process with the greatest surprise and interest. A mysterious pollen suddenly appeared around the magic circle, and then flowers grew, causing astonishment among the girls who could not believe what they saw. Noticing the presence of a double magic circle, Lucia wondered with surprise if Andreas had actually created something so complex and unusual. Suddenly, a white-haired guy appeared sitting on the cultivated flowers, who commented that it must be the work of the same guy they were talking about. The blond man, who introduced himself as the Dean of the Faculty of Magic, Belial Costello, admired the innovative approach and the contradiction created with the help of basic spells. Diana, awkwardly apologizing for activating magic circles in an inappropriate location, answered the dean's question about the creator of this incredible artifact. With some embarrassment, Diana named Andreas Cromwell, a fourth-year student, as the author of this magic circle. The dean noted that Andreas is the same student who has been talked about a lot lately, and that his magic circle goes beyond the usual spell. Belial suggested that Andreas's work was about to create the stumbling block of immortality, the ultimate contradiction, which caused even more surprise among those present. The dean carefully studied the contradictory flower Andreas had created, thinking deeply about the potential of this creation. Diana, breaking the prolonged silence, politely asked the dean if he wanted anything else, trying to ease the awkwardness. Belial, without answering Diana's question, silently turned and left, leaving the girls perplexed by his strange behavior. Lucia, when commenting on the dean's behavior, expressed surprise at his sudden departure, while Diana, in a panic, urged her friends to speak more quietly, fearing that he would hear them. As he left, the dean muttered to himself about how incredible Andreas's work was and how he never thought a student's work could inspire him so much, promising to keep an eye on this student. In the training arena, students actively participated in friendly battles and training, creating an atmosphere of energetic competition and mutual learning. Lewis, having finished sparring with Vivian, sincerely thanked her for the training, highlighting her impressive strength and skill. Vivian, drinking water from a bottle after an intense workout, responded by praising Louis, also recognizing him as a very strong opponent. Lewis mentally noted that his conversation with Vivian, as always, was very short, which caused him some embarrassment and a desire to continue the communication. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to the sound of a duel, and they heard a defiant shout, asking if this was all the best the second-year student could do. It turns out that it was Chris who was fighting the best student of the night faculty. Both of them looked menacing and determined, creating a tense atmosphere for the fight. Chris, waving his sword, fell into an irritated silence and explained the reason for his attacks, his voice ringing with anger and disappointment. The purple-haired guy, without deigning to answer Chris, simply kicked him aside, demonstrating his physical superiority. Chris, thrown back by the blow, felt a pain in his stomach and realized that his swordsmanship had been significantly weakened, making it more difficult to defeat his opponent. At that moment, Chris remembered Andreas's words about following his own path without doubt and decided to follow that advice, gaining new determination. Chris decided to once again resort to the master's style, which was already part of his body and essence, feeling how the technique flowed naturally into his movements. As the purple-haired guy approached, Chris thought that despite any enemy action, the outcome of the battle would now be different, his confidence growing with each passing second. The two opponents once again engaged in an intense duel, jumping from one place to another, dodging and exchanging sword blows, creating a thrilling spectacle for the onlookers. The purple-haired guy immediately noticed a change in Chris's style, which he clearly didn't like, and made him tense, sensing the increased threat. Suddenly, something surprised Chris a little when it appeared. The sword that always confused me emits blows, demonstrating Chris's skill and unpredictability. Chris skillfully deflected his opponent's attacks and broke his posture, demonstrating significant progress in his fencing skills. The purple-haired guy turned to Chris and yelled an insult of frustration, matching his rapid movements with the writhing worms. Chris, seizing the moment, ran up to the enemy and placed the sword to his throat, remembering that the next step should be a decisive blow. Chris declared his victory confidently, considering the fight over, his voice filled with notes of triumph and relief. However, the purple-haired boy suddenly threw Chris's sword aside, refusing to admit defeat. Lowering his sword, he mentally chafed at losing to such scum, dismissing what was happening as a damned joke, and deciding he'd had enough. Chris, outraged by his opponent's reaction, shouted that it wasn't a joke, recognizing the strength of his opponent's fencing. Seeing that the purple-haired guy wasn't reacting at all, Chris tried to get his attention by shouting, "Hey!" The veteran turned sharply to Chris, ordering him roughly to shut up, his voice full of contempt and anger. He violently threw the sword at Chris's feet, creating a tense and dangerous atmosphere. Chris, surprised, realized that the thrown sword was real, which significantly increased the danger of the situation. The purple-haired guy, after drinking a potion, aggressively ordered Chris to pick up the sword, threatening to make him regret making him look like an idiot. Lewis, who was watching the fight, yelled at Chris to apologize and leave, realizing that the situation was getting dangerous, especially after the veteran student drank an unknown potion. Suddenly, another person appeared, addressing the duelists and asking if they were okay, trying to calm the tense situation. Everyone present watched in horror as the purple-haired high school student began to transform. His eyes turned red, veins bulged on his face, and a growl erupted from his throat. The arriving teacher, addressing the purple-haired guy named Todlon, sternly asked what a student like him was doing at the exchange meeting, also noticing a real sword in his hands. The professor, to everyone's surprise, ordered Todlon to kill Chris immediately right in front of him. His words shocked everyone present. Suddenly, something completely surprised Chris, causing all the students to turn around, some even covering their mouths in shock, creating an atmosphere of total bewilderment and fear. Vivian and Lewis, who were watching, were also surprised, although Vivian, as always, maintained an outward calm, contrasting with the shock of those around her. It suddenly became obvious that the purple-haired guy had completely lost his mind. He slit the teacher's throat in cold blood and brazenly shocking everyone present. The crowd started chanting "killer," but the distraught guy, ignoring them, turned to Chris, calling him a freshman and preparing to continue the fight. Clearly crazed, he announced the start of the second round, his eyes shining with madness and his voice ringing with inhuman cruelty. At that moment, someone ran into the gym shouting Andreas's name, asking for his help in this critical situation. Ketchlung, upon seeing Andreas, bowed respectfully, but asked to address him more simply, without the Lord, noting the slight difference in their ages. Ketchlung asked again if Andreas would really feel more comfortable communicating without formalities, to which he confidently confirmed his proposal. Curious about Andreas's magic circle, Ketchlung inquired about its dual nature and creative process, demonstrating genuine interest in his older comrade's work. Andreas explained that adding hidden elements made the circle interesting, to which Ketchlung responded with understanding, realizing the genius of this approach. With slight disappointment, Andreas noted that he had tried to hide his technique, but 2 player characters had revealed it in just one day, which spoke to his vision. Ketchlung, remembering the Everlast potion, asked about Andreas's plans for today's potions class, expecting some surprising new demonstrations. Andreas, without turning around, replied that he intended to remain discreet, wanting to keep some secrets from the whole class, his voice sounding with notes of caution. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by a powerful explosion in the hallway ahead, causing several students to fall due to the shockwave. Ketchlung and Andreas were as surprised as possible by what was happening, clearly not expecting such a dangerous incident in an ordinary academy hallway. Andreas, surprised by Diana's appearance in the protective dome, anxiously inquired about the reasons for her presence and the need for such protection. Diana, screaming, warned about the appearance of a monster, and at the same moment, a huge red hand appeared around the corner, confirming her words. It turns out he was an overweight guy from another gym who had turned into a monster after consuming a large number of potions. He turned on Diana, accusing her of making him look like an idiot. Andreas and Ketchlung, watching this scene, were in utter shock, trying to understand how Malin could change so much in such a short time, their faces expressing a mixture of horror and bewilderment. The chubby boy's body from the other academy continued to increase in size, his transformation becoming more frightening and obvious. The young man's eyes underwent terrible changes. The whites turned black, and the irises filled with a bright purple glow, giving him an inhuman appearance. He began shouting threats, promising to show what happens to anyone who crosses his path. His voice sounded distorted and threatening. Andreas mentally determined that this was a side effect of Kyler's potion, and yelled at the guy that he was crazy, trying to get into his mind. Upon reflection, Andreas realized that the expected incident during the midterms had already occurred and berated himself for relying too heavily on the game's information. At this point, someone in a robe and suitcase appears to exit the academy, creating additional intrigue in the ensuing chaos. This stranger paused for a second with a blue suitcase on wheels, as if assessing the situation or making a final decision. It turned out to be the new potions teacher, who commented that his farewell party had already begun, adding to the mystery of the proceedings. The obese guy, turning to Diana, threateningly promised to shut up, beginning to form a huge glowing red ball of magical energy in his hands. This giant clot of flaming red magic rushed straight towards Diana, threatening to destroy everything in its path. Andreas, reacting with lightning speed, entered the battle and with a precise movement cut through a huge clot of magic, demonstrating his skill and reaction speed. The cheeky obese boy, who had just sent such a powerful energy charge towards the girl, froze in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes that his attack was neutralized so easily. Andreas, addressing his opponent, caught his attention by calling him stupid, while Diana, surprised by his appearance, asked what he was doing here. With determination in his voice, Andreas said that now it is no longer possible to simply go back to what he did, preparing for a serious confrontation. The fat man, enraged by Andreas's interference, shouted an insult, and Andreas mentally noted that he had not yet completely gone mad, which meant the potion had been drunk recently. The distraught young man, upon seeing Andreas and Diana together, declared his intention to kill them both, while Ketchlung approached worriedly and asked if everything was okay with them. Andreas confirmed that everything was fine, but asked to back off, and Diana reported the murder of student Milko, worsening the seriousness of the situation. Andreas suggested leaving the cleaning to the teachers and asked Diana to prepare a powerful spell that could defeat the enemy in one blow while buying time. Diana agreed with Andreas's plan, but was mentally surprised by his calm in such a dangerous situation. The fat man, completely distraught, began to tear at his clothes, and Andreas noticed the incredible strength of his body, doubting that he could pierce him. Andreas turned to Ketchlung, assuring him that with his support everything would work out, which shocked his younger comrade. Ketchlung, realizing the gravity of the situation, expressed his willingness to help, and Diana called him to participate in the preparation of the spell. Noticing that the two had retreated, leaving Andreas alone, the chubby boy mockingly asked where they were running to. The enemy, becoming even larger and more powerful, began to cast magic, gathering a huge clot of energy in his hands, significantly surpassing Andreas's size. The energy ball thrown at Andreas was easily cut by his sword, leaving the man unharmed and surprising the attacker. Andreas, addressing his opponent, called him a pig very loudly, which clearly shocked the distraught young man. Preparing to attack, Andreas gripped his sword, his movements filled with determination and concentration, shouting that if the enemy cannot speak normally, then he can only remain silent. Andreas pierced the fat man with a sword, demonstrating his skill. In the background, Diana and Ketchlung began to create a powerful magic circle, combining their powers for the final blow. Andreas mentally noted that, despite his opponent's spoiled nature, he was still a magician, and the potion had made him much stronger, realizing the seriousness of the threat. The overweight guy became more and more disgusting. He continued to grow, saliva dripped from his mouth, and his crazy laughter echoed, creating an eerie atmosphere. Andreas began to concentrate magic around his sword. His eyes glowed red, and he confidently declared that he would kill his opponent without any extra effort, his voice ringing with cold determination. Andreas's sword collided with the shield created by the fat man. Diana watched this confrontation attentively, her gaze fixed on the point of contact between the weapon and the barrier. Diana was extremely surprised by the speed with which Andreas enveloped the sword in magic, even faster than in the tournament, and wondered if he had succumbed to it in that moment. The tip of Andreas's sword lightly penetrated the barrier, transmitting the full force of the blow and creating a powerful shockwave that spread in all directions. The enemy's shield, previously purple in color, now glowed bright yellow, indicating that it was about to break under Andreas's attack. Despite the force of the blow, both Andreas and the fat man remained in their positions, demonstrating incredible resilience and determination in this confrontation. Diana and Ketchlung's support team continued to create magic circles, blue for Diana and red for the younger, that overlapped, increasing the spell's overall power. Andreas was visibly struggling to hold his ground, but Ketchlung turned to him and warned him to be careful and prepare for the next phase of the battle. The fat man didn't seem to feel the blow and, with a crazy smile and his tongue hanging out, he extended his huge fingers towards Andreas, intending to grab him. Andreas reacted to this move with lightning speed, instantly activating earth magic to defend and counterattack. Spears of fire aimed at the monster and pierced its shield, demonstrating the power of Andreas's combined attack. Andreas watched as the spears were close to striking the enemy's body, his gaze focused on the trajectory of the attack. Mentally, Andreas noted the enemy's madness, who used attack magic while the barrier was activated, which indicated a complete loss of control over his actions. The fat man continued to grow, giving the impression that he was about to explode, his transformation becoming more frightening and unpredictable. Andreas, aware of the critical situation, declared the need to stop reaching the final stage of transformation, his voice sounding insistent. Taking advantage of the moment the fat man's shield disappeared, Andreas tried to strike, jumping to reach his opponent's head. However, Andreas's attack had no effect, and the fat man became even more terrifying, starting to snap his teeth, his madness reaching a new level. Andreas mentally noted the incredible hardness of his opponent's body, comparing it to a stone, and admitted that he still didn't know how to handle him. Diana, seeing Andreas's situation, shouted at him to move away and began using the circle magic that the guy was counting on. Andreas hoped that this magic circle would help them finally defeat the crazed fat man. His gaze was full of expectation. The fat man managed to land the first blow on Andreas, knocking him down with his huge arm, showing his incredible strength. As Diana continued to enlarge her magic circle, Andreas deftly dodged his opponent's attacks, demonstrating his agility and reflexes. As she cast the iron-piercing spell, Diana's eyes flashed with lightning, and her face expressed extreme determination and concentration. Iron spears pierced the great man's body, passing through his stomach, chest, and even mouth, creating an impressive and terrifying image. Andreas turned around in complete surprise as he thought about how advanced Diana's magic had become and when she had managed to reach such a level of mastery. He doubted that even with Ketchlung's help, Diana would be able to break through the monster's skin the first time, which made her achievement all the more impressive. Andreas mentally noted that this was to be expected from a trickster character, capable of creating his own magic before even graduating from the academy. Observing the body of the large man pierced by metal spikes, Andreas realized that it was the son of the academy director Milko, and that this incident would lead to serious problems. Diana expressed concern about potential problems due to the monster's murder, to which Ketchlung offered his help to witness, showing solidarity and support. Andreas mentally surmised that since Diana was involved in the incident, Bart would probably resolve the matter behind closed doors to minimize the consequences. Andreas, as he left, told the others to explain the situation if anyone showed up, and he himself went in search of Professor Kyler, realizing the importance of finding him. There was also chaos in the street due to the effects of the potion. The senior students were screaming about the monster, and Chris was advised not to engage in battle and to call the teachers urgently. Andreas, racing to find Kyler, thought of the need to get to his hiding place and stop him before the situation got any worse. Hearing noises coming from the training arena, Andreas was contemplating the potential problems the potions could bring in future stories when suddenly there was an explosion. Noticing a guy from his group running, Andreas remembered where he had seen him before, trying to connect what was happening between them. Recognizing the runner as Antonio Holt, who was out of breath from running so quickly, trying to get away from the scene, Andreas realized the significance of this encounter. Andreas remembered that it was Antonio who followed the fat man when he ran out of the office and blamed himself for having forgotten this important fact. Assuming that Antonio might be distributing the potion, Andreas decided that by following him, he could get to Kyler and expose the entire scheme. Suddenly, Andreas heard Lucia screaming for someone to run and realized that his friend was in danger. He quickly turned to assess Lucia's situation, ready to help. Lucia created a strong blue magical barrier, protecting herself from yet another monster transformed by the potion, demonstrating her mastery of defensive magic. Turning to the younger students, Lucia, holding the barrier, persistently urged them to run away faster, realizing the danger of the situation. The students, demonstrating nobility and loyalty, refused to abandon Lucia, expressing concern for her safety and reluctance to leave her alone in the face of danger. The monster, transformed by the potion, attacked Lucia while she held the protective barrier with her last strength, creating a critical situation for the girl. The monster began to cast bright purple magic, which gradually penetrated the walls of Lucia's barrier, demonstrating the power of its transformed abilities. Lucia was forced to jump back to avoid the monster's powerful blow. Her movements were quick, but fatigue was beginning to take its toll. The creature spewed purple fire from its mouth, creating a terrifying sight and a deadly threat to all around it. As she held the barrier, Lucia felt an intense heat and mentally wondered if she was destined to die here. Her resolve began to waver. At that moment, she thought that if she had known such an outcome, she would not have fought so hard against her terminal illness. The bitter irony of the situation did not escape her. Lucia was thinking that the most important thing for her was to simply live carefree when Andreas suddenly intervened, delivering a powerful blow to the monster's legs. Upon seeing Andreas, Lucia was surprised to realize that her savior was the teenage high school student. Her feelings were a mixture of relief and slight embarrassment. Injured students screamed about their injuries, while others ran to teachers for help, creating an atmosphere of chaos and panic. The remaining students who suffered from the monster's attacks asked worriedly if everyone managed to escape, their voices trembling with fear and worry. Louis, turning to Vivian, asked her to tend to the injured Chris, whose head was bleeding, demonstrating his determination to act. Explaining his intentions, Louis said he needed to help Vivian, feeling great concern for her safety. The observant Ivy suddenly appeared, looking menacing, and loudly demanded an explanation for the noise, her presence increasing the tension of the situation. All this time, Vivian continued to fight with a high school student from the Knights College who drank a dangerous potion, demonstrating her courage and fighting skills. Vivian knew that if she didn't stop the transformed high school student now, he would likely go after Andreas, which made her determined to continue the fight. The high school student, suffering from the side effects of the potion, began to transform into a monster, his body distorting before Vivian's eyes. He rushed at the girl, intending to deliver a crushing blow, but Vivian managed to block, demonstrating her combat reflexes. However, the force of the blow was too great, and the block didn't help. Vivian began to fall backward, losing her balance. At the last moment, the girl managed to group herself and land on her feet, while simultaneously fighting back against the monster, showing her skill and flexibility. The high school student, despite the blood pouring from his mouth, began to laugh maniacally, his behavior becoming increasingly unpredictable and frightening. Vivian, already wounded and bleeding from the forehead, silently watched the enemy, feverishly thinking about her future actions. At this time, the high school student continued his transformation, increasing in size and becoming even more monstrous, which made the situation more difficult for Vivian. The girl was extremely surprised by the scale of the transformation, realizing how dangerous her opponent had become. Despite the growing threat, Vivian became convinced that this was why she must defeat the monster. Her determination only strengthened. Ignoring her injuries, Vivian attacked the monster with renewed determination, ready to continue the fight no matter what. She attacked with her sword, but the monster managed to block, trying to defend itself from her blow. Vivian carefully observed the results of her attack. While the situation remained unclear, the tension of the moment increased. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion, and Vivian tried to block to avoid being thrown back by the shockwave, showing her defensive skills at a critical moment. The monster launched a powerful attack, and Vivian, unable to fully defend herself, rolled on the ground, demonstrating the force of the monster's blow. Vivian, kneeling on the asphalt, was bleeding and aware of her weakness in the face of such a powerful adversary, but her spirit remained unshaken. Despite her injuries and the blood now streaming from her mouth, Vivian stood up, her gaze turning from determined to fierce, reflecting her unwavering drive toward victory. Vivian assumed a fighting stance, realizing the need for a new attack and preparing to make every effort to defeat the monster, her body tense in anticipation. The idea of protecting Andreas gave Vivian strength. She knew she would never forgive herself if she couldn't protect him. This determination fueled her actions. At the moment of intense impact, Vivian's eyes glowed white, her pupils disappeared, and she felt a sudden surge of power, preparing for the final blow. The beast raised his light hand for impact as Vivian began to emit a purple aura, creating a stunning visual contrast of power. Suddenly, the observant Ivy appeared, and approaching Vivian, asked her sternly if she wanted to die. Her intervention was timely and decisive. Ivy deftly grabbed the monster's hand, avoiding its blow and demonstrating her superior strength and speed. Speaking to the monster called Toddlin Terry, Ivy expressed regret at the necessity of her actions, her voice carrying notes of compassion and determination. Without any visible effort, Ivy cut off the monster's head in a single motion, ending the fight quickly and efficiently, shocking everyone present. Vivian looked on in great surprise, realizing the power and skill of her teacher and observer Ivy. Ivy declared that it was too late to save Toddlon, and Vivian mentally noted the observer's incredible strength. Vivian, her eyes still fascinated, looked intently at the serious woman who was able to kill such a monster with a single blow. Ivy, turning to Vivian, praised her for her perseverance. The girl at that moment firmly decided that she needed to become stronger. Her determination was obvious. The battle between Lucia, Andreas, and the monster continued. The boy took the girl in his arms to protect her from another blow, demonstrating his care and determination. Andreas held Lucia with one hand and created an earth shield with the other, skillfully combining defense and offense in a critical situation. Of course, if Kyler escapes, the plot will become very problematic. This realization will give additional urgency to their actions. In this situation, Andreas was unable to summon the undead, realizing that they would not be able to defeat such a strong opponent, which limited his tactical capabilities. Andreas's main task was to get Lucia to safety, after which he planned to attend to other urgent matters. Looking at Lucia speaking unconsciously in his arms, Andreas decided his next step would be to find Kyler, his mind focused on the task at hand. On the way, Andreas met the rector of the academy, whom he recognized as Beliala. This unexpected encounter added a new element to the situation. Mentally, Andreas was outraged by the rector's inaction at the time of the attack on the students. His internal monologue was filled with anger and disappointment. Passing by the dean, Andreas announced that he was leaving the monster to him, mentally calling Belial a psychopath and urging him to do his job. Belial, turning, expressed the hope of seeing something interesting in Andreas's actions, his tone filled with curiosity and slight disappointment. The monster, taking advantage of the moment when the rector was looking after the fugitive Andreas, decided to attack, demonstrating his indiscriminate choice of victims. Belial, barely moving and without taking his hands out of his pockets, with a glance turned the monster into ashes, changing his incredible strength and control. The rector's blow was so powerful that the entire academy began to glow blue, creating an impressive and frightening sight. Andreas took Lucia to a nurse, who immediately began examining the unconscious girl in bed. The nurse reassured Andreas, saying that Lucia was fine, she was just in shock due to mana depletion, which brought some relief to the boy. The nurse assured her that everything would be fine after the rest, and at that moment, Lucia opened her eyes and regained consciousness. Andreas, clearly concerned for his friend, immediately asked about her well-being, his voice full of concern and anxiety. Lucia, disoriented, admitted that she thought she was going to die, to which Andreas confirmed that she was at her limit and asked why he intervened. The girl explained that she did not want to interfere, but could not leave people in danger, demonstrating her nobility and sense of duty. Andreas, calling his action heroic, lamented that his plan had gone wrong and took the blame for her suffering. Lucia, a little upset, recalled her close brush with death, to which Andreas noted with relief that her ability to be sarcastic indicated an improvement in her condition. Contemplating Lucia's possible injury, Andreas expressed understanding if she wanted to lock herself in the laboratory and announced her departure, which led to her being accused of ridicule. Before leaving, Andreas offered to begin working on Lucia's potions once the current situation was resolved, demonstrating his interest and support. Andreas's words deeply touched Lucia, making her realize her importance to him, causing her both embarrassment and warm feelings. Lucia remembered how Andreas had rushed into the fight, kicking the monster away, the memory filling her with admiration and gratitude. A moment came back to her memory when, with her eyes closed, she saw only Andreas, which emphasized his importance in her perception. She remembered how she began to fall from exhaustion, losing her strength at a critical moment. The memory of Andreas rushing to her aid as she fainted filled her heart with warmth and gratitude. Left alone after Andreas left, Lucia sat down embarrassed, but deep down she was happy with what had happened, realizing the strengthening of the bond between them. As night fell, Andreas approached the forest, thinking about the upcoming fight with Kyler, which, according to the plot, should take place in his hideout. Andreas reflected on the premature nature of the events, doubting whether Kyler was in hiding, and remembering that the game required NPC companions to defeat him. Confident in his strength and the abilities of his skeleton, Andreas believed that defeating Kyler would not be a problem for him. He ordered his skeleton to run forward, using it as a scout and first line of attack. Upon arriving at the shelter, which was an old house, they witnessed a sudden explosion, which alerted Andreas. Observing what was happening, Andreas commented that it was not worth going that far, realizing the danger of the situation. He saw someone holding the student by the throat and growling menacingly, which increased the tension in an already dangerous situation. Andreas recognized the attacker as Antonio, which surprised him as he assumed they were all in cahoots. Antonio's presence convinced Andreas that Kyler must be here too, confirming his suspicions. Reflecting on his powers, Andreas recalled that his tiger Timur had become much more powerful after evolving, easily defeating the monster at the height of its strength. He noted that Timur is now a legendary 6th-tier dead berserker, specializing in melee combat. Andreas also relied on Nickel, upgraded by Deadly Sins, believing that a medium difficulty boss would be no problem for them. Approaching the dilapidated roof of the house, Andreas carefully examined his surroundings, trying to pinpoint the exact location of the shelter. Confident that the shelter must be somewhere nearby, he continued his thorough inspection, not missing a single detail. Using blue-black magic, Andreas attempted to pinpoint the location of the hideout's secret entrance. Upon discovering the secret entrance, Andreas noticed the shock on his tiger Timur's face, which emphasized the unusual nature of the situation. Looking down the long staircase, Andreas said decisively that it was time to visit the terrorist, preparing himself for the upcoming confrontation. Andreas took the first step on the stairs, his watchful gaze noticing something, sensing danger. Suddenly, sharp spikes imbued with dark magic began to project from the walls, creating a deadly trap. A voice spoke to Andreas, wondering how he knew about this place and asking if this was all he had discovered. Andreas, his skeleton, and the tiger were extremely surprised to recognize Professor Kyler in the speaker, not expecting to meet him so soon. Kyler, recognizing Andreas, called him Karen's assistant, demonstrating his awareness of the man's connections. Suddenly, a huge hand appeared from a portal in the sky, trying to grab Professor Kyler, adding a new element of danger. A giant clenched fist, as if belonging to a huge man, emerged from the portal, creating an impressive and frightening sight. Kyler was as surprised as possible by the giant's appearance, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. His shock was obvious. At some point, everyone noticed that the giant's hand was suddenly cut off, which radically changed the situation. Kyler stared in horror at the giant's missing hand, realizing the gravity of what was happening. It turns out that it was Andreas' skeleton that managed to cut off the giant's arm, demonstrating his incredible speed and efficiency. The giant began to scream in pain, and the loss of his arm became an obvious cause of great suffering. Andreas, turning to Kyler, apologized, remembering that he was aiming for the head and not the arm. His tone was calm and confident. Kyler, realizing the situation, accused Andreas of killing Karen, his voice full of anger and understanding. At that moment, Andreas's tiger ran behind the professor, preparing to attack with its massive paws, creating an additional threat to Kyler. Andreas's tiger struck a powerful blow that shook everything around, and the man ordered Timur to finish off the enemy. Timur, his eyes red, began to growl furiously, preparing for the final attack. The tiger launched another vertical attack on the professor, demonstrating its incredible strength and speed. Andreas silently watched what was happening, thinking about future events. The tiger's blow met with unexpected resistance. Its paw found itself on a strange black mass, shaped like a mine. The tiger continued to growl as the black mass began to spread across its body, creating a frightening sight. The professor transformed, taking on a green-black color and an inhuman form, saying something incomprehensible. Kyler scolded Andreas for killing the one who raised him, suggesting a connection to dark magic. Andreas mentally noted that this was Professor Shadow Armor's final form. Realizing the armor's ability to restore lost body parts, Andreas expressed his knowledge of the Shadow Armor. Someone, probably Kyler, was shocked by Andreas's knowledge, claiming it was impossible. Before he could finish saying that this information was known only to Mr. Jester, Kyler was interrupted by Andreas drawing his sword. Professor Kyler managed to dodge Andreas's attack, demonstrating his agility even in his transformed state. Andreas's tiger continued to attack the professor, trying to destroy him, despite the resistance of the black mass. Andreas calmly explained his knowledge of shadow armor, calling it a rare and high-quality item for defense and offense. The professor doubted Andreas's chances of victory, but the man confidently stated that the armor is weak to fire, demonstrating his knowledge. Andreas began casting fire magic around his sword, preparing to exploit the shadow armor's weakness. The professor, without losing confidence, stated that he could attack Andreas constantly without giving him time to cast the spell. He emphasized his intention to prevent Andreas from using fire magic, trying to predict his strategy. Andreas's tiger delivered a powerful blow to the monster professor's side, causing him to writhe in pain. Not stopping there, the tiger continued the attack, delivering the next blow. The force of the blow sent the professor flying to the side, his protective shell visibly damaged. Andreas ordered Timur and the skeleton Nickel to restrain the enemy. The tiger growled in agreement. The professor, underestimating the undead, expressed doubts about their ability to buy Andreas time. He began to stretch his large hands towards the guy, calling his thoughts ridiculous. Nickel and Timur, full of determination, prepared for battle, their eyes burning with the fire of determination. A large explosion occurred in front of Andreas, the result of the efforts of his undead. Continuing to cast magic on the sword, Andreas noticed that it took longer than he expected. The tiger found himself entangled in the black and green elastic bands of the teacher's suit, trying to free himself from them. The skeleton, taking advantage of the moment, jumped towards the professor, preparing to attack. The professor, noticing the skeleton's attack, used his magic, lifting him up and wrapping him in the same black elastic bands. The professor, before he could finish his speech about the uselessness of the undead, was struck by an unexpected sight, his gaze expressing a mixture of surprise and disbelief at seeing something that contradicted all his ideas. Andreas's tiger, demonstrating incredible strength and agility, calmly chewed the black rubber bands on its body with its sharp teeth, its actions methodical and efficient. The skeleton, following the tiger, also easily dealt with the magic shackles. The professor, watching this, could not believe his eyes. His confidence in superiority was visibly shaken. The professor's thoughts were confused. He couldn't understand how a simple undead could handle his powerful magic. This contradicted all his experience and knowledge, forcing him to rethink the situation. Despite the continuous attacks of the tiger and the skeleton, the professor could not shake the feeling of the absurdity of what was happening. He questioned himself about the nature of these creatures. Trying to defend himself, the professor blocked his hands, but his thoughts were occupied with the question of the origin of such powerful undead. He could not understand where Andreas had obtained such strong allies. A sudden insight occurred to the professor. He assumed that these corpses were collected from special creatures. This thought forced him to retreat, rethinking his fighting strategy. The professor's look expressed extreme surprise and confusion. He was feverishly trying to figure out how to get rid of these unusual opponents. Andreas wasted no time in using bone fusion magic to create a new weapon, the Bone Whip, an action that demonstrated his growing skill and inventive approach to combat. The professor, seeing Andreas's new weapon, did not hide his surprise. His exclamation about the whip betrayed his growing anxiety and awareness of the danger of the situation. The skeleton, taking advantage of the professor's moment of confusion, attacked him from the other side. His movements were quick and precise, demonstrating excellent coordination with Andreas's actions. While the professor tried to defend himself from the skeleton's attack, Andreas didn't miss the opportunity and also rushed to attack, their coordinated actions creating a serious threat to the enemy. Andreas's bone whip moved like a living snake, quickly approaching the professor. This weapon demonstrated incredible flexibility and precision, controlled by the will of its creator. With incredible ease, Andreas wrapped his bone whip around the professor, significantly limiting his movements. Andreas began to squeeze the professor tightly with the bone whip, making him writhe in pain. The grip was relentless, demonstrating the guy's determination to finish the fight. The professor, gasping in pain, shouted a reminder of Andreas's promise to use fire. Continuing his speech, the professor accused Andreas of empty threats, declaring that he was incapable of using flames. Andreas, with fury in his eyes, replied that such a trick could cost the professor his life, his voice sounding menacing, foreshadowing the inevitable retribution for underestimating his abilities. The bone explosion phrase occurred. Andreas started bleeding when using it, which required intense stability and the effort of casting a powerful spell. The whip bones began to change directly in the professor's body, who realized with horror that he had been the victim of a double spell. A powerful explosion enveloped everything around. Andreas watched what was happening, stepping back a little to protect himself from the shockwave. Andreas mentally noted that the technique was more difficult than he expected, and expressed admiration for Diana, who was able to use such a spell with ease. Despite the success of using the new technique, Andreas praised the result. The professor's corpse turned to dust due to the excessive use of mana. Andreas realized that after such a momentous event as Kyler's death, the meeting of dark magicians would inevitably hasten his departure. This understanding indicated his strategic thinking. Andreas, realizing the urgency of the situation, decided to immediately remove the item from the shelter, destroy any traces, and return to the academy. At this moment, in the academy, the furious master of the magic tower, Bart, furiously slammed his fist on the table, demanding that his subordinate repeat the information about the number of victims. The person sent reported 15 victims, including a Milko student. This figure only seemed to increase Bart's anger, his face darkening with tension. The subordinate continued his account by mentioning that, according to witnesses, the potion was distributed by student Antonio, Professor Kyler's assistant, who disappeared shortly after the incident. Bart, seated on his majestic white throne, coldly informed the servants that the information received was sufficient. He ordered all academy activities to be postponed until an investigation into the incident was completed. Barth added that more details will be announced after meeting with Director Zeos. Bart's eyes began to glow with barely contained anger as he thought about what was happening in Rodlin.